Harry Potter and the Best Laid Plans by Vicious Mouse. Chapter 1. Small Successes. Harry Potter strode briskly toward the gleaming row of taxis outside King's Cross Station. Behind him, he could hear the cheerful calls of Hogwarts students waving goodbye to their friends, mingling with the somewhat confused mutterings of hundreds of wizarding parents making their way past the platform barrier and through the Muggle train station. Harry didn't bother to dwell on the chaos behind him. He had other things on his mind. As always, the train ride back to London had taken most of the day, and Aunt Petunia was surely getting ready to put dinner on as he stepped out of the station. The Dursleys would not be picking him up, of course. They were prioritizing their comfortable dinner, just as they always had. With his newfound independence, Harry anticipated seeing less of his relatives this year, and he hoped that might earn him a bit of appreciation. He had worked out a tentative arrangement with them that eased the tension somewhat. They practiced mutual avoidance. As this thought crossed his mind, Harry realized that arriving back from Hogwarts in the middle of dinner would probably not be beneficial to his relationship with his family. He paused for a moment in contemplation. What would Hermione recommend? He wondered aloud. Impulsively, Harry decided he would take a taxi to Charing Cross and the Leaky Cauldron, spending the night there instead. The idea grew more attractive the longer he considered it. Staying overnight in Diagon Alley would allow him to run a few errands before sneaking back into the Dursleys' house with much less fanfare sometime on Monday, leaving no one the wiser. He would happily avoid conflict with Uncle Vernon. Dudley could continue to forget Harry's existence, and Aunt Petunia could keep pretending that her perfect, normal family had never had an unwanted interloper who lived in a cupboard under the stairs. In fact, why announce his return at all? If Harry could avoid reminding them of his unwanted presence, perhaps he could enjoy a bit of peace for a change. The less fuss there was, the happier everyone would be. After all, the thought of fuss weighed heavily on Harry. With each step he took toward the first taxi in the rank, his mood sank further. The overcast skies seemed to mirror his temperament. He leaned toward the window of the front taxi, murmured a few words, and then slunk into the back seat, staring moodily out the window. Regret washed over him as he reflected on his plans. He had been looking forward to these holidays with a focused kind of hope, much like a house elf gazing at a forbidden room filled with dust bunnies. The possibilities of the school break, the flexibility and freedom he had never experienced, had dangled just out of reach for months. Harry had dreamed of indulging in a few delightful fantasies. He had it all mapped out: Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London, beaches, lakes, and every theme park he could imagine. He desperately wanted to visit the holiday destinations that normal people experienced at least once. Then, he thought, he could have a magical experience too. Hermione had always been puzzled by Stonehenge. Was it as magical as Muggle history suggested, or was their understanding completely off? He had also been paying attention to the gossip in Gryffindor Tower. Wood had been a strong advocate for visiting the home pitch of the English national Quidditch team, while Alicia Spinnet passionately argued for the benefits of exploring the magical Roman baths. According to her, ancient runes etched into the stone offered untold health benefits. She claimed every magical family vacationed there at least once. Harry muffled a sigh and continued to gaze out the taxi window, his plans feeling thoroughly ruined. Despite being unceremoniously tossed into his school trunk and hidden from view, the existence of his exam transcripts mocked him. They were good for his age, very good, considering his natural talents and interests. His expectations and hopes for the holidays had slowly drained away since the moment he received his exam results. By the time the taxi driver merged onto the main street, Harry felt as cold as ice. He tried to relax in the back seat, but his mind was elsewhere. When the taxi finally dropped him off at the familiar Charing Cross intersection, he slipped into the cauldron with barely a sound as the door closed behind him. Tom, who was busy wiping down tables near the counter, looked up with a welcoming smile. Without any fuss, he arranged a room for Harry and soon brought out a piping hot dinner. A steaming steak and kidney pie, roast potatoes, mushrooms, minted peas, and a foamy tankard of butterbeer appeared on a tray almost before Harry had settled in. He carefully dropped his luggage at the foot of his bed and trudged over to the small dining table by the window, feeling utterly exhausted. The warm aromas curled up toward his face, and Harry picked up his fork with a barely suppressed sigh. He had made plans for these holidays, new plans to help him prepare for the year ahead. Surely, he could carve out some time for himself tonight and maybe even tomorrow? As he ate, he felt himself slipping into a sulk, thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. That was the exact opposite of the self-control he was trying to achieve, yet he found it difficult to shake off the gloom. Reluctantly, with no other option, Harry sent himself to bed. After a restful sleep in the soft, warm bed, he woke up feeling lighter than he had in months. He was accustomed to the stresses of school, but this time it was only first year, his second time around, and he had still worked hard to get through it. For months, he had kept himself busy, and he couldn't help but remember that he was the only person who knew what lay ahead. He should have jumped out of bed and kept going, but the room felt so inviting. The morning was cozy. The vanilla-scented sheets felt warm and soft against Harry's skin, while the rough-hewn wooden panels on the walls exuded the inviting aromas of cinnamon and other spices. He wrestled with himself, determined to get out of bed. The noise of his movement must have caught someone's attention because, by the time he washed his face and changed clothes, a steaming hot breakfast was delivered to his door. The warm scent of cooking wafted into the air. The toast was perfectly golden brown, and the bacon looked deliciously oily and crisp. Harry savoured his full English breakfast in the privacy of his room, occasionally sipping casually from his foaming tankard of butterbeer. His attention flickered between the picturesque view of an early morning Diagon Alley and the feast laid out before him. Steam curled up from his meal, gently warming his face and creating a light fog on his glasses. The comfort of the inn stood in stark contrast to the still chilly morning air, and Harry sank into the peace of dawn, feeling utterly relaxed. As he waited for the steam on his glasses to clear, he mused that, if he were in his original timeline and nearly 19 years old, he would be searching for a job right now. The rebuilding of Hogwarts would have been complete. Funerals would have been held, trials conducted, and he would be left picking up the pieces, trying to move forward. He had no clear idea of what he would be doing. Aura work seemed to be the expectation, he thought. After all, everyone assumed that would be his path. He had a duty to keep going, hadn't he? Be the change you want to see, Hermione had always said. Now, he had more time to embody that change. He shifted his focus back to the breakfast before him. For now, he decided, it would be enough to enjoy the calm before the storm. Below him, the bustling hats and heads of busy wizards moved through the streets while Harry took his time to reflect and ponder over his meal. He determined that he would join the throngs outside for one more day before returning to the Dursleys. It was mid-Monday, and Harry took his time easing into the morning. Tom had kindly sent up a complimentary copy of the Daily Prophet with his breakfast, and Harry leisurely browsed through the news before gathering his luggage and heading outside. His destination was the Owl post office. Amidst the chaos of cleaning out the Gryffindor dorm before the train, Harry had managed to make a quick stop at the school owlery. With a few whispered instructions and a discreet exchange of bacon, he had sent a school owl off to Diagon Alley, carrying the precious burden of his wand. If all went well, it was now waiting for him at the post office, allowing him to avoid the ministry's trace once again. Despite all the thought and planning he had dedicated to this over the past year, Harry still felt uncertain about whether it would work. When exactly was the ministry's trace placed on the wand? Was it during the ride on the Hogwarts Express? When someone walked through the barrier? Or was it somehow attached to him instead? He thought the wand and barrier theory made more sense, but 10 months was a long time to wait to test his hypothesis. He wasn't entirely sure if his plan would succeed, but it was worth a shot. After all, he had several important plans that relied on it. With that thought in mind, Harry quickened his pace as he strode down the alley. A few shopkeepers waved cheerfully at him as he passed, not because they recognized him, but rather as part of their good advertising. He allowed himself to think that a couple might remember him from his last visit to the alley, but he hardly drew any strange looks. Not even the school trunk bobbing along behind him attracted much attention, and he decided that for now, his identity remained undiscovered. Long may it last. Harry continued walking, arriving at the post office early enough to beat the crowds. The shop looked just as he remembered, dark and dingy, with a stale, rancid smell permeating the air. Droppings and pellets, along with bits of dandruff and fluff, littered the floor. As the doorbell tinkled closed behind him, a cheerful-looking woman in her 20s, with dark hair curling widely around her face, greeted him from behind the counter. "Good morning," she said with a formal smile. "How can I be of service today?" "Morning," Harry replied with a nod. "I'm here for a pickup." "Harry Potter? I believe you have a few things on hold for me." Her eyes widened for a moment as she stared at his forehead, then her smile transformed into a genuine grin. "Oh, Harry Potter. What an honor. I'm so pleased to meet you. Would you mind a handshake?" She trotted around the counter and clasped his hand with both of hers. "My mother will be so jealous. Harry Potter himself." "Thank you, Harry, and may I call you Harry, for everything you've done. I remember the bad times. I was at Hogwarts myself when it happened. I can't express just how grateful we all are." She pumped his hand up and down the entire time. "What an honor, what a complete, utter honor it is to meet you." "Thanks," Harry grimaced, trying subtly to extract his hand from hers. "I'm glad I could help out. So, do you have my parcels for me?" "And Gladys Whittaker, daughter of Wallace Whittaker from Devon," she added, as if that information made a difference to Harry. Leaning forward conspiratorially, she murmured, "I'm a half-blood, you know. You did my family a favor we'll never forget. My parents still talk about you regularly. They sleep safe in their beds every night, thanks to you." "Oh, good," Harry managed, his hand still firmly grasped. "I'm glad you're all well." "Oh, but we are," she beamed at him. "If there's anything we can ever do for you, anything at all, just say the word." "Brilliant." Harry tried. "Perhaps you might have some mail for me?" Finally, the woman released his hand. "Oh. But you'll want your mail, then?" Gladys exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. "It's been quite the topic of gossip, let me tell you. Martha, she's our newest hire, has been saying they can't belong to our Harry Potter. She swore it must be some other bloke with the same name. I mean, there are plenty of Harrys these days, wouldn't you agree? Most of them are still quite young, though." She moved behind the counter, digging around in the cubbyhole stacked against the wall. "My youngest brother is a Harry too, named after you, of course. He'll be heading into Hufflepuff soon, I promise you that. He was a bit of a surprise for the family, if you know what I mean, a celebratory baby, my parents always say. I'll tell him I met you, he'll be absolutely thrilled." "Lovely," Harry said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "I know," she continued, her chatter unending. "We thought it might be you we were holding these for, but then we thought, well, it probably wouldn't really be you, would it? What are the chances? And here you are." Finally, she turned around, glowing with triumph, balancing a small pile of mail and parcels in her arms. "You've got a few letters that came in last night," she said, "and this morning's Daily Prophet too. That'll be 14 nuts for that lot, and another 8 nuts for this little pouch here." She gestured at a small bag sitting innocently atop the pile of paper and parchment. Harry's eyes lit up, it contained his wand, after all. She handed him the pile. "There's an undetectable extension charm on this, I'd wager a galleon. Of course, they're completely undetectable, so don't worry about that. We see a lot of post here, so I'm developing a sense for these things." She looked a bit disappointed when Harry didn't open it right away, but her sunny demeanor quickly returned. "And then there's the holding fee and the mail. Redirect award for 24 hours, she concluded. "So, altogether, you owe 6 sickles and 3 nuts. I'm sorry I can't give you a discount, but you know what the boss is like." Harry counted out the coins and handed them to her carefully. "Thank you very much," he said. "Can I set up a medium-term mail redirect for the holidays while I'm here?" "Well," Gladys began, her eyes brightening. "You certainly can. I just learned the redirect charm myself, you know. But it'll be cheaper if you hire a box for a month or 2, rather than pay for the holds individually. Shall I set you up?" "Please." I don't suppose it would be possible for you to come back, though you will, of course, but after 10 in the morning sometimes. Martha will be furious, absolutely furious, I say, with herself for missing you this morning. But she doesn't work weekends and starts a bit later than I do during the week. What do you think? I'm sure I'll see her soon, Harry replied, his enthusiasm lacking, but Gladys seemed to miss his tone entirely. Oh, how lovely. She'll be thrilled. Absolutely thrilled, I tell you. Finally, she stopped talking, much to Harry's relief, and picked up her wand. She frowned in concentration for a moment, then moved her wand in a complicated pattern through the air. Satisfied, she set it down with a smile. There you go, Mr. Potter. Oh, was it Harry, now? There you go, Harry. One male redirect charm, up and running. Harry hesitated slightly. I should probably mention, there might be some problem with my mail being intercepted over the next couple of months. A house elf, I should say. Will this cover that? Gladys seemed to calm down as she thought, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Goodness. Now, there must be quite a story behind that claim. But don't you worry, Harry. We take our duty seriously. I'm assuming that. Your house elf isn't yours, she asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Harry nodded. HRM, obviously, otherwise you would just tell them not to steal your mail. Silly me. Gladys flushed red but continued to ponder. I don't suppose. But it is you, after all. In that case, they're probably watching your place, intercepting the owls, you know. Harry momentarily imagined Dobby leaping off rooftops to snatch owls mid-air, his pillowcase fluttering in the wind, feathers flying everywhere on impact. Then he realized Gladys was still talking and quickly refocused. As long as you plan to come here to collect your mail, which you do, there shouldn't be any problems. I'll discuss it with the boss just to be safe. Was that all? She raised her eyebrows, looking for confirmation. Thanks. Harry handed over a couple of galleons for the service and the box he'd be renting for a month before making his way to the door. Thanks, he nodded again. I guess I'll be seeing you soon. Do you think you could? I mean, Martha's fine, but maybe don't mention to the other customers that I'm coming here. Not a problem. The woman beamed at him, her cheerful mood restored. The Owl Postal Office prides itself on our professional conduct and speedy deliveries. You won't have to worry about us, she assured him. Ah, Harry muttered skeptically. She didn't seem to catch the irony, but that was witches and wizards for you, he supposed. Well, see you again then. The little doorbell tinkled as he stepped outside. With nothing urgent on his agenda for the day, he thought he might as well browse the alley. By the time Harry entered the last shop of the day, he had picked up a bottle of wand polish, 12 new rolls of parchment, 3 new quills, and 6 bottles of ink in various enchantments and colors. He'd even enjoyed an ice cream at Fortescue's and managed to neatly stow all his parcels away. Harry reunited with his wand and stocked up on sleekeases. The witch had recognized him from last year, much to his embarrassment, and once again gave him a discount. He also gathered an armful of new books to study. Now, he found himself standing in front of the stirring rod display at the back corner of the apothecary, just behind a precariously teetering pile of brass scales. Malfoy's odd advice echoed in his mind. Malfoy had casually mentioned it, half sneering and half curious, as their slithering Gryffindor potions class wrapped up and students flooded out. Match your stirring rod to your wand wood, he had said. Was that really a thing? Curiously, Harry picked up a pale golden stirring rod, contemplating the idea. He remembered Hermione, his original Hermione, had once told him that Ashwood was linked to both Celtic and Norse traditions, symbolizing power to change one's fate, as well as healing and control. It seemed like a powerful and stubborn type of wood, especially on British soil. As he mused, he realized that the color of this stirring rod matched his current one, the one that had come with his basic Hogwarts potion supplies, back before it had darkened with use. Harry rolled the thin wooden handle between his fingers. If his logic held, an ash-stirring rod might help a beginner potion student better control their cauldron, potentially reducing the number of explosions. That seemed useful. Yet, he thought, perhaps after mastering those initial steps, a more personalized stirring rod might be necessary, something that resonated with his magic and complemented his character. He felt more convinced of his reasoning when he recalled the kind of magical snobbery Malfoy would likely endorse. With that in mind, Harry set the ash rod back in its cubby and began searching for stirring rods made of holly. Immediately, he noticed a variety of wood types available. The selection seemed quite common. According to the labels, birch, oak, and chestnut were popular choices, each with multiple cubbies stacked high on the wall, crammed full of wooden sticks of various lengths. Ash was represented as well. It took Harry a while to find a meager collection of holly stirring rods, only to realize that the color of the wood didn't match his wand at all. He paused, confused. "Are you looking for something in particular?" Harry jumped at the sound of a gravelly voice interrupting his thoughts. A middle-aged wizard, somewhat hunched over, stood uncomfortably close behind him. "What?" Harry glanced again at the assortment of stirring rods in front of him. "Pardon?" "Yes, thank you. Please." The apothecary, presumably the wizard, ignored Harry's confusion and nodded at the holly sticks he was examining. "They won't look like your wand, of course," he muttered. "All that wand polish and fancy finish won't react to the potions well, you see." Oh, Harry realized, understanding why it had taken him a moment to identify them. "In that case, how long do you want the rod to be?" Harry hesitated. "That matters too?" The older man grunted impatiently. "Of course it matters. Don't they carry your magic too? Doesn't it pass through your stirring rod and into your potions? Almost like some other magical conduit you use?" "Oh." Harry frowned thoughtfully. "So, 11 inches, then?" The man swiftly grabbed a stirring rod from the small pile, measured it against his forearm, and immediately sped to the counter, leaving Harry in his dust. "You better be getting a good potions text too," the man called over his shoulder. Harry blinked and chased after him. "But I already." "Like your rod?" Harry blinked again. "That's a fair point." The apothecary tossed 2 books onto the counter next to Harry's purchase. Skimming the surface and What Lies Beneath in Potions Theory and 1031 Brief Lessons in Wizarding Lore. "You'd better be glad my wife is a Potter spotter. I don't sell these just anywhere." Harry felt as if he had just participated in a conversation where he understood nothing. He simply nodded. "Thanks. I don't quite, this has been educational." "Really, thank you. I think, how much do I owe you?" "For galleons, 3 sickles, and a signature." The man pushed a quill and parchment toward Harry. Confused, Harry signed and returned it with the correct change. "I'll come again," he said gratefully, and the man grunted, which was probably meant to be a reply. Still feeling as if his head was spinning, probably from the fumes in the apothecary, he told himself firmly, Harry returned to the leaky cauldron. He spent the afternoon sorting through his mail and his purchases. He answered his letters quickly, organized his new items, and settled in for a lazy night at the cauldron before losing his freedom the following day. Chapter 2: Good Intentions. By the time Monday morning arrived, looking far too cheerful for Harry's taste, he was ready, if not exactly willing, to return to Privet Drive. He waited until 10 o'clock to post his letters, convincing himself it was because he was doing Martha a favor, before he resolutely stepped into Muggle London and caught a taxi. As he got out near the children's park by Magnolia Crescent, Harry stood in the sunshine while the taxi drove away. Distant sounds of traffic filtered into this peaceful corner of the world, and shapeless shadows of clouds chased each other over the playground. The trees in the distance rustled in a familiar way. Harry felt himself relax. He had spent countless hours in this place over the years, avoiding Dudley, escaping Ripper, sulking about Ron and Hermione not writing to him. He remembered how he and Dudley had been attacked by Dementors not far from here, just by that little alleyway on the left. It was close enough to the Dursleys' house without actually being at their house, and he thought it was the perfect spot for his experiment. He looked around. There were no children playing in the park, nor were there any joggers or dog walkers at this hour. Briskly, Harry dragged his trunk behind the metal slide and crouched down, wand in hand. Wingardium Leviosa, he whispered quietly, watching in satisfaction as a small pebble nearby gently hovered off the ground, eventually rising to eye level, where it paused in the air. He let the spell fall and waited. 20 minutes passed, but nothing happened. No owl swooped down from the sky. No sternly worded missives from the ministry. No howlers. Nothing. In a moment of whimsy, Harry transformed the pebble into a flower pot. Then he conjured a geranium to place inside it. It was pink. An hour went by, and still nothing had come. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He had succeeded in that total silence. The small desk in his cupboard, reflecting on the gamble he had made 10 months ago. The trace must be connected to his wand somehow, and since he hadn't taken it on the express, he was in the clear. He felt completely free from surveillance. It seemed his plans for the holiday were going to succeed. Now, he realized, nobody was tracking which spells he used with his wand. Harry quickly pulled out his father's invisibility cloak and draped it over his head. Instantly, his trunk faded into invisibility as well, and he strode off. A few minutes later, he found himself peering through the front windows, trying to spot Aunt Petunia. He could hear the distant whine of a vacuum cleaner coming from somewhere upstairs. With a sense of urgency, Harry snuck around to the back door. He quietly opened it with a whispered Alhambra. No one noticed, not even the neighbors at number 6, as he crept silently inside. He slipped into his cupboard and gently closed the door behind him. The rumbling of Aunt Petunia's vacuum continued uninterrupted upstairs, mingling with the sounds of explosions coming from the living room television. Harry figured his relatives were too preoccupied to notice the door to the cupboard under the stairs opening and closing, hiding an invisible housemate. Once inside, he straightened up and surveyed the cramped space. A couple of pairs of shoes, 2 umbrellas, and some cleaning supplies had found their way into the cupboard while he was away. He moved them neatly onto one of the empty shelves and then quickly and silently cast a few spells on the cupboard itself. Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley would forget that his little space existed until he abandoned it again in a month or so. Satisfied, Harry pushed his trunk into a corner that had become its own personal nook. Removing his invisibility cloak, he settled down inside. He had priorities, he reminded himself firmly, forcing the last remnants of his summer plans out of his mind. No zoo, no beaches, no holiday day trips. He sat in the chair at the small desk in his cupboard, ready to focus on what lay ahead. Harry sat at his desk, grimly staring at the exam transcripts from school. Including his theory grades, he figured he was hovering around the 85th percentile for his year at Hogwarts. That felt disappointing, especially considering how well he had performed in his practicals. He supposed it all averaged out, as Hermione often said. Slumping forward, he buried his head in his hands and flipped through the comments from his markers. Missing some obvious comparisons, his charms marker had noted. It didn't seem like Professor Flitwick, perhaps an apprentice had graded it. Harry knew that some students stayed on after their 7th year to pursue further studies in specific fields. He recalled hearing that Flitwick had a master's student this year. The marking had been done fairly well, he thought. The notes continued, make sure you understand which family the charm belongs to in order to eliminate easy errors. On his transfiguration exam, he found the word solid understanding of the basics written in McGonagall's unmistakable handwriting. The next comment advised him to include a more logical progression of ideas. A sharp, spiky ink had firmly informed him that he had no comprehension of foundational potions knowledge, courtesy of Snape. Start from scratch, it read. His defense against the dark arts marker, tentatively identified as Dumbledore, had simply written, marvelous work. However, knowing Dumbledore, Harry thought he might need to review that feedback too. Dumbledore, he was beginning to realize, was not necessarily the most detail-oriented wizard. As for his history and astronomy exams, there was no need to comment, they had been his worst. Frustrated, Harry ruffled his hair as he surveyed his work. He thought he had done reasonably well. He'd answered almost all the short questions correctly and had written quite a bit for the long answers and essays. But judging by the comments, he vaguely remembered something about charm families related to the senses. It seemed he would have to revisit first year all over again. Bleakly, Harry pulled out all his study notes for charms, along with the 6 most helpful textbooks. Then, with a sense of reluctance, he began searching for his copy of the required readings. Harry flipped through Magical Theory by Adelbert Waffling. To the best of his knowledge, the stuffy little book was so long-winded and dull that only Hermione had managed to reach the end, though he figured Percy might have too. He spread a fresh piece of parchment flat on his desk, preparing to take notes on the very first spell Flitwick had ever taught them, Wingardium Leviosa. He might not be Hermione, but his future was literally on the line here. Harry had been accused of stubbornness before, and he was determined not to let any trivial first-year spell stand in his way. After all, he was Harry Potter. While Neville spent his holidays tinkering in his greenhouses, Hermione dove into the local library, and Ron adjusted to life without his mother's constant hovering. Though he kept in touch through regular letters, Harry maintained a strict schedule. As Monday turned into Tuesday and then Wednesday, the days began to blur together. His routine was simple: breakfast in Diagon Alley, study, and occlumency, punctuated only by the occasional trip outside to tidy the gardens or whitewash the house when no one was watching. After hours of confinement in his trunk, the opportunity to move his body felt almost refreshing. Harry wondered if Aunt Petunia had noticed his activities. On the bright side, he was completely undisturbed and had quickly settled into a regular rhythm: study, move, study, move. However, the downside of this repetitive schedule was that it made waking up early increasingly difficult, and he began to lose his motivation. Realizing the danger of his dwindling drive, he saw reasons to get out of bed. Ironically, it was his studies that ultimately saved him. By the end of a long, focused day, his study materials and extra textbooks lay scattered across the room, a testament to his efforts. As he finally staggered to bed, he noted that someone really needed to tidy up, but he didn't have a house elf to do it for him. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of it all. Harry dragged himself out of bed to tackle the dreaded chores. Instead of letting his dirty clothes scatter across the floor, he piled them in a corner. He returned the random study items from the day before to their shelves, but none of this seemed very motivating for a teenage boy. Creating the mess was easy. He had mastered the library charm by now, and he could summon objects with the Kyo in his sleep. However, not even the old Hermione had known the specific charms used in the Hogwarts library to return books to their places. That was all on him. Every morning began the same way: wake up, roll out of bed, collect a stack of books, and stagger over to his bookshelf to reshelve them, blinking as his brain slowly came back online. This mindless routine was the only thing that got Harry out of bed each day. Once the compartments in his trunk were as organized as practical, he crept out of his luggage and into the cupboard under the stairs. He wasn't sure how long his muggle-repelling charms would last, so he refreshed them every morning. Finally, with the feeling that his day was truly beginning and his mind alert, Harry apparat into Diagon Alley with a pop. Since the Dursleys preferred to ignore him, the best way for Harry to stay out of their way was to have his meals outside. After a week of regular visits, Tom had started preparing Harry's usual breakfast, a full English with butterbeer and a daily prophet on the side, piping hot and ready when Harry walked in. He often sat at a table in the corner of the cauldron, far from the flue access and the entrance from Muggle London. Mindful of his exaggerated reputation, Harry kept a dark hood pulled over his head even while he ate. With Tom's willingness to run interference, Harry found himself unnoticed and uninterrupted, allowing him to enjoy his new routine. It was strange, he realized during the second week of the holidays, how much he could enjoy being alone in public like this. Harry had enjoyed exploring Diagon Alley during his third year, especially after the incident with Aunt Marge. There was a certain freedom in managing his own time, the absence of adult supervision, and the lack of financial worries, though he quickly dismissed that thought. He hadn't worried about money or adults during his last visit to the alley either, so what was different this time? As he savored his breakfast, Harry realized that his first year back at Hogwarts hadn't quite met his expectations. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were wonderful companions, truly. He hadn't anticipated missing his original friends as much as he did. Yet, as he gnawed on his fork, lost in thought, he recognized how young they all were, terribly young. Despite all his grand plans and aspirations, he found that he simply couldn't bear the idea of putting them in danger. He had managed to avoid confrontations with Malfoy, the dragon escapade, and the mystery surrounding Snape. There was no bitter rivalry, no reckless breaking of the rules, and no strange suspicions about adult motivations. Their safety had become more important to him than the old bonds of trust they shared. Not taking them down the corridor on the third floor spoke volumes, he thought. He had even told Dumbledore that they should be safe. For a moment, a nagging discomfort rose in his stomach, but he pushed the thought aside. He realized he was grappling with responsibility, the weight of having his friends follow him blindly, trusting him completely. He felt the burden of keeping them safe from harm all year. His newfound lightness, the spring in his step, stemmed not only from having survived his first encounter with Voldemort but also from knowing that his friends were safe, back in their own lives for now. He had managed to protect them, and while that thought made him feel strangely alone, he didn't resent it. He returned to his regular holiday routine, and the days rolled on, as they always did. Harry began his day with breakfast in a quiet corner of the alley, enjoying his solitude and the occasional chat with Tom. He was surprised to learn that Tom had a house elf, but it made sense. After all, Tom couldn't possibly manage such a bustling inn all on his own. The cheerful little chef elf seemed to have a high opinion of Harry, judging by the perfection of the meals he prepared. Perhaps Tom spoke fondly of Harry to his staff. After breakfast, Tom would send Harry off with some pastries in a bag. Harry would then make his way to the post office to handle any correspondence from his friends. Unfortunately, poor Martha usually didn't arrive early enough to see him, despite Gladys' best efforts to foster a friendship between them. Harry didn't feel too guilty about that. Like clockwork, and with the help of a notice-me-not charm and his cloak when necessary, Harry would sneak away to a private spot and apparate back to Privet Drive, where he spent his days studying. It was exactly a week after Dudley's 12th birthday, just after dinner, when Harry ran into Petunia on his way to the bathroom. She shrieked and then quickly covered her mouth with her hands. "What's going on, Petunia darling?" Vernon called from the lounge below. Scowling at Harry in the dim evening light, she replied, "Nothing, Vernon dear. I just thought I saw a spider. I'll sort it out now." "Of course you will, pet," her husband called back, and Petunia glared at Harry furiously in the tense silence. "What are you doing here?" she snapped, her voice shaking with anger. "When did you come back?" "About a week ago, maybe a bit longer." "Sorry, I was just trying to stay out of your way," Harry muttered. "Don't just sneak into someone's house like a thief," his aunt scolded. "Has Diddy seen you?" "Has Vernon?" "No." "Did they say something?" She shook her head slightly. "Nothing, but I thought you might have the decency to tell someone you were living here again." "When do you leave?" Harry scratched his head. He hadn't bothered with Sleeky's products while on holiday, and his hair was sticking up in all directions. "A few weeks. I just need the bathroom while I'm here, I think. I'm barely even in the house, you know." "Make sure it stays that way," his aunt hissed. "Look, just run along so nobody finds you here. We were happy with you gone, and they'll be happy if they think that's still true." "What about my jaws?" Harry asked, confused. This was not how he had expected things to go at all. It was hard to see in the dim light, but Aunt Petunia seemed to pale. "You've been doing them? Without supervision? What have you touched, boy?" For some reason, Harry felt a wave of disappointment in his gut. "Just the gardens, like always. I whitewashed the..." "Fool boy." Aunt Petunia muttered something about the weeds growing slowly, which Harry took to mean his presence was a complete shock to her. Standing in the dimly lit passage, He cringed a little inside as he noticed his aunt's hand shaking, her lips pursed tightly, and her bony shoulders tense with anger. He knew he had surprised her. So, he interrupted awkwardly, "Did you want me to stop? Spend some time in the front garden weekday mornings, so the neighbors can see you're still alive," Petunia said with a defeated sigh. "If you get in and out early, Dudus might not even notice you're around. I'll talk to Vernon. Now run off with you." She shooed him away with her hands, and Harry slipped into the bathroom for his evening shower. A quick silencing spell ensured that his relatives downstairs wouldn't hear a thing. He crept back into his cupboard soon after, feeling a strange sensation in his chest. Was it foolish for him to hope that Aunt Petunia would be nice to him now that he was staying out of her way? Since they had never encountered magic from Hagrid, never faced the threat of pigs' tails or enchanted lollipops, Harry had hoped he might be a bit more welcome in the Dursley household. He believed he had tried to be nicer to them. He had done his chores, stayed in the cupboard, and kept silent and out of sight. Yet, they hadn't seemed to notice his recent efforts, clearly. Maybe keeping his presence a secret had backfired. The shock of running into him in the corridor had certainly left an impression on his aunt, but he doubted it was a positive one. At least he had stopped costing them money since he left for Hogwarts last year, so his financial burden shouldn't be much of an issue anymore, except for the water he used for showers and toilet flushes. Perhaps he could bathe elsewhere? Were there spells for that? Or maybe he could settle for a bath in his trunk, he thought. Wizarding plumbing revolved around wand work, after all. He knew Aguamenti and could figure out how to warm bathwater on his own. A modern shower was just such a Muggle luxury. Petunia's bitter face loomed large in his mind, and Harry stifled a sigh. Showers were out, it seemed. First thing tomorrow, he would go to the alley and buy a decent bathtub. It was worth giving up a few modern comforts if it pleased his aunt. He should probably buy himself some Muggle shampoo with his own money too. A chamber pot? Was that what wizards living out of a trunk used these days? He would need to visit a few shops for advice. Fortunately for Harry, as he crept into bed a few minutes later, he had regained his usual equilibrium. The Dursleys may not be thrilled about having him back in the house, but he wasn't the one who would have to have an awkward conversation with Uncle Vernon about his temporary stay. Even if Vernon did react badly, which he would, Harry felt a sense of calm settle over him. But still, the Muggle-repelling spells and the other protections he cast on his cupboard each morning would keep Harry out of his way. After all, what was Vernon compared to his future plans? Chapter 3: Shadows. As the weeks passed, Harry's studies began to take shape. His notes were becoming organized, complete with cross-references between related spells and different disciplines. He felt a surge of pride. He identified his mistakes in the charms theory and then moved on, diving into transfiguration, potions, and herbology, before honing in on astronomy. While he didn't expect astronomy to help him defeat Voldemort, it was all part of his plan, a plan that had evolved and improved since the one he had devised a year ago. The early scribbles on the wall of his cupboard, done in green crayon when he first traveled back in time, had been erased. Yet, the memories haunted him. He still woke up in cold sweats thinking about it, traveling back in time, altering events to create a specific future, and hiding his plans to avoid undoing all his hard work. What if someone had stumbled upon his cupboard while he was at school and taken those scribbles seriously? At first, he had thought of Dumbledore, as was his habit. Dumbledore always seemed to know what was happening and had mysterious ways of seeing things. But then, a wave of horror washed over him as he recalled that Mad-Eye Moody had spent weeks monitoring Harry's neighborhood, using his magical eye to peer into every dark corner, paranoid about lurking dangers. Harry had clenched his fists so tightly at that moment that the quill he was holding snapped. His heart plummeted when he remembered that Moody had once taken him home from King's Cross. He had been in the house the night Harry turned 17. Harry could still vividly recall the guilty, unclean feeling that washed over him when he realized Moody had looked into the cupboard. He had wondered if there was still evidence that little Harry had once lived there. Did Moody know who he really was during his time in the Dursleys' house, before he became the boy who lived at Hogwarts? The shadow of Aunt Petunia's boy lingered in the corners of that cupboard, a constant reminder of his secret, shameful past. Enduring threat to his newly forged identity. Harry had been terrified that Moody might have somehow seen him, and realized that his wizarding abilities and Gryffindor spirit were merely a facade. But now, he understood that without his sudden, lucky insight, Moody could have discovered his secret notes about his past and future. Wizards were notoriously paranoid about time travelers, Hermione had reminded him during their third year. Entire lives could vanish, futures could change, and decisions could be altered. The penalties for meddling with time were severe. A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he contemplated what a suspicious Moody might do if he found out that Harry had. He cut off the thought. There was no need to give himself nightmares. It was better to just fix it. Fix it well. In a flurry of panic, he had magicked away the marks on the wall, only to be struck with anxiety that someone might see the lingering traces of magical energy and somehow bring them back. Was that even possible? He would need to research energy traces in his free time. That would go on the list. Wand work in a Muggle house, Harry imagined Moody muttering in his gravelly tone. The only wizard a half-trained, underage lad? Sounds like dark wizards to me. Completely unnerved, it took Harry only minutes to apparate to Diagon Alley and buy a large bottle of Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. He used half the bottle scrubbing the wall before his heartbeat slowed, convinced that his wand magic was concealed beneath the potion's shimmering surface. Afterward, he was left with one unusually clean and sparkling cupboard end, but he realized he had to clean the others too, so his time-traveling cover-up wouldn't stand out. It was the walls of his third compartment, his most secret and private one, that were now covered in pieces of parchment. Lists of events, causal relationships, potential actions, and their possible consequences lined the back of the space. Harry's signature messy scrawls filled the parchment, with black, blue, green, and red inks representing different meanings. Lines connected his thoughts, creating a chaotic web of ideas. Thoughts. If Hermione had made these plans, Harry mused, they might have been more organized. Still, he felt an odd sense of pride in his own efforts. Now, his notes were tucked away in a hidden compartment that was invisible unless you were right inside it, something no one else knew about. Well, except for the sales wizard, of course. But he had no idea he had sold anything to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry had never mentioned that his trunk was unusually magical. It wasn't uncommon, after all. Hermione had gotten herself a fancy trunk, styled after Ravenclaw, probably when she first explored Diagon Alley and decided she wanted to bring books with her to school. Neville's trunk was supposed to help organize his belongings, although Harry had never seen that work particularly well. Even Ron, the youngest son who had hand-me-downs for everything, brought a trunk into Gryffindor Tower that Mr. Weasley had charmed himself. Harry knew it was larger on the inside than it should have been, even if he hadn't noticed that in his first life. Mr. Weasley's magic continued to impress him the more he observed it. The point was that Harry having a magical trunk wouldn't raise any suspicions, even if his was more expensive than most. But having luggage that you could practically live in would definitely stand out. It might suggest he needed it, as if he didn't have a proper bedroom at home, or that his family didn't want him around. So, he kept it a secret. Somehow, Harry had layered his secrets. The nature of the trunk was concealed, so no one knew about his home life. Yet, he had subconsciously divided the compartments into categories, two that were accessible if necessary, his bedroom and his study. Unusual, perhaps, but never unsafe. The third compartment, which he used as a storeroom, was chaotic and unorganized. It was where he kept the vanishing cabinets, a place where he just happened to hide his. Harry understood the importance of secrets now. This year, the diary would come to Hogwarts, and he was determined not to give it to Dumbledore. That was one of the changes he intended to make. He wanted Dumbledore to live, after all. Plus, he had plans, Harry smiled to himself. He would keep a diary secret and safe in the third hidden compartment of his school trunk instead. Emerging from his thoughts, Harry patted the moleskin pouch that hung around his neck. No one but him could retrieve the keys from that magical pouch. No one but him would ever know about his private room of hidden things. He turned his focus back to his studies, his mind buzzing with ideas and secrets. With no one to rely on but himself, he knew he had to do better. He would be prepared this time. His self-imposed isolation was abruptly interrupted the day before his 12th birthday. He emerged from his trunk in the mid-afternoon, letting out a satisfied groan. He thought he might have grown a bit over the past few weeks. The cupboard he stood in certainly seemed smaller than he remembered. Then he recalled that he hadn't lived in the cupboard since receiving his first Hogwarts letter, which sparked a surge of confusion. Life seemed to be going better for him this time, didn't it? Taking a moment, he removed the muggle-repelling charms and returned the cupboard to the condition it had been in when he arrived. Once he left, there would be no evidence that he had ever lived in the house. With a satisfied nod and a silent wish of good luck to the few brave spiders that had colonized the corners of the cupboard, Harry locked the luggage lid securely and pulled it upright as he leaned over to open the door. A small creak sounded as the door swung open, and he tucked his compartment keys safely back into his moleskin pouch. Slipping it back under his shirt, he patted it lightly to ensure it was secure. If Ron had been there, original Ron, he would have teased Harry terribly about turning. Harry began to see things from Moody's perspective. After all, he had nearly lived through the Second Wizarding War, hadn't he? Maybe Moody would have been better off if he had stuck to his principles instead of becoming a decoy for Harry. Shaking off the gloomy thoughts, Harry refocused on the task at hand. He had traveled back in time partly for Moody, and he needed to step up his game and stay concentrated. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped out of his cupboard, ready to have what he hoped would be a civil conversation with his aunt. He found her in the kitchen, finishing up her usual scrubbing of the floor. The house would be spotless by the time Dudley and Vernon returned in the evening. The yellow rubber gloves she wore squeaked slightly with her movements, and her blue summer dress was bright and cheerful. Yet, to Harry, the whole house felt faded and drab. He briefly wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him from too much studying. Harry watched her silently for a moment as she scrubbed a stubborn patch of invisible dirt under the kitchen table. Finally, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Perhaps Dudley had trapped in mud during lunch? Aunt Petunia jerked in surprise at the sound but didn't look up. Aunt Petunia, Harry said, noticing how tense she became at his presence. She paused for a long moment, still holding her sponge. What? She huffed, clearly realizing he wasn't going away. Do you have a minute? After a frustrated pause, Petunia finally sat back and met his gaze. The little lines around her eyes and mouth deepened as she scowled, but she reluctantly focused her attention on him. Harry wasn't surprised by her lack of encouragement for conversation, so he decided to be direct. It's been more than a full month, he began. And I've slept under your roof every night. Thank you for hosting me. She looked at him with a speculative expression. You're leaving then? Yes, Harry replied. I fulfilled the conditions for this year. I've tried to stay out of your way. Are you happy with how it's turned out? He was definitely happy to be leaving. As he thought this, he noticed a complicated play of emotions flicker across his aunt's face for a moment. Vernon's been pleased, she finally admitted. Dudley hasn't mentioned you once. Did you stay in the cupboard the whole time? Harry smiled. He couldn't say it had been the kind of holiday he had longed for, but he felt a sense of accomplishment after completely reviewing his first-year studies. While his living space wasn't large, it was certainly a lot better than the cupboard. Petunia still had no idea he had been breakfasting in and walking through Diagon Alley every day. He wondered what she thought he had been eating. Aside from the chores he rushed through each morning, just so the neighbors could see him and Petunia's garden looked neat, his family barely acknowledged his existence. It was quite possible that Vernon hadn't seen him at all. He knew for a fact that Dudley hadn't. They all seemed to prefer it that way. So, while he hadn't had the experiences and adventures he had planned, Harry still felt he had made good use of his time. He was proud of himself, and suddenly, all the fun in the world seemed less appealing in comparison. His smile widened. If Petunia thought his grin was a bit too twisted and self-satisfied for her taste, she probably assumed it was because he had managed to avoid pulling his weight in the household under their usual militant supervision. After all, he hadn't cleaned anything inside the house even once. She glanced around the kitchen, confirming Harry's guess, before returning her attention to the scruffy boy before her. "I think," Harry began delicately, "Dudley forgot I exist. I made sure a couple of the neighbors saw me. I've been seen to be healthy and around the house." He spared a thought for the eccentric Mrs. Figg. Harry began, "I think I've covered everything, and I'll do the same again next year. I just wanted to let you know I was leaving." Aunt Petunia may have muttered something that sounded like good riddance. Harry glanced at her as she knelt in the kitchen of her sterile, muggle home, wondering if she ever felt happy. Surely, she must have some spark of joy and passion inside her, being related to Lily. He tilted his head slightly to get a better look at her and readjusted his grip on his luggage. "Aunt Petunia," he said. After a brief, awkward pause, he ventured to continue the conversation, half surprised by his own sudden impulse. "I was wondering, is Dudley around today?" Petunia seemed deeply displeased by Harry's attempt at conversation. She tossed the little sponge back into her bucket and huffed. "What do you want?" "Oh," Harry scratched his head and leaned to settle his school luggage firmly on the floor, seeking a bit more comfort. "It's just that we've never really talked about family. I was wondering if you had anything of, things I might have inherited lying around somewhere." "Your parents left you with nothing," she sniffed. Harry hesitated. "Oh, I was wondering, old school stuff? Photographs, maybe. Anything worthwhile that your parents owned was wasted by them or destroyed," Petunia snapped. "Sorry," Harry shuffled where he stood. "It's not just my mum, sorry, but maybe you could tell me about her parents." "My Nan? What would I have called my grandparents?" Petunia eyed him suspiciously, her eyebrows lowering in a disbelieving frown. "What is it you are after?" "Honestly, just to know them," Harry muttered. "We've never really talked about it, and, well, I obviously don't have too much family." Petunia snorted. "I'm curious." With a huff, she pulled herself upright, seemingly fed up with her unwanted nephew looking down at her. Petunia stood with her hands on her hips, her expression stern as she stared blankly over Harry's shoulder, avoiding his gaze. "I don't know what has given you the courage, or the audacity, to skip your chores all summer and then demand favors from me like this. My mother and father were perfectly respectable people who deserve to rest in peace, not be dragged up like some kind of payment you think I owe you." "I don't, really," Harry protested, furrowing his brow. "I just thought." "You didn't, clearly." Harry pressed on. "Look, I just want to know them a bit. I don't know what you've told Dudley. The time and affection I give Dudley has nothing to do with. But I don't know anything about them. What were their names? What were they like? Did they look like Mum? Did they look like me?" Petunia's voice was heavy. "My parents were perfectly normal, respectable people with local friends and proper jobs. They had very little in common with you at all." Harry asked, "did they ever meet me?" With a weary sigh, Petunia's gaze flicked briefly over Harry's face. "Why this sudden interest?" "I've always wondered," Harry replied. "You've never mentioned anything to me. I have a right to know, don't I?" Petunia huffed again and turned to pick up her bucket of water, reaching in for her sponge and squeezing it out. Clearly, she wanted the conversation to end. "Look," Harry insisted. "I've stayed out of your way all summer, and I've done chores, those still count. I've done chores while making sure that Uncle Vernon and Dudley didn't see me. Can't you just tell me their names, share a few short stories, and maybe show me some photo albums?" "Now we hear it," Petunia scoffed. "First, it will be photo albums, and then it will be little trinkets. The inheritance my parents left me is going straight to Dudley. Anything you got through your parents will be with their things." "But you said your parents' lack of responsibility is none of my business." "But Aunt Pet." She cut him off. We do not owe you anything. You've come into our home and our lives. You've taken our money, our time, away from our son. You've replaced our safety with connections to freakish people and dangerous nonsense. How can you possibly think that a few hours of gardening during the holidays puts us in your debt? Harry gaped, his mouth moving soundlessly as a torrent of argument surged up his throat, only to get stuck. I thought, but you? I've been trying. Aunt Petunia scoffed. You're only staying here until you go away and live in that world now, aren't you? You belong with them, not us. Harry stood in silence, fists clenched. Then, slowly, he unclenched his hands and pressed them against his thighs. Off you go, she said, sniffing and sneering as she waved him away with one rubber-gloved hand. Harry took it as his dismissal. Picking up his luggage, he turned and walked out the front door with firm footsteps, stepping directly into the waiting taxi that would take him and his trunk to Charing Cross Road. There was no need to look back. Chapter 4: Possible Progress. Tom welcomed Harry into the leaky cauldron that night with warm food and a comfortable room. However, to his great irritation, Harry slept fitfully. Recently, he had been getting along with Aunt Petunia, thanks to their long-standing, albeit tenuous, agreement to avoid each other. It wasn't the most positive foundation for a relationship, but he thought he had been making strides forward. Looking back on his past, Harry had to admit that he hadn't been the easiest teenager to live with. Most aunts and uncles didn't have to worry about their guests giving their son pig's tails or 4-foot tongues. They didn't have to deal with a nephew who got angry and blew up aunts or was harboring someone hiding from death threats. More mundanely, having strange adults approach their children in public, insisting they were safe and just wanted to touch the wee lad, or shake his hand, or whatever Diggle and his ilk might have asked for, would have been disturbing for most parents, not just Dudley's. Harry had made a concerted effort to be reasonable. He tried not to shout or blow things up, to follow the rules and avoid arguments. He had stopped using their money, refrained from eating their food, and hadn't contested Dudley's second bedroom. In fact, he hadn't asked for anything at all. Now, he wondered if Aunt Petunia had felt that way about him all along. He knew he was unwanted. He had been a passing visitor in their lives. Rationally, he could admit that too. He certainly had no one waiting for him to return from Hogwarts, no one to live within the Muggle world. What else could he do to honor his mother's memory and repay the Dursleys for taking him in? He didn't know. But still, there had been years of effort and endurance. Years of hiding his face, saving his tears, and needing to be strong. Did that not count for anything? A whirlwind of thoughts and barely perceptible emotions kept Harry awake all night. This bleak mood lingered over him in the following days. Each morning, the atmosphere in his room felt heavy. With his current state of mind, Harry believed he couldn't even do justice to Tom's magnificent cooking. As he explored the alley, he found the witches and wizards frustratingly slow, cluttering the cobblestones with their meandering steps and mindless chatter. The weather certainly wasn't helping. The constant hiss of light drizzle seemed to muffle the sounds of the alleyway every time he stepped outside. Why did the other pedestrians insist on huddling together in the middle of the street instead of finding a dry spot to clear the way? Even in the comfort of his own room, Harry discovered that his studies were less an escape from the frustrations of the outside world and more a series of mental challenges meant to dazzle and baffle him. There was no sense of triumph when he finally grasped the logic behind his first-year theories, catching up to where he needed to be. Instead, he found himself wondering why it had taken him so long, 8 years, if he looked at it that way, to understand such simple principles. Harry felt a literal weight on his shoulders, burdened by oppressive depression. Compulsively, he began doodling little mind maps on spare parchment, scaled-down versions of the timeline he had mapped out in his luggage compartment, filled with details that were probably incorrect. The tension hanging over him, combined with a looming sense of doom, had him instinctively brainstorming for more details and knowledge of the future. But upon realizing the futility of it, he hastily burned the papers to ash. His memory had improved, and his occlumency was progressing, albeit grudgingly. Yet the persistent reminder that he didn't have a pensive left him uncertain about whether his timeline was developing as it should. There were so many ways his plans could go awry, and the weight of it all pressed heavily on him. The Ministry of Magic discovering his time traveling was just the tip of the iceberg. Harry thought he was in control. He was pretty sure he had done all the important things. But he couldn't confirm that until he knew what the timeline was supposed to look like. No matter how eventful his original youth had been, he felt the pressure of time weighing on him these days. The daily grind of his first timeline was now 7 years in the past, and the details he remembered were fuzzy at best. Who knew what significant changes he might cause to his plans with even the tiniest adjustments? Setting the remnants of his latest accidental doodle alight, Harry's thoughts turned optimistically to the parchment on the walls of his third compartment instead. That would probably be enough. He hoped. The lack of certainty left him feeling twitchy. He had destroyed 2 of his better quills, a nervous habit he had somehow developed during the holidays. The quill nib snapped again and again, filling Harry with further frustration. His conversation with Petunia hovered irritatingly close to the front of his mind, always returning whenever he had a free moment. Despite it being no particular surprise, he had never been wanted, and he knew that. Harry had hoped to make progress, to make a difference since returning to his past. Was it working? So much seemed out of his control, spiraling him further into an emotional tailspin. He studied with desperate frenzy, trying to control what he could. At his desk, the long afternoon stretched into an interminably long evening. Finally, he pushed aside his studies for another one of Tom's famous meals. Trying to rise above the oppressive frustration, Harry told himself he had lasted through another long and theoretically productive day. It didn't feel like it, but he had probably continued making progress in his learning. He was attempting to read ahead into second year now. Hermione would be proud. At least, Harry thought as he crawled into bed and turned out the light. He always remembered the events of his birthdays. The distant sounds of London traffic were barely audible as he pulled the covers up over his head and turned to sleep. Go to sleep. When Harry woke up the next morning, he was 12, or 12 again, he mused. He chose to eat in the privacy of his room, wanting to maintain his fragile sense of seclusion. The significance of the day wasn't lost on him, and he finally shook off the persistent sulk that had been hovering over him for days. As he chewed, Harry wondered if there was a particular emotion he was supposed to feel on such a noteworthy day. For once, no presents had arrived overnight. It was obvious why, without Hedwig, he thought determinedly. Errol would have been redirected to the post office. Hermione had been in touch when she could, of course, but neither she nor Ron had access to an owl. Maybe Ron had loaned her Errol too? But they weren't that close in this timeline yet, Harry recalled. Perhaps Neville could have helped? After finishing his usual meal, Harry basked in the warm beams of sunlight streaming through his window. It wasn't where he would ideally want to be on his birthday, but he had no particular complaints. Plus, he had a plan, of course. Even without a pensive, and goodness, didn't he wish that particular purchase would arrive soon? Harry had clear memories of what to expect from the day. Vernon's dinner with his wealthy clients, the unfortunate drill order, and Dudley's teasing barely registered in his mind. Instead, Harry found himself worrying about Dobby. His mail had been uninterrupted this year. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and even Hagrid were all in frequent contact with him, thanks to his premium contract with the post office over the summer. He thought that his daytime should be relatively quiet. Tom had been good about keeping people away from him while he stayed at the Cauldron. Fortunately, Harry was used to being alone on his birthday. And no Dursleys, just the thought of that cheered him up. Contemplatively, he decided that his day would be simple. There was no dinner party to ruin, and the underage trace that should have been on him was properly confounded by his optimistic plans from last year. Would Dobby even? How did they still find their way to your room? Harry's hopes for a quiet day were dashed when he stepped into the post office shortly after breakfast. To his astonishment, a cascade of brightly colored packages in all shapes and sizes tumbled down from his designated cubbyhole and landed in Gladys's waiting arms. Even as her arms overflowed, more packages continued to come, bouncing off the pile and clattering onto the floor. Harry gaped at the vibrant wrapping paper, utterly surprised. What's this? He wondered aloud. These are Where did these come from?" "Gifts from your fans," Gladys replied with a smile. She turned to dump her armful onto the counter and bent down to gather the ones that had fallen. Her voice floated up from the floor. "I spoke to my boss about your mail wards, remember? Being who you are, he thought we should go all out. We updated all your mail wards this summer, recast the whole lot, don't you know?" Harry quickly thanked her for the effort. It had worked, after all. Then he focused on his mail or his birthday presents. But why, he wondered. "No one's ever sent me presents before." Gladys shrugged. "Couldn't get to you, I guess. The owls would have been turned back before we redid everything. I mean, who knows what sort of folks would have wanted to harm you as a baby. You were hidden really well for your safety, you see. A lot of people probably gave up over the years. But that doesn't mean everyone did. People still remember what you've done, you know. This is just a small expression of gratitude from a few." Harry felt like he was waking up from a long sleep, but his mind was still foggy. Gladys kept talking about owl wards and keeping him safe, but he was stuck on the realization that his fame was this famous. Even after all this time, he mused. 11 years later. "Someone thought your wards needed to last this long," Gladys pointed out, and "wizard folk have long memories," Gladys pointed out. "I suppose it comes with their long lifespans. Wizards and witches have learned to cherish life, especially since their prospects under you-know-who were far from good. I told you about my parents, didn't I?" Harry was taken aback. Had people really been thinking of him like this all his life? He wondered how he had never encountered this before. It must have been Dumbledore who had put up the wards. That made sense, especially considering wizards like Barty Crouch Jr. were around. His thoughts raced, and he suddenly asked, "Are they safe?" Gladys, finishing up the counter with his presents, smiled at him. "The Owl Postal Office prides itself on our professional conduct and secure services. We screen for dark magic," she assured him. "As for tricks and traps that might be more subtle, it's probably worth checking just to be sure. Of course," she added quickly, "I don't know anyone who would want to hurt you. You're Harry Potter, after all. We're all wishing you a happy birthday." With a blush on her cheeks, she took a small, neatly wrapped package from her robe pocket and placed it on top of the pile, smiling bashfully. "Many thanks," Harry said, still in shock. A few minutes later, he had managed to shove all his new gifts into the pouch he kept around his neck and collected his post from his friends. Gladys had chatted away the entire time, but Harry was so astonished by everything that had happened that he hoped he hadn't been rude in his silence. When the door tinkled shut behind him, Harry stepped outside into the morning light, still trying to process the flood of new thoughts. It wasn't just Rita Skeeter who thought he was news. Real people, family people, still thought of him too. The reality of his fame had never truly sunk in before. The Daily Prophet articles, the ministry's interest, and everything else, those were just scratching the surface. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for having treated the Owl Post employees so superficially before. It slowly dawned on him that he had made a difference in their lives, Gladys' parents, Martha's in-laws. This was more than just his parents' story. Real people were alive and happy, and they felt they owed something to him. Still preoccupied, Harry wandered through the alley alone, keeping his hood up to hide his identity. He had no idea that people had been thinking about him, not in the way he had assumed. Who knew what other attention he might attract? With his mind racing, he realized he couldn't go back to his room to study. Too many thoughts swirled in his head for him to focus on anything important. With a shrug, Harry decided that his birthday was a good enough excuse to take a day off from studying. Besides, he might as well enjoy the day after breaking out of his terrible mood. After a trip to his Gringotts vault and a new pair of shoes, he found himself uncertain about what to do next. He was making his way back toward the Leaky Cauldron when a thought struck him: Elop's Owl Emporium. Harry hesitated at the idea of buying another owl, but then dismissed it. On Privet Drive, he had no windows for an owl to spread its wings. It felt wrong to replace Hedwig, as if he were dishonouring their friendship. He simply couldn't claim she was irreplaceable and then go out and find a replacement. Her loss served as a lesson, a reminder of what he had to lose. That settled it. He couldn't bear the thought of another pet dying because of his loyalty. Elop's Owl Emporium held too many bitter memories, and he wouldn't buy anything there. However, the pet shop was a different matter. There was no harm in visiting. With a deliberately cheerful air, he stepped up to the door of the magical menagerie. A pile of fluffy kittens greeted him by the entrance, and he took a moment to pick up a little tabby, cradling it in his arms. He was lost in the warmth of the moment. Harry scratched behind the ears of the tabby kitten he held, gently fending off its siblings in the process. As he did, something caught his attention, a small patch of stillness at the far end of the kitten enclosure. There, a tiny ginger ball of fluff sat, staring intently out the window at the passers-by. Was that a young, kittenish Crookshanks he spotted? Curious, Harry carefully disengaged the tabby's claws from his robe and leaned over for a better look. Yes, it was. There was the distinctive, squash nose and those amusing, frowny eyebrows. Crookshanks as a kitten. A grin spread across Harry's face as he recognized the distant, grumpy attitude that made the creature so unforgettable. To his amusement, Harry instantly understood why Crookshanks had yet to be adopted. Just wait one more year, he whispered, glancing at the kitten, as the other kitten he held rolled over, begging for a tummy rub. You'll be chosen by an amazing person. You'll see. Crookshanks turned away from Harry in apparent disgust. Harry shrugged it off. Hermione would come along and fall in love, and then they would be happy together. It wasn't his fault if the half-Kneazle was a bit of a cynic. Despite his growing affection for the grumpy little kitten, Harry made an effort to chat with him. He had to send the overly eager shop assistant away 3 times, insisting, "No, I'm not looking to buy today, thanks." Time slipped away as he lost track of how long he had been in the shop, trying to coax the part Kneazle into a conversation. Harry convinced himself he was making progress with Crookshanks, even as the staff's suspicious looks urged him to leave. Before he left, he thought he saw Crookshanks' ears perk up slightly in his direction. He was sure he noticed a twitch or two. Leaning into the enclosure, he scratched the kitten between the ears, then spread his affections among the other 6 kittens who seemed to enjoy his warmth. Finally, he withdrew his hand and stepped away, feeling a pang of loneliness as he left the shop. Leave the shop and return to the solitude of his room. Hedwig had been his loyal companion throughout his lonely holidays in the past. No matter how hard he tried, he knew this timeline would never feel quite the same. After spending a pleasant hour at the kitten enclosure, Harry found himself back in his room at the inn, where his cheerful mood began to fade like morning fog. Frustration washed over him as he realized there was nothing to do. He unwrapped the gifts from his friends and piled the rest into the 3rd compartment of his trunk. He didn't know the right spells to check them, after all. It took him less than half an hour to write replies to his friends' letters. After servicing his broomstick and polishing his wand, Harry eventually resorted to studying his new textbooks, simply because he had nothing better to do. After a light lunch, he found himself with some time for a nap before dinner. A stubborn sense of frustration was growing within him. Harry wished, though he knew it was futile, that he could leave the alley on this day of all days. The looming threat of a house elf assault, right in front of the Muggles of London, kept him restless in his room. A few hours at the nearest cinema began to sound more and more appealing, but he forced himself to pace the floor instead. Finally, he heard a quiet pop and some rustling behind him. Turning around, he saw a nervous-looking house elf clutching his pillowcase tightly against his chest. Dobby's large green eyes were filled with wonder, anxiety, and a hint of apology. The small elf bowed deeply. "Harry Potter!" Dobby exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir, such an honor it is." After a moment of nostalgia, Harry quickly replied, "Dobby the house elf. It's nice to meet you too." Dobby, who had never spoken to Harry before in this timeline, immediately began bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet, shocked and excited. "Harry Potter!" Dobby exclaimed, his squeaky voice rising in surprise. "Harry Potter, sir," knows Dobby. "What an honor, sir," That a great wizard like yourself knows Dobby's name." His eyes filled with tears as he bowed low again and again. "Harry Potter is a great wizard, sir. To think that Dobby can meet Harry Potter, that Harry Potter is calling it nice." The poor elf seemed to be working himself into a frenzy. Harry quickly interrupted, "I'm pleased you've come, Dobby. Please, sit down so we can talk comfortably." Dobby blinked his luminous green eyes at Harry, apparently at a loss for words, before bursting into loud, hiccuping sobs. Harry, having anticipated this reaction, waited patiently for the fit to pass. Finally, Dobby made his way to the indicated window seat, muttering praise under his breath. Dobby has been invited to sit. Dobby has never been asked to sit and visit with a wizard. Harry Potter, sir, is greater and more good than Dobby had heard. Once they were settled, Harry took the lead in the conversation. "Assuming you've been told to keep secrets," he began without preamble, "would I be right to guess that there's a loophole allowing you to confirm any guesses I make about why you're here?" Dobby tilted his head in thought, then eagerly confirmed. "And we can do this without you needing to punish yourself?" Harry continued. Dobby's amazement was evident. Harry Potter's kindness and wisdom are great indeed, worrying about a mere house elf like Dobby. Harry pretended not to hear. "Then, first, I think you are the house elf of Draco Malfoy's family, correct?" Dobby nodded dumbly in surprise. "And you are bound to them forever unless circumstances arise where one of the family gives you clothes?" Dobby gasped loudly. "Clothes, Harry Potter, sir? It is a great disgrace. But perhaps—" With a sudden hiccup, Dobby leapt off his seat and charged straight into the hardwood paneling that decorated Harry's room. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Such insolence has never been seen among the Malfoy elves for generations." Harry winced at the loud crashes and bangs Dobby's head was making against the walls. He quickly slipped off his seat and grabbed Dobby by the arm. "Hey! Enough, please stop that." For a few moments, Dobby didn't realize that Harry was holding him back from the wall. He continued to run, his head bowed, toward the same spot. However, being firmly held by Harry's worried grip meant that instead of crashing into the wall, Dobby simply reached the end of Harry's reach and flopped awkwardly in a small arc. After missing the wall 3 times, Dobby paused to take in what had just happened. "Harry Potter, sir," he wailed. "Such kindness Dobby does not deserve." His wild actions came to a halt as he reached up with his bony hands to grip his ears and twisted sharply. "Oi!" Harry exclaimed sharply. His plans were momentarily put on hold as he wrestled with Dobby's small but wiry body. He reached firmly for Dobby's hands, intending to guide them away from his elf ears. Dobby twisted away, and Harry yanked sharply. There was a brief scuffle as Dobby's hands were removed from his ears and clamped down by Harry's larger ones, and then they both lost their balance and tumbled to the floor. "Hold it," Harry gasped. "Don't! Bad elf!" Dobby scrambled to rise. "Just hang on. Naughty, naughty Dobby. Hey!" Finally, Harry managed to pin Dobby's limbs beneath his superior body weight. As they both took a moment to catch their breath, Harry realized he had just done a. Dobby had never had any trouble overpowering Lucius Malfoy when he actually wanted to. Yet, here he was, overwhelmed with gratitude and awe, likely avoiding the use of magic against Harry on purpose. Or maybe his thoughts were just elsewhere. "Don't hurt yourself like that," Harry scolded. Dobby's startled eyes met his for a brief moment. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at having secured both of Dobby's hands, interrupting the self-inflicted punishment, when a sudden thump jolted him from his thoughts. Dobby had discovered he could ram his head into the floorboards. It took another 10 minutes for them to settle back in their seats. Dobby was gasping slightly, nursing a small bruise above his left eye. House elves were resilient, after all. Meanwhile, Harry cradled a sprained wrist and a throbbing head, a spot on his jaw slowly darkening to purple. Just as they regained their composure, a very confused Tom knocked on the door to Harry's room and poked his head inside. "Everything all right here, Mr. Potter?" he asked, his startled gaze shifting between Harry and his small guest. Tom murmured, I'll just bring you up some hot chocolate, shall I? Carry on. 2, please, Harry mumbled, struggling to speak around his numb jaw. Soon, both he and Dobby were cradling steaming mugs. Getting back on track, Harry resumed their conversation, carefully avoiding the topic of clothes. He began, I won't mention that thing anymore. Let's just move on, Dim. Drink your drink. He spoke quickly, anticipating another wave of guilt from Dobby. He watched closely as the house elf took a tentative sip of his drink, gradually settling into calmness. Harry hoped Dobby didn't realize he had technically just fought with a wizard. That was probably against some house elf code of conduct. Harry shifted the conversation. So, why you're bound to your household magically, and everything that implies, you personally care about my survival and that of the wizarding world. The shell-shocked house elf nodded, gradually relaxing as the warmth of his drink and Harry's unexpected kindness washed over him. Overwhelmed, the little grey creature settled into his chair, content to let Harry guide the discussion. Harry continued, confirming Dobby's desire for freedom, expressing his respect for Dobby's concern for his own well-being, and acknowledging the potential dangers awaiting him at Hogwarts this year. He pursed his lips, contemplating the situation. I suppose, since you say Hogwarts will be unsafe, one option would be for me to avoid the school this year. Maybe I could stay in Diagon Alley, hide from the Ministry, and let Dumbledore handle the danger. Dobby took a deep breath. Dumbledore is a great wizard, sir. The greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. Dobby knows it, sir. Harry Potter should stay safe and let Headmaster Dumbledore protect him. He finished his little speech triumphantly, only to deflate when Harry gazed steadily at him, gently shaking his head. It won't work, Dobby. The teachers and the Ministry will come looking for me and bring me back anyway. Adults like to keep track of me, you see. Harry rushed on before Dobby could respond. As it happens, I think I might know what you're worried about. Could you confirm something for me? Is Lucius Malfoy planning to sneak a dangerous dark artifact into the school? Does he know what it will do? Has he mentioned a hidden chamber? A deadly creature that will target Muggle-born and half-blood students. Harry lowered his voice significantly. Something that is not quite you-know-who. Dobby's eyes grew wider, and words spilled rapidly from his mouth. Harry had to pause for another round of heartfelt compliments. Despite my current knowledge and... Dobby, do you really think you could stop me from going to Hogwarts this year? Dobby froze. Harry caught sight of the guilty look on his face and sighed. Dobby, he said, I want you to promise me that you won't try to stop me from going to school or frighten me away at all this year. No punishments later, he raised his voice. I want you to promise me now and keep that promise. In return, I'll give you something too. Dobby seemed to be gearing up to say something, but he fell silent again. Harry decided it was time to propose the deal he had in mind. I'll give you 1 year of watching over me and keeping my secrets, and in return, I'll make sure to put a stop to whatever Malfoy is planning. Could I try to buy you or something? Harry added. Do wizards sell their elves? Dobby shook his head, looking pathetically grateful. If a family is unhappy with their elf, Harry Potter, they simply shame him by setting him free. If they're not unhappy, they won't ever release him. Harry did some quick calculations in his head. What if I'm a distant relative of Mrs. Malfoy? Would that make a difference? If you're unhappy there, then surely. Harry Potter is a wonderful wizard, Dobby replied. Harry Potter should not worry about me. Harry finished his drink. Then I'll have to find a way to trick them into freeing you some other way. In Dobby's eyes, a flicker of hope clashed with his deep-seated pessimism. Life as the Malfoy house elf had clearly made him cynical. Harry sweetened the deal. You can come visit me during the year, and we can talk about the dangers. I'm happy to swear an unbreakable vow that I will free you if you let me go to school without trouble. But he had miscalculated. Instead of looking pleased, Dobby stared at him in shock, speechless. Tears welled up in Dobby's eyes. Harry Potter is a great wizard. Harry Potter is willing to offer his life for his promise. Harry Potter is treating Dobby like an equal. Nonplussed, Harry stared at the flustered elf. Is that a yes, then?" Dobby shook his head firmly. "Harry Potter must not be treating house elves so, sir. Dobby would be a bad elf to let Harry Potter do it." He sniffed. "Dobby does not need a vow, sir. Dobby is owing Harry Potter for life." No. Harry exclaimed. How had it come to this? "I just meant to make it so you could trust me. You don't owe me anything. I wanted you to believe I will keep my promise." In front of him, the house elf clumsily dried his eyes and stood up. Despite his long, rattling sniff, he managed to straighten himself with a semblance of dignity. "Dobby is never dreaming a wizard would offer such equal honor to an elf, sir. Harry Potter is giving Dobby a wizard's honor. Harry Potter is trying to share equal magic with an elf. Dobby will be telling the other elves, sir. Dobby is repaying Harry Potter with his life. Dobby will remember Harry Potter's greatness, great Harry Potter, sir." With great care, Dobby stood up, gently placing his half-empty mug on the corner of a table. Then, turning back to Harry, he bowed low once more, folding so deeply that his long nose actually met his knobbly knees with an audible thud. In an instant, he disappeared with a crack. Suspiciously, the floor-length mirror creaked as Dobby vanished, and a long, jagged crack appeared in its glass. "Oh dear," the mirror moaned. "That's 7 years of bad luck, the old tales say." Left in startled silence, Harry gazed blankly at the spot where Dobby had stood, wondering who the bad luck would cling to. A chilling feeling of dread began to settle in. A knot of anxiety began to form in Harry's gut. He shook himself sharply and waved his wand, fixing the mirror with a swift motion. That wasn't where he had expected the conversation to lead. As he reflected on his exchange with Dobby, he weighed the elf's words and gradually came to a conclusion. Dobby would either fulfill Harry's request, allowing him to attend Hogwarts without issue, or he would try even harder to protect Harry than before. Was the mirror just a coincidence, or was it Dobby's way of recreating the trifle incident? Despite all his efforts and planning, Harry realized he might not have accomplished anything he had hoped for that day. At least there was no letter from the ministry, so he could relax about that. He thought about his usual streak of bad luck and massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It was still early, only 8 o'clock, and he hadn't even had dinner yet, but Harry decided to head to bed immediately. Chapter 5, Still a Lot to Learn. To Harry's relief, no letter from the ministry arrived over the next few days. However, Tom looked at Harry with a curious expression every time he entered Harry's room, though he never outright said anything. He continued to bring Harry delicious meals while he remained buried in his studies. Finally, Harry decided to break the awkward silence. "Tom? I don't suppose you know, but I thought maybe." He hesitated, trying to find the right words. "The house elf that was here a while ago, he cast some magic in the room. How does that work with the trace on me?" Tom's curious look transformed into a friendly chuckle. "A question like that reveals your upbringing, young Harry. You need to be careful who you ask if you want to keep your privacy. You know, being who you are and all." He nodded at Harry meaningfully, and Harry responded with wide eyes. For any Hogwarts student with a house elf, or an adult wizard, there are similar problems. Of course, in the household, the ministry assumes that any magic detected by the trace is cast by them, not by the student, Tom clarified. The other. He paused, emphasizing the rarity of the situation. "It's quite unusual to see a house elf perform magic." "Eh?" Harry replied, intrigued. "Well, obviously," Tom said, placing the stack of Harry's plates down again and settling into a comfortable stance. "House elves do the hard labor in a household, scrubbing, cleaning, polishing, cooking, you know the type." Harry was all too familiar with the kind of heavy work a household drudge might be expected to do, but he didn't want to divert the conversation from such an interesting topic. "What about gardening?" Tom shifted his weight, leaning against the wall as he absently wiped his hands on his apron while he thought. "Well, I have heard of a family or two who claim to have house elves that garden, now that you mention it specifically. It's not common at all, though." House elves are widely understood to be unable to leave the house, of course. He gave Harry a significant look. Oh, Harry replied, contemplating this new information. Harry mumbled, and don't they have magic to do that? Tom tilted his head thoughtfully. Well, I'm sure you know by now that there's magic and then there's magic, you know? Wizards have their scourgifies and cleaning spells and whatnot, but we tend to use applied potions to actually clean things. Suddenly, Harry thought of the market for Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover and remembered that you could buy polish and cleaning solutions too. If a spell could do it for free, then why? Tom continued, spells and all could do it for free, but they lack control, see? You might clean up your spilled soup, or you might accidentally remove the floor wax or the stock slips charm you put on your tiles. Scrubbing with a good linen cloth dunked in a bit of potion is generally much safer all around. They're formulated specially. I guess? Harry replied. You'd never use Mrs. Scour's magical mess remover for daily household cleaning, for example. Harry, who had done just that, twitched. You wouldn't? Well, of course not. Tom stopped leaning against the wall and began gesturing with his hands. It removes magical messes. In a magical house, it could cause the exact same kinds of complications that spell work could. Want to clean out your kitchen sink? A bit of scrubbing with that, and poof. Your enchanted plumbing stops working, and you have a hole in the basin. Want to clean your robes? Pour a bit of that on them, and the color-fixed charms dissolve. Not to mention the seams, he added darkly. Nah, you'd want Winky Crockett elbow grease and an enchanted washboard for those, respectively. Harry reached over to his small pile of unused parchment and jotted the names of those products down quickly. Tom watched in amusement as Harry chewed the tip of the quill a bit longer before scrawling down Tom's further advice in full. But Harry was still a bit confused. I thought house elves were. Isn't that what their magic evolved for? Evolved? Tom pursed his lips and frowned. Young Harry, you're a good kid, but you need to be careful about who you share your strange muggle ideas with. I'm just an average wizard, nothing special, so I'm all right. In fact, I'm safer than most. I literally am the gatekeeper. Gatekeeper? Tom shifted his position against the wall and glanced at Harry sideways. I run the gatehouse between our world and the muggles. He sighed. Perhaps you're a bit young for politics, but you need to know this. Be careful what you say, young Harry. You would mortally offend some of the old families if you mentioned magic evolving like that. Tom looked around Harry's room as if someone might be hiding in the shadows, then whispered loudly, these muggle fads, whatever natural philosophy is in vogue at the moment, aren't very popular around here. Natural philosophy. Harry kept his mouth shut until he could figure out what that meant, but Tom misread his thoughtful nod as agreement and continued. Now, house elves, of course, aren't well understood by most wizards anyway. But no witch or wizard would want anything just magically floating around their household and causing damage like that. House elves are a bit stronger than your average witch or wizard, and they enjoy the hard work. They're stronger than they look, those little buggers. Harry, remembering his recent tussle with Dobby, could only agree. He had to buy bruise balm to ease the tenderness in his jaw, which certainly proved Tom's point. So Dobby's magic didn't get caught by the ministry, Harry virized, trying to sound casual, because I'm living in Diagon Alley at the moment. Exactly. Although I'd like to know how and why a house elf could visit you in the first place, don't tell me. Tom interrupted, barely able to contain his curiosity. I don't want to know anytime soon. An old, powerful family would be furious if they found out they had a rogue elf. I'm staying right out of it for now, and I recommend you do the same. Right, Harry nodded. Of course. Thanks very much. He had a lot to think about. Tom collected the plates and left Harry to his musings. For the rest of the holidays, Harry kept himself busy studying his second-year books until the highlight of the break arrived. One Saturday morning, he found himself stepping off the night bus with a gasp. He had been organized enough to plan an overnight ride but foolish enough to actually climb on. His stomach began to settle as he stumbled up the path toward their front door. Little Ginny Weasley answered his knock with a squeal. "Mum, Mum, Mum." Harry Potter's at the door. Harry, remembering her no-nonsense practicality in Dumbledore's army and beyond, was somewhat startled when the door was slammed in his face and her footsteps scampered away. After a moment, he heard distant voices from inside the house. Apparently, his future girlfriend had run straight to her mother and was now unable to showcase their newest visitor. "Well, why didn't you let him in, Ginny? Did you leave him in the hallway?" Mrs. Weasley's scolding voice echoed from the kitchen. "Knew him," Ginny whined, then paused. Not exactly." There was silence from inside the house as Harry imagined Ginny explaining the complex truth to her mother in a whisper. Then, he heard Molly Weasley's footsteps moving toward the front door in haste. She pulled the door open sharply, a welcoming smile on her face. "Harry. Good to see you. Ron's told me so much about you this year." "Don't mind Ginny," she added with an exasperated smile. "She's just a little starstruck. She'll get over it. But come in, come on. Come inside, don't be shy." Harry waved away her concerns and followed Ginny into the familiar kitchen. It was small and cramped, with a wooden dining table taking up most of the space, heavily laden with breakfast. Stacks of toast, sausages, and fried eggs were piled high in front of Fred and George, who seemed to be halfway through their meal. With a mouthful of food, Fred cheerfully waved in Harry's direction. "Morning, Harry." George grinned from beside him. "Have a seat." He gestured toward the table, where the piles of food continued down its length. Tall porcelain jugs that looked like they held juice balanced precariously between more stacks of food. A big bowl of porridge occupied the center of the table, next to milk and brown sugar. A plate heaped with crispy bacon sat close by. "Help yourself," Fred added, swallowing. "Whatever you want, I'm sure we've got it somewhere." Harry believed him and found a chair in the corner, spooning himself some porridge. He noticed there were raisins in it. "Mrs. Weasley leaned over to replenish the fried eggs, and Harry realized that Ginny had mysteriously disappeared. "How was your trip, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked kindly as she poured Harry a drink from one of the tall jugs. "I thought I heard the night bus stop." "Yeah," Harry admitted, nodding gratefully. "It was a pretty short trip, I suppose." "Nice and quick." She smiled at him, her cheeks ruddy and pink. "That's a kind thing to say, dear. Maybe next time we can teach you how to use the flu." "That'd be great, thanks," Harry murmured, feeling genuinely appreciative. Not that he didn't know how to use the flu, but he wanted to keep his broader experiences of the world a secret. If the Weasleys thought they had taught him how to use the flu network, then next time he wouldn't have to endure the night bus experience. Harry continued eating, swallowing another spoonful of porridge before reaching for the bacon. From his seat, he was amused to catch a glimpse of Ginny Weasley's feminine ankles pacing on the landing upstairs. Absently listening to the breakfast chatter as he chewed, he wondered if she would gather the courage to come down and join him. His thoughts were interrupted by a scraping sound from the kitchen fireplace. He turned to see Mr. Weasley stepping through and pecking Mrs. Weasley on the cheek. "What a night, what a night," he sighed, straightening his back with a weary expression. "Morning, Molly. Another 4 raids last night, and I couldn't slip away. Hello, Fred, hello, George." Suddenly, he blinked in surprise. "Who are you then?" "You're not one of mine." Harry swallowed carefully, then grinned. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. I'm Harry. It's nice to meet you." "And you too," Arthur replied, nodding back as he sat down heavily. "A spot of tea would be lovely, thanks, dear." "Did you find anything?" Fred asked eagerly. "Just a few more shrinking door keys and an exploding toast machine," Mr. Weasley shook his head. "Somehow muggles use electricity to make their toast, and someone's going around charming them to explode in their faces. Not hugely harmful, but very petty muggle baiting." He accepted the hot cup of tea from his wife and paused to take a sip. Harry watched with interest as Fred and George bombarded their father with questions, while Mrs. Weasley continued to bring food to the table. "Harry, dear," she interrupted, "have some sausages and egg. You're too thin, you need to eat more. Could you wake up your brother, boys?" She glanced at the twins. "Ron will be excited to know that his guest is here." Amused at the impending chaos, Harry watched as Fred and George slipped from the room, eagerly anticipating the commotion that was sure to follow. Loud crashes and bangs echoed through the house, a sure sign of the chaos that would follow their departure. Just as expected, a raucous commotion erupted from above. Shrieking, whizzing, and enormous bangs rattled the household, sending copious amounts of dust falling from the kitchen ceiling. Mrs. Weasley waved her wand with practiced ease, vanishing the dust before it could settle on the breakfast table. The fireworks eventually settled into a series of cheerful, crackling pops before fading into silence. That silence was soon broken by Ron's inventive cursing drifting down from the upper floors. "Watch your mouth, young man," Mrs. Weasley called out. "And what have I said about letting off fireworks inside? If I come up there and see any more fire damage, we'll be having words." After a moment, the twins strutted back into the kitchen. Nope. No damage at all," one of them grinned. "Except for Ickle Romikins," the other chimed in. "And that barely counts since his head is quite empty already. We might have to work on that sulfur smell, though." To Harry's surprise, the next person to come down the stairs was a slightly shell-shocked Neville. "Morning, Harry," he greeted cheerfully. "How are your holidays going?" "Morning, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley. Ron will be down shortly." The table fell into a relative silence as they continued to enjoy Mrs. Weasley's food. Finally, heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs, and a grumpy-looking Ron slouched into the room. As he pulled up a seat and helped himself to the food, Harry noticed the burgeoning bruise on his temple, which explained his mood. But Ron's scowl lightened as he ate. "Harry, mate," he finally looked up, a bit belatedly. "Good to see you. How's it going?" It felt so familiar that Harry could almost pretend he was home. The day continued peacefully, with Harry volunteering to help Mrs. Weasley denome the garden. For nostalgia's sake, Mrs. Weasley had recruited all 6 boys to help in the garden. She refused to accept Harry's offer without ensuring her own sons were working as well. Soon enough, they were all in the garden, sleeves rolled up, ready to tackle the task at hand. What started as a simple chore quickly turned into a competition to see who could toss the gnomes the furthest. Unfortunately, despite his recent good nutrition and previous experience, Harry found himself lagging behind. The others whirled and hurled the grumpy little creatures over the hedge with ease. He and Percy seemed to share a similar lack of competitive spirit, watching with mild amusement as Ron, Fred, and George battled fiercely for bragging rights. Neville was the most surprising of the group, consistently sending his gnomes soaring over 30 feet. Harry noted with interest that it might have been Neville's superior technique. He spent some time trying to discreetly mimic Neville's smooth movements but soon realized he lacked the coordination necessary for such a task. After a while, they decided to cool off with a quick dip in the pond. It was pleasant for about 5 minutes, until Neville had an unfortunate encounter with a duck, which they all agreed never to speak of again. Following that incident, Fred and George retreated to their room, likely inspired to concoct some new prank that would probably sell like hotcakes. Harry observed Neville's lack of concern over the twins' sudden absence and figured he hadn't quite figured them out yet. He decided to let Neville enjoy his blissful naivety a little longer. As for Harry, Ron, and Neville, they ended up having a surprisingly quiet day. Lunch was another feast, and afterward, they entertained themselves with exploding snap and wizard's chess, comfortably settled in Ron's bedroom. Ron, having soundly beaten both friends in 2 quick chess games, initially sat back to comment on their moves as they played against each other. However, after being scolded for his overly critical remarks, he turned his attention to sorting through his collection of chocolate frog cards. Harry was mildly intrigued to discover that, at some point during the year, Ron had managed to narrow down his collection to 423 cards by trading his extras for a gripper. Everything changed shortly before dinner when Hermione arrived with her parents. Somehow, she had found the address on a Muggle street map and driven all the way there. She scrambled out of the car and was greeted at the door by a smiling Mrs. Weasley. Moments later, Harry, Neville, and Ron joined them. Harry watched closely as Hermione introduced everyone to her parents. He knew them, of course, he had seen them before in another timeline. But he was trying to be more considerate about these things, so he paid attention as they climbed out of the car. Mr. Granger was a tall, thin man with a long face and very little hair. He seemed pleasant enough, though somewhat quiet. He shook hands warmly with Mrs. Weasley and nodded politely at the boys, but he didn't say much himself. Harry struggled to see any similarities between him and Hermione. Mrs. Granger, on the other hand, was clearly the source of Hermione's hair. She had tamed it into a tight bun, though a few rebellious strands near her forehead had escaped, forming a small halo of auburn frizz. She was much more outgoing than her husband, engaging in smiles and small talk as the adults moved into the house together. She stood tall and gestured animatedly while she spoke, and Harry could see more of Hermione in her demeanor. However, as the group moved from the entrance to the dining room, Harry began to feel more confused. Perhaps the magic was throwing them off their usual routine? At first, Mrs. Granger confidently offered to help Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley gently pointed out that Mrs. Granger didn't know the right charms. Then Mrs. Granger suggested setting the table, to which Mrs. Weasley replied, "That's very kind of you, but we don't worry about doing these things manually, Mrs. Granger. Please, call me Emma." "Just a moment," she said with a wave of her wand. Harry watched, bewildered, as Hermione's mother shrank back against the wall, wide-eyed. In an instant, the plates and cutlery began to sort themselves out. "Goodness!" Mrs. Granger exclaimed, looking rather pale. "It's just like that animated film, Hermione. How did that song go? Be our guest? Do you have singing candlesticks too? What a fine idea!" Mr. Weasley chimed in, his excitement palpable. "It's always possible. Now, do you just want sound, or a whole simulation? It's been a while since I tried out that waltzing charm." "I could always." "Not now, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned from the kitchen. "Perhaps if there's time after dinner." "Hermione, dear, it's lovely to meet you. Are you well?" "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione replied, pausing her conversation with Neville to step forward politely. "Thank you for having me over. Perhaps Ginny or one of the boys could show you where to put your bags," Mrs. Weasley suggested. "Ginny!" she suddenly bellowed. "Where is that girl?" "You'll be staying with my youngest, Hermione dear. She'll be joining you at Hogwarts this year." "What?" Ginny called back from upstairs. There was a flurry of activity as she rushed down the stairs and into the kitchen, where she met Harry's gaze and promptly tripped over nothing. After sorting herself out, introductions were made all around, and soon Ginny was collecting Hermione and her bags to take them back up to her room. Mr. and Mrs. Granger engaged in polite, generic small talk throughout. Harry couldn't quite put his finger on what was confusing about them, but they didn't seem to share Hermione's strong personality at all. Finally, dinner was ready, and Mrs. Weasley called all her children to the dining room. Everyone shuffled around good-naturedly until there was enough room for them all at the table, and they could finally dig in. The contrast between the Weasleys and the Dursleys could not have been greater. Organized chaos filled the room. Rowdy jokes, heaping plates of extravagant food, and a boisterous cheer enveloped the crowded home. Mr. and Mrs. Granger seemed to relax. Harry realized that eating was a very Muggle thing, and the earlier awkwardness began to fade away. The noise drifted into the evening, while the occasional sudden vibration caused small clumps of dust to float down from the corners of the ceiling. Harry wondered if the family's gal was joining in on the fun. Aunt Petunia's calorie counting and sterile homemaking skills paled in comparison, and he allowed himself to bask in the raucous warmth. Just 12 months ago, he had told his aunt that he hoped to leave that place forever before his 15th birthday, or thereabouts, circumstances permitting. But he didn't want to dwell on gloomy thoughts at the moment. The adults at one end of the table were finally relaxing and chatting easily, while Fred and George held court at the other end. Harry nearly snorted gravy out of his nose when he saw the bug-eyed, intimidated look on Neville's face as the pudgy boy became increasingly overwhelmed by the twins' banter. He had to pause to recover from his mouthful, and when he looked up, quiet little Ginny caught his eye. The instant Harry realized she had been staring at him, Ginny became aware that she had been caught. She promptly turned lobster red and knocked her plate off the table, sending casserole splattering onto the floor. A moment of scrambling ensued as everyone worked to clean up so the meal could continue. Just when Harry began to feel pleasantly full, Mrs. Weasley jumped up, cleared the table, and replaced the food with an equally impressive array of desserts. Even Hermione and Neville looked a little overwhelmed by this, let alone Hermione's parents. But soon, the table settled down once more for another round of delicious food and the familiar noise of laughter and chatter. The evening wore on. Eventually, dinner came to a close. Ginny rushed off, her cheeks flushed, while Fred and George vanished before anyone could catch them to help with the dishes. Percy made a formal request to retire for the evening. Harry, feeling the most at ease in these situations, led his three close friends into the kitchen to wash and put away the dishes, while the adults moved to the living room to chat over tea. Amid the cheerful sounds of water splashing and plates clinking, Harry could clearly hear the voices of the adults in the next room. "We've heard a lot about Hermione from Ron," Mrs. Weasley said. "She must be a very bright girl. Did that make it easier when you got your Hogwarts visit?" Ron chuckled beside Harry. "Charlie used to give me lessons, you see," he explained to Neville. "So I'm aiming to get on the team once Wood retires." Harry shushed his friends a bit to listen in. He wondered what the process was for normal Muggle-born students. He had never really thought about it before. Mrs. Granger replied with a smile in her voice, "We are very proud of her. She works very hard at her schoolwork, but it was still a shock," she continued. "Hearing all about it, I don't think anything could have prepared us." Mr. Weasley agreed. "Muggles don't have anything like magic, I suppose." "Utterly out of our area of expertise," Mrs. Granger concurred. We didn't know what to think. "Dentists tend to be very logical people, you see," Mr. Granger added with a chuckle. Harry leaned in to catch more of the conversation. Of course, he heard Mr. Granger say just as Ron's loud voice burst into his ear, "I fly with Fred and George too. I might not be Harry, but I'm much more experienced than most, I would think." Hermione scoffed, while Neville murmured something soothingly. "Guys," Harry hissed. "Settle down. So, you had no idea, Mr. Weasley's voice drifted in from the next room, sounding curious. He was conducting a long-awaited interview, eagerly inquiring, "You never suspected your daughter was magical until you were contacted?" "Well," Mrs. Granger replied, "Hermione has always been an unusual kind of girl. She stood out so much from her peers that a little accident here or there was never really obvious." Then Hermione spoke up, her voice firm, startling both Harry and Neville. "I'm quite sure we barely saw you practice last year." "Well, I'm good enough not to lose control of my broom," Ron retorted. Neville flinched, and Harry scowled, stopping his scrubbing to listen more closely to the adults in the next room. It sounded like Mr. Granger was nodding. "Such an outstanding girl, we tend to let her do her own thing. Hermione has always self-directed her own learning," Mrs. Granger quickly added. "Reading ahead, studying up on strange things. She practically taught herself algebra, you know. Her teachers were terribly impressed. Goodness knows it's not from either of us. I was under the impression that dentists were very highly qualified." Mrs. Weasley sounded puzzled. "Well, in comparison to some, I suppose," Mrs. Granger dismissed. "But Hermione tends to work significantly above her year level. Dan and I were always good students, but nothing so outstanding." Mr. and Mrs. Weasley made polite noises. Harry could just make out their voices over the rising crescendo of Hermione and Ron's banter next to him. "Well, Congratulations on being a more experienced flyer than a girl who discovered levitating brooms just 12 months ago. You could have done something, though, couldn't you? Ron snapped back. But you hid in your library like the swot that you are. Were you scared? Neville fluttered his hands helplessly. Guys? Guys? Ron? Hermione? Harry set down the wash rag in his hands and snapped, Guys, I'm trying to listen. There was a brief pause in the squabble. So how did Hermione take the news about Hogwarts then? Mrs. Weasley's voice inquired. Honestly? She seemed to jump on board and embrace the concept of paranormality relatively quickly. I suppose she had more information than we did. Once that Professor McGonagall took her to your shopping district and Hermione saw the bookshop, she was sold. Dan and I are still trying to catch up ourselves. Mrs. Granger made a sound that was a mix between a laugh and a sigh. Harry noticed that Ron and Hermione had started up again, hissing at each other quietly but with rising tension. Mr. Granger continued the conversation. We're still not quite sure what it's all about, to be honest. But Hermione seems to have everything sorted. She's read all her textbooks and asked all the questions. We learned to stop holding her back years ago. If this Hogwarts stuff makes Hermione happy, we trust her to know what she's doing. Mrs. Granger nodded in agreement. That Professor McGonagall seemed like a reliable, professional sort. And Hermione tells us that your headmaster is some kind of internationally renowned expert. So it all seems like she's in safe hands. Hermione's got it all sorted, Mr. Granger repeated quietly, and a brief silence fell over them. Next to Harry, Hermione snapped, Well, I'm not the one casually insulting my friends. Ron growled back, What? Can't take the heat, Hermione. You're such a girl. Hermione rolled her eyes. Congratulations, Ron. You've completely forgotten about how Neville might feel while you get all self-righteous, telling me I'm a failure for not liking brooms. Well done, you're a magnificent friend. Don't twist what I say into things I don't mean. But I'm not the one saying only a real wizard. I obviously didn't mean Neville. You literally said. Will you stop putting words in my? Enough. Harry stepped between them, his right hand, still covered in soap suds, drawing his wand with surprising speed. His friend stared at him in shock, silent as they took in his furious expression and the wand that was suddenly very much in hand. Harry stood there, awed by the tension in the air. He spoke sharply, his words clipped. Absolutely no more. He fixed his gaze on the arguing pair. Ron, Hermione just got here, and her muggle parents are in the next room. She didn't have your upbringing, and she didn't need to. Do you want her parents to think you hate Muggleborns, or Muggles? Hermione crossed her arms, frustration evident. But Harry nothing, he insisted. This argument is ridiculous. You could upset both of your parents. You've already upset Neville, and you've stopped me from hearing some really interesting information. You are above this. With that, Harry turned back to scrubbing a dinner plate, trying to focus on where the other conversation had left off. Ron and Hermione fell silent, their embarrassment palpable, while Neville quietly collected the damp plates and dried them with a tea towel. Harry barely noticed Neville's awkward movements. The plate slipped from Neville's fingers, but Harry's quick reflexes kicked in, and he caught it just before it hit the floor. His attention was still on the voices coming from the next room. Had they started explaining the Muggleborn initiation to the magical world yet? The conversation next door had clearly picked up, as Mr. Weasley's voice brightened, sounding curious and enthusiastic. But you're Muggles, he exclaimed. Please tell me all about your postal system. How do you get it to work without owls? After a moment of surprise, the Grangers joined in, and the mood in the other room shifted to one of excitement. Hermione returned to drying the dishes alongside Neville, her movements brisk and irritated, while Ron busied himself putting things back in their cupboards. Harry and his friends finished the dishes, the atmosphere still tense, and then they decided to join the lively conversation, mugs in hand. With hot chocolate in their hands, the conversation began to flow, gradually lifting Hermione and Ron out of their earlier moods, much to Harry and Neville's relief. The atmosphere brightened as Mr. Weasley shared his stories, and by the time the Grangers hinted at leaving, Hermione looked comfortable enough to genuinely smile as they said their goodbyes. Standing outside the front door of the burrow, they waved as the Grangers walked away. Mr. Weasley, slightly overexcited by the presence of Muggles and his after-tea drink, playfully shot small charms into the air as everyone watched the Granger parents head back to their car. Mrs. Weasley waved goodbye with a smile before turning to the children. "Well, you've had a big meal and done a wonderful job on the dishes, thank you very much, all of you. But it's much later than we planned, so it's off to bed for you," she said. "Harry, dear, where would you like to sleep?" As Hermione dashed up the stairs to Ginny's room, Neville and Ron could be heard thundering up a few flights until they reached Ron's room just under the attic. Harry hesitated for a moment, torn between his friendship with Ron and Neville and his common sense. He remembered the size of Ron's room. "Would Percy mind me?" he finally asked. Minutes later, Harry quietly slipped into Percy's room, surprising him at his desk. They quickly set up Harry's cot in a corner. After a few awkward comments about regular sleeping hours and assurances that he was no real inconvenience, Percy added, "You have been a good influence on Ron, after all." Soon, Harry was tucked in bed, the dim light from Percy's desk not bothering him at all. Chapter 6: Summer Lessons. Harry woke early on Sunday morning, long before the rest of the household stirred. He lay in bed, staring at a stain on the ceiling of Percy's bedroom. It had been a month full of surprises, he reflected, Ginny's vibrant personality, Tom's insightful advice, and Dobby's unpredictable antics. Harry wasn't quite sure if he truly believed he had safeguarded the timeline for his plan or if he was merely hoping for the best. Regardless, he felt secure in knowing that his second year at Hogwarts was sorted. This realization lifted a weight off his shoulders, allowing him the mental space to consider other things, like enjoying his holiday. With nothing urgent to occupy him during this week at the Burrow, Harry relaxed in his cot until he heard Mrs. Weasley bustling down the creaky stairs and clattering around in the kitchen. Carefully craning his neck, Harry checked to see if Percy was still asleep. Judging by his slow breaths and the strangely childlike expression on his face as he nestled into his pillow, Harry figured Percy wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. With that in mind, Harry quietly rose from his cot, avoiding the use of his wand light. He fumbled around the dim room, making his way toward his trunk. Softly and silently, he snuck into the compartment to change clothes without disturbing anyone, then edged out of the small room and trudged down the creaky stairs, intending to help in the kitchen. He knew Ron would probably tease him when Mrs. Weasley mentioned it later, but Harry was determined to change for the better. Helping out was the kind of thing Hermione might do, after all. Plus, it was a learning opportunity. He stepped quietly into the kitchen, where he spotted Mrs. Weasley rummaging through the cupboards. From behind, she appeared calm and relaxed, likely relishing the unusual, peaceful solitude of the morning even more than he was. "Morning, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. She turned to him with a warm smile. Harry jumped as Mrs. Weasley spun around. "Oh, goodness, Harry. You're much quieter than my children. What a shock for my poor old heart. Don't you go telling my twins, or we'll never hear the end of it." Harry couldn't help but agree with her. "Now," she continued, removing her hand from her heart and bustling around the kitchen, "what can I do for you, dear? You're a bit early for breakfast, I haven't even started cooking yet. Would you like a nice cup of tea, perhaps?" She poked at the element beneath the kettle with her wand, and a cheerful fire sprang to life. "I thought I could help," Harry offered, realizing a bit too late that he might not be much use in a kitchen without electricity. "My aunt and uncle are muggles, you know. I don't really know how all this kitchen stuff works for wizards, but I'm sure I could be of some help." "Well, Harry dear, that's very kind of you, but I wouldn't want to put you out." Harry insisted, and soon Mrs. Weasley had him laying out the plates and cutlery. "What's next, Mrs. Weasley?" he asked politely. Mrs. Weasley smiled at him. "Normally, I do the eggs about now, dear. How do you feel about that?" "Eggs? Harry was confused. He used to cook eggs for the Dursleys' breakfast all the time, and they were always the last thing he prepared. What kind of eggs did she want to cook that needed to be done now? Mrs. Weasley reached around a corner and handed him a wicker basket. "Maybe our clock can help you out," she smiled. "Take a look and tell me what you think." Harry clutched the basket tightly and gazed up at the kitchen clock. This wasn't the family clock with all the names on it. This one had only one hand, and it was currently pointing to time to feed the chickens. It took a moment for Harry to realize what that meant. Oh. Mrs. Weasley seemed to sense his confusion and felt sorry for him. Harry wondered bemusedly what kind of face he was making. "It's all right, dear. Everyone has their first time sometime. How about you come with me, and I'll show you how to do it?" Mrs. Weasley said, stepping through the kitchen door and into the back garden. "We keep the chicken mash here. I fixed it up last night, so all we need to do today is shake it out. You'll notice our hens just wander all over the place, but I know where they like to lay their eggs. We'll nip in and help ourselves while the chickens are feeding. Have a look under that bush over on the left." Harry followed Mrs. Weasley around the garden, listening to her directions. He had never really paid much attention to the chickens before. They usually just ran around doing their own thing. But now that he was holding the basket and rummaging around their nests, he realized just how fast they could move, and how unexpectedly. Mrs. Weasley kindly pretended not to notice Harry twitching whenever a chicken brushed his way. After a few minutes, he even managed to forget about the phantom, stabby pains around his ankles where he had first imagined the chickens might peck him. Surprisingly, the task felt quick and efficient, and soon Harry found the basket full. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley was bustling about in the kitchen again, clattering around with pots and pans. A big copper cauldron hung over the fire, and the water inside was bubbling away merrily. "Shake the oats into the pot for me, Harry, won't you?" she asked. "And give it a stir, there's a good lad." Harry got the porridge started while trying to stay out of Mrs. Weasley's way. It was incredible to watch her move around the kitchen. She had the economy of movement down to an art. With the fire in the stove lit and the stovetop warmed up, Mrs. Weasley tossed a handful of sausages and bacon into a pan without even looking. As another pan was placed next to it, she opened her pantry and sliced off a few chunks of butter with a couple of twitches from her wand. With another flick, they flew across the kitchen, landing in pots and pans. Mrs. Weasley expertly maneuvered around the kitchen, her wand flicking with precision. She poured milk from a large jug into smaller pitchers, while orange juice flowed like a ribbon from the pantry into a carafe. With her right hand, she waved her wand as gracefully as a famous conductor, while her left hand shook the frying pans on the stove. The sizzling sounds and mouth-watering aromas filled the room, making Harry's stomach growl with anticipation. He watched in awe as slices of cheese peeled off a larger block, 2, 4, 8, before he lost count. They gracefully floated over to a plate on the table. Just then, a full loaf of bread appeared from somewhere in the pantry while Mrs. Weasley's back was turned. Harry had no idea how she had done it. But as she turned around, the loaf magically fell apart into slices that zoomed onto toasting forks, orbiting around the open fire. Harry stepped back to make room for the hovering toast, but he remained by his cauldron of porridge, stirring it quietly. He had thought it was intimidating to stand next to Hermione in the library, but this was something else entirely. Did all witches cook like this? His newfound interest in household tips sparked a thought. He needed to get himself a book on cooking. Surely there had to be something out there. But as he observed Mrs. Weasley's impressive food preparation, he couldn't help but wonder how it would all feed the horde of Weasley sons. Just then, he blinked in surprise as the pile of sausages seemed to double, new ones popping into existence at the top of the stack. The eggs, still nestled in their basket, seemed to inhale, swell, and double in size. 3 different colors of jam expanded over the tops of their respective jars, dolloping wetly into a series of porcelain dishes, yet the jars never appeared to empty. Curious, Harry leaned forward, trying to peek around Mrs. Weasley to get a better look at the bacon. Just as he was straining to see what she was doing with her wand, a handful of raisins flew right into his face. "Oh my goodness," Harry. I forgot you were there. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. She paused her whirlwind of movement and gently patted his face with one hand. I hope you're not injured too badly. If only my boys could be as quiet as you. Here, could you throw these into the porridge for me and give it another stir? Harry quickly cupped his hands to collect the new raisins and carefully poured them into the cauldron over the fire. And perhaps you could carry these sausages to the table? People will be down any minute. Just then, Hermione entered, her hair tousled and wild. She blinked in the early morning light and smiled at them. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. Morning, Harry. I smelled breakfast. Just a moment, dear, Mrs. Weasley called back, already returning to her cooking. Pick a seat, the toast is on its way. Would you like a cup of tea while you wait? Harry found himself hovering awkwardly, torn between returning to the kitchen and getting in Mrs. Weasley's way or giving up on his self-assigned role to join Hermione at the table. Eventually, Mrs. Weasley kindly ushered him out of the kitchen. He took a seat next to Hermione, and they began to fill their plates, both feeling a bit self-conscious. Before long, Mr. Weasley joined them, followed by George bounding down into the kitchen, with Fred scrambling down the staircase right after. Harry's initial feeling of displacement faded as it became clear the household was waking up for the day. They were still waiting for everyone to arrive. Harry was waiting for the others to join them, knowing how much Ron loved to sleep in, when a thought suddenly struck him. His mouth moved before he could think it through. Mr. Weasley, he began, Ron told me you work with bewitched objects and cursed things? Arthur Weasley beamed at him. Wonderful news, Harry. I always thought Ron found it somewhat boring. How magnificent to know he's been telling you about it. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office? Harry asked. I do indeed. Why do you ask? Well, Harry said bashfully, I thought you must have a lot of experience with detecting dangerous enchantments, and dangers that aren't enchantments, strange ingredients, hexes, and curses, that sort of thing. At that moment, Percy clattered down the stairs and began filling his plate. The kitchen was noisy, the twins were teasing their mother, Hermione greeted Percy, and the kettle was boiling again, making Mr. Weasley raise his voice to respond. How fascinating that you've realized that, Mr. Weasley said admiringly. Most of my boys think I just do paperwork, strangely enough. Not that they're entirely wrong, of course, but working for the ministry is more complicated than you might think. Percy looked up sharply, following the conversation. Goodness, Harry said, noticing his reaction. I thought it would mostly be organizing things, networking, along with the vital functions of running the country, of course. You're not wrong, Mr. Weasley admitted, but that's only scratching the surface. People who go into the ministry thinking that get eaten up and spat out. Harry glanced at Percy, who was now listening intently. Mr. Weasley continued cheerfully, politics, Harry, is a dirty great beast you should never turn your back on. It's all about compromise and fighting your way up. Not all the enchantments I deal with are aimed at muggles, you realize. Eh? Oh yes, Mr. Weasley nodded. We're an independent old lot, British witches and wizards. Generally, we tend to do our own thing. Mr. Weasley paused, mouth full, before meeting his wife's eyes with a hint of shame. We tend to do our own thing and leave the rules to others. There's not much call for a centralized government in our world, unlike the poor muggles. I suppose you know all about that, Harry. Not really, Harry replied, tilting his head in curiosity. You mean like Muggle Parliament? Exactly. Mr. Weasley beamed as he buttered another slice of toast. Muggles need their societies to survive. They have a completely different economy, apparently. Molly has a second cousin who knows all about it. He waved the jam knife excitedly. I've heard that they think our economy operates on what they called cottage industry principles, as if their version is somehow more advanced. He shook his head in bewilderment. As if needing a government to provide stability is preferable. Barely any muggles actually produce in a cottage industry, so their government has to look after them in other ways, controlling businesses and industries and whatnot. Wizards don't require that kind of management, of course. But I'm getting off topic. Where was I? The enchantments? Harry prompted. Oh yes, Mr. Weasley said, his eyes lighting up. Sometimes I have to, you could say, build fences between the wizarding world and their muggle neighbors. For instance, stopping a muggle dog from wandering onto a wizard's property where it might eat the dirigible plums. Floating pets always cause a panic, I can tell you. But other times, I'm called to help out wizards down the hallway with cursed letters, booby-trapped mail, or even weather indoors. You wouldn't believe what wizards do to each other. So I tend to run around with my wand a lot, putting out fires. He chuckled. Sometimes literally. Then I try to enchant against that for next time, but of course, that's a job that will never be done. Our ministry is all about serving the individual wizard when you get right down to it. He nodded cheerfully at the table. Percy set down his toast and took a large swig of tea. But I presume the higher calling of the ministry, the purpose of the government, remains to direct. So you might think, Mr. Weasley interjected. But the prophet always said, as it has to. Surely, legislation must. That's what they like you to believe. But the truth is much more self-serving. Harry listened intently as Mr. Weasley nodded significantly at Percy before shifting the conversation. But that's not what you were asking about, Harry. What did you want to know? Harry sat up, eager to share. I reset a whole bunch of mail wards this summer, and a bunch of people I don't know have sent me birthday presents. Could you check them for me to see if they're safe? Wonderful idea, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed from behind Harry, making him jump. Who knows what kind of riffraff have been sending him presents? Like toilet seats. Fred piped up. We didn't realize you were fair game, Harry. Molly gave him a gentle whack on the head with a wooden spoon. Stop your nonsense. The poor boy has enough to worry about without you lot getting on his case. After breakfast, Harry dear, I'm sure Arthur can find the time. The conversations flowed easily, especially when Neville, Ginny, and Ron joined the table. However, Harry kept a keen eye on Percy, who seemed more contemplative than usual. After breakfast, Harry found Mr. Weasley following him into Percy's bedroom, where he retrieved all the gifts he had stashed away. My word! Mr. Weasley exclaimed, gazing at the pile. From total strangers, you say? I can see why you asked. Percy walked in just as Harry settled onto his cot and looked equally stunned. Together, they watched as Mr. Weasley picked up a square gift and examined it thoughtfully. What are you doing? Harry asked. Percy chimed in, which spells do you start with? Take a guess, Mr. Weasley replied. Percy thought for a moment. Finite seems obvious, then. No, Mr. Weasley interrupted. No, Mr. Weasley said hurriedly. If something has been enchanted with malicious intent, using a finite charm is usually the first spell they'll have set up to counter it. Not always, of course, but if they have, I can almost guarantee the results would be explosive. Harry watched with interest as Percy seemed momentarily at a loss for words. First, Mr. Weasley continued, you really have to examine it. Look closely. Does it shine? Does it glow? Does it throb with magic when you use your mage sight? Mage sight? Harry asked, intrigued. A specialized skill that advanced wizards might develop after years of dedicated study, Percy jumped in, answering Harry's question before his father could. Harry gasped appreciatively. It's incredibly difficult to master. Rumor has it that Albus Dumbledore is one of the few wizards who has achieved true success in this discipline. It seems a bit unlikely for such an exceptional skill to be the first step in disenchanting. Mr. Weasley chuckled. Oh, it's not for the average wizard. It took me over 20 years to reach a functional level myself. Percy looked amazed. Bill will get there too, eventually. But for now, come along. Curious, Harry stood up as his pile of gifts floated into the air, following Arthur out of the bedroom like a line of ducklings. He glanced at Percy, who looked as if he had just been hit over the head with a confundus charm. "Are you coming?" Harry asked. The two of them followed the stream of gifts tumbling and bobbing until they reached the front door. There, they saw a grinning Arthur, who had laid the gifts out in a neat line on the ground. He gestured to them enthusiastically. "Harry, stand here." "Percy, if you don't mind," he said, reaching out and turning them by their shoulders until both boys faced away from the burrow. Mage sight is a fabulous skill if you have the time to develop it. It saved my life more than once. Mad-Eye Moody, too. For young lads like you, Arthur said, drawing his wand in readiness, you can replicate the effect with charms on yourself. Oculusio. Mr. Weasley waved his wand, and Harry blinked in astonishment as wisps of light suddenly blossomed around the gift-wrapped parcels lined up on the ground. "What you're seeing here are the charms on the wrapping," Mr. Weasley explained. "If you were to turn around right now, don't do it, just listen, you would notice that the burrow is exhibiting the same effects, but much brighter." Harry watched as Percy stopped trying to spin around and settled down to focus on his father. "Because I am the one who cast this spell on you, I won't have the instinct to adjust it if you look at something that shines too brightly for your mind. That's why you won't be looking at the burrow tonight. The charms that keep the burrow standing are far more powerful and enduring. A warning, boys," his voice turned stern, "never let anyone cast this spell on you at Hogwarts. In fact, avoid doing it yourself until you've developed sufficient control. You could be blinded, and Mediwitches can't do much for blindness caused by magic itself." He paused, then continued, "For now, Harry, you can try to unravel the spells on your presence here. This is a skill you'll need to master." Harry swallowed hard. "Now, see here, Harry," Mr. Weasley beckoned him closer, and they crouched over a rumpled parcel near the end of the line. "The first spell you should probably learn is Dispergo, which will allow you to see the layers in the spell weave more clearly. It's a soft swirl, loosen your wrist and add a bit of a twist. Percy, you can do this too." 3 minutes later, Harry was staring, fascinated, at a mass of layers of light. "Now, the green glow," Mr. Weasley said, reaching out to gently twitch a layer with his wand, or specifically, the silver layer with a tinge of green, is the base layer of the gift wrap. It's paper-based, as you can see, from the stable brightness and lack of pulsing, trees have an enduring life magic. Tree magic does pulse, of course, Mr. Weasley said, nodding at Percy, who looked eager to take notes. But their life rhythm is so much slower than wizards that it becomes invisible to the eye. Cotton and linen, for instance, would have a barely recognizable pulse since they come from shorter-lived plants. "What about wool?" Harry asked, intrigued. "Good question." Mr. Weasley beamed. "Wool shivers, I've always thought. There's more energy, more action in creature and beast magic." He flicked his wand again, this time picking up a thin, coppery magic that clung to the base magic. "Now, this here is the imprint of the snitch pattern he charmed on, not hand-decorated. It's the cheap stuff, Harry. You see how the color, well, maybe you don't yet, but it will come with practice, is brown, for reference. It reflects the nature of the magic, not the pattern itself. The snitches are gold, but the magic isn't, And this represents the animation of the print. Do you see how the static hiss feels a bit like the movement of the snitches?" The next half hour was tremendously exciting for Harry as Mr. Weasley showed him which spells could poke and prod at the magic in his presence. He learned a number of new things, including what sounded suspiciously like basic curse-breaking spells. He was even allowed to cast his own Oculusio, which he was assured was not a complete failure. By the end, all of his presents were unwrapped, revealing only one that had been enchanted to act against him. Mr. Weasley picked it up with a smile. "Not to worry, Harry. It looks like none of your gifters meant anything malicious this time." As Mr. Weasley stood, the arm holding the teddy bear curled up across his chest in a peculiar way, causing him to chuckle. "Even this enchantment means no harm. Someone wants a nicely posed photograph, I should think. This little chap will just make you very fond of him, holding him," he specified, "and I'm..." Harry felt an unusual urge to smile at everyone around him. How fascinating. Carrying the teddy bear, Mr. Weasley headed back inside, leaving Harry to turn to Percy with curiosity. I didn't know your dad had curse-breaking skills, Harry said, amazed. And mage sight, too. Ron never mentioned it. I can't say I knew about this particular skill set either, Percy admitted. That's quite an oversight on my part. Harry was surprised. Mr. Weasley seemed so open, yet it appeared he kept some things close to his chest. Do you think that's what got Bill into it? Harry wondered aloud. Percy tilted his head thoughtfully. That's an interesting possibility. I always thought he was escaping the family boundaries, so to speak. But perhaps Dad would. I wonder. He shifted the topic. You were particularly quick at picking up those spells just now, Harry. You were even faster than me with some of them. Harry shrugged, feeling a bit self-conscious. Well, your dad was giving me a lot of direction. HRM, Percy murmured, clearly unsatisfied. Harry suddenly realized that most 12-year-olds wouldn't typically outperform much older students, but a logical excuse escaped him. Meanwhile, as he gathered Harry's gifts with a wave of his wand, Percy motioned for Harry to walk back to the house with him. No, really. You learn new spells at an astounding rate. How did you do in your end-of-year exams, if you don't mind me asking? Harry said, blushing. My theory is terrible, I'm afraid. Not very well at all. Not for your particular circumstance, at any rate, Percy replied. It seems like you have potential. He sounded almost like he was treating Harry as a younger brother. Perhaps even a future prefect in the making? You do know that having a solid grasp of theory will give your spellcasting more power and flexibility, right? It would help you learn new spells, too. I'd be willing to make myself available if you need guidance if that's something you might be interested in, Percy said. Oh, really? Harry replied, realizing how useful that could be. Certainly, Percy assured him. Fred and George thought my old schoolwork was useless, so I still have all my study notes in my bedroom. If you're interested, I'd be happy to loan them to you indefinitely. Harry found himself strangely intrigued. The possibilities seemed fascinating. The rest of the week passed pleasantly as Harry spent time with the Weasley family, except for Ginny, who continued to struggle when they were in the same room. Hermione, Neville, and Ron, of course, spent hours with him, playing exploding snap, wizard chess, and even some 2-on-2 matches with broomsticks and a quaffle. Meanwhile, Harry helped Mrs. Weasley every morning, gradually learning a number of handy household tips. Fred and George didn't let him into their bedroom much, but he managed to overhear some Quidditch strategies they were debating and inserted himself into the conversation that way. They seemed surprised that he had such useful insights. Harry decided not to mention that he had been Quidditch captain in a previous timeline. He even tinkered a bit with Mr. Weasley in his shed. While he couldn't provide much knowledge of Muggle mechanics or anything about electronics, he felt confident about his definition of the rubber duck. Of all the odd things to remember, this had stuck in his mind, and he had anticipated the question and planned ahead. Later, standing with Mr. Weasley in the little shed out back, Harry began formally, "Well, Mr. Weasley, the rubber duck was originally something for children to chew on. It has all sorts of fat bits and thin bits, so there was always a shape or form that would best suit teething children and dogs. The rubber duck evolved to float a bit later, partly as an advertising strategy." He took the triumph of sharing that knowledge with him for the rest of the week. It started as a gimmick, but it really gained fame when a Muggle character on, well, do you know what the telly is? Television? It's like the wireless, but with pictures, too. It became the subject of a very popular song for kids. Now, rubber duckies are just part of the culture, where every kid learns the song and wants one for a few months. He stepped back, eager to see his audience's reaction. "Why, Harry?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "What a simply marvelous idea! Muggle culture! How delightful! An integral part of Muggle childhood, the history, the mystery, the romance." He paused, suddenly captivated. Can you sing the song? Harry glanced over his shoulder, making sure Ron and Neville were nowhere in sight. He turned cautiously, checking that the bangs and whistles were still coming from the twins' bedroom. He listened intently for any sounds nearby the little shed and hoped desperately that Percy was still locked away in his room. Ignoring the heat rising in his cheeks, Harry cleared his throat and raised his voice to join in the chorus. Chapter 7: Cultural Capital. Harry was pulling together his scattered plans with sheer willpower, but it took him 3 days to realize he had caught Percy doing underage magic. The thought struck him like lightning in the middle of a conversation with Fred, and he honestly couldn't say how that talk ended. "Can spare 7 sickles," Fred said, observing Harry's parchment thoughtfully. "George and I figure that's pretty good odds for us, so we've pulled together most of our savings. You sure you can convince everyone?" Harry hoped he had responded politely, but the shock of his realization made him uncertain. Holding the parchment and quill steady suddenly demanded all his concentration. He noted down carefully, 7 galleons, his hand only shaking a tiny bit. Fred eyed him strangely. "Oi. We're trusting you with our money here, Harry. Are you sure dear old Mum won't shut this thing down?" "HRM? Probably," Harry replied with a smile, still in shock. "Percy, of all people. Just when you think you understand everyone." "Harry?" Fred's voice repeated, this time with a little edge to it. "Hey! If Mum figures you're running some kind of gambling ring, she'll confiscate everything." Harry blinked slowly and rolled up his parchment. "People can constantly surprise you, Fred. Don't you worry." "Hey!" Fred called after him, standing tense for some reason as Harry turned to leave. "Hey! This is Mum we're talking about here." "Harry!" With his mind occupied with other thoughts, Harry waved goodbye absently and sank into a conveniently located armchair. His thoughts were a muddy swirl. Apparently, the sudden realignment of his universe was taking a heavy toll on his occlumency. Frowning for a moment, he took a deep breath and turned the memory over in his mind. His hands uncurled from around the parchment, his heartbeat slowed, and for a long moment, the living room itself seemed to fade away. The loud voices. The noise receded, leaving a moment of stillness where time seemed to slow, and silver threads danced in his mind. Harry exhaled slowly. Not long ago, he wouldn't have even attempted occlumency in a room full of people, but he was proud of the progress he had made in focus and concentration over the months. Of course, he still struggled with multitasking. As he blinked, his pupils returned to their normal size, and a concerned-looking redhead leaned over him on the sofa. "George," Harry said, smiling as his equilibrium began to return. "Fred and I were just discussing your contribution to the round-robin chess competition. He said you're in." The twin frowned, a thoughtful expression crossing his face before it cleared suspiciously quickly into a smile. "Sure thing, Harry. Fred mentioned he'd talked to you already, so I thought I'd let you know I can put up 13 sickles if you can answer just one question." Harry leaned in. "Yeah? We were wondering," George said slowly, "how you're planning to approach Mum about all this. You realize if it comes off too much like a gambling ring, she'll take all the money away." "Oh, that's not a problem," Harry replied, relaxing. "I've already got her okay. I told her I found you all a bit enthusiastic and boisterous, and I'm struggling to get to know you better. A one-on-one game of chess seemed like the perfect solution." "And the rest?" George asked. "I figured it would be a nice, safe competition where Ron and Ginny wouldn't be at a disadvantage and couldn't possibly get hurt," Harry smirked. "It would also help Neville and Hermione feel more comfortable. The pool of money is just incentive to get you older folks involved with us kids." "That's," George murmured softly, "not actually too bad, Ickle Harrikins. We might make a prankster of you yet." He paused, then added, "Of course, you have to mostly mean it to get anything past her, so maybe your pure aura helped you out," George said. "Probably," Harry agreed, jotting down George's name on the list. As George wandered off, Harry gazed down at his parchment with pride. His clever plan to buy Ron a new wand, anticipating the danger and chaos of second year, was coming together nicely. A few apologies for missing Ron's birthday, a quiet word with Hermione and Neville, and a chess tournament money pool that Ron was practically guaranteed to win would all add up perfectly to cover the cost of a 14-inch willow wand with unicorn hair. A chess competition would also give him the chance to have a different kind of conversation with Molly, since their usual morning chats revolved around household magic. But it was crucial that Harry organized the Diagon Alley shopping trip correctly. His plans for the year depended on it. The following evening, Harry found himself sitting opposite Mrs. Weasley at a battered old chessboard. Amidst the swirling thoughts and worries about Percy, he had been arguing with the chess pieces again, which might explain his rather dismal performance. "Go on, Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley encouraged with a smile. "Well, when you're ready." She raised her voice to be heard over the clamor of the pieces and the noise coming from the other group in the living room, where Ron and Percy were surrounded by the twins. While Fred and George were mercilessly critiquing Percy's moves against their younger brother, Mrs. Weasley scowled at the ruckus of the well-loved pieces on the board before her. "You stop that," she said softly, giving one of Harry's knights a light smack on the head. "I won't have that language in my home, even if you are from Great-Uncle Casper." To Harry's surprise, his chess pieces fell silent, allowing him to attempt a more subtle strategy as he nudged a pawn forward. "So, I was wondering if it would be possible. Visiting the alley on a Wednesday?" Mrs. Weasley raised an eyebrow encouragingly while deftly instructing a bishop to attack. "A Wednesday, dear? We do need to run things by Hermione's parents before we decide anything, and I had tentative plans." Harry interrupted earnestly. "I thought midweek might be quieter than the weekends for shopping. It would probably be best to meet Hermione's parents without them getting lost among all the wizarding folks." He smiled at Mrs. Weasley, pushing another pawn forward before continuing. "It would be easier for Mr. and Mrs. Granger to come through the cauldron if there are fewer crowds. And Ron did mention that you might like to catch up with some friends." "Well now," Mrs. Weasley mused, "you do raise some interesting points, Harry dear." The chess pieces crashed against each other as they spoke. He rushed on, "I don't know if you're a fan of Gilderoy Lockhart, but there's an advertisement in the Prophet about some kind of book signing. I thought I saw you looking at one of his other books the other day, so I just thought." "Oh, look at that," Mrs. Weasley interrupted. "You're 3 moves away from checkmate. I suppose I resign." Harry stared blankly at the board. She continued, "I was rather distracted by your persuasion." "What a lovely game that was, Harry." "It was a pleasure." Yes?" Harry ventured, glancing down at what was supposed to be the early stages of a chess game. "Are you sure? I mean, you make some compelling points." Mrs. Weasley leaned over and gently patted him on the cheek. "I'm sure we can work something out. Perhaps Augusta could also be persuaded to have an early morning and get some shopping in before the crowds." She fell into a thoughtful mutter, and despite the chess game, Harry felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Things were going the way he wanted. He leaned over to contemplate the board, piece by piece returning them to their squares. "I didn't know you were such a fan of Gilderoy Lockhart," said a voice from behind him. Harry swallowed a curse, startled. "Hermione!" He grimaced. "I thought everybody was watching Ron." "How long have you been there?" "Long enough," the brunette grinned, bending down to help fix the chessboard. "Don't tell Ron, but that didn't seem like your usual game. You must really want to see this guy a lot." "No, not really." "Are you telling me you think you might have won if Mrs. Weasley hadn't suddenly found more important things to do?" She huffed. "It's me you're talking to." "It's all okay." "Well, actually, She leaned forward conspiratorially. "I've read his definitive autobiography myself, Harry. He's quite the accomplished wizard. Not to mention handsome. I promise you I never even considered that." She looked at him thoughtfully. "I see. Well, if that's what you say." "I do." Harry insisted. He really didn't want to be misunderstood as a fan of the fraud, especially not by his friends. Meanwhile, Hermione returned to replacing the chess pieces and slid into the seat opposite him. Behind her, the raucous cries of the Weasley twins filled the air, along with the crackle and pop of the fire. Mrs. Weasley was apparently not wasting any time, fire-calling Neville's grandmother immediately. "Well," Hermione continued, gesturing for Harry to play first, "I certainly think he's a very handsome wizard." Harry remembered her second-year crush and smirked. "Do you?" Hermione made another move on the old chessboard, sliding her black pawn forward 2 spaces. "Oh, he's very pretty," she dismissed, "but it's not just his looks I admire." Having made her move, she looked up at Harry's face intently. "It's rather uncommon to see such a highly trained wizard, but he's gone above and beyond that, you know." "Really?" "It's a rare thing, Harry, that someone will dedicate their life to helping people who need it," Hermione insisted. "Just fancy. He's traveled across Europe and Asia," Hermione said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "He even wandered the Mongolian plains just because of a rumor about a cursed mountain god. He's dedicated years of his life to researching a cure for lycanthropy." She looked at Harry meaningfully. "I really admire people who want to help others. True competence is rare, but the empathy to actually use it is even more uncommon." Harry shrugged, trying to downplay the conversation. "I've heard he makes good money off his books." As he spoke, he absently tried to save a rook from danger. Hermione shrugged, and with a swift move, her knight crashed down on his piece with a clatter. Who could blame him for that? Maybe if more people admire Mr. Lockhart, they'll feel inspired to help others too. "You think so?" Harry asked. "Check," she murmured. "I really do, Harry. I believe there are special people who go through life doing what they think is necessary, who, nice save, and without realizing it, they challenge those around them to be better, too." Harry held his tongue, focusing intently on the game. After losing his second bishop, he resumed the conversation. "You think Lockhart is the kind of person who leads others to greater heights?" Hermione shrugged, smiled, and captured another pawn. "I certainly believe he's admired for a reason." Harry coughed. "Are you okay?" "I'm really looking forward to reading his latest book," Hermione added. "Did you know he releases a new one every year?" Harry's thoughts turned dark, but Hermione continued, seemingly oblivious. "I imagine that having real-life experience with dark creatures and curses adds an authentic urgency to his stories." "Check again." Harry scrambled to save his king as Hermione pressed on. He wondered, absently, if his gameplay was worse than usual today or if everyone in the house, aside from Neville, perhaps, was simply a chess prodigy. From the sounds coming from the other room, Fred and George had plenty to say about Percy's ongoing game. Apparently, he and Ron were far more competitive than Harry. He found himself pondering whether he was thinking too much. Harry found himself deep in thought about all of Percy's plans. He still wasn't sure what to make of Percy. Trying to appear calm, he moved one of his 3 remaining pawns forward, secretly hoping he might somehow get one to the end of the board. Just as he was lost in his strategy, Mrs. Weasley popped her head back into the conversation, her cheerfulness grating on his nerves. "Harry, Hermione, dear. You'll be pleased to know that Madame Longbottom believes she can clear her schedule for that Wednesday," she announced. Harry stifled a snort at the thought, and Mrs. Weasley continued, "So all that's left is to contact your parents, Hermione. Would you like to borrow Errol?" After that, Harry quickly lost his chess game. Hermione was determined to finish fast so she could write to her folks, and she decisively thrashed him. He wandered over to watch the other game come to a close. To his surprise, though apparently not to anyone else, Ron had managed to maintain his dominance throughout the match and defeated his older brother. As Harry stood in the living room, warmed by the glowing fire and bright lights, he felt the lively atmosphere of the house as the evening came to an end. The cheerful shouts of Fred and George echoed throughout, celebrating Percy's surprisingly graceful loss, while Ginny's bright and curious eyes observed every movement in the room. It was shaping up to be a good year. The next day, Harry found himself sitting across from Percy, ready to start their 4th game on the familiar blue and green chessboard, while Fred and Hermione engaged in a competitive match nearby. "Ooh. His bishop's exposed," Percy muttered, his voice low. I thought you said you weren't any good at chess? Harry replied, surprised. Percy looked offended. Excuse me? Sorry. I just thought Ron made me think that, and with what the twins said yesterday, I just assumed. Harry stammered. Oh. Percy's thin smile returned as he moved a white pawn forward to kick off their own game. Ron's been better than I am at chess for years now. I'd appreciate it if you didn't let his skills overshadow my own. Sorry, really. Harry moved his piece. Hey, Percy. Yes? Like a dam breaking, Harry's curiosity finally reached its limit, and words poured out. I'm sorry, it's been on my mind, but how come you came with me the other day? You know, with the presents. Percy raised an eyebrow in polite inquiry. It seemed like an interesting learning opportunity. Well, yeah. And wasn't it fascinating about your dad and Bill? But what I meant was, you know, he glanced around quickly to see if Molly Weasley was in the room, the other bit. With the magic. Oh. Yes, I see what you mean. Percy also scanned the room nervously. That bit. You think it's unworthy behavior for a prefect like me? The small part of Harry's mind that wasn't quaking for answers noticed that neither of them was playing a good game of chess. Pieces were being placed haphazardly. Well, you could put it that way, I suppose. I thought you were a pretty black and white guy. Percy leaned forward. It all comes down to my understanding of the ministry in the end. It performs a vital function, I should think. Harry reflected on the family conversation from a few days ago. Well, yes. Ministry laws certainly have their place. But I didn't think you would be someone who would ignore rules like that, even if they did get in the way of good learning moments. With a prod of his finger, Percy directed a pawn to jump forward and capture one of Harry's. Both boys ignored the blistering insults that Harry's pawn shouted before it was knocked out. If Molly Weasley had been present, she would have silenced it, but Percy continued speaking. I should hope I would never ignore rules for my own convenience, thank you very much. Even though we might not always be aware of them, most rules are there for our safety. A little inconvenience here and there. Or there. But in this case? Ah. Percy sighed. If you must know, I did have a discussion about it with my father once. Harry imagined Arthur Weasley crafting his own loopholes in the laws. What did he say? All societies not only run but positively thrive on rules. They govern social expectations, delineate norms, and keep us safe, of course. Together, they create our culturally accepted practices. Yes? Percy moved another piece and spoke quietly. Don't tell my brothers, if you please, there are some rules, believe it or not, that are simply more guidelines than imperatives. Harry gaped. I know. Coming from you. Percy chuckled wryly. I believe my father spoke to you about the nature of Muggle rules and their herd mentality. Harry pursed his lips. Yes? Perhaps not in those exact words, though. The familiar pomposity in Percy's voice faded into what Harry could only describe as enthusiasm. Well, in the wizarding world, there are some rules that are positively impossible to enforce because of the very nature of our culture. So, we must read not just the letter of the law but its spirit. Percy? It is me, Percy assured him. It's all part and parcel of knowing the rules very well, you must understand. You will do me the honor of not repeating this near Fred or George, won't you? Of course, Harry promised. The spirit? Indeed. Between chess moves, Percy's hands began to flit about with excitement, illustrating who knows what with movement and energy. The misuse of magic laws governs the secrecy of our culture, not revealing ourselves to Muggles, not profiting off their naive desire for quality, and also ensuring accidents occur around people who can resolve them. Children, for example, should never attempt magic alone. That makes a certain amount of sense. Harry acknowledged that he was most likely going to lose this chess game too and withdrew. Percy took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. It makes perfect sense, if you please. The underage magic regulations govern the student body as a whole, considering that not all students have the context to practice in their own time. The law states that, except in mitigating circumstances, all students should adhere to the general guidelines. Harry raised an eyebrow. So? Percy leaned in, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. So ultimately, a measured and responsible oversight by parents during holidays is an accepted interpretation of the underage restrictions. Absently, Harry knocked over his king and shook Percy's hand. Good game. But your mother doesn't let you guys do magic during the holidays. Thank you, Percy replied, accepting the win gracefully. Well, obviously. Effective supervision is active supervision, after all. A child doing magic in another room, please, let's not mention experimental magic for the sake of my sanity, is not being supervised. Percy fixed Harry with a particularly piercing stare, his pompous prefect poise returning. You've met my siblings, some need no encouragement. Harry grimaced. As long as the registered wand is within sight of an adult wizard, the trace overlooks it, Percy muttered quickly. If that's not an acknowledgement of cultural exceptions, I don't know what is. I've come to this conclusion after numerous conversations with my father and some very focused hours of research in the Hogwarts library, I'll have you know. When I asked you not to share this information, I mean it. Oh, obviously. Harry rushed to assure him. I'm really honored that you're sharing this with me, Percy. It is not advertised or common knowledge, Percy insisted. Thanks, Harry said thoughtfully. Perhaps we could chat a bit more once I've had time to think about this. Percy nodded slowly. I would be amenable to that. Having apparently said his piece, Percy seemed content to replace the chessboard in silence before nodding to Harry and departing. Harry remained in the same armchair, lost in thought. Harry noticed the strange similarities between Arthur Weasley and his most unlikely son, Ron. He began to realize that while Arthur might be poor, he held a more powerful position than Ron seemed to understand. After all, Arthur had the ability to write his own laws, for Merlin's sake. Harry briefly thought of the little blue Anglia sitting in the shed outside. Arthur could even create loopholes within those laws. That hinted at a cunning mind that Harry hadn't previously recognized. Perhaps he should spend more time talking to Arthur Weasley. Fred and George certainly seemed to have inherited some of that cunning. Harry wondered if they devoted so much time to potions research during the holidays because it wasn't seen as underage magic like wand work was. In their own way, they had found a loophole. Even Percy, with his prim and proper demeanor and strict adherence to rules, was willing to bend the spirit of the law from time to time. Maybe all of Arthur's sons took after him in more ways than were immediately obvious. As Harry pondered this, he began to wonder if he was shaped more by the shadow of his parents than he had ever realized. But then he caught himself thinking of the Dursleys. He quickly shut down that thought. It was a good thing he hadn't planned on winning the chess tournament, because he had a sinking feeling that he had a lot to think about in the coming days. Chapter 8: Fruitful Plans. In hindsight, Harry realized it was clear he didn't need to suggest or manipulate anyone into going on that specific date after all. Molly Weasley had organized their shopping trip with all the grace and efficiency of a centaur on the move. He merely pointed the way, and no further encouragement was necessary. It was unfortunate for Harry's reputation that he hadn't figured that out sooner. For some odd reason, Mrs. Weasley and Hermione seemed to think he admired Lockhart, and no matter how strongly he denied it, their opinion never seemed to change. However, the important parts of his plan continued to unfold smoothly. The morning of the shopping trip began simply enough. After enjoying a few hearty bacon sandwiches for breakfast, a small fuss arose over the Floo powder method of travel, this time centered around Hermione. I know all about it, she declared bravely. In theory, I take the powder, throw it on the flame, step in once it burns green, and call out my destination clearly, correct? The ministry pamphlet states that it is the safest form of wizarding transport, especially for the young and infirm. The worst accident in Floo network history was the case of Violet Tillyman, who mispronounced her destination and disappeared from society for 20 years. Despite the public outcry, Hermione continued, speaking faster and faster, and subsequent panic. It was actually a romantic story, because when she stumbled out of the wrong fireplace at the time. Yes, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, patting her on the head kindly and cutting off her regurgitation of the history of Violet Till-Lyman and her 7 children. They sorted out the fuss quickly. Fred and George stepped through first, and Harry gave Hermione a few helpful hints before he followed. Keep your elbows tucked in, and take a big breath before you step into the fire. Soon, the group of 10 was standing happily in front of the Diagon Alley network connection, slightly sooty but otherwise all right. Arrived at Diagon Alley without any magical mishaps or misadventures. Harry's thoughts drifted back to what he could remember about the timeline. Without his pensive, he struggled to recall details accurately, often finding himself caught in periods of compulsive comparison between timelines. Some facts stood out clearly. By now, Hagrid should be wandering the narrow street, looking for flesh-eating slug repellent. Draco Malfoy and his father would likely be selling dark artifacts in Knockturn Alley, perhaps with fewer insults aimed at Harry if he interpreted his relationship with Malfoy correctly. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction remembering that he had already successfully removed the vanishing cabinet from Borgin and Burke's, safely out of Malfoy's sight. The large group navigated through the bustling crowd, milling around the entrance of Gringotts for a few minutes while waiting for Neville's stern-looking grandmother and Hermione's parents to arrive. The noise was overwhelming. The clattering of boots on cobblestones and the chatter of voices made the alley feel a bit claustrophobic as they waited. Ron and Neville stood too far apart to engage in a comfortable conversation, and to Harry's dismay, Ron chose not to move closer to hear Neville. "What's that?" Ron bellowed right next to Harry's ear. Drowned out by the ambient noise, Neville mouthed something back. "I can't hear you." Harry flinched and rubbed his ear reflexively. Then he caught Mrs. Weasley's eye and grimaced apologetically. It seemed his attempts to avoid the crowds had been wishful thinking. Wishing desperately that he could use his wand without Mrs. Weasley noticing, Harry tried to save his eardrums. "All right, guys," he called, gesturing firmly. "Huddle up close. I said, huddle up, people, so we don't have to shout." Hermione and Neville shuffled forward. "Huddle up, Ron." "What?" Harry grabbed Ron's arm and yanked him closer to the others. "Now we. Can you hear each other?" They exchanged polite remarks for a few minutes. Harry wasn't entirely sure what everyone was saying, but it was clear they were all complaining about the noise. Then, as if someone had taken pity on them, the clamor faded, and Harry felt his ears pop in the sudden stillness. Thank goodness, Hermione sighed into what felt like ringing silence. "I thought I was going to go deaf." Neville grinned. "Good day to be out, don't you think? People must be enjoying this great weather." "That's one way to look at it," Harry replied. "A bit of a change from the burrow, I'd say." This sparked a few minutes of comparison. Did the excitement of the alley outweigh the crowds? Was the comfort of the burrow, filled with the Weasley family, a better experience? Ron had his own thoughts about the last few days. "I don't understand why you spent so much time with my folks," he complained while Hermione checked her watch and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley craned their necks to see over the throng. "I thought I'd finally have time to catch up with Harry today, but look how that turned out. Weren't you supposed to spend the holidays with me, not my family?" "We did have the chess tournament and Quidditch," Neville pointed out gently. "It's not like we lost you in the crowds back at your place." "Well, yeah," Ron nodded. "But that was still everyone. Although," he added quickly, as if worried he might seem ungrateful, "you both were really good about the chess thing. I got a little competitive halfway through, after that game with Hermione, and I forgot to hold back with you. You were both really good sports about it and everything." Harry and Neville exchanged amused glances. They had both been thoroughly beaten in the round-robin competition, and to no one's surprise except the Weasley families, Ron had dominated everyone. "I saw you talking to Percy," Ron continued. "What do you have to talk about with him, Harry?" "It's nothing personal, you know." "I know, but he's my most boring brother." Behind Ron, Harry noticed Percy grimace an inch further away. He must have been in the same quiet bubble, and Harry wished he had chosen to overhear something else. "I don't know, Ron," Harry said loudly. "He's a great guy. He's been helping me a lot with my studies, especially after your dad showed me that stuff, you know." At that moment, Harry realized the whole group must have been isolated from the noise because Mrs. Weasley caught his voice. Her head snapped around, and she looked at Mr. Weasley intently, her hackles rising. "What the stuff is this, Arthur? Not more spell work, I hope?" Mr. Weasley stammered, "Oh no, Molly dear. Not at all. I would never encourage the boys to learn spells outside of Hogwarts. Definitely not, boys?" Percy and Harry both nodded. Mrs. Weasley narrowed her eyes. "No more ministry loopholes then?" "Certainly not," Mr. Weasley replied, shaking out a handkerchief to mop his forehead. It was just Harry's birthday presents they were talking about. "Weren't you, Harry?" "Oh yes," Harry assured her. "Only one cursed present among them, and even that wasn't meant badly. Mr. Weasley said I should be very grateful for the help." "Well then, I suppose that's all right, dear." Mrs. Weasley settled back where she stood. After the stress of the moment, Harry's gaze met Percy's, who, to Harry's astonishment, quietly winked. The moment was broken when Mrs. Weasley cried out in delight as she saw Hermione's parents push through the crowd. Augusta Longbottom arrived not long after. As a group, they made their way into the cool marble hall of Gringotts, where the Weasleys visited their vault and the Grangers exchanged Muggle money before everyone split up to do their shopping. Thank goodness their ears were all protected this time. On the steps of Gringotts, Percy muttered something about needing a new quill, and shortly after, the twins spotted Lee. Jordan dashed off without hesitation. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny followed suit, quickly disappearing to purchase Ginny's wand and other first-year necessities. Mr. Weasley, having observed his wife bustling away, turned to Mr. and Mrs. Granger and invited them for a drink at the Leaky Cauldron as soon as she was out of sight. They walked off together, Mr. Weasley already excitedly asking about the television. Harry felt a bit unsettled as he noticed Mr. Weasley occasionally bouncing on the balls of his feet, seemingly in time with the tune of Rubber Ducky, which he might have been mumbling under his breath. Meanwhile, Neville, who had flourished in Harry's company over the past year, appeared somewhat lost and diminished in the presence of his formidable grandmother. His self-confidence seemed to shrink, leaving Ron, the least observant of their group, to dominate the conversation. Feeling sympathetic toward his anxious friend, Harry spoke up. "Madam Longbottom, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said, trying to muster all the dignity of a 12-year-old while deciding whether to bow or extend his hand for a shake. "Neville's told us so much about you and his family. You must be very proud of him." He offered a charming smile, channeling a bit of Gilderoy Lockhart, and hoped Madam Longbottom wouldn't notice that he was slightly out of character. Neville glanced between Harry and his grandmother, looking baffled. Harry conveniently ignored the fact that Neville hadn't mentioned anything of the sort to him. Madam Longbottom inclined her head graciously, disregarding her grandson's confused expression. "Indeed," she replied. "Neville has told me many things about his friends this year. I appreciate you looking out for him at school." "Not at all," Harry quickly replied. "Neville's been a great mate to have around. He did me a huge favor at the beginning of last year when I was struggling with a certain hex, and he's always helping us with our herbology work." He scratched his head, feeling a little more at ease. "Honestly, this is awkward," Harry began. I really need to thank you for the very generous Christmas present I received a while back. The memorabilia of him. I really don't know how to express how much it means to me, but excuse me." He turned away to cough. Augusta's stern face searched Harry's, and he felt a hot flush rise to his cheeks. In the midst of his embarrassment, Ron relaxed in understanding, while Hermione looked curiously between the two of them. The stern old lady softened visibly. "Our families were very close. It was the least we could do for you," she said. Harry smiled back, genuinely. "Well, Neville's always been a really thoughtful kind of bloke, so I shouldn't have been surprised. Hermione's mouth formed a small "oh" as she made the connection to Harry's most precious Christmas gift. Although she clearly didn't know where Harry was going with his words, he knew he could rely on her to help him along. She was just a moment away from jumping in to contribute. Harry takes very good care of them, she ventured tentatively. Harry shrugged. I can't not, can I? Although his blush was fading, he absently scratched the back of his neck in discomfort before continuing. Such a generous gift. No, really. He cut off Augusta and Neville's protests. Really? I think it says something special about Neville that, given what they are, precious memories of my own absent parents, he still chose to give them to me. Neville's very self-sacrificing, Hermione smiled. And so determined to do the right thing. He's always so good about keeping up with his studies and is a great help to Ron here, isn't he, Ron? Ron received a stray elbow to the gut and let out a little "OF." What? Ah, yeah, you're a great help, mate. Couldn't do it without you, you know. Neville glowed a little at the praise from his friends and stood up a bit straighter. Ron's muttered complaints faded into the background as the warmth of friendship filled the room. Hermione was unusually quiet as the conversation continued. Madame Longbottom glanced at her grandson with a less stern expression than usual. Is that so? It's reassuring to hear you're keeping up with your friends, Neville, she said, her voice softening. Your parents would be proud of you. Harry felt a twinge of concern that Ron or Hermione might pick up on the comment and ask awkward questions, so he quickly jumped in with his plan. I'm sure they would be, he smiled. Neville's a perfect Gryffindor, just like his parents. Is that his father's wand he's been using? Madame Longbottom regarded Harry with curiosity, missing Neville's puzzled expression. Indeed, she replied. I'm pleased to hear he has been talking about his parents. Why do you ask? Harry continued enthusiastically, recalling Ollivander's most famous phrase. And so, of course, I never knew that wands choose their wizard until last year, he rambled, shuffling his feet on the hard Gringotts steps. Does that mean Neville would have more power and control with a wand that chooses him? Neville, who had been listening intently, looked eagerly at his grandmother. Hermione studied Harry for a moment before finally offering him a small smile. Oh, what a lovely idea, she said, her tone sly. You mean Neville would be even more successful with a wand that chooses him, Harry? His parents would be so proud. Madame Longbottom assessed the hopeful expressions on Neville's face and those of his friends. Their eager eyes looked back, and a baffled Ron added his hopeful gaze in solidarity. Finally, the older woman sniffed softly in amusement. Harry could have sworn he heard her mention something about taking after his father, but he kept his gaze firmly, and hopefully, on her. The stern matriarch returned her attention to Harry, scrutinizing his youthful face with a mixture of suspicion and contemplation. Harry worked hard to maintain his expression, projecting innocence and sincerity as he awaited her response. Hard as he could, Harry thought, finding it quite taxing to pretend to be 12. Very well, Neville. It seems you have some good friends, and you've indeed had a successful year. How would you like a new wand? Neville stumbled over his words in his eagerness to accept the generous offer, and the little group moved quickly down the street toward Ollivander's. 30 minutes later, Neville emerged from the shop, beaming with pleasure and pride, holding a brand new wand, 13 inches long, made of cherry wood and unicorn hair. He carefully twisted the wand in his hands, its beautiful, burnished red wood gleaming in the sunlight, and whispered a quiet thanks to Harry as they all stepped out into the sunny mid-morning light. Fortunately for everyone's sanity, the noise level had diminished, perhaps the crowds had moved elsewhere. Thanks, Harry, Neville muttered under his breath. Not sure how you knew all that, but this is fantastic. I owe you one. Harry grinned at his timid friend and tucked a bottle of wand polish into Neville's pocket. Happy birthday. Thought you deserved it, mate, he said, still grinning. Congratulations. Glad to help out. To Harry's private pride, as they exited the musty little shop, Ron Weasley was also holding a new wand, staring at it somewhat blankly. Harry grinned at Ron and spoke, knowing Hermione would quickly catch on to his comments. "No need to thank me," he waved off Ron's confused protests. "I know a new one's an expensive gift, but it's a group effort. We all went in on a belated birthday gift for you." He subtly elbowed Hermione as he walked past. "And we topped it up with the pool from the chess competition. All proceeds to the winner, right?" Ron's face turned bright red, shining and sweating with excitement, which, it must be said, was somewhat unattractive. Hermione, after shooting a sharp look at Harry, backed him up. "It's not charity," she added, smiling at Ron. "Ron, you know I wouldn't be that generous, right? But I have to admit, you played those chess games brilliantly. Had you ever thought about going pro?" "What? I can earn money from playing games," Ron replied, his voice filled with disbelief. "Is this some kind of muggle thing?" "Well, not all games," Hermione started, her lecturing tone kicking in. "But definitely chess, at least in the muggle world. You have to be really good, even better than you are now, but the system works like this." She began explaining what she knew. Ron, now slightly taller than he had been a few months ago, leaned in closer so he wouldn't miss a word. Harry watched with nostalgia as the bushy-haired girl drew Ron into an enthusiastic discussion about the intricacies of chess. Ron clutched his new wand tightly, a 14-inch piece of willow with unicorn hair. Was this the beginning of something beautiful? Or, as Harry wryly accepted, the end of their mutual annoyance? He couldn't help but recall what his original Hermione had once called sexual tension. Was this it? As the two boys continued down the alley in excitement, they pointed out interesting shops, leaving Harry and Neville to walk at the back. Even Augusta Longbottom looked at them indulgently as they strolled ahead, cheerful and animated. The group browsed peacefully until they arrived outside Flourish and Blotts, where they regrouped with the others. To Harry's dismay, the shop was once again overflowing with witches eager for a glimpse or a handshake with the wizarding heartthrob, Gilderoy Lockhart. The crowds had clearly migrated here, though the noise felt quieter this time, more reverent, Harry thought cynically. "We can actually meet him," Hermione squealed. "I mean, he's written practically the entire book list." Ron and Harry exchanged glances and rolled their eyes. Surprisingly, Ron held back from making a comment. Silent, clearly unimpressed. Perhaps he was grateful for Hermione's insights on chess. As they moved closer together, they joined the throng of people surging toward the door, finally falling in line at the end of the winding queue. The beleaguered wizard stationed at the entrance muttered constant pleas for order, struggling to contain the crowd that was already pushing against him, sweat glistening on his brow. "Mind it there, ladies, no pushing. Please, have patience, calmly now, mind the books." Harry couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Hermione rise onto her tiptoes, trying to get a glimpse into the shop. Right beside her stood Madame Longbottom, her expression stern and disapproving, firmly blocking anyone attempting to jump the queue. Harry raised an eyebrow at her body language. She looked like a fighter. To his knowledge, Madame Longbottom had never been part of the Order of the Phoenix, yet here she was, showing her support for Lockhart with her determined stance. The way her face was set, radiating supreme disinterest, made him smile. He stood in her shadow, significantly less assertive about holding his place in line, and waited. Eventually, they managed to squeeze inside. In the sudden dimness of the shop, Harry noticed that the queue continued around the front, only stopping near the back where Lockhart was signing his books. Content to wait, Harry passed the time by browsing the shelves in front of him, mentally compiling a small but intriguing list of charms and transfiguration texts he wanted to borrow from the library later. When boredom struck, he simply observed his companions for entertainment. Not surprisingly, Neville and Ron struggled to maintain their enthusiasm for the event, even as the energy of the crowd buzzed around them. Under his grandmother's watchful eye, Neville could only fidget with his brand-new wand, admiring it. In contrast, Ron began pulling books from the shelves, quickly flipping through them but falling silent, clearly unimpressed. Harry watched in frustration as Ron dumped the books back onto the shelves incorrectly. His newfound respect for libraries made him bite his lip in irritation. The gaps on the shelves were still glaringly obvious, So why couldn't Ron just put the books back where they belonged instead of piling them up haphazardly? Hermione would have stepped in to say something, but she was too captivated by the latest Lockhart pamphlet. Every minute or so, she would pop her head up like a meerkat, eagerly hoping for an early glimpse of her new idol. Harry shifted his weight to the other foot, finding far more amusement in Madame Longbottom's aggressive use of her handbag to maintain her place in the queue. She was valiantly resisting the occasional pushing and shoving that rippled through the line. It seemed her footwork was paying off. As the queue slowly snaked forward, the group passed the time. Unlike Harry, Hermione and Neville grabbed their book lists as they went. Soon, Ron found himself holding a full set too, after his mother swept past him, engaging in a lively conversation with Neville's grandmother. She filled his arms with a stack of books as she hurried by. Harry couldn't help but notice various Weasleys scattered throughout the shop, like patches of sunlight, each one in different states of distress or mischief. He had to try surprisingly hard not to roll his eyes or snicker at any of them. Having finished his own shopping earlier, he chose not to pick anything up and found himself explaining to a frustrated Hermione that yes, he was sure Ron would be happy to share his books, and yes, he had already bought this year's textbooks. In fact, he had even purchased last year's second-year Defense Against the Dark Arts book. Surely, they covered the same topics? I know it's hard for a boy to admit admiration, Hermione protested, but this is an incredible chance to. Hermione. At the very least, Harry, the book list requires. Hermione. Well. She rolled her eyes. Harry sighed, I certainly won't be explaining to Professor McGonagall why. Just give it a rest, will you? Ron interrupted. Hermione fell silent, frustration evident on her face. After a moment, she flipped open her copy of Break with a Banshee and began reading short excerpts to the boys around her. Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged eye rolls and the occasional wry smile, but they listened with a surprising amount of patience as they waited in line. They didn't really have anywhere else to be, after all. As the group inched closer to the front of the line, the golden blonde man suddenly looked up and scanned the crowd. His gaze landed on the half-hidden scar on Harry's forehead, and with a broad grin and a sweeping gesture, Lockhart jumped up. It can't be Harry Potter himself. A murmur spread through the crowd, and a photographer from the Daily Prophet rushed forward to capture the moment. Harry had anticipated this, some details never faded from memory, even if he wished they would. He felt the insistent tugging on his elbow as Lockhart pulled him closer. There were a few relationships in this timeline he wanted to change, and his relationship with the press was definitely one of them. He now understood that the benefits of positive press were rare and should be cherished. Harry forced an interested look on his face as he was drawn out of the line, posing for a handshake with Lockhart in front of the crowd. Nice big smile, Harry, Lockhart muttered, leaning in slightly. Together, you and I are worth the front page. Resigned, Harry chose to smile for the camera, enduring a few moments of awkwardness during the handshake with the famous author before being pulled close to Lockhart in a display of camaraderie. Endure, he thought to himself. Endure it, endure it. Then they had to rearrange themselves for different poses. Harry stoically accepted this, reflecting on what he had learned about his symbolic significance to the wizarding world. Gladys's parents would probably see these photos. Martha's in-laws might be pleased. Harry couldn't help but notice how well Gilderoy Lockhart was living. All those witches and wizards who had been sending him birthday gifts for the past 10 years had shown him he was loved for who he was, not just as a trophy. He clung to thoughts of them, hoping his smile didn't appear too forced. Sorry, he muttered under his breath to Lockhart as the camera flashes became overwhelming. I wouldn't want to barge in and take over on your important day. Lockhart froze at the sound of Harry's words, then flashed a toothy grin and clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. Quite right, my boy, he nodded. Let me wrap this up. His voice boomed over the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced loudly, what an extraordinary meeting this is. The perfect opportunity for me to make a very pleasant, very personal announcement. Young Harry here hasn't come for fame or glory, no, not at all, but rather to prepare for his education at the renowned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm pleased to announce that I personally support his learning, a small gift from me, Harry. He glanced at the boy beside him, tilting his head just right for a flattering shot as the cameraman bounced around in clouds of purple smoke, capturing the moment. By gifting him the complete set of textbooks needed for his defense against the dark arts classes this year. That's right, folks. Lockhart continued, his enthusiasm infectious. You heard me. I am delighted to provide Harry Potter himself with a complete collection of my autobiographical works, as I announce that I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts this September. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, and Harry seized the moment to slip away to the edge of the room, where he stood next to Ginny. She didn't seem to be buying new books, probably planning to reuse Ron's old ones. However, she was holding a half-full cauldron filled with a few second-hand volumes stacked inside. Harry felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as he walked toward Ginny, inadvertently drawing close to the shadowy corner where the Malfoy family stood, removed from the bustling crowd. With a casual smile, he tipped his armful of Lockhart books into Ginny's cauldron. She let out a small squeak and flashed a deep pink, a color that charmingly clashed with her hair. Harry was beginning to get used to this shy first-year girl who seemed to have an uncontrollable crush on him. How had he never noticed how cute she was at this point in his previous timeline? Nostalgic thoughts crept into his mind, but he quickly pushed them aside. Now was not the time. Important things were about to happen, constant vigilance and all that. He looked away to give her some space, only to meet Draco Malfoy's unimpressed gaze. They exchanged a measuring glance as Malfoy joined them against the wall. Before Malfoy could do more than curl his lip, Harry rolled his eyes and hissed for quiet. Malfoy looked at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. For goodness sake, Harry whispered, don't draw his attention. Malfoy huffed in amusement, and Harry decided to push his luck. Did you buy his stuff? We made it before the crowd, the Slytherin replied, his gaze meeting Harry's with that same appraising look he had noticed all of last year. You didn't want an autograph? Harry asked, genuinely curious. From that fool? Hardly. In that case, Harry murmured quietly, if he turns out to be useless, what do you plan on doing for the exams? Malfoy looked slightly baffled that he was having another oddly polite conversation with the Gryffindor Golden Boy. He scoffed. After Quirrell last year, how much worse could he really be? Harry fell silent. Malfoy turned to stare at him. Seriously, he asked incredulously. You think he's going to be that bad? Not even Dumbledore would hire a teacher who was completely hopeless. Although, he added thoughtfully, hopeless is all a matter of perspective. Opinion, I suppose, Malfoy said. Harry encouraged him. I mean, Quirrell was an education unto himself. Malfoy pursed his lips. Dumbledore has a bit of a track record, of course. Harry raised his eyebrows, encouraging Malfoy to continue. Thoughtfully, Malfoy met his gaze. You've got alternative arrangements, then? Harry nodded. Who? They stood in silence as Lockhart wrapped up his spectacle. Harry and Draco gazed at the chaos around them with indifference, while little Ginny Weasley peeked at Harry from the corner of her eye. After a while, the line began to move again, and Ron, Neville, and Hermione made their way through the crowd, clutching their new books. They were soon joined by the adults, who started organizing their purchases to leave the store. Lucius Malfoy, who had seemingly been eyeing the Weasleys the entire time, stepped forward smoothly, his deep blue robe swishing impressively. Arthur Weasley, he sneered. What a surprise. Mr. Weasley turned around with a start, drawing the attention of his wife, Madame Longbottom, and the Grangers. Lucius, Mr. Weasley replied coldly. Mr. Malfoy stepped closer. Busy time at the ministry, I hear, he scoffed. Then he noticed Madame Longbottom standing with her hand on Neville's shoulder, watching the confrontation with keen interest. He visibly changed his tone. I do hope you're not too busy. He reached over and plucked an old book from Ginny's second-hand purchases. Harry watched him closely, his eyes narrowed. He saw Mr. Malfoy discreetly palm a small black diary from within his sleeve and slip it into Ginny's book. "First year is a challenge," Mr. Malfoy continued. "It wouldn't do for you to get too busy for your family." He ruffled Ginny's hair with the tips of his fingers and nodded respectfully to Madame Longbottom. "Good luck with next year, child," he added before calmly stalking away. He walked away, casually wiping his fingers on a pocket handkerchief, leaving a baffled silence behind him. Looking somewhat confused, Draco nodded toward Harry and followed after his father. "What was all that about?" Ron asked, watching the trio as they strode off. "Goodness knows," Mr. Weasley replied. "That was positively friendly for him." Ginny nervously ruffled her hair, turning bright red and stumbling when Harry smiled at her reassuringly. Harry watched in quiet amusement as she struggled to regain her balance, only to accidentally punch George in the nose as she flailed. He grinned again and leaned over to pick up her cauldron full of books. The group finally organized themselves and meandered back up the alley toward the leaky cauldron and the flue access point where they would part ways. The twins and their friend lagged behind, engaged in urgent whispers. Harry smirked at the thought of them sneaking off for one last bulk purchase of prank items, keeping their secret to himself. Ginny walked beside him, occasionally opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Harry took long strides up the alley, hefting her cauldron with surprising ease. Ginny followed his lead as he navigated the bustling crowd, but soon fell into mortified silence when she accidentally walked into an oncoming witch. She opened her mouth several times, but never quite dared to address Harry directly, and ultimately ran ahead. Inside the leaky cauldron, they went their separate ways. Neville and his grandmother took their leave formally before fleeing away from Tom's fireplace. Hermione and her parents were more casual, but both of Harry's friends promised to write again before September 1st and made plans to meet on the Hogwarts platform. Then the Grangers left through the exit into London. Confident that everyone was distracted by the commotion, Harry discreetly shook out the book that Mr. Malfoy had picked up and pocketed the black diary that fell out. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley busily organized everyone through the doorway. "Flew back to her place," Mr. Weasley instructed. He, Ron, and Ginny moved ahead while Mrs. Weasley rounded up the twins and nudged Percy through the fire, his head already buried in a large, dog-eared book. Just as Harry stepped forward, he heard a rattling whistle of impending doom shriek from behind him, growing louder. "Fred," someone gasped, and Harry, already with one foot in the green flames, turned around. He instinctively said, "The burrow," and small purple sparks danced beneath his feet. Suddenly, a blinding explosion of fireworks illuminated the entire room. The dizzying power of the flue picked Harry up and spun him around, leaving him with only brief glimpses of Mrs. Weasley charging toward a smug twin, cauldron patrons running for cover, and the wide, gleeful eyes of a successful prankster. Then, the fire swirled him away. Despite Mrs. Weasley's furious shouts, which soon followed him home, Harry ascended the creaky steps to his trunk with a lightness in his step. He felt an unfamiliar sense of pride and satisfaction as he carefully transferred the diary from his pocket into his secret third compartment. Despite the schedule changes, the bustling crowds, and the chaos caused by the twins, he had managed to preemptively eliminate the chaos that would have otherwise marked the upcoming year. Despite Mrs. Weasley's best efforts, her voice straining, and the twins' relentless antics, Harry had secured for himself a rare and peaceful year. What a rare thing indeed. Chapter 9. Faltering Footsteps. Harry relished the slow, easy days that remained of his break. With Neville gone, his cot had been moved into Ron's room, and the two of them enjoyed the rest of the holidays with only minimal studying. Ron, of course, remained baffled by Harry's peculiar habit of wanting to learn things in the mornings. By the time Ron woke up, Harry had usually already helped with breakfast and jotted down a few notes, no magic with Mrs. Weasley around, of course. Ron was generally accepting of Harry's curious questions over meals, as long as they were followed by some kind of game for the rest of the day. The last morning at the Burrow arrived all too quickly. Harry felt slightly more organized than the others, as the rest of the household rushed around, half-dressed, still hungry, and searching for lost socks, quills, and missing homework. It brought a wave of nostalgia. Without Hedwig to worry about, Harry focused solely on his magical trunk, which kept all his possessions neatly contained. His morning responsibilities were easily managed. Having anticipated the chaos, he collected his trunk with a twist of the key and effortlessly popped it into the back of Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia early on. He had fond memories of the little blue car and gave it a cheerful pat on the bonnet as he slammed the boot shut. Soon, Harry and Percy found themselves standing patiently by the car, the only two ready to leave. Turning hopefully to the older boy beside him, Harry asked, "Percy, have you sent Hermes on ahead already?" "HRM? No, not yet," Percy replied, looking curious. "I was thinking of waiting until the train so I could send him back when Ron or Ginny realize they've forgotten their wands or new quills, or whatever it will be." "Why do you ask?" "I suppose that makes sense," Harry said, a slightly guilty feeling rising in his gut. "I was wondering if I could borrow him again." "You asked about that when school ended," Percy recalled. "Yes, I'm open to that. May I ask why you don't have your own owl?" "A good post owl is generally considered a solid investment, in case you weren't aware." Harry grimaced slightly at the memory of Hedwig and decided to bend the truth a little. "My Muggle relatives aren't really comfortable with wizarding pets," he explained, which was true enough. "And I can't really take care of one properly when I'm at home during the holidays." Percy nodded knowingly before retrieving Hermione's cage from inside the car and passing the owl to Harry. Harry felt a bit embarrassed that he hadn't noticed the magnificent screech owl so close by. He pulled out his small pouch with the undetectable extension charm, his wand safely concealed inside, and set about attaching it firmly to Hermione's outstretched leg. "May I ask what you need Hermes for?" Percy inquired amiably while Harry fidgeted with the owl. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond. Well, it's something. Do you mind if I don't explain?" he asked, feeling a bit awkward. "Say no more," Percy quickly assured him. "I would have thought you were a bit young for secrets, but I completely understand." "Your secret is safe with me, Harry." "Oh." Harry scrunched his eyebrows. "Thanks." He had no idea what Percy was assuming, but it reminded him of some of the contraband that Seamus and Dean had snuck into Hogwarts back in their 5th or 6th year. Still, the misunderstanding worked to his advantage. Satisfied with the way he had attached the package to Hermes, Harry whispered a few quiet instructions, asking the owl to take the long way to Hogwarts and deliver it directly to him in the Gryffindor Tower before bed. Hermes hooted with dignity and flew off, leaving Harry to turn his attention back to Percy, pondering what Percy's strange assumptions might be. Percy stepped closer and leaned down to murmur conspiratorially, "I hope a little advice wouldn't be taken the wrong way, Harry, but it might be. Best to avoid this topic around Fred and George. While they aren't bad people, I might suggest that they can be a little indelicate when it comes to matters of the heart." Oh, Harry realized he had been mistaken. Percy seemed to have a more pure-minded perspective than Seamus and Dean. He had just unintentionally given Percy the impression that he had a secret girlfriend. But then again, it made sense. Percy was likely thinking that way because he had one too. "Thanks, Percy," Harry said, managing to smile up at the older Weasley with as much seriousness as he could muster. He found himself appreciating Percy more than he expected, especially now that they had gotten to know each other better. Percy was surprisingly thoughtful and generous to a fault. Harry couldn't really fault him for his unusual formality. It was a natural reaction to the boisterous nature of Fred and George, after all. "I'll keep that in mind." He and Percy shared a nod before returning to their previous positions, waiting for the rest of the family to finish gathering their things. Finally, they collected all their possessions, and Harry met Mr. Weasley's gaze, which was tinged with embarrassment, as they scrambled into the surprisingly comfortable small car. Harry responded to Mr. Weasley's nervous winks with a quiet nod. They both silently agreed to keep Mr. Weasley's magical tinkering a secret, especially from his wife. The whole group reached King's Cross Station with 15 minutes to spare. While Mr. Weasley rushed off to collect the trolleys for their trunks, Harry noticed a few suspiciously magical families hurrying in the same direction. With Apparition and the Flu Network making travel across Britain so easy, the hoops they had to jump through to get to Hogwarts seemed strange to him. He followed closely behind the bustling Weasley family, lost in thought as they dashed through the station. Without much fuss, they reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. "Percy first," Mrs. Weasley said, glancing at the clock, which indicated they were running short on time. They had a generous 7 minutes left to catch the train. Percy strode through the barrier with purpose, and with an unusually clear memory of this event, Harry stepped forward. "How about me next?" he asked, eliciting a warm smile from Mrs. Weasley. "Very well, dear, your turn," she replied. Taking a deep breath and thinking of Dobby, Harry turned to face the wall. This was the moment of truth. Casually, he stepped forward and leaned gently against the barrier. A sideways glance revealed the entire family arranged around the wall like an artistic tableau, each of them pretending to be intrigued by various distant objects. Harry let out a small sigh as Mr. Weasley caught his eye, and he leaned a bit harder against the wall. Unexpectedly, he collided with it and bounced back. With each small jolt, Harry felt his stomach drop a little more. Concerned, the short red-headed man stepped forward. "All right there, Harry?" "Mr. Weasley asked, worry etched on his face. Harry muttered something about the wall being blocked. "Here, let me try," Mr. Weasley offered, positioning his shoulder next to Harry's. "Oomph," he exclaimed, bouncing off the wall as well. "Pushed a bit too hard there, I think." He rubbed his shoulder gingerly. "Perhaps one more try." The family milled around in confusion as Mr. Weasley failed to pass through the barrier a second time. He scratched his head, then pulled out his wand, casting a series of spells at the brick in front of him. The rest of the family leaned in, puzzled, before returning to their previous posture of carefully observing the distance, as if there were nothing unusual happening. "Strange," Mr. Weasley muttered. "It should all be working fine." Harry thought of Dobby fondly, mixed with a hint of frustration. It was clear the little elf had decided to increase his protection over Harry. The upcoming year was beginning to feel more complicated by the minute. Just then, another family approached from behind, a covered owl perched on their cart. A cage perched precariously on top of the luggage trolley. From behind them, Harry noticed a couple of muggles eyeing the little crowd with curiosity. A new wizarding family attempted to lean through the gate alongside Harry, sharing puzzled questions with the surrounding Weasley clan. Other adult wizards cast a few diagnostic spells on the wall, but they too failed to identify any problems. Just then, a plainclothes ministry official approached quickly and tried the same tests. After a moment, Arthur scratched his head in confusion. "Well, we don't know what's wrong, but we can't just stand here. We'll pop you through with apparition and pass the problem on," he said. Harry felt Mr. Weasley grasp his arm and reached wildly for his luggage. With a familiar pop, they arrived safely on the other side of the barrier. Percy was waiting for them, looking puzzled. Mr. Weasley waved him off an apparat again, this time returning with George. The platform soon filled with Weasleys as each underage wizard was ferried through by an adult. Having resolved the immediate issue, Mr. Weasley nodded goodbye and wandered off to speak further with the ministry official, a tall man with a balding head. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley fussed over her children for a few more minutes. Hermione and her parents approached almost immediately. According to Hermione, they had no trouble getting through the barrier, having arrived a good few minutes earlier. Neville and his grandmother joined them soon after, and with the usual fuss and bother, the students were organized onto the train. "Right you are then, Harry," one of the twins said, having heaved all the other luggage up onto the overhead nets. "We're off to find Lee. He said he'd be saving us a seat with some very charming chasers, and we don't trust him with the girls all alone. Look after our munchkin for us, will you?" He ruffled Ginny's hair playfully. "Oh, and Ron, I suppose." "Sure," Harry grinned up at him. "Anything for you." "Now that's the right attitude," the twin grinned back. "You certainly know who to keep pleased around here, at any rate. Percy will be by sometime if you have any problems, I'm sure." Fred and George waved cheerfully as they left the compartment, dashing off to get into who knows what kind of mischief, leaving Harry and his friends to settle in for the train ride. With her hair in delightful disarray, Ginny quietly took a seat opposite Harry, next to Hermione. She clutched her wand tightly in her hand and looked rather pale, even for her. "Nerves," Neville whispered in Harry's ear as they watched Hermione trying to help Ginny. Hermione was combing through Ginny's long ginger strands with her fingers, muttering encouraging words. Unfortunately, Ginny seemed mostly oblivious to her efforts, her feverish eyes locked on Harry instead. Harry felt a bit uncomfortable under the intensity of Ginny's gaze but did his best to ignore the pressure and make small talk with the others. Ron, unfortunately, didn't make it any easier. Fiddling around in his pockets, Ron pulled out Sandwiches, his rat, and promptly stuffed him back in, along with some licorice wands, a piece of string, and a rock with a hole in it. Finally, he triumphantly produced a pack of cards. "Aha!" he exclaimed. "I knew I had them somewhere. What about a game of?" At that moment, the pack of exploding snap cards blew up in his face. Ron dropped the scorching cards, shaking his hand to ease the pain. "Damn the twins," he muttered tiredly, his voice laced with defeat. "Should have guessed. They were being too nice before." Harry exchanged wide-eyed glances with Neville, both of them stifling their laughter. Ron's face, usually very pale, was now covered in black soot, except for his eyelids, which stood out starkly against the mess. His face was like a comet in the night sky. He had obviously scrunched his eyes tightly shut just as the explosion occurred. His eyebrows, short as they were, stood stiff and somewhat curly on his forehead, and the once pristine red leather seats of the compartment now looked significantly dirtier. There was a clear outline of soot on the wall behind Ron's head. "Honestly, Ron," Hermione muttered, momentarily leaving off fussing with Ginny's hair to attend to him instead. "Just look at you." Neville, having finished his laughter, took a deep breath and then choked. Harry jerked in surprise as Neville inhaled a lungful of green, brackish smoke and began coughing, shoulder shaking, gasping coughs. Amused, Harry patted him on the back to help. As the chaos subsided, Harry settled back into his seat. He had overcome another obstacle in his path for this year, and even without the pensieve, he felt pretty confident that everything was on track for a successful term. After all, what was Hogwarts without a little chaos from the twins? The compartment door opened a couple of times, with hopeful students peeking in, only to see their faces fall in disappointment at the sight of the full compartment. The Potter sisters and an older Hufflepuff waved cheerfully at Harry and his friends before moving on, but there wasn't much time for anything more before the whistle blew, and the express took off with a shrill squeal and clouds of steam. "So," Harry said as the platform faded from view, "how are you feeling about Hogwarts this year, Ginny?" She turned beet red under his gaze and muttered something he couldn't quite catch. "Oh. I see." He nodded. "And you, do you have anything in particular that you're looking forward to?" "Sorting and Force." Ginny seemed to mumble back. Harry met Hermione's amused gaze across the compartment and raised his eyebrows at her meaningfully. She rose to the occasion. "Do you think you'll have a favorite subject?" "Ginny?" There was a moment of silence before Ron chimed in. "She'll be good at charms, I reckon." Just then, Ginny mustered her courage to whisper, "Defense." Neville leaned forward in his seat, smiling encouragingly. "What house do you think you'll get into?" Ron snorted. "Gryffindor, of course. She's a Weasley, after all." All eyes turned to Ginny, whose cheeks flushed a deep red, but she nodded in agreement. Hermione sighed, tilting her head. "Ron, let her speak for herself, won't you?" "She's my sister, don't you know?" Ron replied. Hermione huffed. "Just because she's a girl doesn't mean. Just because you have an inferiority complex doesn't mean." Surprisingly, it was Neville who cut through the rising tension with a firm voice. "Ginny, do you have any friends coming to school with you this year?" "Not really," Ginny mumbled. "Eh?" Harry exclaimed, but Ron quickly interrupted. "She doesn't need many, does she? She's got her family, and she'll have Gryffindor soon enough." "There is that," Harry admitted absently, but his mind began to drift. Hadn't Ginny grown up with little Luna Lovegood? He knew they were neighbors. But they hadn't arranged to sit together on the train, had they? The thought of his quirky blonde friend lingered in his mind as the train sped away from London. Percy poked his head into the compartment. He lost a few rounds of exploding snap, and the trolley which made her rounds. As Hermione kicked the boys out of the compartment so she and Ginny could change into their robes early, Harry leaned against the scratched-up doorway, deep in thought. He had been so sure that Ginny and Luna were good friends as children, that she had lost touch with her because of the diary, which he had fixed now, thank Merlin. Had he somehow misunderstood something? When the girls finally let the boys back in, Harry's thoughts were still tangled in questions. As Harry stepped through the door, he changed into his robe with a lack of enthusiasm. "Oi, mate! You've got the robe on backwards." Ron's voice pulled him back to reality for a moment, but soon, the worry in Harry's mind became overwhelming. She had faced such terrible bullying in the last timeline. "Sorry, guys," Harry said with a self-conscious smile. "I'm going to wander the train for a bit. Does anyone want to come with me?" "Nah, mate," Ron muttered, his face smudged with soot as he settled back down, picking up the cards again. "I've got to get Neville off this streak of luck he's on." "Sorry, Harry," Neville grinned, mirroring Ron's actions. "You know how it is." As Harry's gaze drifted around the room, he noticed Ginny. She gave a small sound of surprise. Hermione shook her head in response. "I'll stay here, if you don't mind. I'm not feeling too great, so I'll just rest." Harry understood. Ginny needed the company. He closed the door as they all bent their heads back toward the pile of cards on the fold-out table. He meandered down the train carriage slowly. The rhythmic rattle of the floorboards beneath his feet was comforting in its familiarity. The scuffed tread of his footsteps and the gentle rattling of doors in their frames added to the soothing atmosphere. As Harry passed a few closed doors, he peeked through the windows, hoping to spot Luna, but only unfamiliar faces greeted him. Useless. Then, a thought struck him suddenly. He had never made the effort to visit others on the train before. He always waited for them to come to him. Perhaps he had been taking advantage of his fame a bit? The realization filled him with shame, and he stopped trying to peer through the corridor window into the compartment beside him. Instead, he knocked briskly on the door before pushing it open. Hi," he muttered immediately. 5 friendly faces looked back at him, dressed in Hufflepuff colors. "Who are you, sweetheart?" one of them asked. One of the girls, Harry noticed they were all girls, smiled at him, her dimples showing. "Are you a first year? Are you lost? Do you need a prefect?" One of the others chimed in before Harry could even respond. He had barely opened his mouth to speak when someone near the door gasped loudly. "Oh my gosh! You're him. You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Suddenly, chaos erupted. Someone exclaimed, "He's so small. Just look at his hair." Another girl marveled. "Can you see the scar? Do you think he does autographs? Do you think he does hugs? Hang on, I'm sure I have a Potter spotter column somewhere. Can I borrow a quill?" Harry staggered backward, overwhelmed. "Never mind. Wrong room. Sorry." He quickly slammed the door shut. He dashed over to the next compartment and yanked it open in his eagerness to escape. A couple of Ravenclaw boys looked up from the long seats, clearly having been asleep. "My mistake," Harry muttered as he backed out slowly. After that, he traveled down the carriage with a bit more caution. Not having found who he was looking for, he carefully stepped outside and crossed the coupling to enter the next carriage. There, he discovered Fred and George with some members of the Quidditch team. He waved at Cedric Diggory and exchanged greetings with a couple of his classmates from Ravenclaw. Just as he was about to enter the last carriage, he ran into Draco Malfoy. "Malfoy," Harry nodded. "Potter. How were your holidays, after that?" Malfoy sniffed, as if it were a habit. "Not bad. My parents took me to Paris," Harry replied, trying to step past him. But Malfoy continued, "I found a replacement defense book since we last spoke." "Are your own plans finalized?" "What?" "Oh. Yes, Harry responded, surprised that the conversation was continuing. That's a relief, Malfoy smirked. I didn't think you could speak French, Malfoy said with a smirk. Harry wasn't sure what Malfoy meant, as the obvious implication seemed too ridiculous to be true. True, Harry replied curtly. I thought as much, Malfoy said, raising an eyebrow. Harry scowled, but Malfoy only stepped back, waving him on. Off you go then, Potter. If you need any help with your classwork, do let me know. Malfoy's smirk deepened, and Harry felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Some help could be made available, for a price, Malfoy added. Whatever, Harry retorted. Just as he was about to step outside, he called back, Oi, Malfoy. Have you thought about this one? How fast would a broomstick have to travel in this corridor to stop it from moving backwards in the train? He jerked the door open with a click and rushed out before Malfoy could respond. Unfortunately, Luna wasn't in the last carriage either, which meant Harry had walked in the wrong direction. He turned back, intending to go further up the train, but a commotion near the girls' bathroom interrupted his plans. What's up? He asked, spotting Padma, who spun around in relief. Potter? Oh, thank goodness. You sort it out. I've simply got to go. To Harry's surprise, she turned and dashed up the corridor, leaving him standing awkwardly in front of the girls' bathroom door. Potil, he called, but she had already disappeared, leaving him rubbing his neck in an uncomfortable silence. Tentatively, Harry leaned forward and spoke softly in the empty corridor. Hello? He waited anxiously, and a loud burst of laughter from a nearby compartment made him jump. Shuffling his feet, Harry wandered over to the boys' door, only to find it empty. He shuffled back in front of the girls' bathroom, shoulders hunched. Hello? Anyone in there? His heart raced as he knocked lightly on the door. To his surprise, Hermione's voice came from inside, trembling with curiosity. The door. Padma? Is that you? Hermione? Harry asked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it's you. Potter just left me here. Are you all right? Harry? Hermione's voice sounded a bit higher than usual. Oh, thank goodness. Look, Harry. I need your help. Feeling significantly less awkward, though still uncomfortable talking to someone in the girls' restroom, Harry relaxed a little more. Sure. What's up? She spoke quickly. Nothing much. Nothing at all. Listen, Harry. Can I just borrow your wand for a second? Sure, Harry smiled, then hesitated. I don't have it with me. What? I left it in my trunk, Harry admitted, lying. Can you go and fetch it for me? Hermione asked, her voice trembling. Quickly? Before anyone else comes? Well. Harry paused, knowing that his wand was on its way to Hogwarts, far from where he stood. It's right at the bottom of my trunk, I think. You know how the holidays are. Should I go and fetch yours instead? No. Hermione yelped. Mine's also in my trunk. Under my robes and under things. Can't I just borrow yours? Starting to feel concerned, Harry asked, What's wrong, Hermione? Do you need a vimp or the potion? She let out a nervous giggle. No. No, I'm fine. It's not my stomach, Harry. Don't worry. Are you stuck or something? Something like that. Do you need me to break the door down? No. Hermione moaned. No. Can you just go find a wand before someone else comes? Utterly confused, Harry leaned against the door frame, concern etched on his face. What's wrong, Hermione? Do you need to talk about something? I'm happy to listen if you do. Just a wand, she wailed. I don't, just a wand, Harry. Please? His eyebrows furrowed in confusion. You want me to talk to Neville? Not Neville, Hermione snapped quickly. Anyone but him. Neville? Harry started, but quickly remembered how distressed Hermione was. Ron, then? Hermione let out a small wail that was a mix of a giggle and a moan. Oh Merlin, that's even worse. Ginny? Harry suggested hesitantly. Not Ginny, Hermione murmured from behind the door. She's too young. Feeling utterly confused, Harry tried to sound as confident as possible. All right, Hermione. You stay here and don't worry. I'll go sort this out and come back soon. All right? He hurried off and returned a few minutes later, gently shooing away a fifth-year Slytherin who was knocking at the door. Ginny couldn't find your wand, Harry reported, leaning against the doorframe with an apologetic look. She had a really good look, took out a bunch of stuff, she put it all back, of course, but she couldn't find your wand. Sorry. Hermione whimpered. Did you see everything? Well, not everything, of course. Of course, Hermione sighed. At least she put it all back. Did she loan you her wand instead? Oh, Harry mouthed, realizing. I think I forgot to ask. I'll be right back. Don't ask Ron or Neville, Hermione pleaded. Just keep it quiet, all right? Turning, Harry prepared to sprint down the corridor and dash back to their compartment. Instead, he collided right into Zacharias Smith. Potter, the taller boy, complained. What have you been doing in front of the ladies' washroom? A few of the girls are uncomfortable with your presence, if you understand what I mean. Smith, Harry said brightly, how convenient. Look, I know we're not close, but there's a bit of a situation, and do you think I could borrow your wand? What? Smith recalled in indignation. Are you mad? What? Harry echoed, completely bewildered. It'll just be for a minute, I think, won't it, Hermione? Harry? Hermione's voice called out from behind the door. Who's out there with you? Do you have a wand for me? Zacharias Smith huffed in Harry's direction and shot a scathing look at Hermione's door. Are you playing me, or do you genuinely not know? I don't get it, Harry replied, tilting his head in confusion. Smith muttered under his breath, loud enough for Harry to catch a few words. Rumors you were muggle-raised, but obnoxiously uncouth. Harry crossed his arms. I still don't get it, he insisted, raising an eyebrow. But if it's not important, do you think you could let me borrow your wand for Hermione? Utterly exasperated, Smith rolled his eyes. Potter, surely even you have noticed that wizards don't just casually loan wands around like quills. A wand bonds to one wizard, don't you realize? Disrespecting that bond is positively churlish, even if you are the boy who lived. Well, it would only be for a moment, Harry tried to reason. Show some respect, Smith scolded. I would have presumed that with a father like yours, you could value your culture a little more. But blood will tell, they say. Right, Harry drawled, feeling heat rise to his head. He took a couple of calming breaths and practiced his occlumency. Thanks for that glowing endorsement. I'll certainly bear that in mind. In the meantime, he scowled up at Smith with all the impatience he could muster. Hermione's having a crisis, so I think I'll just go find someone useful, if you don't mind. And what is wrong with her that's caused you to hover outside the ladies' facilities? Smith asked, raising an eyebrow. Uncertain himself, Harry huffed. Never you mind. He rushed back to the door and knocked. Are you still there? Hermione? It's okay now, I didn't ask any of the boys. I brought Percy here instead. Percy? Hermione's voice quivered, and she sniffled somewhat wetly. Oh, Harry. She seemed to. Harry sighed. Thanks, Harry. Impy Percy? Are you there? Percy puffed out his skinny chest like a proud pigeon. Nis, he began pompously. He cleared his throat. Hermione? What's wrong? It's nothing important, Hermione's voice dropped. Sorry for bothering you. Can I just borrow your wand, please? Well, Percy blinked owlishly. It's not really done, you know. Just one little spell. Hermione seemed to plead. I'm afraid I'm not really comfortable with that. Percy hesitated, sharing a blank look with Harry at his side. Dare I venture to ask, are you perhaps having troubles of a delicate nature? Yes. Hermione seemed to sob. Yes, you could say that. Oh dear, Percy murmured, suddenly resembling his father. Oh dear, oh dear. And, he hesitated, dare I confirm, are they boy problems? Hermione let out a high-pitched, watery giggle that made Harry feel quite concerned. Boy problems, she echoed. Oh, Morgana. No, they're not boy problems. Percy looked bewildered, staring at Harry in surprise. No. All his prefectly superiority seemed to drain away, leaving him looking quite deflated. Harry, his mouth half open as he struggled to find the right words, glanced rapidly between Percy's confused expression and Hermione's closed door. He knew Hermione's inflections well after so many years. Hermione, Harry began very slowly. Are you having girl problems? Just one little spell, Hermione mumbled. Just a wand. Please. Still baffled, Harry looked back at Percy, who was rapidly paling. Do you need to curse someone? He asked, confused. You, Percy muttered, and Harry watched in fascination as all the blood rushed back into his face, turning it a beautiful radish pink. You stay right there. Harry. Go somewhere else. I'll fetch Penelope. Harry started to ask what was happening, but Percy interrupted, go on, encouraging him with flapping hands. Penelope will know what to do, he insisted, dashing off down the train. Hermione? Harry asked. Thanks, Harry, Hermione muttered quietly. You go grab a seat again. We'll probably be arriving soon. Did I do something wrong? You did fine, Hermione replied, a hint of a smile in her voice. Just, don't worry about it anymore. Did you, she hesitated, tell many people about me being stuck in here? Oh no, Harry reassured her. I only mentioned it to Ron, Neville, and Ginny. And Percy, of course. Of course. And, Harry hesitated, counting on his fingers, the Potter twin knows since she was here when I arrived, so the other Potter will know soon too. So, Lavender as well, I guess. And Smith, who you know didn't want to help. And that Slytherin girl, Harry added, cringing slightly. And now, Penelope? Did you not want many people to know? Go and have a seat, Hermione instructed. Thanks for your help, Harry. Feeling dejected, Harry wandered back to the compartment, still unsure of where things had gone wrong. Eventually, a pale Hermione rejoined them, holding her stomach tightly but otherwise seeming all right. Both Harry and Neville fussed over her, offering chocolate frogs and cauldron cakes, but Hermione appeared strangely subdued as she nibbled on the treats. An awful sinking feeling settled in Harry's stomach. He couldn't shake the thought that he had somehow handled this all wrong. Maybe he should have flown the car to Hogwarts after all. Finally, the uncomfortable train ride came to an end, and Harry lingered by Hermione's side as he and his friends entered one of the coaches. Ginny nervously toddled off toward the hulking silhouette ahead. At the far end of the tiny platform stood Hagrid. The coach ride felt strangely subdued. Hermione occasionally grimaced while Harry maintained a nervous silence, his concern for her growing. Meanwhile, the noise level rose as the coaches approached Hogwarts. The excitement of the entire student body was palpable as they filed through the main doors and into the Great Hall. Hyperactive voices bounced off the ceiling until the teachers present firmly quieted them down. Little Ginny entered the room with the other anxious first years, and Harry couldn't help but feel a wave of empathy for them. It was then that he noticed Luna. Her silver blonde hair glimmered in the candlelight, and it was easy to spot her standing dreamily to one side of the crowd. Harry wondered, based on his long familiarity with her, if Luna seemed a little less dazed than usual. Finally, the whispers died down, and the Sorting Hat took center stage, ready to showcase its lyrical talent. Despite the lingering feelings of guilt and confusion, Harry found himself intrigued. Just a year ago, he had been busy fighting off the Whomping Willow. He had never heard this song before, In the dead silence, the Sorting Hat seemed to clear its throat, and the tear in its brim widened. Harry leaned forward in eagerness as the hat began. Your next few steps on Hogwarts grounds. Direct your future years. Each first foot forward and unproved step is witnessed by your peers. But different folks have different needs and grow in a unique way. The Hogwarts houses thus define how you will work and play. Each disposition has a house to which it belongs best. So join like minds and learn your strengths. For life is but a test. Slytherin wants those with guile who dream of great acclaim. No, if you wish to join his house, ambition leads to fame. Bold Gryffindor accepts the brave who face up to their fears. The skills you learn by forging forward support you through the years. Fair Ravenclaw, admiring wit values those who love to learn. Great success comes step by step, it's something you must earn. As for Hufflepuff, the just, she cherishes the loyal and kind. True friends and noble vocations both require an earnest mind. So set this cap upon your heads, I will not steer you wrong. The Sorting Hat is just what you need to find where you belong. Applause erupted in the room, and Harry joined in, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been a while since he'd heard a sorting song, and this one felt refreshingly carefree. There were no warnings about house unity or troubled times, nothing at all. He wondered if it was the same song as in his last timeline. Turning to Hermione on his right, he almost asked her about it before catching himself with one of her long, patient glances. Hey, Hermione, was the... never mind. This Hermione hadn't been with him in the previous timeline, and he realized he was alone in his knowledge. He smiled awkwardly as she turned to look at him, feeling a strange heaviness settle on his shoulders when she silently looked away. Was she angry with him? Sorry, Harry cringed. Look, McGonagall's starting. Professor McGonagall began calling the first years forward in her Scottish brogue. Harry had never seen any of these students sorted in his last timeline, so he sat up straight to pay attention. It also helped distract him from other thoughts. He had friends in this cohort, he wondered how childhood suited them. Creevy, Colin, was called up quickly. Harry felt a pang when he noticed the small boy's camera already hanging around his neck. Lovegood, Luna, was sorted into Ravenclaw without much fuss, the hat taking only a moment to declare her new house. Harry watched her closely as she made her way to the Ravenclaw table. She looked well, and he was pleased to see she seemed happy about her sorting. Meanwhile, Ron's attention began to wane, and Neville's stomach gurgled as the name Weasley, Ginny, was finally called. Her pale face grew even whiter under the mounting pressure. Ron snapped back to attention, gripping his seat tightly. Harry noticed his knuckles turning white with tension. The Sorting Hat barely touched Ginny's head before it announced, Gryffindor. The hall erupted in cheers from the table where Harry sat today. He thought Fred and George were good blokes, but in that moment, he understood why Ginny might find her older brothers a bit overwhelming. Weasley! Weasley! Weasley, they chanted, climbing onto their seats and shouting over the clapping and whistling of the Gryffindor crowd. Ginny flushed a deep tomato red as she stood up from the sorting stool. Lee Jordan joined in the chant as the twins started a stamp clap rhythm. McGonagall shot them a furious scowl while Ginny ducked her head, mortified, and scurried to the empty end of the table. Harry couldn't help but notice Ron nodding his head to the rhythm of the cheers. As their impromptu cheer began to wind down, McGonagall finished her list, and the Hogwarts welcoming feast finally began. Chapter 10, Overwarm Welcome. From that point on, the year settled into a routine for Harry relatively quickly. He fell back into his study schedule with ease, managing to avoid any one-on-one conversations with Professor Lockhart. Perhaps his implied threat of stealing Lockhart's thunder had been more effective than he had hoped. 2 days after his arrival, Harry checked the safety of Riddle's diary and was pleased to see it lying still and undisturbed in the third compartment where he had left it. Standing on the steps and looking down at the innocuous little book bound in leather, he was stunned by a sudden urge to destroy it immediately. Tension rose in his shoulders, and his fingertips tingled. Resisting the impulse, Harry refrained from drawing his wand. In this timeline, waking the basilisk was not part of his plans. No action was urgent, although he realized with a jolt that he wouldn't be getting the sword of Gryffindor to absorb the venom either. But hey, the castle was safe, the basilisk was sleeping, and the Horcrux was secure. He could grow stronger at his own pace and deal with the basilisk when he was ready. There was time to find other solutions, no need to be on edge. Still standing in his third compartment, Harry decided against experimenting with Fiendfire or the Avada Kedavra just yet. He was determined to be a better person in this timeline, and that was a path he didn't want to take. So, he made a conscious choice to stop thinking about the diary. Focus on the good things, he reminded himself. Nevertheless, as he turned to leave his luggage behind, he thought it would be reassuring to see all the little baby mandrakes being nurtured under the careful supervision of Professor Sprout. As classes settled in properly, Harry was pleased to discover that his hard-won study had paid off. He quickly learned that Transfiguration class remained easy for him, thanks to his natural abilities in practical wand work and his extra practice. Professor McGonagall sent 2 mildly challenging assignments his way, but he felt confident in his skills. Harry noticed the impressed looks directed his way during that first lesson, and he overheard at least one remark about being his father's son within the first week. What surprised him even more was the noticeable increase in his theoretical knowledge. As Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the room, her long fingers gesturing elegantly while she spoke about the laws of transmutation and reviewed transformations from animate to inanimate, Harry felt sparks igniting in his mind. In that moment of clarity, he realized how significant the theory was. An otherworldly will and a network of dazzling logic seemed to hold his understanding of transfiguration together, just beyond his grasp. For a mystical instant, everything became clear. But when he reached out to touch that clarity, the pattern faded frustratingly away. A similar experience unfolded in charms, and to Harry's surprise, defense against the dark arts remained manageable too. Of course, defense was heavily focused on the heroic mythology surrounding Gilderoy Lockhart, filled with cringeworthy personal anecdotes rather than actual facts. As he sat in class with his open textbook, Quirrell's second-year edition, just to be safe, he observed how his classmates reacted to Lockhart before turning his attention to his own work. Surprisingly, Harry mused, Lockhart actually seemed genuinely popular. He chewed on the tip of his quill while jotting down notes, realizing that the man was a natural storyteller. For those students, particularly the Gryffindors who hadn't done the assigned readings, Lockhart's opening tale about holidaying with hags was nothing short of thrilling. Harry was reluctant to admit that he wasn't participating in any dramatic reenactments himself, but he had to acknowledge that Lockhart could command the stage. Even the boys, to Harry's surprise, were perched on the edges of their seats during this first dramatic lesson. Ironically, as he chose to sit in the back row to focus better on his studies, he found himself distracted by Professor Bin's history class. Harry found some aspects of class to be preferable. The old ghost's monotonous drone was easy to tune out, providing a surprisingly effective background noise that helped him focus on his own work. Lockhart, on the other hand, struggled to find a steady rhythm. And then, Lockhart paused dramatically, interrupting Harry's critical thinking once again. What do you think happened? Thomas, was it? The startled student blinked at the sudden attention and mumbled a guess. Precisely! Lockhart exclaimed loudly. My dear chap, you must have read the book. He followed this with a cheerful wink and a grin. Then, lowering his voice to an intense, precise tone, he continued after another pause, Why, as I lay in that shrubbery for 2 days and 3 nights, you cannot imagine the agony of my morals. Was she, I wondered, simply a misunderstood single lady, rejected by her peers due to her less than attractive face? His voice built in intensity, and his delivery sped up, causing Harry at the back of the room to shift uncomfortably and try to block out the noise. Could I possibly, Lockhart pleaded, add injury to insult as I reached the end of my hunt? Was I merely compounding her pain and pathos? Were all her troubles a misunderstanding based on her hideously disfigured face and shy demeanor? Or, he spun dramatically, lowering his voice menacingly, was she truly the eater of children and scourge of the village, as I had been told? I, he grandly proclaimed, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, could not find it in me to back down from the challenge. Harry adjusted his seating once more and made a mental note to research muffling spells that affect dealer listener rather than the target right after class. However, considering his growing experience with self-managed study schedules, he thought that once he worked out a few kinks in his plan, he might be able to cope. Harry found himself surprisingly content to work through the textbook on his own. He felt well prepared to tackle the chaotic pixie lesson and managed to stay relatively calm about the upcoming classes. The history of magic, herbology, and astronomy lessons were all familiar territory for him. With his newly established practice of using a dictaquill to record Professor Binns' lectures, Harry navigated the history readings independently and began to explore beyond the basics. It was satisfying to see Hermione adapt this year, even resorting to the same technique he had adopted. About a week into the school year, Harry stumbled upon the wonders of appendices, and his self-directed learning took on new dimensions. He was starting to understand why Hermione found so much joy in planning her studies, but he was only just beginning to grasp it. Potions remained the only subject that kept Harry on his toes, though he couldn't honestly say he had expected anything different. Snape's biting remarks and palpable disdain added a nostalgic flair to those lessons. Outside of class, Harry made tentative attempts at friendship with Ginny. Sometimes she responded with a smile, but other times her embarrassment led to some awkward moments. Her crush on him would occasionally cause her to lose her coordination entirely. Little Colin Creevey was thrilled to receive a photo of Harry taken with a wizarding camera. He was so excited to write to his parents about it that he forgot to thank Harry for the gift. Life felt good. As the first days of school turned into weeks and everything settled into a routine, Harry eventually gave up hoping for a chance encounter with Luna and decided to search for her himself. One empty Saturday afternoon, while Hermione and Ron were deeply engrossed in a chess match, with Neville looking on, Harry left the common room and roamed the halls in search of her. He wandered through the library and gazed out the windows at the lake. She wasn't even at the Quidditch pitch, though he had already suspected that it was a futile hope. Harry realized he needed to ask one of Ginny's housemates for help. As he arrived at the base of Ravenclaw Tower, he hesitated. Should he climb the stairs himself, or was it more polite to request assistance? What was the proper etiquette for visiting another house's common room, anyway? Should he even know where it was? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of place without his polyjuice potion or invisibility cloak, which he had relied on in the past. Just then, luck smiled upon him. Ravenclaw Prefect Penelope Clearwater appeared, striding confidently down the stairs. "Excuse me?" Harry called out, and she stopped abruptly, turning around as his hand accidentally caught her sleeve. "Sorry. I'm looking for a friend, but I can't go up the tower myself. Could you help me out? Please?" He finished with a hopeful tone, giving her his best innocent, wide-eyed look, trying to pass as a young child. Penelope studied his expression for a moment, then softened her tone. Harry quickly explained his situation, and her initial disinterest transformed into genuine understanding as she grasped the details of his dilemma. 10 minutes later, Penelope returned from the tower, leading a very small first-year student, Luna Lovegood. She gave a brief scolding about respecting house boundaries before leaving Harry and Luna alone. Apparently, Luna had heard of his reputation and was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt just this once. Harry guided Luna down the hallway to a private window seat, ready to dive into what he expected to be a perplexing conversation. He noticed she was wearing shoes, which he considered a good start. "Hello," he managed, settling into the padded seat. "Hello," Luna replied softly. "You're Harry Potter?" "I am," Harry said after a brief pause. "And you're Luna Lovegood?" Apparently, she responded, accepting this with a calm demeanor. They fell into a small silence, both looking at each other patiently. Harry had hoped the conversation would flow more naturally than this, but it seemed they were both waiting for something to spark their dialogue. Harry felt a bit lost as he tried to find the right words to explain himself with Luna sitting in front of him. To his surprise, Luna seemed completely unfazed by being summoned from her room by a Ravenclaw prefect just to meet the famous boy who lived. The way her eyebrows were slightly raised, giving her that ever-curious look, made Harry feel like she was waiting for him to say something important. The trouble was, he had no idea what that could be. He started again, feeling a bit awkward. I suppose you're wondering why I called you down. Some reason of your own, I assume, Luna replied with a hint of playfulness. Taking a deep breath, Harry pressed on. I wanted to meet you because I just know we're going to be good friends. Oh, Luna tilted her head, intrigued. Is that so? Friends? I had a friend once. Good for you, he ventured, unsure of how to respond. I thought so at the time. Luna smiled dreamily, as if recalling a distant memory. When will we do this, then? I thought, Harry continued, finding his footing, that we could start right now. He looked at her hopefully. Would you like that? Are you the type of friend who laughs at people when they're not with you? Luna asked with genuine curiosity. No, he exclaimed, shaking his head. No. I want to be the kind of friend who gets to know you, studies together, and shares interests. He trailed off, suddenly aware of some of Luna's unique passions. The little first year considered his words seriously for a moment before nodding graciously. Friends, she said with a smile. I'd like that. I suppose we should start now then. Sure, Harry agreed, feeling a sense of relief. They fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. To Harry's surprise, Luna broke the silence first. Do you have strong opinions on Thundermans, by any chance? No. Harry replied honestly, trying to recall what they were. Some kind of wizarding creature, he thought. Oh, Luna sighed sadly, leaving Harry with a strange feeling of uncertainty. Harry felt a twinge of guilt. I thought it might explain them. Who? Your glasses, Luna replied, her cheerfulness rising as Harry engaged in a conversation. They seem terribly old and neglected. I thought you might be trying to attract them. Harry quickly removed his glasses and gave them a half-hearted polish on his robes. Not really. I've just always had them. I feel a bit off when I think about getting new ones. I understand, Luna nodded. My earrings are the same. Harry glanced at the purple, radish-like earrings dangling from her neck. He remembered them clearly from his previous timeline. They looked just as ridiculous now as they had then. They were my last present from my mother, you know. Ah. They give you wisdom, Daddy says. Well, I think anything that makes you feel close to your mother would help you feel safe. They must be very precious. He recalled her issues with missing belongings. You will look after them, won't you? Did you want me to put a charm on them to keep them safe? I'll manage. Luna smiled. You're very kind, Harry Potter. Suddenly, she stood. I'm going to go now and think about my mother for a while. Perhaps we will meet again. Okay, Harry replied. You can find me in the library often, and at the Great Hall. And, of course, I spend a lot of time at the Quidditch pitch too. Come and say hi when you see me. Does that work for you? The question should rather be, does that work for you, Harry Potter? Luna responded with a playful smile. I'll see you sometime. She turned and walked directly back toward the tower stairs. I'll look for you too, Harry called after her, feeling a bit confused. Maybe he should wait a little longer before introducing her to his more boisterous Gryffindor friends. Still, he was hopeful that he had managed to build a connection before some of her more painful bullying experiences caught up with her. All in all, it wasn't a bad start to the school year. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor Quidditch practices began almost immediately, and Oliver Wood was pushing his team harder than ever to overcome their recent break. At least, that's what he claimed. The Weasley twins, feeling more cynical than usual after being thrust back into the strict routine of school, insisted he was taking advantage of their settling-in period to brainwash the team into accepting tougher practices. But they joined in anyway. Harry found himself trudging back to the common room, both shivering and damp. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy had once again wrangled his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team as Seeker, likely thanks to a significant donation or two. When the news broke, Harry seized the opportunity to drop him a quick challenge, muttering, "Congratulations, may the best man win," as they passed in the hallway. He walked away, leaving the blonde standing there, looking confused. Harry hoped that rather than worsen their relationship, this display of respect might actually improve it. At the very least, he wanted to keep Malfoy guessing about his true character. Despite whatever thoughts Malfoy had about him, he continued to maintain his distance and watch. Life at school continued relatively unremarkably for several weeks, with only a few exceptions. "The stairs are teasing me," Hermione complained with a frown. "When we walk to class with you, Harry, we're almost late every time." It was true. He even got shut out of McGonagall's class once, thinking she'd locked the door on the latecomers. Surprisingly, she opened the door from the inside and insisted it hadn't been locked at all. Harry eyed Seamus and Dean with suspicion all day, but they never admitted to anything. There was also the time a tapestry in the Great Hall nearly squashed him, and only Harry's exceptional seeker skills, honed over the years, saved him. Poor Neville ended up getting crushed instead and had to have 3 broken bones and a concussion treated overnight by Madame Pomfrey. So, aside from the occasional mishap, life at Hogwarts continued on. With excitement buzzing around him, Harry focused intently on his private studies. He spent long hours in the library alongside Hermione, with Ron and Neville joining them from time to time. Luna, however, never joined their group, and Harry couldn't quite bring himself to seek her out at the tower again. If she wanted to see him, he reasoned, she would come looking for him. He completed his regular homework with the same diligence as last year, finding new meaning in seeking the practical applications for each topic he covered. The appendices were incredibly helpful in this endeavor, though occasionally they led him down tangents. As a result, Hermione's homework consistently outshone his, leaving her baffled by the fact that his practical achievements and test results were invariably better. Despite the one-sided competition, she continued with good grace. True to her words from the previous year, Hermione relished the challenge of working alongside someone more accomplished, and they studied together in comfortable companionship. In fact, the year unfolded with such tranquility and a lack of drama that Harry felt his sense of urgency gradually fading. The regular rhythms of daily life and the slow passage of the seasons enveloped him in a sense of security. "Luna," he suddenly exclaimed one Wednesday afternoon as Charms class was wrapping up. "Hermione, have you seen Luna since I finally met her?" Hermione, stacking her stationery back into her bag, looked up. "Who, Harry? I don't think I've met her." "Right." Harry still struggled with the idea of his best friends not knowing each other. The Ministry Six, for Merlin's sake, weren't even all on speaking terms. "Ron?" Harry called out. "Yeah?" Ron said, lifting his satchel off the floor. "Have you seen Luna around lately? She hasn't come by to say hi." Ron stared at Harry blankly for a moment, then his face scrunched up in thought. "Luna? Luna, like, Lovegood? Ginny's little buddy?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Harry, I didn't know you knew her. Where did you meet?" Harry felt the new story and the original story warring within him. Harry resolved his dilemma by choosing to ignore the question. "Yeah. I haven't seen her around for a while. We were supposed to meet up. Do you know where she spends her time these days?" "Nope," Ron admitted easily. "I haven't actually spoken to her since Ginny's 10th birthday, I don't think. But she'll be at Hogwarts too, now that you mention it. I wonder what house she's in." "Thanks," Harry said, scratching the back of his neck. "I'll go check on her." When he finally made his way to the bottom of Ravenclaw Tower, a first-year student informed him that she wasn't in. "Do you know where she might be?" Harry asked. She likes animals, the first year replied, offering a strange laugh and a sideways glance. Hey, can I have your autograph? Harry took the quill and parchment, signing absently while he pondered. Animals. As a first year, she might not even know about the Thestrals yet, but then it hit him. Hagrid! Harry exclaimed, dashing off. To his dismay, Hagrid told him he had never met any such student, but suggested he try the Kettleburn Club instead. If she likes animals, like you say. What? Harry asked, puzzled. He was pretty sure he knew Hogwarts well by now, being in his 8th year here, but… Kettleburn Club? What's that? One of Hogwarts' social clubs, Hagrid said with a broad smile on his scraggly face. The best one, I reckon. It's run by a good friend of mine, Sylvanus Kettleburn. He's the Care of Magical Creatures professor. Don't you know him? Harry had forgotten that there had been a Care of Magical Creatures class before Hagrid had been hired. He followed Hagrid's instructions curiously, wandering westward around the castle, past greenhouses 1 and 2. Towards the back of the castle, he stumbled upon a curious sight he had never really paid attention to before. On the sunny slope away from the castle, various little buildings were dotted around the grass, looking somewhat like. A ring of mushrooms surrounded a cluster of small buildings, some of which stood boldly in the castle's shadow. From a distance, Harry noticed they resembled Hagrid's house, made of wood and stone, squat and oddly shaped. As he approached, he spotted dozens of figures bustling around, darting in and out of the doors. Getting closer, Harry recognized several upperclassmen from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, though he didn't know any of them by name. A few Gryffindors and Slytherins mingled in the crowd, engaged in carrying, lifting, and performing minor spells. To Harry, all the students seemed young, mere teenagers without the scars of war or the weight of hardship. Yet, he guessed these students were likely older than most, probably in their final years at Hogwarts. In the midst of the commotion stood a solitary figure, orchestrating the chaos with grand en-suites and the occasional bellow. With no better destination in mind, Harry found himself stopping next to the man who could only be Sylvanus Kettleburn. Harry was struck by the teacher's impressive appearance, even more astonishing than Mad-Eye Moody. Kettleburn was full of energy, despite a collection of scars and wounds that told stories of their own. Once, he must have had a magnificent manet of auburn hair, but now, most of the left side was gone, replaced by a terrible burn that traveled from the back of his head and wrapped around to the left side of his face. Where his hair once was, glossy pink skin now bore the creases and puckers of scar tissue. Patchy tufts of auburn hair stubbornly grew around his left ear, bordering the wound. And while the pirate-like patch covering his right eye was quite noticeable, likely a result of another injury, Harry assumed, since that side bore no burn, Kettleburn's presence was undeniable. Kettleburn's left eye was half swollen shut, puffy and bare, lacking both eyelashes and eyebrows. It was a stark reminder of his past, likely burned off in the same accident that had singed his hair. Dragon flame, he muttered, catching Harry's gaze as he stood beside him. Hotter than hellfire and just as impossible to cure. Who are you, then? Harry felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Of all people, he should know better than to stare at scars. Harry Potter, Professor. Despite his best intentions, he couldn't help but notice Kettleburn's injuries. The right arm he gestured with was stocky and muscular, speckled with tiny scars across the freckled skin of his hand and forearm. A massive welt on the back of his hand had healed into a snake-like ridge, evidence of a deep scratch. Kettleburn held a dark wand with a mastery that drew Harry's fascination, little sparks shooting from its tip. As Kettleburn's other arm gesticulated wildly, it took Harry a moment to realize that the entire forearm and hand were missing, replaced by a bizarre collection of hooks. And were those wrenches? From Kettleburn's left hip down, an empty trouser leg flapped, with a skinny wooden peg protruding from it. This caught Harry's attention, leading his eyes to the wizard's other thigh, which also ended above the knee, replaced by an impressive wooden carving of a calf and a single leather boot. Kettleburn bellowed more instructions to the swarm of students darting in and out of the buildings before turning to peer at Harry with his solitary, swollen eye. Potter, you say, he grunted. From that unpleasant business a few years back, eh? Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable. Heard you're nearly indestructible, Kettleburn continued in his raspy voice. Took a killing curse to the head, they tell me. How do you think you'd fare against Dragon Flame? I couldn't really say, Harry replied. Harry felt bemused as the man continued to scrutinize him with keen interest. Nundu breath? Frupa calls? Know any good spells? Harry struggled to find a way to ask about Luna's presence in the club. I'm not bad with spell work, I don't think. Kettleburn scrunched his face into what Harry realized was probably a thoughtful frown. You're on the scrawny side, but you've got a history of survivability. I'll try you over by the fire pit for now. Let's see how you do against salamanders. A bit of a challenge never hurt anyone, eh? He pointed to a nearby hut before returning to bellow at the other students, most of whom were NEWT level. Harry incredulously made his way over to the building indicated. No wonder Kettleburn was good friends with Hagrid. The problem was, he had come here for Luna. Casting a distracted glance around, Harry stepped through the door. It wouldn't hurt to find a place to settle down and wait. As he walked in, a light scent of chili pepper and burnt dust hit him, causing his eyes to water as he paused for a moment to acclimatize. To his surprise, he wasn't immediately welcomed. What are you doing here, Pipsqueak? An older boy with brown hair asked impatiently, blinking back tears. You're too young for the salamanders. He waved his hands at Harry rudely. Go on and bugger off. Get out of here. Pritchard, he's just a kid, someone defended. Then a Ravenclaw boy emerged from the shadows, eyeing Harry up and down. Are you lost, kid? Where are you supposed to be? Fire pit, Harry shrugged. The professor sent me here. The first boy snorted. Pull the other one. All the squirts say that. You think you're special, do you? Hang on, said the kinder Ravenclaw. But before Harry could respond, a hand reached out and rudely pushed him back out the door. Get out. Lost. A surge of pure fury coursed through Harry, and he nearly reached for his wand. He had faced Voldemort himself, Merlin be damned, and even if Hogwarts hadn't believed him before. But then he remembered that he was trapped in a 12-year-old's body, and the battle at the Ministry was still ahead of him. He could be patient. To his surprise, the impatient boy had followed him out the door and shouted towards Professor Kettleburn with an unmistakably familiar tone. It was the same nasal whine Dudley used when he was about to tell on Harry to Aunt Petunia. Professor, the kid whined, we've got a midget trying to get in the fire pit. The professor bellowed back, get kitted up and put yourself to work, Potter. What are you waiting for? A written invitation? Harry turned to the student with what might have been a rather smug expression. Do you mind? You're blocking the door. He stepped past the stunned upperclassman and back into the room. He tried to ignore the shocked murmurs that erupted around him. Potter? Did he say Potter? Trust the boy who lived to get special treatment. Did you see the scar? Inside the room, a few older students, though looking harried themselves, offered some useful yet skeptical advice. You know the flame freezing charm? Did you bring your dragonhide gloves? Borrow these for now. They'll be a bit big. They like eating pepper, but only give them small coals for now, and don't let them get bossy. If you see any looking purplish, call me over. We use chili for scale rot. Harry paused for a moment, captivated by a very attractive girl in Hufflepuff colors who was genuinely offering her support. Her golden skin shimmered in the firelight, and her shoulder-length, silky black hair was stunningly decorated with two bright purple streaks that framed her face. Harry blinked, refocusing his attention. For some reason, the Hufflepuff girl reminded him a bit of Tonks. He felt fortunate that he didn't look like the 12-year-old he was, especially when the names of advanced spells were being called out to him in a hurry. Right. Got it. Yep, he said, accepting the pile of equipment thrust upon him. Thanks. As the senior students rushed off, Harry made his way deeper into the room and spotted a small wooden stool by the innermost window. Organizing himself carefully, he observed the others around him reaching into the fire pit dug into the stone floor. A large pile of hot coals glowed softly orange, resting on a grid above the fallen ash, while black rocks formed a ring around the circle of heat, presumably acting as a firebreak of some kind. Little lizard-shaped creatures scuttled in and around the glowing coals and hot ash. Harry studied it all closely before putting on his gloves and reaching straight into the heat. Not bad for a start, the Hufflepuff girl nodded approvingly. Better than some of the OWL students we see around here. He picked up his first salamander, holding it firmly in his left hand while his right hand dug into the nearby bucket of unlit coal. "Here you go, little guy," Harry murmured. The salamander's jewel-bright eyes met his, and its tongue reached out to lick a tiny lump of coal curiously. Once its suspicions were assuaged, its mouth widened, and Harry watched as it nibbled on the coal nub with interest. Despite the small windows that let in only a trickle of sunlight, the room felt warm and bright, illuminated by the flickering light of the banked fire and the radiant bodies of the salamanders. Harry tugged open the collar of his robe and settled into his task. His spot was perfect for spotting Luna, should she be around. As he fell into the routine of feeding the tiny, hot creatures, he kept a wary eye out the window. Within 15 minutes, a solitary blonde figure trudged past his window. Harry's face lit up as he beckoned Luna to come in. Nearby, Pritchard and a friend muttered something about a crazy witch. "Harry Potter?" Luna asked, stepping through the door. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," Harry replied with a smile, handing her a pair of gloves. "Friends with shared interests, remember? Want to give this a try?" "I'll teach you." "I wasn't sure if you meant it," Luna admitted, her whole face brightening. But then she glanced uncertainly at the older students around them. No friendly gazes met hers. The best Harry could see were a Hufflepuff and a friendly Ravenclaw boy, both looking exasperated and tired. "They don't let me do much around here," Luna said, worry creeping into her voice. "They say I'm too small." "I'll help you out," Harry assured her, giving up his seat so she could settle in. He shot a glare in Pritchard's direction. There were 5 older students in the room, all of whom eyed Harry suspiciously as he crouched by Luna's elbow. A couple of other students snickered and whispered to each other, but Harry chose to ignore them. Eventually, one of the students quietly leaned down to Harry's workspace. "You sure you know what you're doing?" The kind Ravenclaw asked skeptically, his voice a soft puff of air. Pritchard's got character, but he wasn't actually wrong. "We usually only see 5th years and up around here. It's mostly NEWT students getting practical experience, with a few 5th years mixed in." "But what about me?" Harry asked, astonished. "A special case, apparently," the boy shrugged. Harry maintained a stoic expression. He understood the implications of being a special case. "The professor must think you're capable to send you straight to the salamander room," the boy nodded toward Luna. "That means you're technically allowed to supervise others. She's all yours, if you insist on keeping her." Harry scowled to himself. "I'll keep her company, then." He watched with a brotherly affection as Luna prepared to dive into the task ahead. Luna gently explored the tiny creature in her hands as it nipped playfully at her fingers. If this was how the other students treated her before he arrived, Harry felt grateful he had come. In the softly glowing fire pit, dozens of white-hot salamanders scuttled around, eagerly waiting to be fed. Luna was enchanted, and as Harry supervised her with surprising skill for a second-year student, the others gradually returned to their tasks. However, the calm atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, from the direction of the fire pit, there was a burst of crackling pots and a roar of heat. Harry looked up to see a towering pillar of flames. The warm glow of the salamander room was replaced by an intense, overwhelming heat. Where the gentle radiance of coal had been, there now stood a wall of bluish flames. Students around the room jumped back with startled exclamations, and someone began casting what were presumably fire management spells. The fire started spitting, hot sparks and flickers leaping beyond the stone walls of the pit, tons of flame snapping in every direction. Cries of pain and shock erupted as robes caught fire, and a few stray bits of dried grass and mud on the floor ignited and sputtered. A maelstrom of salamanders burst forth from the intense heat, scampering eagerly around the room. "Stay calm," a kind Ravenclaw student, likely a 7th year, cautioned over the whoosh of the hungry flames. Someone else shouted, "There's something wrong with the flame." The 7th year jerked his head toward the door as Pritchard's friend hurried outside to fetch help. As he did, the loose salamanders darted toward a shelf on the wall. A girl rushed through the exit in alarm and dashed out, while Pritchard followed, muttering, "Bloody loony." Just then, the shelf crashed down in front of the door, everything on it igniting in an instant. Now, 2 fires blazed with a whoosh, leaving only Harry. Luna and 2 senior students found themselves trapped inside. Suddenly, a jar of pepper toppled from a shelf with a loud crash, sending chittering salamanders scurrying into the chaos. Small flames flickered up from the floor where they stepped, adding to the pandemonium. Harry watched as the air in front of him shimmered with the heat. He cast an astonished glance at the 2 students still stuck with him while fumbling for his wand. "What happened?" the Hufflepuff girl asked, her face pale against the backdrop of the red-hot flames and shimmering heat. "I was looking straight at it. Where did the flames come from?" the 7th year boy snapped back. "Don't know, don't care." "Got any plans?" she replied, her voice shaky. "Water," she suggested hesitantly. "It'll kill the salamanders," the boy retorted, backing into a corner away from the flames. I don't know if we could even if we wanted to. There's something odd about this." "Do you think it could be?" "Not even Lovegood could do this," the boy rolled his eyes. "Look at her, she's just a kid." The Hufflepuff girl glanced at Harry, who stood protectively in front of Luna. She took a deep breath and smiled, despite her hair plastered to her forehead from the heat. "That's fair. Had to ask, sorry." She managed a strained grin at Luna. "You're all right, don't worry. This happens a lot around here." "No many spells yet?" "No. No need to worry, I've got you." She moved to stand between the fire and Harry's corner, and he let her. Even if she didn't have the highest opinion of Luna, her intentions were good. Besides, she was just a kid herself. As she stood in front of him, Harry noticed her wand hand shaking. Luna, still perched on the stool, had wide eyes. With his wand raised, Harry pushed aside his thoughts and slipped into that calm state of mind he could access in moments of extreme stress. Harry quietly cast a flame-freezing charm on himself, feeling his muscles relax as the threatening heat transformed into a cool, numbing tickle. He quickly did the same for Luna, then turned to the Hufflepuff girl, catching her unprotected back. "Thanks," he heard her murmur to the 7th year, mistakenly thinking he was the one who had helped her. Harry chose to let the misunderstanding slide. All 4 students watched in astonishment as the flames in the room flared up again for no apparent reason. The Hufflepuff girl stamped her feet to extinguish the sparks that splattered onto her robe. The 7th year coughed as he tried to cast a spell, only to inhale a cloud of black smoke. Harry felt a sharp burn in the back of his throat, and his eyes began to water. Who kept chili powder and peppercorns next to an actual fire pit? He wanted to curse someone, probably Kettleburn. Snapping out his wand, he suddenly repeated the freezing charm on the 7th year, who hadn't managed to do it himself, then glanced around the room for ideas. The door was blocked, the fire pit was raging with a towering flame, and salamanders were scattered everywhere. Harry noticed the roof beginning to smolder, and his lungs were starting to burn. Outside, he thought he could hear panicked discussions among other senior students, but without entering, they could only cast water onto the roof. His eyes flickered. Wasting no time, Harry cast a spell at the nearest window, but it bounced off harmlessly. "Unbreakable," the Hufflepuff girl explained with a cough. "Hang on, let me think." The noise of the flames intensified with the heat, soon drowning out the voices outside. Even through the flame-freezing charm, Harry felt himself starting to sweat. Luna shakily stood up, wand arm out, and grasped his robe. He could see the salamanders spreading the fire as they scuttled around the room. Black patches began to form on the stone floor where flames had burned out, but a wooden strut by the wall was starting to catch fire. Harry coughed as smoke filled the air. He considered blasting a hole in the wall, but the structure didn't seem stable. Water now? He vaguely heard the Hufflepuff girl ask. A 7th-year Ravenclaw shook his head frantically. No. He shouted over the roar of the flames. It might spread the fire. This isn't a normal fire. He paused, coughing violently. I can't hear you. The smoke stung their throats, filled with the sharpness of chili and pepper, along with the heavy bitterness of cursed flames. Harry felt his ears pop from the changing pressure in the room. Holding his arm across his mouth, he cast a bubblehead charm on himself, then on the others in the room. He glanced at the smoky ceiling and blackening walls. Impervious, he muttered, hoping the spell would work on fire as it did on water, keeping the building safe from damage. Meanwhile, he needed to stop the flames from spreading. Slowly at first, and then with increasing speed as he refined his technique, Harry began freezing the salamanders with the impediment jinx, flicking them back toward the fire pit with a twitch of his wand. The 7th-year Ravenclaw mouthed something, raising his eyebrows, and joined in. Do you know it? Harry asked, glancing at the shivering Luna beside him. He continued casting, pronouncing the syllables clearly and shaping his wand movements with precision. Luna watched him intently and quickly began to imitate his actions. Good job, he encouraged. Soon, all the small creatures were back in the central fire pit, though they still buzzed with frenetic energy, scuttling around within the flames and knocking coals over in chaos. The noise of the fire grew louder. Hold on, Harry muttered, transfiguring the rock wall around them to make it higher, taller, and more slippery. That should keep them there. He looked thoughtfully at the enchanted flames, still raging with fury. I won't try to do anything to that thing, though. With the fire roaring, it was unlikely anyone could hear him, but he knew they had to act fast. Harry had everyone's attention now. The Hufflepuff girl stepped aside to watch him work, while the 7th-year student nodded approvingly. Muffliato, Harry cast around the fire pit, and the noise suddenly diminished. However, the heat intensified. He realized his spell wouldn't hold much longer. A droplet of sweat trickled down his nose and landed on his chin. We've stopped the fire from spreading for now, he said to the others, but I wouldn't touch that flame with a wizard's staff. The older girl glanced between Harry and the older boy. Now what? Harry shrugged, then urgently nodded at the fire in the doorway. That one's probably not enchanted. Can either of you transfigure flame? No. Nah. Can you? The Hufflepuff looked hopefully at Harry. You're pretty impressive for a pipsqueak. Harry could only speak the truth. Sorry, elemental transfigurations are beyond me. He cocked his head, feeling the sweat run faster down his forehead. Apparitions out. Portkey, 2. Fox? A sudden surge of joy welled up inside him at the thought. What? Brilliantly, Harry said it again, this time with conviction. Fox, he called, and the phoenix appeared in a rush of cool flame and a soaring song. Oh, he said, moderately unsurprised. That's convenient. The other students gaped. That's the headmaster's familiar. The 7th year exclaimed. Did you call it to you? How did you know it would come? Look at its feathers. Not the time, Harry snapped, moving quickly. He grabbed Luna's hand and reached out to Fawkes with his other hand. Grab hold, guys. As they formed a small chain, Harry held his hand up to the flaming bird, which clasped Harry's wrist with its claws. In a dizzying whirl of colors and song, the room began to spin. Then, Harry and the human chain found themselves standing on the lawn outside. In the salamander room, the rest of the Kettleburn Club stared at them in awe. They converged on the group with abandon. Harry pulled Luna to stand in front of him and scowled fiercely. He had noticed a few students eyeing her with suspicion. They were at the mercy of the crowd, being tugged, pushed, and checked for injuries. Harry chose to ignore the onlookers. Behind him, he heard the sound of stone shattering, signaling that his Muffliato spell had failed. Most likely his transfigurations had too. Smoke billowed wildly from the eaves of the room, drifting low in the air above him. But through the crowd of onlookers, Harry spotted Dumbledore coming down the hill from the castle, striding magnificently toward them. His orange and gold robes flapped impressively, and his long beard streamed over his shoulder. A giant silver turtle Patronus floated ahead of him, leading the way. The tension seemed to drain from the students surrounding them, and Harry was amazed at how far Dumbledore's presence extended. He found himself relaxing as well and realized he was still holding Luna's hand. When he let go, the air felt suddenly cold and fresh against his skin. He noticed his eyes watering from the chilly breeze, cleansing themselves of the lingering smoke. It dawned on him that his robes were damp and heavy with sweat, and he shivered slightly. With Dumbledore on the scene, Harry felt he could just stand back and watch as the chaos was resolved. Unsurprisingly, the enchanted fire was extinguished quickly. The gawking students were sent away promptly, leaving only the most experienced members of the Kettleburn Club to finish tending to the bestiary before they, too, were ushered off. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were corralled by Professor Kettleburn and Professor Sprout, who began quizzing them about the events. "The fire just grew up out of nowhere," said the Hufflepuff, whose name turned out to be Summayat Sakuba, explained earnestly. The seventh-year Ravenclaw, a prefect named Thaddeus Thorpe, confirmed her statements. No one was casting spells, no one odd came into the room. Even Luna, he hesitated for a moment. Lovegood was part of the club, except for Potter, of course. And it was lucky he was there because he was the one who got us out. Harry shifted uncomfortably, trying to deflect the attention away from himself. Fortunately, both senior students seemed to believe the other had cast the bubblehead and flame-freezing charms. They were just impressed with his transfiguration and impediment jinx. "I only held on to the phoenix," he said, downplaying his role and hoping to steer clear of too much praise. "I attempted a basic rock-to-block transformation. Lucky it worked." "Do you know what happened to the fire?" he quickly redirected. The teachers shook their heads. "We're looking into it, Potter," Professor Sprout said warmly, having rushed over from the greenhouses when she spotted the smoke. "Headmaster Dumbledore has everything under control. Don't you worry." "And 20 points to you all for remaining calm under pressure," Professor Kettleburn added. He continued, "You've all impressed me with your abilities. Some survivability you've got there after all, eh, Potter? You all kept cool heads under pressure. Would any of you be interested in helping a wizard out on a special project he's got coming up?" He leaned forward, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I'd hazard a guess you're wanting a bit of a break from fire now, wouldn't you say?" Harry was about to decline, as magical creatures weren't really his thing, but then Luna's bright eyes caught his attention. He remembered how she didn't seem all that popular with the other students. He paused, considering. "Luna and I will come," he volunteered. "Just send us an owl." Now that the mystery was out of his hands, he shifted his focus to making Luna's first year a happy one. When he saw her brilliant smile, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Harry grinned too. Chapter 11. Creature Comforts. Harry Potter pulled his attention away from his Transfiguration textbook, scowling silently. Normally, he didn't mind the solid, hardwood seats in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, or the low-key shuffling of his classmates. Everyone got a little restless on those uncomfortable benches. He usually didn't even notice Hermione's sharp glances or Ron's nudges whenever something ridiculous, funny, or dull happened. Typically, he overlooked the stale, somewhat rusty scent of Hogwarts stone walls as he navigated his daily life. But when he was in a bad mood, all of these little annoyances seemed to grate on his nerves. His unimpressed stare met Hermione's, but she completely missed his mood. "Did you catch that?" She nudged him with her elbow and murmured quietly from the back row of the classroom. He just referred to the 1972 legislation for the protection of herd-oriented species laws. Harry grunted and glanced her way briefly before attempting to refocus on his text. "Professor Lockhart's the first teacher I've met who seems to refer back to ministry reform in his own career," Hermione continued. "Oh." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed Hermione's quill gliding across her parchment, lines of impeccable notes appearing as if by magic. She hissed at him under her breath. "Harry, I know you're self-studying, but you won't have this opportunity forever." Steadfastly ignoring her, Harry twirled his own quill, carefully underlining a word in his textbook, anima. The concept was probably more important than he had previously assumed. He had successfully skimmed through all his schoolwork up to 6th year level, but pushing ahead with 7th year material, without having actually attended any classes, was proving to be frustrating. Anima. It hadn't mattered at all when transfiguring inanimate objects, and the basic animated transfigurations, like buttons into beetles, hardly mattered. Now, however, Harry was attempting to transfigure complex animals on his own and was beginning to realize something essential was missing, something vital for the expression of life. The seemingly pointless transformations from his early years at Hogwarts, turning a mirror into a magpie, an arrow into a sparrow, even the serpent sorcerer, had only brute-forced animated transfigurations. That made an irritating amount of sense. Over the years, even Harry had come to understand that perfecting spellcasting often started with a lack of precision and plenty of wasted energy. It was embarrassing to acknowledge how long it took him to realize that first and second year students weren't really performing proper transfigurations. They were simply overpowering their spells. Though it was frustratingly late in the game, Harry felt a deep relief at finally figuring it out, mixed with impatience. So much of the advanced theory made more sense now, but he felt he had wasted years. Surely his classmates had recognized this simple truth during their first round of transfiguration lessons. No wonder Hermione got irritated with his lack of work ethic. Unfortunately, as he attempted to teach himself advanced spell work, NEWT level and all, that realization alone wasn't helping him take the next step. The thought brought him back to the concept of anima. It was somehow necessary for creating living things, but it couldn't actually create life, according to the 5th exemption of Gaunt's law of elemental transfiguration. The process struck Harry as rather contradictory, and it wasn't improving his mood. In frustration, he raked his hands through his hair and tried to ignore Lockhart's attention-seeking voice, which was ruining his focus. "Harry!" Hermione whispered again. "You're missing out." He shot her a dark look from over the top of his glasses. "I'm really not." Having successfully distracted Harry from his challenging self-study, Hermione decided to let his attitude go and settle back to take notes on Lockhart's latest display. Harry allowed himself a moment of indulgence, absently chewing the. Harry twirled the tip of his quill, frustration swirling around him. He wasn't paying much attention to the content of the defense against the dark arts class, but Lockhart seemed just as useless as Harry remembered. At the front of the room, the blonde instructor was demonstrating the specific grappling technique he claimed to have used to subdue whatever creature had been part of his latest adventure. With a roguish eyebrow raise, he made a few pointed remarks to his captive audience, mentioning something about it all being in the knees. Suddenly stiffening, Harry sat upright and slowly removed the quill feather from his mouth, focusing all his attention on the so-called professor. Breaking in a Kelpie? Nobody rides Kelpies, Harry thought with a jolt of frustrated horror. If they don't kill their victims, they drive them mad. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him as he cracked his knuckles and glanced around the room. To his dismay, while some of his classmates, especially the boys, looked a bit skeptical, none seemed to display the outrage he felt was warranted. Perhaps, Harry realized with a shiver, they didn't know just how bad the advice truly was. Harry, of course, had a bit more worldly knowledge and plenty of experience in trying to stay alive. The practical advice Lockhart was sharing was not only misguided, but to Harry's rising indignation, it was occasionally downright dangerous. What was Dumbledore thinking, hiring this lunatic? He quickly glanced at Hermione's earnestly furrowed brow and then at Ron's significantly less impressed face. He shot a look at Neville, who wore an expression of polite interest. Harry scanned the faces of his classmates, Lavender, Parvati, Seamus, Dean, the entire lot. By the time Lockhart moved on to demonstrate what he claimed was the deciding factor in the confrontation, Harry felt a sick, heavy anger churning in his gut. Lockhart wasn't just. Harry was not just frustrated, he was deeply unsettled. If one of Lockhart's students ever tried to handle a dangerous situation the way Lockhart suggested, it could lead to disaster. He continued to watch the instructor's demonstration, horror mounting in his chest and a sick feeling churning in his stomach. Even the spells Lockhart attempted to teach were executed incorrectly, with unnecessary movements in his shoulders and wrists that could slow down a spell, cause it to misfire, or even backfire on the caster. If the spell somehow worked at all, Lockhart's technique could still be lethal. With his jaw tense and hand clenched in front of his mouth, Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him as his anger shifted to fear and urgency. Hermione believed this nonsense. Neville was too inexperienced to know better. And Ron? Well, Ron didn't have any other options for a teacher at the moment, did he? It might not seem crucial now, but in a couple of years, Voldemort would return, and dark creatures would be unleashed alongside enemy forces. Lockhart's teachings could endanger them all. A hot, heavy pulse throbbed in Harry's temples as his heart raced. They were just kids, he thought, gnawing on a knuckle. He squeezed his eyes shut tight, his mind racing. What could he do? Hermione, he hissed urgently, leaning over to interrupt the rapid scratching of her quill. Tell me, do you still cross-reference your self-study? Of course, she replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Is this relevant to class, Harry? I'm trying to listen. Right, Harry said, forcing a thin smile as he pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Okay then. I've got an idea I want to run by you. Can we talk after dinner? As they walked down to the Kettleburn Club together after class, Harry turned to Luna, trying to mask his frustration. What do you think of Lockhart? He asked somewhat forcefully. He attempted to soften his tone, but the frustration still lingered. The late afternoon was growing colder, and the sun was likely dipping toward the horizon, although the heavily overcast skies made it hard to tell. Prevented that from being obvious. To Harry's dismay, the weather only added to his gloomy mood. The small, slender girl shot him a curious look before tilting her head to gaze at something in the sky. Professor Lockhart, you mean? Yeah, him. Luna floated alongside him like a skittish foal for a moment. I think he's quite an education, she finally said. Harry caught her curious, nervous gaze and paused to rephrase his response. Is that the official Ravenclaw response? Is there such a thing? Luna skipped once before answering. Then she turned to him with a quietly assessing look. I don't really like him much. How come? Daddy refuses to advertise his books, Luna replied vaguely. He says his unsanctioned time travel might cause dangerous paradoxes. She glanced up at Harry's face warily. Time travel, Harry repeated thoughtfully. Right. He pondered for a moment. I also think Lockhart is quite dangerous, actually, so. I guess I agree with your dad then. Are you studying independently? Luna's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and she seemed to relax. There's a bunch of old textbooks from previous years in Ravenclaw Tower, and the senior students are selling copies of their old notes for small favors. Daddy thinks that's enough for this year. As they approached the small buildings that housed the various creatures, their pace slowed, and the conversation faded. Harry noticed his palms had grown sweaty, and some stray hairs clung to his forehead, damp with anticipation. Rubbing his lower left forearm, he took a moment to reflect on the challenges of the past month. Professor Kettleburn had certainly kept his promise of giving the 4 students involved in the salamander incident a bit of a break from fire. The scar on his arm had faded to practically unnoticeable, though the phantom pain still lingered in his memory. That first injury had come from Kettleburn's earthworms. Harry remembered the burrowing creatures, over 6 feet long, that traveled underground with their gnashing teeth. Overall, that encounter had gone well. He had managed to push the Ravenclaw prefect, Thorpe, out of harm's way before anyone got seriously hurt. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey had healed Harry's arm almost immediately, leaving no trace of the incident. The following week, Harry was introduced to the Komitouchi, imported sickle weasels capable of slicing a wizard from over 3 feet away. Although Hogwarts didn't own them, Kettleburn had connections that allowed him to borrow the creatures for the NEWT creature classes for a week. Unfortunately, an older Hufflepuff girl named Tsubaka had been injured by one, losing a significant chunk of her fringe and almost an eye due to a moment's inattention. After that incident, Kettleburn had suggested that Luna might want to skip the classes if she wasn't keen on getting up close and personal. Tsubaka had dropped out of the special sessions, clearly not wanting to risk further injury in Kettleburn's classes. That left only Thorpe and Harry to tackle the next 2 weeks of challenging beasts. For all of Kettleburn's flaws, he had accurately recognized Harry's ability to handle dangerous situations. To Harry's surprise, he found himself enjoying the challenges, despite his initial reluctance. As he prepared for the upcoming struggle, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, feeling the tension in his shoulders begin to ease. "Are you coming?" he asked curiously. It wasn't as if Kettleburn had banned her from attending, after all. And Luna had always liked unusual creatures. "Not today," Luna replied. "I thought I might try the boat truckles instead." Harry didn't quite understand why she would prefer boat truckles over whatever Kettleburn had planned for him, but he figured she knew her own preferences best. With a playful ruffle of her hair, he watched as Luna wandered a few steps away, heading off toward a distant patch of greenery. Harry trudged along, his footsteps heavy and hurried, contrasting sharply with Luna's cheerful, dancing steps that echoed with joy. He hoped for a solid workout today. He had plenty of frustration to work through. Lifting his head to catch the scent of the wind, he had learned just how crucial environmental factors could be when dealing with dangerous creatures. He noted that the breeze was slow and slight. A heavy moisture hung in the air, and low-lying clouds brushed cool and damp against his face. The dreary weather seemed to mirror his mood. With a huff of irritation and anticipation, Harry made sure his wand was within easy reach, just to be prepared. The ground squelched under his shoes as he made his way over to Professor Kettleburn, who was orchestrating his student volunteers with spells and shouts, as usual. Harry waited to receive his own instructions for the afternoon. "Good kid," the professor muttered between bellowing commands and waving his wand at the other students. "Good to see you've got nerves of steel. These youngsters these days have no sense of adventure." Harry raised his eyebrows politely in response. "You've shown yourself to be pretty good under pressure, kid," Kettleburn continued. "So I've got a special job for you today. You've got a good head on your shoulders, right? What do you say?" Feeling a tingle of excitement and hoping for some action, Harry nodded cautiously. That might have been a mistake. Before long, he found himself trudging along the edge of the Great Lake, alone, while Professor Kettleburn's gravelly voice rumbled from the enormous Patronus turtle that floated just ahead of him. In his left hand, he awkwardly clutched a large oak goblet. "Teen boy," he heard the professor mumble. "Not too shabby, are you, Potter? Unlike some of these kids, you've got a sense of adventure." Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and regret. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Thorpe, the Ravenclaw, must have opted out of these special sessions too, leaving him as the only one under Professor Kettleburn's unique care. He couldn't help but wonder what excuses Thorpe had come up with to leave the professor so disappointed in his lack of mettle. As he stumbled through the long, damp grass, he followed the turtle away from the castle and toward a secluded corner of the lake. His shoes quickly became wet from the dew, and his thighs burned as he pushed through the resistant grass. Still, Harry wasn't quite sure where they were headed. Despite the exercise, his mood continued to worsen. He had hoped for a wrestle or a fight, something that would require explosive power and action against a wild creature. Instead, he found himself tripping over hidden potholes, his feet growing cold as the water seeped through his leather shoes. Yet, as he wrestled with his emotions and tried to calm himself, he realized he was exploring a part of the Black Lake that students rarely visited. Most preferred to hang out near the hidden boat shed or by the shallow beach areas where the Triwizard stands had been set up for the third task. But here he was, following the turtle around the lake in the opposite direction. The towering trees from the Forbidden Forest loomed closer to the water, and beneath Kettleburn's murmured instructions, the sounds of the forest whispered in Harry's ears. Heavy shadows began to stretch across him as he clambered over fallen trunks, half submerged in the shallows of the lake, and jumped over small inlets where the water had overflowed its banks. To his surprise, his bad mood began to fade as his focus sharpened. Nobody, not even Dumbledore, probably knew everything that lived in the depths of the Black Lake or within the Forbidden Forest. Harry realized he couldn't venture much further along the shoreline without stepping into either the forest or the lake itself, and with that thought, his tension began to rise. Soon enough, he found himself standing on a patch of the marshy ground felt cool beneath his feet as Harry slipped off his shoes and socks, allowing his bare toes to sink slightly into the cold, mossy wetland. Kettleburn's patroness hovered supportively just to Harry's left, its rough voice offering encouragement and instructions. "Keep your mind sharp, Potter," Kettleburn reminded him, as Harry hiked up his robes and stepped awkwardly into the ankle-deep water. "Keep sight of the shore, don't get too caught up in your task." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, noticing the low visibility caused by the shadow of the forest and the surprisingly heavy mist that lingered in its shade. "Don't use your wand except in exceptional circumstances," Kettleburn's voice echoed from the bank. "They've got to be magically inert to be useful, so don't waste them unless you're in danger. Don't go deeper than knee-high in the water. Don't follow the lights, you hear me, Potter? Under no circumstances should you follow the lights." Feeling the icy water rise through his legs and settle deep into his bones, Harry waved one arm over his head to signal that he had heard, then refocused on the marshy swamp he was wading through. The light and warmth from the bank began to fade, and Harry guessed that Kettleburn's patroness had either vanished or returned to him. He wasn't sure whether to take it as a compliment or not to be left so alone in a complex task in this dangerous corner of the Black Lake. His sudden isolation made Harry feel exposed to the creatures lurking in the forbidden forest, and he hesitated to turn his back on the shoreline. Slowly and cautiously, he sidestepped further into the lake inlet, navigating around the occasional submerged shrub or fallen log. As he waded through the chilly water, he felt as though he was utterly alone in the world, just as alone as he had been in his cupboard under the stairs. But this time, the world felt vast and overwhelming. Little noises caught his attention, the croaking of some frogs echoed around him. Near the bank, Harry could hear the soft buzz of tiny insects all around him, too small to see. He made small splashes and squelches as he treaded slowly but surely away from the shore. His breathing slowed, shifting from the frustrated huffing of earlier to a watchful silence as he sank deeper into the landscape around him. After deciding he had walked far enough, Harry stopped and looked up. Through the grey mist, he could just make out the indistinct shape of the shoreline, with a few low shrubs leaning into the water. Sparse rushes, or reeds, he wasn't sure of the difference, rattled gently in the soft wind. He shuffled sideways to the nearest clump and bent low, searching for the eggs he had been tasked to find. He stifled a curse as the hem of his robes dipped into the water, quickly hiking them up higher. His mind was alert, his seeker eyes bright despite the bone-deep chill. Suddenly, a single will-o'-the-wisp flickered to life just in the corner of his eye, beckoning softly, warmly, like a welcoming light. The small, warm flame danced gently, reminiscent of a half-fire, and Harry felt a momentary impulse to wade closer to it. Perhaps if he got nearer, he would feel warmer. But then he stopped. "Focus, Harry," he reminded himself. "Don't let it tempt you." He turned his attention back to searching for small, dark clusters around the stems of the reeds. Harry noted absently that his hands were shaking slightly in the cold, and his breath puffed out in faint white clouds in the crisp air. He found himself longing for the warmth of the Gryffindor fire, with its crackling cheerfulness and the lively noise of the common room. Another small, dancing flame appeared within his sight, drifting gently toward him with determined cheerfulness. There was a nice cluster of reeds a little further from the shoreline, close to the will-o'-the-wisp. As Harry carefully splashed his way closer, he could swear that side of his body warmed up ever so slightly. Absent-mindedly, as Harry leaned over the dark water searching for those rare little spots, he instinctively oriented his body toward the warmth. His feet quickly grew cold, and he noticed his fingernails starting to turn blue, but the shoulder closest to the flickering light felt moderately comfortable. He continued to sift through the clusters of reeds, moving slowly and carefully toward that warmth. Despite the chill, he felt calm and peaceful. The ache in his back from bending down was easy to ignore, and the pain in his legs soon went numb from the cold. Searching for the small eggs nestled just below the waterline against the reeds reminded him of hovering on his broomstick during a Quidditch match, eyes scanning for the snitch. That familiarity kept him grounded, a focus he had been developing through his occlumency training since his first year. Standing thigh-deep in the water, with a number of dancing flames nearby tempting him with their warmth, Harry suddenly realized he could no longer see the shoreline through the mist. He cast a cautious glance at the will-o'-the-wisps before carefully stepping away from them, still bent over to search the reeds. Were these creatures, in the truest sense? Were they, in a way, hunting him by luring him deeper into the lake? They hovered just at the edge of his vision, promising warmth and light, but Harry quickly recognized their intent to lull him into a sleepy daze. He understood that in such a state, a witch or wizard could easily be drawn into deeper waters, possibly near the hunting grounds of Grindylows, where danger lurked. He certainly hadn't intended to wade into the lake any deeper than calf-high. He didn't know what kind of creatures the will-o'-the-wisps were, but it was clear they held some kind of dark allure. Harry pondered the nature of the magical beings surrounding him. They had wills, instincts, and distinct patterns of behavior. What were they, beyond the flickering flames and gentle smoke? Did they have physical bodies? Were they elemental in nature? He found himself curious about what they consumed. As he continued to search the reeds, filling his goblet without changing his expression, just in case the wisps could sense his unease, he slowly splashed his way toward the shallows. The heavy cloud and mist obscured the shoreline and the forest, but he could see where the reeds grew thicker and a shadow that might have been a fallen tree, still clinging to life as it struggled in the water. Surprisingly, Harry realized he didn't feel cold anymore as he moved gently away from the winking lights. Adrenaline had a way of warming him, he thought, and he released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding when the distant silhouette of the forest finally came into view. 20 minutes later, Harry's feet were pale and splotchy from the cold, and goosebumps prickled his skin in protest. He had half a goblet full of what looked like glossy blue fish eggs. As he made his way back to shore, his breath whistling through blue lips, Harry reflected on how the will-o'-the-wisps were more insidious than the red-capped goblins he had faced the week before. Even with his heightened sense of danger and ability to focus, he had lost track of time and place while they danced just out of reach. A shiver rippled down his spine as the danger hit too close to home. He knew he had to keep Luna away from this place. All his friends, but particularly that curious little creature lover. As his slow, unsteady footsteps reached the edge of the water and he took those first painful steps onto solid ground again, the small sticks and growing things poking at his pins and needles, a thought struck him. Will-o'-the-wisps might be most dangerous to those who were already tired from hunting or lost. Perhaps they worked their magic best on wizards who had already begun to falter. Harry pondered occlumency as he carefully set the wooden goblet down, using part of his robe to dry off his feet. He knew that the will-o'-the-wisps would be far more threatening to wizards with less experience than he had. As his shaky hand struggled to pull his socks onto his literally numb feet, he wished once again that the nature of his task didn't prohibit him from using magic. Just one quick scourgify and a warming charm, and he'd be all set. Miserably, he stumbled back to the Kettleburn Club, where the crowd of students buzzed with their usual energy. Professor Kettleburn conducted the chaos with his characteristic vigor. "Fine lad," the professor had said when Harry handed over the cup and its precious contents. "Severus's NEWT class will be quite delighted to have these. I'll make sure to pass on news of your contribution." Harry grimaced, enduring Kettleburn's compliments and offhand remarks until the precious cup was finally passed to another student, who would take it up to the castle. At last, he could use magic on himself again. The drying charm worked well on his clothes, but he still felt the bone-deep chill of the lake lingering in his body, despite the warming spell. Having put himself to rights, Harry nodded a farewell to the fiercely energetic teacher and quickly made his way to the boat-truckle thicket, hoping to find Luna. He longed to feel warm again soon. But she wasn't there. In the shade of the gentle saplings, a group of unfamiliar students tended to the tiny beings with soft voices and gentle hands. Despite their care for the boat-truckles, the students stared at Harry with varying intensity. Some looked curious, some welcoming, while a few appeared oddly unfriendly. Then he spotted an older boy who had been in the salamander hut the day it erupted. Pritchard, that was it. A memorable character. It seemed, in light of the earlier chaos, he was now avoiding the hut. Harry understood Pritchard's confrontational stare. After years of facing Malfoy and Voldemort, threats like this hardly registered. He approached the boy without hesitation. "Did Luna come this way?" "Loony?" Pritchard rolled his eyes and tisked. "Not for long, and good riddance to her, too." Harry raised an eyebrow, taken aback. That was a bit rude. He leaned on his experience as Quidditch captain, recalling how he had mentored younger players. "I don't need you to like her, but I know you're capable of being polite. There's no need for unnecessary insults." He relaxed his shoulders, aiming for a non-confrontational tone. "Did you see where she went?" Pritchard stared at Harry blankly for a moment, then scowled and turned away. "The further away from here, the better." Exasperated, Harry watched Pritchard's back in disappointment. He must be at least at OWL level given his height, and he really should know better. Hermione would have known what to say. But then Harry realized that Hermione might not have much compassion for bullies, and he wondered what Percy would say instead. At that moment, another student spoke up, defensive yet assertive. "We don't need her sort around here." Harry turned to face the Slytherin, who looked awkward being singled out. But then the boy rallied, standing firm and gesturing to a few friends who joined him in solidarity. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, confused. The boy shrugged. "Granted, the thing with the salamanders may have been an accident, maybe some kind of spontaneous combustion, but you have to admit that her presence there was suspicious." Harry's mouth dropped open. "She's cracked, of course," the student continued. "You can't trust the crazies." To Harry's astonishment, a couple of the boy's friends, even some from Ravenclaw, nodded in agreement. Harry noticed several students nodding in agreement. One of them had a bowtruckle perched on his shoulder, which made him feel strangely betrayed on Luna's behalf. "What?" "My advice to you would be to keep your distance." A kind-looking Slytherin girl stepped forward, smiling awkwardly. "Look, kid. You know her father runs that awful paper, right? They published a very detailed article about the salamander incident the day after it happened." Harry was taken aback as she looked at him with a mix of kindness and pity. "It was titled Boy Who Lived Reborn from Fire, I think," she said. "It sold suspiciously well, according to my uncle." The first boy nodded quickly, shrugging once more. "There's a reason she has no friends, Potter." "She's got a friend." Harry shot back, his anger rising. "I'm her friend, and if you can't see why, that's your loss." That familiar fire ignited in his gut. It felt like ages since he'd been cold. He stormed out of the thicket and marched into the nearest building without thinking about where he was headed. Sorry," he stammered to a halt when all the students froze to look at him, his angry steps capturing everyone's attention. "Is Luna around?" He paused, glancing around the building he had just entered. "Look, Potter," one of the older students began awkwardly. "Luna Lovegood, she's not really welcome around here." He gestured around the brightly lit room, and Harry realized he had disrupted the entire fairy enclosure with his dramatic entrance. "It's nothing personal," the boy continued as Harry prepared to protest. "She gets a bit absent-minded, and the fairies play tricks on her." Still fuming, Harry took a moment to glance around the room. No one else spoke, but their silence conveyed a lot. "Do you know where she might be?" Harry finally asked, trying to hide his resentment as best he could. The same student shrugged. "You might try the unicorn herd," the girl suggested. "They don't accept just anyone, but Luna's just different enough that they quite like her for some odd reason." "Thanks," Harry replied shortly, leaving without looking back. After having no luck with the unicorn herd, he bumped into Tsubaka, the friendly Hufflepuff girl from the salamander incident. She greeted him warmly, taking him aside to make sure everything was going well before realizing he was on a mission. "Lovegood?" she asked thoughtfully after Harry explained his quest. "She's usually alone around here," she added, and Harry wondered how he had missed that detail. "Have you tried the unicorns?" Tsubaka asked. "I have," Harry replied. "Perhaps the Abraxans or the Thestrals then," she suggested. No one really spends much time around them, and Luna seems to like the quiet. The Abraxans didn't work out, but in a secluded clearing near the forest, Harry finally found Luna with the Thestrals, alongside an empty bucket streaked with blood. "Luna!" Harry called, jogging over to her. "Glad I found you. How did the betrayals treat you?" Luna looked up, momentarily startled, before breaking into her familiar slow and gentle smile. "Harry Potter." She turned back to scratch the closest Thestral behind its ears, speaking softly to it. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't hear what she said. "What was that?" he asked. "The betrayals were lovely," she replied, blinking at him. "What brings you here, Harry Potter?" she inquired. "Well," Harry said, tilting his head, "I was looking for you." Luna smiled as she fed the last piece of raw steak to a tall Thestral, probably a stallion. "Oh? Is that so?" she asked, scratching the Thestral's bony forehead before turning her gaze back to Harry. "Why?" "Because we're friends," Harry suggested. For some reason, that seemed to ease her tension. "Are you done here?" he asked after a moment, bending down to pick up. Harry grabbed the bucket for Luna as she nodded in agreement. "Shall we walk back to the castle together?" He cast another warming spell on himself as they strolled towards the chaos of Kettleburn's class. They walked in silence, making their way up the hill toward the castle. "Luna," Harry began, feeling a bit awkward. "Are you happy in the Kettleburn Club?" He scratched the back of his neck. Are people nice to you here?" "You're here, Harry," Luna replied with a shrug. "The animals are lovely." Harry paused, despite his eagerness to return to the castle for a warm bath. He gently caught Luna by the elbow and turned her to face him. "Luna," he said seriously, "we can find you another club if you want." She looked down at the ground, fiddling with her wand. "The animals truly are lovely, Harry Potter." "Hey," Harry said softly. "You don't have to be part of the club to spend time with the unicorns or Thestrals, you know. We can find you something better. Professor Kettleburn has been very kind to me." "I'll come with you," Harry promised. "There's no point in me staying in a club that you're not enjoying." Luna looked at him, her eyes wide and startled. "We're friends, right?" Harry tried a small grin. "Just call me Harry, okay?" "Friends," Luna repeated quietly. "Harry." "Okay then, if you're sure." Later that evening, as Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, he couldn't shake off thoughts of Luna's unusual demeanor. Hermione, Ron, and Neville were watching him curiously. "I thought we could do some independent research," Harry started cheerfully, "and compare Professor Lockhart's incredible achievements with the historical record of spell development across disciplines." Ron didn't seem very impressed, but Hermione looked intrigued. "You mean to compare Professor Lockhart's spell developments with their originals?" she asked, leaning forward with bright eyes. "Sure," Harry replied. "I know you've taken extensive notes on his spell techniques." Harry nodded at Hermione. Ron and Neville could cross-reference his own books with the theories in others. He raised an eyebrow pointedly at Ron. "Lockhart?" Ron replied, his eyebrows lifting in skepticism. "Really?" Harry shuffled forward in his seat, nodding enthusiastically. This approach would help solve the Lockhart issue without relying on the so-called curse, and he was confident Ron would be excited about it once he understood. "I thought we could start this as a group project," Harry continued, leaning back in his chair. "We could surprise the professor at the end of the school year with a compendium of all his successes in a master index. Maybe we could even present it for publishing," he added, struck by inspiration. Hermione practically rubbed her hands together with glee. "That sounds fantastic, Harry," she exclaimed, beaming. Neville eyed Harry curiously before cautiously nodding. "I'm in, I guess, if you need me." The three of them looked expectantly at Ron, who glowered slightly under the pressure. "Look, that's not really my thing," he protested. "How much time will this actually take?" Harry pursed his lips, considering. "Quite a lot, I should think." But he glanced at Hermione, who was practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "I think you'll find it quite satisfying." Ron looked at him skeptically. "Really?" "Yes," Harry emphasized. Ron rolled his eyes. "You already keep yourself so busy with Quidditch practice, your weird club thing, and all that studying. I just don't see what this little project has in it for me." "At least think about it," Harry asked hopefully, doing his best to persuade Ron. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville had already planned to meet in the library every evening after dinner. "I hope you know what you're doing, mate," Neville muttered as the informal meeting broke up. Harry hoped he did too. He figured he was off to a good start. Chapter 12: The Barrier Breaks. Autumn continued its descent, bringing with it cooler weather and a damp chill in the air. A familiar wave of cold and flu symptoms swept through the castle, leaving many students attending classes still feeling the effects of Madame Pomfrey's pepper-up potion. Harry, however, found himself enjoying the benefits of pepper-up during those early morning Quidditch practices, and he was grateful to the twins for their somewhat dubious supply. Surely, Madame Pomfrey wasn't a willing supplier for the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team. On one hand, Harry didn't want to scrutinize the rather convenient gift too closely. Aside from soothing sore throats and warding off fevers, the potion warmed the body from the inside out and provided a burst of energy. Just what was needed for a 6 o'clock practice in a Scottish autumn. To Harry's surprise, only Oliver would resisted the enticing little phials, insisting on a toughening up or some such nonsense. Still, the potion did remind Harry of those days spent in the hospital wing, recovering from injuries or incapacitation. He wasn't sure he liked the associations, but the contraband potion certainly helped him get out of bed in the mornings. When he wasn't practicing Quidditch or diving into his own studies, Harry joined his close-knit group of friends in the library, where they were making solid progress fact-checking Lockhart's claims to fame. Hermione hadn't quite figured out where Harry's task was leading, but she had organized the group with impressive skill, drafting the cross-referencing parchments and leading the note-taking with apparent ease. Harry thought his own note-taking had become quite effective, but who was he to interfere with Hermione's process? He enjoyed letting her take charge of the research while he followed her lead. It felt nostalgic. Meanwhile, Neville had quickly grasped the true purpose of their task. To Harry's relief, Neville had thrown himself into the research with surprising enthusiasm. It had become a common sight to find him between Hermione and Harry on those quiet autumn evenings, a pile of books spread out in front of him, thoughtfully chewing on the tip of a quill. Either Ron had come to a similar realization, or Neville had pulled him aside for a quiet word, because Ron was also taking the task quite seriously. He still struggled, of course, to find purpose and enjoyment in all those hours spent in the library. Harry felt an unreasonable sense of pride watching his best mate tackle the research, following Hermione's instructions. Reluctantly, it was true, but he was contributing to the team effort. Frankly, as Harry sat up and stretched, it felt like old times. Speaking of which, he had also been keeping a careful eye on the youngest Weasley now that she was at Hogwarts, wanting to ensure that events didn't unfold too closely to the original timeline. His friends were once again rallying around a shared goal, which brought them closer together, and Harry looked forward to the years ahead when they would all consider each other best friends. He did wish, at times fervently, that Hermione and Ron would resolve the tension between them, as their repeated little confrontations were beginning to wear thin. As far as Harry could tell, Luna also seemed happy despite her departure from the Kettleburn Club. He had worked hard to find Professor Kettleburn at an opportune moment to make excuses for both of them. Whatever Thorn and Subaka had told him must have been rather weak, because when Harry approached the professor after dinner and attempted his own exit speech, things went surprisingly well. When Kettleburn turned to stare piercingly into Harry's eyes, he simply ran a hand through his hair and said that Luna wasn't happy in the club, so he was leaving with her. Contrary to Harry's expectations, Kettleburn didn't complain or moan at all. There were no pointed comments about students these days or unwillingness to take risks. Kettleburn had frowned, nodded sharply, and told Harry he was welcome back if he ever changed his mind. As Harry left, he couldn't shake the strange impression that Kettleburn actually respected his choice, which felt odd to him. Important as his friends were, they weren't part of Harry's long-term plans. This time of year was always tough. School pressures, homesickness, and teacher expectations weighed heavily on the students. On top of that, seasonal colds and illnesses seemed to blanket Hogwarts. Yet, through it all, Ginny Weasley appeared as perky and energetic as ever. She had joined Harry and his friends in the library a couple of times, working on her own homework while they researched. Generally, though, she seemed to be carving out her own space among her classmates. Whenever Harry was around, Ginny still turned red and tripped over things, but from a distance, he noticed she got along well with Colin Creevey and a small, quiet girl named Marcella Muller, who had short, dark hair. Harry wasn't entirely sure about his memories, especially without his pensieve, but he thought that was a new development. He often spotted the three of them together at the breakfast table or studying in a corner of the common room, Ginny's vibrant red hair and Colin's blonde locks catching the candlelight, while Marcella's dark hair formed a striking contrast. Harry remembered when Ginny had hung out with his classmates and had always thought that her experience in first year had hindered her chances of connecting with her peers. But judging by how she seemed now, he assumed she was safe and well. To ensure she stayed that way, Harry caught Neville in a corridor on the way to Greenhouse 1. "Hey, Neville," Harry said. "Could you do me a favor? Make sure Ginny is happy and fitting in well at Hogwarts." After Harry's previous request about the Quidditch game and Quirrell last year, Neville wasn't surprised. He simply raised his eyebrows curiously and agreed. A few days later, Neville reported that Ginny seemed fine, and he was willing to continue watching over her. Harry thanked his friend with a grateful smile. Meanwhile, the Slytherin team was causing quite a stir in the Gryffindor common room. Beaters Fred and George returned from spying on their rivals, looking particularly troubled as they shared their findings. "It seems the new brooms Malfoy provided are much faster than the ones we're using," Fred said, his brow furrowed. "They have better maneuverability and fantastic handling." Harry nodded, recalling his own memories of the brooms. Seeing the duo's freckled faces in such uncommon melancholy made him hesitate. He almost ordered a set of Nimbus 2000s for the whole team right then and there. But just in time, he realized that buying new brooms for everyone would be sinking to Malfoy's level. His self-respect held him back from making a hasty decision that would waste money and potentially cost him the respect of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff Quidditch fans. Instead, he resigned himself to long, hard practices with Wood in all kinds of weather. One Saturday, as Harry trudged back from Quidditch practice, he encountered a familiar scene. Nearly headless Nick was haunting a gloomy corridor, muttering about the headless hunt and the strictness of rules. "Hello, Nick," Harry greeted him kindly. "Hello, young Harry," the glum ghost replied. "You look troubled." "As do you," Harry observed. "Did I hear you mention uncharitable huntsmen?" "My apologies," Nick said, pulling himself together and bowing courtly. "It was not my intention to trouble the students, thoughtful and kind though they may be." Harry realized with some surprise that the ghost was likely haunting the corridor on purpose, trying to catch the attention and sympathy of impressionable students. Idly, he wondered how he had missed that insight in the previous timeline. Then, he recalled his last experience at the... It was the night of the Halloween Death Day party, and Harry found himself reflecting on the absence of Ginny's usual bad mood. He considered his friends Hermione, Ron, and Neville, noting their current lack of adventures at Hogwarts. Weighing the potential dangers of the evening, he hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I could help out." With an enthusiastic cry of delight, nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, immediately accepted his generous offer, showering Harry with extravagant praise. "Oh, what a generous offer! An outstanding young gentleman. But don't put yourself out. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. Perhaps you're merely being polite." Before he knew it, Harry had accepted an invitation to attend the Death Day celebrations of Sir Nicholas de Mincy Porpington on behalf of himself and his friends. He realized, almost belatedly, that this could serve as a bonding exercise, bringing some of the Ministry's Six together again. Just then, Harry felt a sudden jolt as he heard a feline meow near his ankles. He shuddered at the thought of the Everdore Filch and recalled his previous encounters with dripping Quidditch gear and the seething caretaker. Knowing that wherever Mrs. Norris went, Filch was sure to follow, Harry quickly charmed himself dry with his wand. As soon as he stopped dripping, he vanished the muddy puddles he had left in his wake, just in time. Filch stalked into the corridor, clearly in a bad mood. The stooped man stared suspiciously at Harry and his ghostly companion, prowling around them with a long, rattling sniff. But Harry and Nick held their heads high and acted innocent. With nothing specific to complain about, the caretaker moved on, wearing an even darker scowl, and Harry seized the opportunity to make a quick escape. Back in the library, Harry joined his friends around a table cluttered with Gilderoy Lockhart books. They were generally receptive to the invitation. A Death Day party? Hermione asked, as Harry squeezed into the seat next to her. Come here, everyone, she called, beckoning them closer. I bet there aren't many living people who can say they've been to one of those. It's going to be fascinating. Why would anyone want to celebrate the day they died? Ron mumbled, his attention still on his book, break with a banshee, and clearly frustrated with the world. Sounds dead depressing to me, dead, ha ha. He chuckled darkly. Hermione caught Harry's amused gaze and rolled her eyes. It will be a wonderful learning experience, she declared with determination. Please tell Nearly Headless Nick that we would be honored to attend. Harry pulled out his study materials and settled himself around the table where his friends were cozily gathered. Soon, he found himself lulled into a quiet focus, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the library. Skillfully avoiding Madame Pince's forbidding glare, he opened his latest Lockhart book and glanced over Hermione's most up-to-date list of spells. The rhythmic drumming of rain against the windows, the soft scratching of quills on parchment, and the low murmurings of other students created a comforting bubble of industrious silence. Yet, as Halloween approached, Harry's initial excitement about organizing a safe adventure for his friends began to shift into a sense of regret. Each passing day brought back memories of his last visit to Nearly Headless Nick's party. Despite not having his pensive, Harry could vividly recall the cold and gloom, along with the foul stench of decomposing fish that lingered in the dungeons. His reluctance was only emphasized by the festive cheer enveloping the rest of the school. The great hall was adorned with incredible decorations, live bats, enormous jack-o'-lanterns that could fit 3 grown men inside, and he remembered with a pang the delicious food always provided by the house elves. Ron, who had been the least interested of the 4 Gryffindors, were loudly lamenting Harry's choice of entertainment for the evening. Harry understood Ron's frustration and sat thoughtfully in the Gryffindor common room, trying to solve Ron's biggest problem while his friends tackled the immediate issue. Hermione, being the wonderful sidekick that she was, spent most of Saturday calming Ron's vocal complaints, finally receiving support from a few kind words from Neville. It's a house pride thing, the quiet boy murmured to Ron, who was sulking in one of the comfy common room chairs. Come on, it will be interesting to see just once, and Nearly Headless Nick will only celebrate his 500th Death Day once. Think of what you could tell the twins. Not even Percy has been to a Death Day party, right? Ron paused to consider the possibilities, and Hermione patted Neville on the shoulder in thanks. An hour before the Halloween feast, and thus the Death Day party, began, Harry and his friends quietly slipped out of the common room and made their way over to the entrance of Ravenclaw Tower. Soon, the 4 of them were milling around at the top of the staircase, huffing a little after the long climb. Harry felt a slight burn in his thighs as he stood, bent over on the landing, trying to catch his breath. Before them stood the familiar dark wood door, devoid of a lock or doorknob. The bronze knocker, shaped like an eagle, seemed to mock their intentions. Harry quickly glanced around the landing, hoping to spot a Ravenclaw student coming up the stairs, but there was no one in sight. With a shrug in Hermione's direction, he reached out and rapped the bronze knocker once. To his friend's amazement, the eagle's beak opened, and its soft, musical voice rang out. Feed me and I live, give me water and I die. What am I? Oh. Harry managed, momentarily stuck. He looked at his friends. After a startled pause, Neville sank deep into thought, his expression serious. Ron stood there, his forehead deeply furrowed. After a moment of surprise, he began mumbling to himself. It was Hermione who finally solved their dilemma. Oh, honestly, she sighed, stepping forward to address the door. The answer is fire. Precisely, the eagle sang, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Harry and his friends exchanged awkward glances before gathering together and shuffling toward the threshold. Curiously, they inched closer, peering into the Ravenclaw common room as they crowded around the door. Harry found himself comparing the room to his rather dim memories. The last time he had been in Ravenclaw Tower, he had other things, like Voldemort, on his mind. Inside, a number of students were scattered throughout the spacious, circular room. Tall, peaked windows allowed the dusky colors of sunset to filter in, and illuminated by a golden glow in a niche directly opposite the entrance stood the graceful stone figure of Rowena Ravenclaw. In contrast to the cozy, homey feeling of the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere in Ravenclaw felt quiet and industrious, somehow more spacious. Harry noted that there were fewer large groups gathering together. Instead, Ravenclaws were chatting quietly in twos and threes, with no groups of more than 10, as the Gryffindors often had. Just then, a sixth-year Ravenclaw, noticing their intrusion after Hermione gasped in surprise, quickly approached to prevent their entrance. A short while later, Harry had successfully reassured the Ravenclaw student that this was not a Gryffindor invasion. They were happy not to enter, but could someone please find and fetch first-year Luna Lovegood? His dreamy friend was called out of the dormitories almost immediately and followed the group down the stone staircase, clearly pleased to join them. Luna, Harry began. Once they reached the bottom of the tower and cleared the staircase, Harry introduced his friends. Meet Hermione, Neville, and Ron. Guys, this is Luna Lovegood. His Gryffindor friends murmured quiet greetings, their curiosity piqued by Luna's unusual appearance. She stood calmly in an all-white outfit, her bare feet and a delicate lace fabric draped over her hair and eyes. With her pale skin and hair, she looked almost otherworldly, even under the sensible lighting of the castle corridor. All Hallows greetings, Luna said in a dreamy, whimsical voice. Souls wander as the veil thins this night. Yes, Harry replied, unfazed by her appearance. Luna's father is the editor of the Quibbler, he added, casting a pointed look at Hermione. She's as brave as a Gryffindor and as loyal as a Hufflepuff. He finished his introductions and observed as his friends assessed the peculiar girl. Hermione, having caught Harry's hint, managed to hold her tongue and said nothing critical, which meant she remained silent for the moment. Ron knew her already, of course, but was still momentarily captivated by her odd appearance, which Harry thought was really rather tame for Luna. After all, she didn't even have her wand tucked behind her ear, for Merlin's sake. It was up to Neville to extend his hand. He held it out, waiting for her handshake, but Luna didn't respond. To Harry's amusement, Luna regarded Neville's hand curiously from beneath her lacy cap. After meeting the eyes of each Gryffindor, she even bowed slightly towards Neville's outstretched arm. After an awkward pause where no one spoke, Neville let his arm drop back to his side. Having completed his introductions and enjoyed the befuddlement among his friends, Harry turned to lead his little band through the castle. He hadn't exactly shared the evening's schedule with them, he had only asked them not to eat beforehand. They left the common room, and Harry led the way toward the Hufflepuff dungeons, stopping in front of a vibrant painting of a silver fruit bowl. With a sly grin aimed particularly at Ron, he reached up and tickled the pair. In response, the doorknob appeared, and the portrait swung open, granting them access to the warm, welcoming glow of Hogwarts' kitchen. The kitchen was just as large as Harry remembered. 5 enormous tables stood beneath the soaring ceiling, and the hustle and bustle of at least 100 house elves filled the space with clattering and pattering sounds. Platters, pots, and plates sipped around the room, maneuvered by house elves who were often half the size of the objects they carried. Some trays balanced precariously on their heads, while others seemed to defy gravity, dwarfing the arms that held them. The heat from a dozen fires warmed the room to a humid temperature, and the delicious scent of roast meat and wood-fed fires made several stomachs gurgle with sudden hunger. Harry felt a momentary surge of fierce protective instincts, reaffirming his determination to safeguard the lives of the loyal Hogwarts inhabitants. As he and his friends paused in amazement at the door, they quickly caught the attention of a nearby house elf. Clad in a tidy tea towel toga with the Hogwarts emblem proudly displayed, the little elf approached them, his face lighting up with delight. "Harry Potter!" Such an honor, he squeaked, and Harry took the opportunity to make introductions. Although this wasn't his little friend Pookie, he recognized the elf as a familiar figure in the kitchens, likely having heard stories about him. "These are the Hogwarts kitchens," Harry announced grandly, gesturing at the bustling space. "And this is the true Hogwarts army." He noticed a surprised squeak from the friendly house elf and smiled reassuringly at him. "They run this place with military precision." Having completed his introductions, Harry paused to gauge his friend's reactions. Ron, wearing a look of gleeful awe, was the first to regain his senses. He moved to sit at the nearest table, but to Harry's surprise, he reached out and grabbed Hermione's elbow, pulling her overwhelmed form along with him. Unsurprisingly, Hermione was staring in rapt attention at the space around them. She followed Ron without resistance, still gaping at the cauldrons and fireplaces, her mouth agape in wonder. Neville, startled back to reality, quickly followed suit. Harry noticed that Luna didn't seem surprised at all. She merely joined the group, looking as if she had paused out of politeness rather than curiosity. They were ushered over to a nearby table, where plates were generously piled high with food. Ron and Neville dug in with gratitude, while Luna followed suit with a touch more decorum. Harry took a moment to observe Hermione's reaction. She was still gazing around the room in amazement, her mouth moving as she whispered to herself. Leaning in closer, he caught snippets of her thoughts. The magical transference, Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, no wonder I never. She suddenly interrupted her own train of thought. Harry, who are these Kree workers? Hermione, meet the Hogwarts house elves, Harry said, gesturing broadly around the room. Home to over 100 magical beings, they are the housekeepers, cleaners, and cooks of the castle. Helga Hufflepuff herself introduced them to this role. He leaned back, eager to see her reaction. Hermione pressed her lips together and surveyed the room more critically. "Why aren't they wearing clothes, Harry?" she asked disapprovingly. Incredibly, Harry had forgotten about that particular topic of concern. He hurried to reassure her. "It's a sign of their belonging," he explained quickly. To be given clothes is seen as a symbol of dishonor and failure. Just look at how clean they are. The fabric is unwrinkled, unspotted, and the Hogwarts crest on their chests is worn with pride. "Please, be careful not to accidentally insult them," he pleaded. "They deserve respect for their work." Seeing Hermione still unconvinced, he quickly suggested she save her questions for another day when they weren't so rushed. He breathed a silent sigh of relief when she hummed a little in tentative agreement, agreeing to come back with her inquiries later. They finished their meals amidst the warmth and bustle of the kitchen, offering generous compliments to the house elf who had been watching over them. The small grey creature swelled with pride, beaming as it saw them off. Harry noticed Hermione observing the house elf's delight at their praise. Following Harry, the friends wandered down into the dungeons, moving away from the warmth and light of the kitchen toward the ghostly chill of the Death Day party. As they descended, the light faded behind them, swallowed by a growing gloom, and the air turned increasingly bitter with each step. Harry watched as puffs of white steam escaped from his mouth. The everyday sounds of life in the castle seemed to fade into silence with every step down the stairs. Soon, even Ron and Hermione stopped chatting, and a heavy silence enveloped them. Small gusts of cold air brushed against Harry's exposed skin, and he took each step slowly. He had forgotten this atmosphere, the uncanny cold and the solemn quiet. Just as he felt his ears might pop from the lack of sound, a doorway at the bottom of the stairs creaked open, revealing the ghostly pale figure of nearly headless Nick, who welcomed them through. Hermione and Neville paused in wonder as they passed through the dungeon entrance, but Harry pressed on further. Harry took in the scene with fresh eyes, marveling at the incredible sight before him. Black candles flickered in the wall sconces, and the grand chandelier cast a dim light over the gathering. Small blue flames danced but failed to warm the atmosphere, leaving the room shrouded in a gloomy, otherworldly glow. He noticed the little puffs of breath he and his friends exhaled, glowing blue in the eerie light, a tangible reminder of their living state amidst the deathly chill. They instinctively drew their robes closer around themselves. Hundreds of pearly ghosts glided around the room in a measured rhythm, the stately lords and ladies stepping gracefully in elaborate patterns to the tempo of the haunting orchestra. Despite the music, the dancers moved in chilling silence, their feet making no sound, as if they were weightless. The center of the room undulated with these translucent figures, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Time seemed to pass strangely, neither slow nor fast, as though Harry and his friends had stepped out of the realm of the living. He suddenly wondered, shockingly, if spending time with the dead on All Hallows' Eve had somehow altered their perception of time. He quickly banished the thought with a shiver and refocused on the party. The friends wandered around the room, curiosity guiding them as they attempted polite conversation while avoiding the food. After catching a whiff of decomposed fish, Harry felt compelled to cast a silent bubble-headed charm on himself and his companions. The change made the experience considerably more comfortable. It felt completely natural when Harry realized he had lost track of time. He had no idea how long they had been in the dungeon, suspended between the living world and the dead. He turned to Hermione, his most logical friend, and silently mouthed the question, "The time?" His lips formed the words, but no sound emerged, as if time itself was a concept too weighty to address in that place. She shrugged, indicating that she, too, faced the same uncertainty. They continued to mingle in the chilly darkness, surrounded by friendly ghosts and otherworldly chatter. Harry felt a sense of detachment from the living conversations around him. Nearly headless Nick was a gracious host, and Harry sensed that their presence at his party was a point of pride for the friendly ghost. Yet, that warmth felt strangely distant from Harry's everyday life. Hogwarts clubs. Nearly headless Nick echoed, as Harry struggled against the oppressive silence to engage in conversation. "I haven't thought about those in decades. I shouldn't think. Have you considered the fencing club? Jousting?" Harry shook his head, fairly certain neither club existed anymore. Ballroom dancing. Nick suggested again, but Harry declined for the same reason. In that moment, he began to understand ghosts a little better. They existed outside of time from the moment of their death. Old knowledge lingered, while recent memories faded away. They were not living, Harry realized. This was a truth that Wizard-raised students learned from an early age. Just memories given form, just habits that persisted after the spirit had passed and the body had vanished. A wave of gratitude washed over Harry as he thought about his parents, relieved that they had passed on peacefully. Suddenly, the weight of years pressed down on him as he gazed at the dancing figures, lost souls adrift in their own time. The dungeon felt more removed from reality than ever. He wondered if the veil truly thinned on All Hallows' Eve. Did the boundary between the living and the dead truly blur on such a night? A shiver ran down his spine. Just then, the eerie atmosphere was shattered by the baying of wraith-like hounds and the ghostly exuberance of the headless hunt as they burst into the dungeon. Almost instantly reverting to his familiar self, nearly headless Nick apologized to Harry for leaving him and went off to confront the unwelcome visitors. It was nostalgic to see Nick stride away in indignation, marching toward the hunt with a poised displeasure. Catching the eyes of his friends, Harry urged them to leave the party and quickly led them up the stairs. Leaving the chaos behind them, Luna followed the older students, her presence somehow ethereal amidst the very human huffing and puffing of the Gryffindors who had rushed up the stairs to warm their muscles. As they stepped into the warmer corridors, where cheerful yellow light flickered merrily, Harry glanced back at Luna and noticed her lips were blue. He also saw that her feet looked red and sore. Without hesitation, he conjured a woolen blanket and draped it over her shoulders, casting a warming charm in her direction. Luna emerged from her introspective mood and nodded her thanks. As the group approached the entrance hall, on their way to return Luna to the Ravenclaw Tower, Harry suddenly heard a whisper echoing through the walls. "Rip, tear, kill, hunger." In his distraction, he stubbed his toe on the perfectly level floor and stumbled into Neville. Ron and Hermione immediately began to fuss. "Oh, honestly, Harry. How could you let yourself get so cold?" Hermione exclaimed. Ron opened his mouth to crack a joke, but Harry waved them off in a panic and skittered down the hallway toward the whisper. "So hungry, so long, tear and devour, blood and flesh." "Shush. Not now, I can't." He hissed at his friends. There was a pause, Harry, tense and listening halfway down the corridor, while his friends looked on in confusion. After a long moment of silence, his voice echoed loudly in his own ears. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, did you hear that?" Confused headshakes were his only response. "Luna, did you hear that?" Harry asked hopefully, wondering what strange senses the incomprehensible blonde might possess. "Sorry, Harry. Was it your mother?" At the sound of hope in her voice, Harry nearly stumbled again. He paused to flash her an apologetic smile and scratched his head. "Oh, Luna. Sorry, not this time. Time. I think it's running out. We need to hurry." Harry turned and dashed toward the entrance hall, his friends exchanging confused glances before rushing after him. He sprinted up the stairs, weaving past the bustling crowd of students, the doors spilling light, and climbed directly to the second floor. As he ran, he fervently hoped the whispers would stay away from the great hall, where hundreds of students remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Suddenly, he came to a screeching halt, cursing under his breath. Hermione and Ron, who were right behind him, gasped in surprise at the sight before them, enormous red letters scrawled high on the corridor wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Water spread across the floor, pooling down the hallway, and an empty collar dangled from a torch bracket, swaying slightly. Harry crept closer, crossing his fingers, and then cursed heartily. His friends approached, bewildered, as Harry's voice, strained and urgent, echoed down the corridor. Just then, Luna and Neville caught up, skidding to a stop beside the group. While his friends were frozen in shock, horror, and confusion, Harry bolted toward the Gryffindor Tower. Realizing his direction, his friends hurried to keep up. He sprinted toward the fat lady, ignoring the fatigue in his thighs from the evening's exertions and the tightness in his lungs as he pushed himself harder than he had in months. His heavy footsteps thundered down the deserted stone corridors, his harsh breathing loud in his own ears. Behind him, he could hear the worried voices of his friends. "Harry," someone called out. "What's?" they gasped, running out of breath. "Wrong. Mate." Their confused murmurs began to fade as Harry raced along the corridors, skidding around corners. "Do you know what his? Did you hear?" His friends seemed to ask each other, but Harry was focused on getting back to his luggage. There was a horrible sinking sensation gripped Harry's chest, and a heavy lump settled in his stomach. He could feel the blood pumping in his temples, while sweat matted his forehead, rolling down his face with every frantic step. His friends lagged behind, clearly puzzled by his sudden urgency and unaware of the danger he sensed. But he knew they would follow him, so he arrived, panting and alone, at the portrait of the fat lady. Gasping for breath, he managed to gasp out the password. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him quizzically. "I beg your pardon." Harry doubled over, still trying to catch his breath but unwilling to waste any time. "Esnililit," he finally managed. The statuesque portrait sniffed. "Repeat that, if you would." "Esniloilit." With great dignity and no sense of urgency, the fat lady shifted her position, rolling her eyes in irritation. It was as if she had no idea how critical the situation was. "Students," she lamented. "You younger generations are all rush and no rules. Why, in my day, ex nihilo nihil fit." The portrait swung open, and Harry scrambled inside, not caring about dignity. Her indignant exclamation of, "Well, I never," echoed behind him as he raced straight up the stairs to his dormitory, even before her portrait swung closed once more. Deep in his gut, Harry felt that something had gone terribly, horribly wrong with his plans. Chapter 13, The Unwelcome Truth. Harry paid no attention to the burning in his thighs or the roughness of his breath as he dashed up the stone steps of Gryffindor Tower. In a frantic state, he noticed that he had somehow scratched the palm of his hand during his mad dash through Hogwarts corridors, leaving small smudges of blood behind each time he grabbed a door frame or corner to steady himself. He ignored it and kept panting onward. Gasping for air, Harry reached his trunk at the end of his bed and doubled over, trying to catch his breath. His sweaty hands fumbled at his neck as he dragged the moleskin pouch out from beneath his robes and dug his trembling fingers through the leather for his keys. Instead, he jerked out his wand and swore. That wasn't what he needed. He almost tossed it aside but stopped himself. The wand was important, after all. So, instead, he placed it absent-mindedly on the corner of his bed. Again. He snagged a corner of his invisibility cloak and tossed it aside, then did so a third time. As he continued searching, Harry flung aside several small treasures and his coin pouch before realizing that his mental state was hindering the small magic that made the moleskin pouch work. Forcing himself to blink, he took a deep, slow breath. Out of the corner of his eye, the bed hangings seemed to waver as if caught in a haze. He felt his own body heat rising around his face, a smothering sensation that only added to his irritation. With a determined effort, he refocused on the task at hand. Finally, his fingers closed around something that felt right. Still slouched over and struggling for breath, Harry fumbled for the correct key and forced his trembling hands to insert it into the lock. He turned it to the right, and with a satisfying click, the lock opened. Harry clambered into the trunk and stumbled down the shallow steps into the depths of his third compartment. He lurched past the single vanishing cabinet that he had liberated from its spotted Borgins. Harry's eyes were fixed straight on his target as he stumbled to a halt just in front of the innocuous little book sitting in the middle of the room. Furious with the book, with himself, and with the basilisk, he snarled at it and lifted his arm, ready to curse. A fire curse, he thought. That would settle things, prove its nature once and for all. Then, it hit him, he had left his wand on the corner of his bed in his rush to get down here. He paused, feeling directionless for a moment. Slowly lowering his arm, he took a moment to collect himself. After all, the diary was just lying there. Flushing with embarrassment, he glanced around the room, as if someone might be watching him lose control. But it was empty, of course. Harry straightened up, rolled his shoulders, and clicked his knuckles. He relaxed, letting most of the tension and panic drain out of him. Closing his eyes, he inhaled the warm, slightly stale smell of luggage air, then exhaled slowly. Phew. He reached up to push some of the hair plastered to his damp forehead out of the way. Then he eyed the diary suspiciously. It sat on the ground in his third compartment, looking entirely unconcerned with Harry's destructive tendencies. Its smug appearance only fueled his determination to sort it out once and for all. As he reached down to grab it, he hesitated. Instead of using his bare hands, he took hold of the corner of his robe and gingerly picked up the slim, black book, letting it dangle precariously between his fingers. On second thought, he realized that setting the diary alight with all the power and rage he could muster would have been a terrible idea while both he and the diary were still inside the trunk. What would happen if magically powered flames caught an expansion enchantment by surprise? He could have seriously injured himself if the expansion charms had failed. Remorseful and mortified, Harry quickly left the trunk behind and took a moment to focus on his occlumency. It wouldn't do him much good if he lost his common sense in a moment of threat, but he hoped to improve his control before it was too late. He bent down to return his belongings to their rightful places. Now that he had regained his rationality, the book merely taunted him as he did so, and he couldn't help but resent its smugness just a bit. After tidying up, Harry gingerly picked up the book again and made his way down the stairs. Despite the time it took him to rush to his bedroom and have his little panic attack, when he returned to the common room, his friends were still gathered around the entrance to the fat lady's portrait. Harry wandered over, casting a longing glance at the brightly burning fireplace, and craned his head out the door. "What's keeping you?" Three faces turned to him with indignation. Ironically, only Luna appeared relaxed. "She's a Ravenclaw," Ron protested, clearly continuing an ongoing argument. Luna seemed strangely fascinated by the stonework beneath her feet, studying it closely with a thoughtful, untroubled expression. Neville spoke slowly, with surprising irritation. "Harry might need her." Hermione hesitated. "Well, the rules, but Harry." "Neville, I just don't know." She looked at Harry with hope. "What do you think, Harry? Can she come in?" Hogwarts, a history always said that access to common rooms was restricted. Harry raised his eyebrows. Since when had he ever? He realized this version of Hermione had never been swayed to ignore the rules when it suited her. He paused for a moment. Better let her come in for now, he finally said, visions of students interrogating him about the red writing on the wall flashing through his mind. We'd better stick together at the moment. He stepped back and gestured for his friends to enter the room, with Luna coming in last, gazing at him with curious eyes. He smiled back at her. It was Harry meant to be encouraging, but he worried it might have come out wrong. Once all his friends were gathered in the room, he turned abruptly and strode across the common room to stand in front of the fire. He passed the soft chairs with determination, crossed the ember-burned rug with purpose, and to Hermione's little gasp of surprise and Ron's mumbled shock, he threw the diary into the flames. Stooping down, Harry watched intently as the heat beat against his face and the orange tongues of fire flickered. For a moment, he thought things would be simple. The book sat quietly, the flames grasping at it. A sense of satisfaction began to rise from his gut, like the heat surrounding him. Things would be easier if. Then, with a little hiss and a slow creep, a corner of the book caught fire, and a flame began to creep along the front cover. The diary curled at the edges, its glossy writing fading as the white pages turned black. All Harry could hear was the hissing and flickering of the flames as the diary transformed into ashes. It was just a book. Feeling numb, he turned to face the curious expressions of his friends. "What's happening, mate?" Ron asked, worry evident in his voice. "What was that? Why did we come here?" Harry fidgeted, wiping his damp hands on his robe and running his fingers through his hair again. His mouth moved silently for a moment as his mind raced through what he could say. But Hermione didn't wait for him to respond. "Why did we come back?" "We need to tell someone," she suggested. "Maybe it was a prank? Was that a collar? What did you hear?" She paused, her eyes narrowing. "Was that a library book just now? What have you done, Harry?" "No. Not at all," Harry insisted desperately. Just some old notes." She looked at him with a searching gaze. "Of mine," he added quickly. "Which were mainly wrong. I just thought I'd get rid of them while I could still remember." He watched as Hermione's tension eased, and his thoughts drifted back to the more significant matters at hand. Meanwhile, Ron shuffled over to Neville and murmured something quietly. Harry struggled to find the right words, his mouth moving while his brain raced, but nothing coherent came out. He managed, staring blankly at his curious friends. His voice cracked awkwardly under the pressure. He cleared his throat. "I thought, well, it was a really bad idea to be caught there, with the writing, I mean." Hermione looked at him with a worried expression. "That's true, Harry. Look, why don't you sit down? You're looking a bit pale." "Yeah," Harry nodded numbly. "Right." His friends exchanged uneasy glances as he stumbled to the nearest chair, collapsing into its soft cushions. They sat down around him, much more calmly than he had. "So?" Ron finally asked, breaking the awkward silence as he leaned forward in his chair. "What's going on? Do you need help?" "Help?" Harry echoed. "Right." He hesitated again, unsure of what to say. Although his mouth felt empty, his thoughts were racing. If the diary was fake, he realized slowly, it must have gone missing from his trunk. How could that happen? Who had access to the boys' dorms? A lot of people, he realized with dismay. All the Gryffindor boys, to start with. And girls, house elves, teachers. Had a prefect done a check for contraband? When had it been taken? He'd been at school for weeks. He continued to obsess. Who had done the writing? Would they have skipped the feast? Could he check somehow? Whoever had the diary was presumably the same person controlling the basilisk. His thoughts trailed off as he noticed the expectant looks from his friends. Harry began. "I thought I heard slithering in the walls." Maybe through the pipes. He raced to come up with an explanation that wouldn't sound crazy. I had to run to keep up, but it got ahead of me. When it disappeared, I wanted to check if the dorms were safe, Harry said, trying to sound confident. Right, Hermione replied, her skepticism evident. And the diary? Might have been cursed. Harry squeaked, cringing at his own pathetic explanation. Mate, Ron chimed in, looking genuinely awed. You definitely don't want to get caught by a cursed diary, sharing all your inner thoughts and stuff. That kind of thing powers strong magic. Neville nodded in agreement, and Hermione's skepticism began to fade as she glanced incredulously at her friends, who had been raised with magic. Really? She asked. Harry zoned out for a moment, his mind drifting back to the pressing issue at hand. Even though he didn't know the diary's location, he did know how to access the chamber. He could head down tonight and take out the basilisk while everyone slept, or maybe tomorrow night. No, it was better to wait a week, he decided, suddenly leaning towards a more mature approach for once. He would ask Pookie to get him some roosters and take a few tools along. That would address the worst of the problems and wouldn't take long to organize. But then Harry hesitated. There was something nagging at the back of his mind, just out of reach. Luna broke the silence, seemingly unconcerned about the larger issues but clearly worried about Harry. Are you worried about the paradoxes? She asked out of the blue. Sometimes things have to happen before other things, and sometimes they have to happen together. Hermione, interrupted from her own train of thought, rolled her eyes. Harry, however, paused, considering Luna's words. Happen together, he repeated, searching her eyes for clarity. But the Ravenclaw girl didn't seem to grasp what he was wrestling with. Still, that elusive thought lingered just beyond his reach. All conversation halted as Harry clapped his hands, the realization hitting him. He couldn't kill the basilisk just yet, he realized, because an unknown student would still be possessed. He didn't know what Tom Riddle would do to the school if the basilisk was suddenly unleashed. As Harry contemplated the gravity of the situation, he couldn't shake the chilling thought of what might happen if Tom Riddle's plans unfolded. He knew he had no way of locating the possessed student if they had no reason to venture into Myrtle's bathroom. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. Without knowing Riddle's intentions, he would be powerless to intervene. Paradoxes, Harry murmured, suddenly gripped by a cold horror at what he had nearly overlooked. Thanks, Luna. A few moments passed in silence as his friends exchanged cautious glances. Slowly, Harry regained his composure and turned to Neville and Ron, eager to address the pressing question on his mind. So, how is Ginny doing this term? The teens looked at him in surprise. All right, mate. Ron offered. Neville nodded. She seems fine. Happy. Making friends. I do homework with her sometimes, he added, casting a sideways glance at Ron. Since you asked me to look out for her. She seems normal. Hey, Harry said, a blush creeping to his cheeks as the group regarded him curiously. It's all right, Ron, he quickly defended. I don't fancy her or anything. He caught himself before finishing the thought, adding mentally, yet. She was far too young for that. It just seemed like a tough thing to worry about in her first year, so I'm glad she has friends to look out for her. Hermione raised an eyebrow skeptically. Meanwhile, Ron mumbled suspiciously, I don't see you worrying about Luna's friends. Well, she's with us, isn't she? Harry replied, his words slipping out thoughtlessly. Yet they caused Luna to sit up a little straighter, a pleased blush creeping across her cheeks as she shifted her gaze from the Gryffindor common room fittings to Harry. After a while, Harry returned to his thoughts, realizing that the banquet would soon be over. Luna should probably not be found lingering in their common room. He allowed Hermione to take the lead as they made their way out of the tower and back toward the scene of the evening's events. Harry and Neville were met halfway by a crowd of students being directed toward them. Hermione and Ron quickly gathered the latest rumors, a prank gone wrong, the return of Slytherin's heir, Muggleborns in danger, and even tales of Mrs. Norris being killed and eaten or kidnapped as revenge on Argus Filch for a previous punishment. Maybe it's an alumnus, Lavender whispered dramatically. Someone who gained power after school and came back to torment their old enemy. Harry shivered at the thought of the parallels. Alternatively, there were whispers about Draco Malfoy plotting to take over the school to support his father's candidacy for Minister of Magic. Peeves, as usual, denied any responsibility. The rumors only grew more outrageous. As Harry and Neville escorted Luna back to her tower, Neville expressed his concerns about her health and state of mind. But Harry was somewhat distracted, running through his plan of action in his mind. Finally, after the chaos of the day, Harry retired to bed. He drew the drapes around his four-poster, set up a silencing charm, and rolled over to make a list. With a whispered lumos, the tip of his wand illuminated the space, and he began scratching his quill on a spare piece of parchment. Diary stolen. Fake diary in trunk. Protective ward still seemed to be intact. Security? Someone in my luggage? Who? When? How to break into my luggage? Dark magic? He paused, chewing on the tip of his quill as he considered his priorities. Stop attacks, he finally scribbled down. Mrs. Norris, petrified or eaten. Find to destroy diary or kill basilisk. Which to do first? Timeline, when and where were the petrifications? He wished again for a pensive, it would solve so many of his problems. How could he keep the students safe now? Mirrors for sale, he scratched out at the bottom of the parchment. Start habit? Why buy? After a generous half-hour of brainstorming, he had outlined a basic plan. He extinguished his wand, allowing the darkness to settle around him as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Harry took a deep breath and curled up under his sheets. It had been a long day filled with unwelcome surprises, and tomorrow promised to be even busier. The next morning, Harry woke up early and began his occlumency exercises, sticking to his usual routine. As soon as he heard his dorm mate starting to stir, he got out of bed and made his way to the Hogwarts Owlery, the first step in his plan. Climbing the stairs, he felt a pang in his heart. He had recently discovered that his beloved Hedwig was a happy resident of the Owlery, but under a different name. He had been avoiding her as much as he could, finding it uncomfortable that she no longer recognized him. She didn't look at him reproachfully anymore, nor did she gently peck his ear or fly down to settle on his shoulder. Her absence stung. Still, Harry huffed up the stairs, feeling like his thighs were getting more of a workout than usual. And that was saying something, considering how many staircases Hogwarts had. He felt a mix of disappointment and relief when he arrived at the Owlery to find it empty of Hedwig. She must have been out flying somewhere, and in that moment, it felt like a small mercy. He didn't know how much more guilt he could handle right now. He borrowed a Hogwarts owl and sent it with a message to Stowe and Packers, inquiring about how his luggage might have been broken into. What kind of damage might he find if that were the case? He briefly considered calling Dobby but quickly dismissed the thought. If Dobby found out Harry had lost the diary, he would assume Harry was in danger again. Dobby's well-meaning attempts to protect him could easily spiral out of control. With Harry having changed so much of the timeline, asking Dobby not to interfere and telling him he had stopped the crisis, he had no idea what enthusiastic form of crisis management Dobby might come up with next. As Harry gazed around the Owlery, he felt a mix of hope and uncertainty. Harry glanced at the Owlery with a cynical eye. It was moments like this when he missed Hedwig the most. She had been a loving, non-judgmental companion, always there to comfort him and offer moral support. Now, he suspected she belonged to a Hufflepuff prefect he had never spoken to. Hopefully, they were happy together. He descended the stairs slowly, his mind preoccupied as he moved through the day. At lunch, Hermione pulled him aside. "I know last night was strange," she began without preamble. "But why are you looking at Neville like that? You're making him feel awkward." Harry shook himself alert. "What? Neville? You think he's acting strange?" Hermione snorted. "No. You're the one acting strange. What's wrong?" Did Neville do something? Oh, so you don't think he's happy? Not right now, Hermione replied with a scowl. He thinks you're mad at him. Did he do something? Harry deflated. Oh, probably not. Healthy. Hermione shot him a concerned look and nodded silently. The two friends shared a moment of preoccupied silence before Harry spoke again. What about Ron then? You think he's all right? Probably, Hermione said irritably. How should I know? It's not like Ron confides in me. She huffed, then continued with more concern. Is this about last night? It's either a prank, Harry, and it doesn't really matter, or it's the heir of Slytherin, isn't it? Harry reflected gloomily on Mrs. Norris' empty collar. He had come to conclude that she had been eaten by the basilisk, which must have regurgitated her collar like it did with Bones. The fact that no petrified body had turned up only added to his anxiety. There was no guarantee that no one would die this time around, and Mrs. Norris' death really didn't bode well. Filch, of course, was hysterical. But with the lack of proof or other clues, the rest of the school remained uncertain about whether the threat was real. Harry knew that the chilling message should be taken seriously. Not even Dumbledore would be aware of the dark magic at work in his school, he reasoned slowly. Dumbledore had supported Harry in the past because petrification was too advanced for a student to manage, but kidnapping a cat? That seemed manageable for anyone. The teachers probably thought it was just a malicious prank. Yet, Harry understood that Hagrid's chicken run was likely a little emptier that morning. All right, fair enough, he said, realizing he had forgotten what he and Hermione were discussing. Everything's fine, I promise. I'm just sleepy. With that excuse, Harry rejoined his friends in conversation, but he kept a watchful eye out for anyone acting out of character. After an anxious day in class, Harry immersed himself in his self-directed study with a fervor he hadn't shown since the previous year. His friends exchanged puzzled looks over his head, but Hermione seemed content to let Harry work through his strange mood by studying, and the others followed her lead. At the end of the day, a large brown owl visited Harry in the common room, delivering a letter. He pocketed it discreetly, returning to his studies to avoid drawing attention from his friends. Later that night, in bed, he quickly broke the seal. As he eagerly scanned the words, confusion washed over him. Dear valued customer, thank you for your inquiry. Regarding your query, I am pleased to inform you that it is simply impossible for the locks on an enchanted dragon leather trunk to be breached by force in the absence of evidence. The protections of the luggage you purchased from us some time ago are indeed the strongest enchantments we currently have. If an attempt on the lock, in the absence of the keys, had been made, only two things are possible. Ordinarily, the thief and their magic would be frustrated, totally unable to damage the protections in any way, as the dragon leather repels offensive magic from its surroundings. However, if a particularly powerful wizard managed to overcome the leather and charms through sheer force, then the lock and other metalwork would be visibly. Harry's heart raced as he considered the implications. The past week when he had misplaced his keys was the day he had gone to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. The thought sent a chill down his spine. The letter had explained that the trunk had melted and buckled, revealing the breach. Even if the thief had attempted to repair the external damage to hide the incident, access to the trunk would remain impossible. The undetectable expansion charms would have failed, causing the multiple compartments to collapse. Any widespread damage to the contents would be immediately apparent. The only suggestion from Horatio Packers of Stowe and Packer's magical bags had been to reflect on any times he had misplaced his keys. Harry sighed in frustration and picked up his wand, ready to banish the offending parchment. As his fingers brushed the paper, he hesitated and gasped, his eyes widening as he reread the letter. His moleskin pouch still hung around his neck, just as it always did. Whenever he wasn't using his luggage keys, they remained safely inside that pouch. Hagrid had told him long ago that only the owner could remove anything from it. More importantly, no one but Harry had used his keys. With a rush of optimism, Harry's thoughts began to race. There was another way to access the third compartment of his trunk, the vanishing cabinet he had ironically placed there as a security measure. However, it was broken and unusable. He hadn't heard any rumors about students getting lost inside its companion, but he would need to sort that out soon. After all, there was no reason to put it off. As Hermione had taught him not long ago during their hunt for Horcruxes, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. His luggage was safe. All his notes about the future timeline remained secret and unseen. Nothing and no one had traveled into the compartments of his trunk. This meant that the diary must have been switched before he placed it into the third compartment. After a careful mental search, wishing desperately for a pensive, Harry realized that the only day he had misplaced his keys was the day he had gone to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. The thought sent a chill down his spine. The day the diary might have been stolen was during his trip to Diagon Alley. He recalled the bustling streets filled with people, and a sinking feeling washed over him. He had only been with the Weasleys and his friends. Harry anxiously sifted through every detail he could remember, but no matter how hard he tried, he realized he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Could it have been an invisible assailant? With the seed of a plan forming in his mind, Harry settled in for the night, ready to sleep. Chapter 14: A Victim of Circumstance. Harry awoke the next morning with a clear goal in mind and the determination to act on it right away. He wandered down to breakfast, joining Ron, Neville, and Hermione, and brought up the topic with them directly. As he reached for the bacon, he turned to Ron. "Hey mate, have you seen a diary like this?" Ron glanced at the little black book that Harry had just conjured before leaving the tower. "Morning, Harry." "Nope." "Why?" "No reason," Harry replied, shifting his attention to Neville. "Nev." "Not me either, I'm afraid." "Hermione." "Sorry, Harry. Lavender has won, but it's purple." There it was, nice and easy. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him when he noticed that none of his friends gave him suspicious looks or seemed guilty. But Hermione continued speaking. "Does this have anything to do with that book you burned last night?" No, Harry said, slipping the diary back into his pocket. "Not at all." "Nope, totally different book." He smiled widely at Hermione, partly relieved that none of them appeared to be possessed, and hoped she believed his fib. That was 3 potential suspects crossed off his list. He glanced around the table and noticed Percy looking somewhat unsettled when Harry decided to move over and sit with him, hoping to try the same tactic. "So, Percy," Harry began, keeping his tone completely non-confrontational. "I don't suppose you have any correspondence you'd like to share with me?" "I beg your pardon." Harry's keen gaze missed nothing. He noticed Percy's nervous twitch and darting eyes, prompting him to pull out the fake diary and press further. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. "Any new experiences that perhaps you've been keeping to yourself?" Worryingly, Percy appeared flustered, glancing at the diary with alarm. No, not at all." "What makes you think that?" "Just the usual study, I have to." "Say, Harry." "But why?" "Do you know something?" Harry exchanged a significant glance with Percy and raised an eyebrow. "Well," he said, speaking softly enough that only Percy could hear him over the loud and boisterous breakfast table, "there's knowing, and then there's knowing, of course." "What are you willing to share?" Percy fiddled with his fork, accidentally dropping his scrambled egg back onto the plate. Harry's concern deepened. "Percy? You know I'll help you out if I can, right?" "Goodness," Percy muttered, clumsily reaching for a sip of juice. "I must confess, you've caught me somewhat by surprise, Harry." Harry frowned, his concern growing. "I've had a feeling something's up for a while now," he said cautiously, not wanting to spread panic throughout Hogwarts at the thought of Lord Voldemort possessing a student. "I wouldn't want you to feel isolated or alone if you need help." Percy glanced at him, surprised. "Oh, that's right. You did have your own special circumstances earlier this year, didn't you?" Harry struggled to recall which special circumstance he had mentioned to Percy. He had kept Dobby's visit a secret, the Weasleys hadn't been sending him food this timeline, and no one knew about the basilisk yet. "Sure," he agreed vaguely, steering the conversation forward. Look, are things going all right for you? Percy glanced up and down the Gryffindor table, then turned to Harry cautiously. Do you think now is really the right time and place? You have a point, Harry replied, repocketing the diary. Perhaps later today. When lunchtime rolled around, both Harry and Percy avoided the Great Hall. Instead, they pinched some food straight from the kitchens and settled down to eat in an empty classroom on the second floor. Percy looked surprisingly comfortable sprawled out on the cold, dusty stone floor, and it struck Harry all over again how different this moment felt. Harry realized he was older than Percy in a way that mattered. Beneath all of Percy's bravado and responsibility, he was still just a kid, and Harry felt a surge of compassion for him. To Harry's surprise, it was Percy who brought up the topic first. I was somewhat astonished when you approached me over breakfast this morning, Harry, Percy admitted, licking crumbs off his fingers. I really thought my actions had been rather discreet. Harry quickly reassured him. I think I'm the only one who's noticed, he said gently. I'm in a bit of a special situation myself. Percy flashed that unexpected, lopsided grin of his, transforming his face. I had suspected as much when we talked back in September, he shared. Harry paused mid-bite of his smoked chicken sandwich, swallowing hastily as the food scraped his throat. Oh? We talked about it? I honestly don't remember the conversation. Percy shrugged. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say we alluded to it. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wow. I didn't realize I'd revealed that much. I'm glad I can trust you with, well, you know. After ensuring his hands were clean, Percy leaned over and ruffled Harry's hair, just like he often did with Ron. Anytime, Harry. Then Percy hesitated, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. So, I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds here, but I assume you'd like some advice. What's that? Harry replied, astonished. To his surprise, Percy didn't seem worried about the diary at all. In fact, he appeared to be more concerned about Harry. My deepest apologies, Percy muttered, his face flushing a deep crimson. Harry noticed Percy's hands fluttering nervously. Sweet Merlin, he realized with a sense of dread that something was seriously troubling Percy. My deepest apologies, Percy repeated, but something felt off on the train to Hogwarts this year, Percy admitted, drawing Harry's attention sharply. He had finally reached a crucial point in their conversation. When you called me to help with Hermione's little problem, I realized that you didn't fully understand. Well, it's really not my place to say. Harry felt lost again. How did this connect to Percy finding the diary? Had Hermione had it? Panic washed over him. But Percy pressed on, blinking rapidly and rubbing his hands on his knees. Look, Harry, I'm truly honored you came to me with this issue. I'll do my best. Just to start, you mentioned you were raised by your aunt and uncle. Are you close? Harry blinked at the sudden shift in the conversation. Normal, he stammered. Not really close, no. I wouldn't say that. But, not in a weird way, just a normal way. A normal, not close way. You see? The stone floor felt cold and hard beneath him, and he shifted awkwardly in his seat. Oddly enough, despite being on the verge of uncovering information about the diary, he felt uncomfortable. He wondered if he had mayonnaise stuck on his lip and spent a moment trying to wipe it away. For some reason, Percy seemed to deflate a little. Right, the beginning then. Okay. Harry sensed that Percy was struggling with the conversation, so he made an effort to settle in and support him. Percy took a deep breath. Well, I don't know what it's like with muggles, but when witches and wizards really like each other, they can decide to get to know each other better. Harry stared, perplexed. Percy clarified, physically, I mean. Oh dear, I'm really not handling this well at all, am I? Harry felt out of his depth. Do your best. Thanks. Right, well, when a witch and when wizards decide to get to know each other better, they need to understand that their bodies are different, Percy said, his face reddening as he spoke. Harry began to realize, from what felt like a great distance, that there had been a terrible misunderstanding. "A wizard," Percy continued, his voice growing more awkward. "How's your herbology?" "A wizard has a stamen, and if he really likes a witch, he might decide he wants to pollinate her pistil." Mortified, Harry could barely find the words. "The mechanics are pretty simple to figure out. I'm sure your dormmates can lend you some books in a couple of years," Percy went on, staring fixedly at a distant spot on the ceiling. "But it's important to know that male and female bodies are different." Harry might have squeaked, a small, uncomfortable sound, but Percy was too engrossed in his explanation to notice. He had heard about the mechanics before and didn't think he needed any more details from Percy. To his dismay, Percy seemed determined to continue. "If the witch's pistil receives her wizard's pollen, then fertilization can occur," Percy explained. Harry wished for an earthquake to erupt and swallow the castle or, better yet, for Voldemort to attack. But to his everlasting dismay, Percy appeared to be just getting started. "Ah, so the witch's body needs to prepare for fertilization, and it goes through a process. You're sure your uncle never told you any of this? Maybe your aunt?" Harry shook his head silently. Percy swallowed hard. "It's closely related to the lunar cycle, and some very feminine small magics. Arithmancy is also quite useful for predicting this." Percy added brightly before continuing, "So, in Hermione's case, for example, her body was ready for fertilization. You'll never tell her I told you this, will you?" Harry's face drained of color. "Merlin, no." "Thank Morgana," Percy muttered, then turned his gaze back to a spot on the ceiling. Harry noticed that he was still rubbing his hands nervously on his knees. He could relate. At that moment, he felt as if an oncoming train was roaring through his mind. The thunderous sound grew louder while Percy's voice drifted farther away. "So, her body was ready for fertilization, but obviously, Hermione is not. Oh sweet Merlin, pregnant," Percy blurted. "So her body was, preparing for another lunar cycle of, preparation." Harry found himself wishing that a basilisk lurking under the school was the worst thing he had to deal with this year. "Blood?" Percy exclaimed. "It involves blood. Just don't ask me about that part, okay?" He swallowed hard and continued. She was caught by surprise, and I always thought there needed to be better education about this for Muggle-borns. It being her first experience with things, that's why she was panicking in the end. She was unprepared for anything, and because of this process, a wizard has to be aware of some facts before he, becomes acquainted with a witch in a, carnal, physical, Percy rushed to correct himself, a physical way. Somewhere deep in his mind, beyond the chaos of internal screaming, Harry wondered how he had never learned any of this while he was dating Ginny. Of course, there had been jokes about that time of the month and strange emotional shifts. He had somehow come to believe that deep down, women identified with the ferocity of werewolves. He knew Ginny and Hermione quite well by that point, and both of them could be fierce when they wanted to be. It had all seemed like harmless humor at the time. But Percy was determined to enlighten him. And emotionally, of course, because of this process and the symptoms that come with it, he said, carefully choosing his words, "A wizard needs to be gentle and delicate when dealing with a witch's sensitivities. Quite frankly, we can be a bit clueless about them sometimes, and I've been told we miss a lot." He paused, collecting his thoughts. "It is possible for a wizard's stamen to reach a witch's pistil without, give me a moment, without any pollen actually reaching there. Look, you can just. Fertilization can be avoided if you're careful, all right? I'll write you a note. I'll find you the spells." Percy sighed heavily. "And the potions too. You can take potions a few hours before pollination if you don't want the pollen to fertilize anything. Penelope, the prefect who eventually helped Hermione with her little issue, she's my girlfriend, as you know, and I found that exchanging letters is a good way to get to know her without blurting out thoughtless things that, quite frankly, young wizards often do." He paused again, looking serious. I really don't recommend asking about this stuff early on in your relationship. If you're thinking about it, just don't. Desperately, Harry searched for words to interrupt the onslaught. But Percy continued, in regards to your own situation, well, I can't say for sure, but I'd suggest you take things very slowly and show your young witch a lot of respect. You're very young, after all, so you can take your time. Being who you are, there's a lot of potential for being taken advantage of. Harry couldn't help but feel a bit amused at how desperately Percy was trying to impart this advice. As their eyes met, he realized that the older boy was just as eager for him to stop talking. Dare I confirm, Harry, that you are not dating an older witch? You're very young, and I know them endowments can be enchanting. Percy closed his eyes in absolute horror. Merlin. So, when a witch or wizard wants to attract a partner, they can actually use enchantments. For example, there's... Hold it, hold it, hold it. Harry interjected, finally managing to speak. He pulled the conjured diary from his robe pocket and dropped it in front of the lobster-red Percy. Have you ever seen a diary like this? Percy blinked and stared at the little black book before him, his mouth working silently for a moment. Not at all, he finally replied. Is this how you communicate with her? Thank Maeve, Morgana, and Merlin, Harry exclaimed, expressing more feeling than he ever had before. I really think that's enough information for now, Percy, he rushed out, stopping the older boy before he could delve deeper into that uncomfortable topic. No, you've been magnificent, Harry assured him. I've learned so much. Thank you, really. Harry scrambled to his feet, inching awkwardly toward the door. It's all feeling so overwhelming, he admitted to Percy as he backed away slowly. I think I need some time to think about it on my own. Percy looked pathetically hopeful. You think? Definitely. Harry replied emphatically. Very overwhelming. I definitely need some time to process this, on my own. Without hearing more. He nodded firmly. Definitely without hearing more just yet. I'll just be going then, yeah? With that, he dashed out the door. The following Saturday, Oliver Wood approached Harry with a look of deep concern etched on his face. Look, Potter, are you okay? The keeper asked, his voice rough with worry. What? Yup. Fine. Harry grinned, taking 2 quick steps back, just in case Wood decided to share any personal insights into pollination. He gripped his broom tightly, preparing for any unexpected advances into that conversation. After all, Wood was in the same year as Percy, wasn't he? You never knew. The keeper paused, studying Harry intently. Potter, he said, trying again. Is your head in the game? You've been staring at our chasers for a solid 10 minutes without blinking, and Madam Hooch is about to blow the whistle. Startled, Harry snapped back to reality and glanced around. Katie, Alicia, and Angelica were watching him with a mix of concern and defensiveness. Alicia had her arms crossed tightly in front of her chest. A wave of guilt washed over Harry as he realized he had been incredibly rude. He blinked, and his dry eyes felt scratchy and painful. Harry's mind rebooted, and he slowly surveyed the Quidditch pitch. Distant cheers and boos echoed around him, and he suddenly became aware of the fresh, crisp wind. The spectators were in the stands, and he was on the pitch. Okay now? Oliver asked again, looking reassured as Harry managed to focus on him. Sure, Harry replied apologetically. Oliver raised an eyebrow skeptically. Look, we'll be relying on you for this game, he said quietly, stepping closer so their teammates couldn't overhear. Fred and George have been off their game for a while, so expect Slytherin's beaters to really challenge our girls. Harry cast an evaluative glance at the intimidating Slytherin team. We'll need a short game, Oliver continued. You reckon you can handle that? I got it, Harry nodded reassuringly, clenching his jaw. He needed this win. He had been out of sorts for days. Hermione had even mentioned that he kept staring at her, and Neville had joked that Harry's eyes were the reason Ginny was less coordinated than usual. A thrilling game of Quidditch was just what he needed. Oliver accepted Harry's words at face value, backing away with only a hint of worry lingering in his expression. Harry must have zoned out during the pep talk, he realized with a sense of resignation. No wonder Oliver was worried about him. Madame Hooch stood nearby, her robes fluttering in the breeze, whistle in her mouth, and then they were off. For about 17 glorious minutes in the air, Harry forgot all about his problems, the pressures of time, and the looming threat over Hogwarts. Up in the sky, his arm muscles strained as he maneuvered his broomstick through tight corners and tested a few dives to sharpen his gained sense. The cold, damp wind rushed through his hair, feeling like freedom from years of pressure. It was pure bliss. Unfortunately, below him, the Gryffindor team wasn't faring as well. The Chasers, Katie, Angelina, and Alicia, were doing their best. Their teamwork was remarkable as always, but the Slytherin beaters were relentless, making their presence felt on the pitch. Despite Gryffindor quickly scoring 4 goals, Slytherin was keeping the score close. The only thing preventing the green and silver team from pulling ahead was the impressive skill of Oliver Wood. Even as he searched for the snitch, Harry found himself in awe of Oliver's talent and passion for the game. If anyone deserved to go professional in the Quidditch League, it was Oliver Wood, he thought as he scanned the pitch in his seeker patterns. Then the bludgers came into play. Harry ducked the first one instinctively, just as he always did, as it veered away from the chasers and headed straight for him. But when it suddenly changed direction and charged back, he felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. Within 10 minutes, he was fighting for his life, with the Weasley twins orbiting around him like comets. "What the heck?" one of the Weasley twins shouted, moving to intercept the bludger and smashing it with all his might down toward the game below. "I don't get." "Got it," one of the Weasley twins bellowed as the bludger reversed course and shot back toward Harry. He seized the opportunity, pushing forward a few feet to scan the pitch for the elusive golden snitch. "Incoming!" a voice shouted, but it didn't sound like either of the twins. Just then, Harry heard a whistle close to his ear. He accelerated and spun with finesse, narrowly avoiding the barreling metal ball that zipped through the space where he had just been. "Bloody hell!" he swore as he realized the other bludger was already with the beaters behind him. Now, 2 deadly chunks of metal were aiming to knock him out of the air. This was worse than he had anticipated. Harry found himself with 6 chaotic satellites revolving around him, 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and 2 Slytherin beaters, who seemed baffled to be spending so much time with Harry Potter of Gryffindor. "Right," he muttered absently, feeling intensely alive as adrenaline surged through his veins. "Okay. Right." After the match, spectators would claim it was the most thrilling display of flying seen at Hogwarts in living memory. Yet, the contributions of his teammates barely received a mention. Without the beaters' interference, the Gryffindor chasers scored goal after goal. Occasionally, Harry would flash past Malfoy, the poor fool, experiencing his first Quidditch game. Malfoy always looked slightly stunned and horrified as Harry's entourage barreled by in his wake, 2 bludgers, fast and powerful, ignoring every other player on the field except for Harry, 2 Weasleys, who, despite their recent struggles, only needed to position themselves between Harry and the incoming projectiles. Even the 2 Slytherin beaters found themselves working hard to protect Harry from the barreling balls, not intentionally, of course, but they consistently tried to redirect the bludgers down toward where the action was happening. The Gryffindor chasers were still scoring, and they raced after Harry as well. He was grateful to be as small and light as he was for this game. Navigating the chaos behind him was challenging enough, but he hadn't given up on his search for the snitch. He had to rely on his speed and agility to keep the space ahead clear. Zipping past Wood at high speed, he signaled for him not to call for a timeout. Harry felt fine, he was focused, engaged, and felt better than he had in months, right on the edge of life and death, savoring the thrill. He wondered if this was how his father and Sirius felt when they battled Death Eaters. An idle thought flitted through his mind, this explained so much about Sirius. As he shot past a group of teachers at the base of the stands, looking worried, Harry nodded significantly in their direction. To foster team unity, he occasionally zipped straight through clusters of Slytherin chasers whenever they managed to grab the quaffle. The chaos he left in his wake disrupted their passes every time. It required incredible focus to manage so many things at once, but Harry felt the thrill coursing through him. He felt magnificent. Then he spotted a glint of gold. It didn't seem fair to Malfoy. A pang of guilt washed over him as he changed direction slightly and dove straight toward the snitch. The poor kid had been out of his depth ever since the bludgers had focused on Harry. He admitted to himself that this wasn't how a game of Quidditch was supposed to go. As he stretched his arm out for the snitch, his robes flapped in the wind. Behind him, he heard Malfoy yelp, realizing that Harry's dive wasn't a feint, but he was far too late. Harry was used to fighting for his life. All Malfoy had signed up for was a school game of Quidditch, and this wasn't what had been advertised. With his arm fully extended, Harry's fingers closed tightly around the fluttering snitch. Harry noticed that the poor thing seemed overwhelmed. It wasn't calibrated for professional speeds. As he executed a dive that would take him right past a group of alert teachers, he could see their wands drawn, ready for action. Timing his dive perfectly, he made sure the bludgers behind him had to slow down to avoid crashing to the ground. With the snitch clutched tightly in one hand, Harry used both hands to pull up on the broom handle. The bludgers adjusted their course as Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape quickly drew their wands. Spells shot out in rapid succession, causing the two cursed bludgers to explode in midair. Harry held the snitch upright as he gently tumbled off his broom, and the crowd erupted in cheers. To Harry's somewhat naive surprise, life in the castle was turned upside down for days. Someone, probably Luna, had written a glowing article for the Quibbler that highlighted the game, especially focusing on Harry's performance. It was accompanied by photos, and Harry suspected Colin Creevey was behind them, even though he didn't realize they knew each other. That might have been the end of it if it weren't for a dozen fan letters sent to the Daily Prophet from people who had attended the game. Percy discovered them first, of course, even though he and Harry had been keeping their distance for a few days. He brought the letters to Ron's attention, who took great delight in reading snippets aloud at the breakfast table and even cutting out clips to scrapbook, of all things. "I'll be your first fan," Ron proclaimed loudly when Harry expressed his frustration over the attention. "You will play for the Cannons, won't you, Harry?" Harry was genuinely touched that Ron had never thought of being his fan until that moment. "I don't know," he replied hesitantly. Ron shrugged cheerfully. "It's okay, mate. I'll be your first fan no matter where you play. Merlin, look at this one, all the speed and grace of a falconer hunt, eh? How do you feel now, Harry?" Harry buried his head in his hands, and Ron laughed. "I'll be your very best fan, Harry. No mistake. I'll save up my money and buy all your merchandise. This will be great." Harry peeked out from behind his fingers, eyeing Ron from his spot at the table. "You don't need to be my first fan, Ron," he whined childishly. "You're my best mate already." Ron looked startled. "Eh? Your best mate? Me? Well, yeah." Ron beamed. "Hear that, Neville? I'm best mates with Harry. Harry thinks I'm his best mate." Neville clapped Ron heartily on the back. "Good on you, mate." Ron turned to Hermione. "I'm best mate with Harry." She smiled too. Harry wasn't quite sure what all the fuss was about, but he hoped the worst was over. It wasn't. The influx of fan letters had obviously caught the attention of the Prophet, because the next day, the paper featured the original article. The front page spread covered the entire game, with 3 full columns analyzing Harry's performance, and the second page summarized the investigation into the cursed quaffles. Somehow, they even managed to get hold of more original photographs, which were displayed in a full-page spread inside. People began stopping him in the corridors. One of them was Malfoy. "Look, Potter." The Slytherin caught him one day as he was walking alone and tugged Harry to a halt by the corner of his sleeve. "I hope you know it wasn't me, okay?" "Excuse me?" Harry asked, puzzled. Malfoy looked at him meaningfully. "The bludgers. I know I was the rival seeker in that game, but I swear I never wanted to curse you." Harry glanced up and down the mostly empty corridor and smiled at a few curious students passing by. "I could have guessed that." Malfoy didn't calm down. "Potter, really?" he insisted. "I know people are saying I bored my way onto the team, but I'd never try to curse you out of the sky to win." Harry glanced at the second-year student beside him and nodded reassuringly. "I understand. You're fine. I believe you." Malfoy looked conflicted. "You do?" Harry took a moment to consider the pressure Draco Malfoy must be facing. He thought about the implications of buying or not buying his way onto the team, and how Malfoy was the only second-year player. Slowly, he drew his wand and cast a silent Muffliato. Shuffling a little closer to Malfoy in the corridor, Harry hesitantly suggested, "I really do believe you, but if you need to say otherwise to certain other people." What?" Malfoy replied, surprised. "You and I have had this little conversation," Harry explained cautiously. "But if, theoretically, you might need to imply something different to others, I could be convinced to stay quiet about it." Malfoy stared at him, measuring his words. "That would be convenient, actually." Harry relaxed and grinned. "That's great then. We'll go with that." Curiously, Malfoy studied Harry's face as they stepped further apart. "That advice you gave me earlier in the year has been very helpful too, while we're on the topic." "Defense?" Harry asked. "Yeah. I had no idea things could get so bad. My father's furious." Harry grinned again. "If you manage to dig up any dirt on him, send it my way. I've got something in the works that doesn't rely on a Board of Governors consensus." Malfoy raised his eyebrows, appraising him, and crossed his arms defiantly. "You're not the simple Gryffindor you pretend to be, are you?" Harry smirked and began to walk away. "You do what comes naturally, Malfoy, and so will I." Surprisingly, he felt no concern about being shot in the back as he sauntered off, leaving Malfoy staring after him. The commotion followed Harry into all his classes, creating a ripple of disruption that varied in intensity. Harry spent some time with Luna as they searched for a new club to join. He regretted suggesting the Runes Club. He had been genuinely interested in it. In fact, he planned to take up runes soon to diversify his studies, and a small taste of it seemed like a brilliant idea. He vaguely remembered that Luna could already read runes, so it seemed like a good fit for her as well. However, once they stepped into the runes classroom and saw Professor Babbling animatedly addressing a group of students at the blackboard, it was clear things were not going to go as planned. "Harry Potter!" a group of enthusiastic Quidditch fans exclaimed, interrupting the professor's instructions. 7 older students rushed over to Harry, eager to ask about his future plans, his Quidditch broom, and whether he had a girlfriend yet. To Harry's dismay, Luna was physically elbowed out of the way and ended up standing at the very edge of the crowd. She didn't seem to mind much, but Harry felt frustrated on her behalf. He tried several times to push through the crowd to reach her. When that didn't work, he attempted to gently navigate his way to the front of the classroom, where Professor Babbling stood, a complicated expression on her face. "Excuse me," Harry said, taking a small step toward the chalk-scented blackboard. "Do you mind?" The crowd shifted with him, bombarding him with questions. Did his scar hurt? Did he remember his parents? Somehow, word had spread that James Potter had been a Quidditch star. Did Harry inherit his talent from his parents? Was he planning to try out for the English team? "I'm here about runes," Harry said loudly, trying to get anyone's attention, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Finally, when he regrouped with Luna some time later, all she said was that the students in the room appeared to be mostly third years and up. Harry got the impression she hadn't felt very welcome at all. "We'll keep trying," he assured her. Harry reassured her, "We'll find a great club where you feel happy next time. You should pick where we go next." He hoped that the worst of the chaos was behind them and that the rest of the year would be better. Chapter 15: Coping with Consequences. A few days later, Neville found Harry huddled over a table in the library, staring at his study notes with a vacant expression. The dim light of an overcast day seeped through the windows, but it was the flickering glow from the wall sconces that danced across Harry's blank face. "Neville," he finally asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Are you okay?" Harry was lost in thought and didn't respond, not even with a flicker of movement. Neville furrowed his brows and leaned in closer, hesitantly tapping Harry on the shoulder. When that didn't work, he gave him a gentle shake. "Harry?" Harry's head bobbed slightly from the force, but he still didn't blink. Neville shook him a bit harder. "Harry? Oi, Harry? Should I get someone? Would Hermione help?" As if awakening from a deep slumber, Harry's face twitched, and life gradually returned to his expression. His eyelashes fluttered open, and he slowly began to gather his thoughts. Finally, his gaze landed on Neville. Recognition flickered across his face, and he straightened up, appearing more alert. "Nev." "Hi, what's up?" Somewhat reassured about Harry's state, Neville cautiously slid into a chair opposite him. "Are you okay, mate? You were looking awfully blank just now." Harry let out a deep sigh. "Dobby?" "What?" "Oh." Harry realized he hadn't shared much about his secrets with Neville. "I have a secret admirer, I suppose you could say." Neville nodded thoughtfully. "I would have thought you'd had a few, at the rate you're going." Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh, don't get me started. Besides, that's half the problem. With all these people stopping me in the corridors, asking for autographs, talking to me between classes, all the Al post and presents." He trailed off, frustration creeping into his voice. "I'd completely forgotten that I have a bunch of other stuff going on." Neville's confused brown eyes flicked from Harry's face to his study notes and back again. "Exams are a long way off, though." "Harry," he said, feeling a little shriveled inside. "I know. That's part of it, honestly. I've got plans for next year, and they hinge on my exams, so the pressure is already getting to me. But the people are distractions. I completely forgot I have something important to do this week." He knew that finding and eliminating Tom Riddle's diary had to happen before he dealt with the basilisk. That was vital. But even if he found the diary, he couldn't focus on the basilisk until he resolved the issue with Dobby. If something was magically conjured to protect Harry that he wasn't prepared for, everything could end before it even started. That thought was incredibly worrying, especially since he'd forgotten that his problems might have originated with Dobby in the first place. The overwhelming pressure of his sudden fame had also made him forget about the diary. "My memory's like a sieve," Harry complained, defeated. He took off his glasses and polished them on the corner of his robe. His whole time travel plan was in jeopardy because of his thoughtless ways. "I can't afford to forget things, Neville." Neville, unaware of Harry's internal struggle, asked cautiously, "Lovegood's new club?" Harry shrugged as he put his glasses back on. "That's been tough too, actually. All these people are following me around, and poor Luna's been ignored even worse than usual. Did you know we tried to audition for the choir on Monday? It was terrible. People kept ignoring Flitwick to talk to me instead." Neville grimaced sympathetically. Harry continued his rant. "I can't go anywhere without being noticed. Our classmates haven't been too bad, actually. I guess they've had the chance to see me around. But all these older students, and some of the first years, goodness, they're eager. They've realized I'm not handing out autographs, so they come at me with cameras. I have things to do, plans to make, and people to see. Hermione says I need to write thank you notes for the presents. I can't seem to remember the important things, so everything's going wrong, and I'm really tired, Neville." Harry exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Poor Neville looked quite concerned as he listened. "Lockhart's been horrible," Harry admitted, burying his head in his hands. "He keeps trying to take me aside for advice, all words of wisdom, whatever he wants to call it. He thinks he can teach me to manage my fame, as if I don't already have too much of it. He even held a reporter for a double interview, just the two of us, you know." Neville shuddered at the thought. "I couldn't turn it down because I need the press on my side, but I'm terrible at interviews. I felt like a fraud. I had to stand there, smile, and pretend it was all such an honor. I have strong opinions about Rita Skeeter, you know." I have important things to do, Nev. I'm running really tight on time, and I don't want anyone to get hurt, but there are so many things to think about. I never expected to get famous just by playing Quidditch like I usually do. I can't believe I actually forgot about Dobby. At least the bludgers have been helpful that way, but there are other things I need to focus on, and people keep getting in the way. I can't even slip away because everyone keeps coming to find me. Harry finished with a little wail. Neville clasped his hands together, grabbed the edge of the table, and rubbed his hands on his knees. Right, well, I can't help you with all of that, mate. It sounds like you've got a lot going on. But what needs to be done first? Harry cradled his head in his hands and muttered to the table, I don't know. Let me think. There was a pause as Harry racked his brains. Neville, bless his heart, sat patiently waiting without saying a word. Dobby. Harry finally ventured tentatively. Stopping the stalking would free me up a bit to move around, and, he thought for a moment longer, the diary, probably. Because that might still take me some time. Harry stood up from the table, feeling as if something had been accomplished. Awesome then. Great job. I'll leave you to sort those things out, Harry, yeah? It sounds like you're getting things under control. Nodding slowly at first, then more rapidly, Harry began gathering his study materials and packing his satchel. Thanks, Nev. I'll send a message to Dobby now. I think I know how to do it. Harry had noticed that house elves seemed to communicate between residences somehow. How else would Dobby think positively of him and Dumbledore? How else was Dobby planning to tell the other house elves of his greatness? He'd talk to Pookie, that would work. I'll sort that out now, Harry continued to mutter. I'll tell him something. That Hogwarts is safe. That'll do it. Yup. Neville watched as Harry muttered and nodded, not quite catching what he was saying. You do that then, mate. Good luck, eh? Thanks, Harry glanced up. I needed that pep talk, Nev. Thanks for catching me. He strode off, feeling as though his mind had finally surfaced from the whirlpool of thoughts that had dragged him down. If he could stop Dobby from stalking him now, that would free him up to focus on other things. He'd have to figure out how to free Dobby at a later time. His plan for the basilisk was also coming along. He'd talked to Pookie about that too, he decided. He still had things under control. He was coping. Things would be all right. That night, during dinner, it was announced that Marietta Edgecombe had been petrified in the girls' bathrooms on the 5th floor. She was caught trying to reapply her makeup, Hermione told him over breakfast the next morning. No one seems to know who did it or how. They're doing an extensive range of diagnostics today. I saw the specialists come into school. They think she was focused on the mirror and missed someone coming up behind her. Harry nodded silently. It was ironic that Marietta was the victim of petrification, but despite his lingering grudge against her, Harry didn't actually want anyone to get hurt. Now, his deadline was tighter than ever. He realized that not everyone would be as vain as Marietta Edgecombe, or spend as much time looking into mirrors. He knew he had to sort out the diary as soon as possible. With his most easily eliminated suspects out of the picture, he decided it was time to corner Fred or George to ask them about it. He felt a mix of triumph and worry when he noticed on Tuesday and then Wednesday that they were avoiding him and everyone else. The twin terrors, Fred and George, possibly with the dubious support of Lee Jordan, had been the most obvious suspects who might sneak into his pockets and steal an empty diary. It was only because Percy had been easier to eliminate that he decided to approach the prefect first. Harry remembered thinking that the twins had lagged behind him that day in Diagon Alley, possibly sneaking off to buy pranks. But it was also possible they had seen him shake out Ginny's schoolbook and taken the diary for themselves. He was puzzled about how they managed to avoid being noticed, especially since he had been so careful with it. He had thought they were old enough to know not to trust anything magical without knowing where it kept its brain, and that if one twin started acting strangely, the other would pick up on it. But perhaps there were extenuating circumstances. He tried to talk to them during Quidditch practice, but he couldn't get them alone, as they were being blasted by a very frustrated Oliver Wood. "Your teamwork is a mess," Wood complained. "Our game has been off for ages, and it's only your brilliant flying," he said, glancing at Harry, who blushed and shuffled awkwardly, trying not to think about the fallout from those bludgers that allowed the Gryffindor team to win. Harry hovered around them in the common room whenever he could, but they would break off their furious whispers the moment they saw him coming. Lee was also walking around with a frown on his face. Harry tried to talk to him, but it seemed like everyone was on edge. Harry had tried to talk to them openly the day before he and Luna visited the art club. It wasn't a horrible experience, but rather than insulting Luna, people just ignored her. As for Harry, he discovered that he couldn't create art to save his life. He attempted to approach them again the next day, but Lee intercepted him, pulling Harry aside for a pointless conversation about Quidditch commentating. By the time he managed to escape, the twins had vanished. They kept out of sight all weekend, and Harry couldn't help but curse the Marauders map, just a little. On Tuesday morning, nearly 3 weeks after the Quidditch match, Harry noticed something unusual as the terrible trio arrived at the breakfast table. Typically cheerful in the mornings, today all three troublemakers walked silently toward their usual seats, maintaining a strange distance from one another. Lee Jordan strolled dispiritedly between them, casting occasional glances to the left and right. Harry observed with concern that the two redheads reluctantly exchanged a comment or two with Lee, but they consistently avoided eye contact and conversation with each other. He kept a close watch on them throughout breakfast, shadowing them back to the tower and halfway to first period. As he did, Harry noticed with a shiver that the spiders were once again abandoning the castle, which only added to his unease. At lunch and dinner, his suspicions were confirmed. Even Ron agreed when Harry brought it up that his brothers were acting strangely. "It's probably a prank, though," Ron said, his mouth full of lamb casserole. "They used to do that to Mum when they pretended they weren't speaking. It gives them a good chance to sneak off and do something mischievous." "Do you think they were behind the graffiti incident?" "They wouldn't have had anything to do with your bludger problem, would they?" "Not at all," Harry quickly reassured Ron. "I'm sure it's just another scheme they've cooked up to prank someone. You know how they are." Ron brushed aside the peculiar behavior of the twins, more interested in discussing what Professor Binns had reported about the Chamber of Secrets during their earlier history of magic class. Meanwhile, Harry decided to keep a close watch on the Weasley twins. Later that night, he approached George in the common room, noticing that Lee Jordan was spending a bit more time talking to him than to Fred. George sat alone in the corner, a spot typically occupied by the lively trio. "Hi," Harry said as he settled into the chair usually taken by the more boisterous twin. "What's up?" "Hi, Harry," George replied, his tone laced with suspicion. "You've been around a bit lately. What do you want?" Harry hesitated for a moment, taken aback by George's bluntness. "Well, that was straightforward. Mind if I return the favor?" "Whatever," George replied sullenly. "Not like I have a better place to be." "I noticed," Harry began cautiously, "that something seems off with you and your brother." "Is everything?" "Percy?" George interjected, batting his eyes innocently. "No weirder than normal." "Why?" "With Fred, you prat," Harry shot back. "Don't hide it. Even Ron's noticed." "Ooh," George twitched his head. "We're good, thanks, mate. No problems. Lee's working with him now." He started to gather his clutter from the desk, clearly eager to leave. "In fact, I should go too." "No worries, Harry." Harry's hand shot out to grab George's shoulder. If emotional support wasn't going to work, he thought with a mental sigh, he would have to try guilt. "I only asked because I recently lost something important myself," he said, giving George a soulful look. "A very important diary of mine has gone missing. I figured you might be troubled by a related problem." George froze at Harry's words, and Harry noticed his hand still resting on the redhead's shoulder. "A diary, you say? Have you looked everywhere?" George asked, trying to deflect. Harry smirked knowingly. "Yes. I found a similar-looking book, black cover and all, but it was missing certain enchantments. It's clearly a second-rate fake. Perhaps you could help me? George allowed himself to sink back into his seat. Perhaps, he offered, slightly flustered. You dropped it somewhere on Diagon Alley? What makes you suggest Diagon Alley? You're not functioning at your best right now, are you? Harry released his hand in triumph, his playful demeanor shifting to seriousness. I mean it, George. I need it back, or your troubles are going to get worse. What do you know about our troubles? George demanded. Harry leaned back with a sigh. Let me guess. Does your problem with Fred have something to do with him keeping secrets from you? Possibly related to his disappearance at the Halloween feast? Whatever he's telling you about where he went, you think he's lying? He looks pale? There are times when he almost tells you something but refuses to come out with it. What do you know about that? George snapped. You weren't at the feast either. I asked around, you git, Harry shot back. I'm right, aren't I? You guys filched the diary off me, and now it's giving you problems. George glanced around the nearby tables, lowering his voice but speaking directly. You've got no proof, he blustered. I know far more about the diary than you do, Harry retorted. I'm telling you, that's what's causing everything. Aren't you worried about your brother? Reluctantly, George settled back in his chair. You took it from Ginny, he muttered, scowling. We only took it back. Harry raked his hands through his hair, then craned his neck to rub a sore spot. He fought back a frustrated sigh. I took it away from her because it was stuck there by Lucius Malfoy. He snarled. Would you trust a man like that with your little sister's best interests? George flinched at Harry's words, his mind racing back over the events of the day. Harry watched as George recalled how Lucius Malfoy had been there, behaving oddly with Mr. Weasley and acting unnaturally polite. Reluctantly, George allowed Harry to persuade him, and soon after, he stood up and returned with Lee Jordan, eager to hear Harry's argument as well. Unsurprisingly, Lee hadn't been with Fred, he had been busy with his own homework. Eventually, both George and Lee agreed to return the diary. But I don't necessarily believe you, George said, trying to maintain some skepticism. I just think that since you figured out our prank, you probably deserve it back. Harry replied, still unconvinced but willing to overlook it in exchange for the return of the diary. Will Fred agree to give it back too? He watched in bemusement as George and Lee began to plot their approach, and he followed them up to the fourth-year boys' dorm. How do you do it, anyway? Harry asked curiously as they climbed the stairs. That fate you gave me was a pretty good one, but if you managed it before we got back to the burrow, didn't you, then you must have done it in no time at all. George and Lee exchanged smirks. It's a little-known fact, Harrykins, George explained with a hint of pomposity, sounding oddly like Percy, that the infamous Ministry trace gets totally confused by the close presence of an adult wizard or high levels of ambient magic. Harry nodded, he was aware of that. Percy had researched it too, and it didn't surprise him that the twins had figured it out as well. In fact, he had been prepared to use that knowledge to his advantage ever since he returned to redo the timeline. George looked up at him. You already knew? Who? Well, anyway, Diagon Alley is bustling. No problems at all as long as no one sees you whip out a wand. We use magic at home throughout the holidays too, making all of our prank stuff. Startled, George nodded in understanding. Knowing their devious nature, it made sense that they were up to more than just potion explosions in their bedroom. I thought that was why you do potions, Harry said, furrowing his brow. Since potions aren't covered by the trace. A false front, George admitted. So no one realizes we also do spell work. We have to do something suspicious over the holidays, or Mum will figure out we're hiding something. If she sees us doing spell work, she'll take our wands. They reached the dormitory, and Harry stepped back to listen as George and Lee argued Fred into submission. Fine, fine, Fred finally exclaimed, throwing up his hands. You all win. He turned around and practically climbed into his battered school trunk, his head and shoulders disappearing under the lid. Huffing a bit, he popped his head back up and turned to Harry, the familiar diary clutched in his hands. "Here you go." He pressed the book lightly against Harry's chest. "You win. Good job proving it was us." Fred ruffled Harry's hair and stepped back. Harry delicately took the diary between his fingers, still using the hem of his robe for protection, and drew his wand from his moleskin pouch. "Finite," he said, tapping the cover of the book and watching without surprise as it faded into nothingness in his hand. "The real one, please," he asked Fred. "I guess that's how you got me in Diagon Alley, right? Although I'm surprised you knew that spell. Geminio is well beyond 4th year, isn't it? And you just did it silently." "We took it as a personal challenge," George replied, shooting a strange glance at his twin. "Being Gemini, or twins, ourselves." "What were you doing, Fred?" With a reluctant sigh, Fred pulled out another diary from within his school robes and watched as Harry attempted the finite incantation again, this time without success. Feeling the need for further confirmation, Harry immediately set the diary on fire. "Oi!" 3 voices exclaimed, quickly fading into silence as the fire sputtered out. Fred continued to bluster. "What do you think you're trying to do, eh?" "Just checking," Harry replied, raising an eyebrow at Fred, who shuffled a bit in embarrassment. He closed the book and looked up. "What were you doing with it, anyway?" Fred stared at Harry as if he were offended, and George and Lee straightened up, matching his indignation. "We were trying to discover its secrets, of course," Fred declared. He hesitated, confusion creeping in as his brother and friend shot him irritated glances. But Harry had already pieced it together. "Oh," he said, suddenly understanding everything. Harry scanned the dorm room, making sure there were no younger students hidden behind bed curtains or furniture. The cluttered, slightly musty space was empty, except for him and the 3 older boys. "Of course." "Listen," Harry said as he turned to leave the room, "Mooney, Padfoot, and Prongs are totally different from Tom Riddle. The map is fine, mostly harmless," he added with a nostalgic smile. "I'll even help you make a new one if you'd like. I know a guy who knows someone. But do me a favor and research Tom Riddle. You'll understand why you should stay far away from him." Harry clutched the diary Horcrux tightly in his hand as he took 2 steps away, then turned back. The Wormtail. I can't tell you too much about him," Harry admitted, lowering his voice. "He might be listening. Just be careful what you say around him, okay?" With that, he left them standing in stunned silence as he hurried down the stairs and climbed into the safety of the 3rd compartment of his trunk. Sitting on the floor, he began to think of it as his secret headquarters. After all, it was where he kept everything related to his plans. Recently, it had filled up with a pile of presents from fans, and Harry sat in the corner, surrounded by the unwrapped gifts he had sent thank you notes for. There were only about 20 or so left to go through. He had been getting good practice with Mr. Weasley's curse-breaking spells, although the occlumency spell required a delicate touch, especially at Hogwarts and in his trunk compartment. Fortunately, almost nothing had been cast against him. The vanishing cabinet had been joined by its companion, which Harry had wrestled into his trunk late one night. He realized that if there was a security breach, he needed to address it immediately. In the middle of his now cluttered space lay the innocuous-looking diary Horcrux. Harry ran through a mental checklist of the things he needed before moving forward with his plan. Wand? Always. Broomstick? Check. Horcrux? Check. Invisibility cloak? Check. Weapons against the basilisk. He had some ideas about that and planned to discuss them with Pookie later. He'd sort that out tonight. And then there was Lavender Brown. Harry thought that would help things, but when would he go? Sitting cross-legged with his chin resting in his hand, he pondered the timeline as best as he could remember. It felt like so long ago, and everything was so fuzzy in his mind, despite his occlumency training. He reasoned that since he had the diary, any petrification should stop since Fred wasn't under its control anymore. He could wait until Christmas to go down and confront the beast. With a surge of determination, Harry jumped to his feet. Waiting for the castle to empty would be safer for the kids. Fewer people around would mean less chance of being watched. He planned to sign a sheet for the students staying over the Christmas holiday and sort everything out at the end of term. Chapter 16. Before the Storm. The Christmas holidays finally arrived, bringing some much-needed peace and quiet for Harry Potter. His long to-do list was finally under control. All the thank you notes were written, the curse checking was complete, a couple of advertising offers had been turned down, and he had submitted 2 letters to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement regarding some rather questionable opportunities that he preferred not to dwell on. He had even finished his holiday homework early, which allowed him to enjoy wandering the halls of Hogwarts without hundreds of eyes and whispers following his every move. The worst of the fans had gone home, along with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Each of them had kindly invited him to their homes for the holidays, clearly concerned about his own perfectly capable plans. "I've got stuff to catch up on," Harry had tried to explain repeatedly. "I don't want to intrude on family time." They still viewed spending the holidays at Hogwarts as some sort of consolation prize. "Are your family away?" Hermione had asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "HRM? I don't know." "Why?" They all looked at Harry as if the answer was obvious. "Why aren't you going home to be with them?" Harry realized he had somehow avoided explaining his complicated relationship with the Dursleys. The magic bothers them," he said, grinning awkwardly. I need to catch up on my theory, and the Hogwarts library just can't be beaten." Hermione looked intrigued. "Perhaps we should stay?" "You've got a point about the library. Are you thinking about exams already? Have you worked out a study timetable? Are you working on your transfiguration again? What reference texts?" Just some catch-up stuff," Harry stammered. Ron looked less than impressed with his plans. "Mate, are you sure you don't want to come back to the Burrow? Mum would love to have you over again, and I think Percy, of all people, wanted to talk to you a bit about." Harry insisted, firmly, that they spend time with their families. After all, it was irreplaceable. Not everyone had the chance to create cherished family memories to treasure forever. The most famous orphan in Britain, Harry had learned to use that fact to his advantage when needed. Though his friends weren't thrilled about it, they accepted his decision. Around the same time everyone else was packing for the express, Harry noticed that his presence in the papers had significantly diminished. The stories about his parents' death, his father's talent for flying, and his early successes at Hogwarts had all been widely covered, but as other news emerged, they faded from the headlines. Suddenly, Christmas plans, presents, and lost luggage became more pressing topics than Harry Potter's prowess on a broomstick. He found himself wandering the empty hallways, his footsteps echoing in the silence. When he visited the library, he always claimed his favorite table. The older students who remained had their own preferred study spots, and Harry appreciated his little routine that allowed him to avoid running into them. With the castle so quiet, the few students left gathered together at the dining tables for meals. The small number of staff members were generally content to huddle together during mealtimes, leaving the students to sort themselves out. Harry chose to eat in the kitchens for every meal except dinner, which he had to take with the other students. Strangely enough, only a small group of Slytherins from his year remained behind. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were the most notable. Oddly, Harry remembered that fact despite the years that had passed. Hermione's polyjuice potion mishap was still fresh in his memory. However, he had never really considered why Malfoy and his goons had chosen to stay at Hogwarts that Christmas. After a few days of squeezing in between older students, who mostly remained to study for OWLS or NEWTS, and thus brought their books to the dinner table, Harry found himself tentatively chatting with his old rivals. From Snape's seat at the table, he received a particularly odd glare, but Harry kept his cool while pretending to get along with Malfoy. One evening at dinner, Crabbe, of all people, piped up, "Draco says you must be bored hanging out in Gryffindor all alone." "What?" Harry paused, his fork of peas halfway to his mouth. "Not at all, though." Crabbe shrugged and took another bite. He gestured at a rapidly reddening Malfoy. "He says you probably really want to hang out with us and are just waiting for an invitation." At Harry's amused glance, Draco avoided his eyes, but Goyle nodded cautiously. Harry finished his mouthful slowly. A long and complicated history lay between him and these boys, so he needed to tread carefully. "Are you saying you three are volunteering to support me through my isolation?" Draco said it would be our civic duty. Harry's silver cutlery clinked gently as he placed it precisely against the edges of his plate. "The invitation is very, gracious of you, but I truly have things that are keeping me busy at Hogwarts, so I, regret to," Draco said. "Vincent." "You wouldn't want to be seen as showing weakness," the large boy continued stoically over Malfoy's flustered protests. "Draco said that we shouldn't show charity to you, but rather point out that being seen with the boy who lived is a social coup, so we're not showing you pity." Harry stifled a grin. "Look, I appreciate the offer, but..." Draco said that you probably felt bad for being a Gryffindor, but we shouldn't hold that against you. He said you can't help following in your parents' footsteps, and that's admirable family loyalty. We should show courtesy, Malfoy mumbled, looking down at his plate in fascination. "Yeah, that," Crabbe nodded. "Because you would surely respond to a civilized invitation." Harry considered this thoughtfully. Harry glanced over at the earnest expressions of Crabbe and Goyle, while Malfoy appeared somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't help but think back to that fateful day on the train when he had rejected Malfoy's handshake. "Well, I guess I'd be," he stumbled over his words, "honored to accompany you occasionally during the break." Crabbe nodded, completely unfazed, and went back to his meal. "Draco said you would be," he added casually. Harry's eyes danced as they met Malfoy's shamefaced gaze across the table. From somewhere near the teachers' seats, Snape's piercing stare bore down on him, but Harry brushed it off with the ease of long practice. "Perhaps after dinner might suit," Malfoy suggested, raising his goblet in Harry's direction before taking a sip. Harry scowled, hesitated, then sat in thought before finally nodding. His plans could accommodate that, and with no petrifications in the castle, thanks to his possession of the diary, he felt a strange emptiness surrounding him these days. It felt like the calm before the storm. He could certainly use some distraction. For several days, Harry found himself at an impasse. The castle was busiest in the mornings, so he hid away in Gryffindor Tower, avoiding the curious glances and whispers from those few who remained. As a result, his days dragged on, long and empty, until he decided to fill them with self-study. It wasn't quite what he had envisioned for his holiday. He vaguely recalled attracting less attention in his previous timeline, though he couldn't pinpoint why. The house elves in the kitchen quickly adapted to his routine, anxiously checking on him if he arrived late for breakfast or lunch, or if he forgot to request snacks in the afternoon. To his astonishment, Harry soon found it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed in the castle for more than an hour. And surprisingly, every evening after dinner was consumed by games with his cautious acquaintances. Malfoy, to Harry's utter amusement, seemed oddly eager to engage. Harry found himself being followed around by Malfoy, who was dedicated to suggesting various games, leaving Harry both baffled and amused. Exploding Snap seemed to be the favorite, as both Crabbe and Goyle were familiar with the rules. On those occasions, the four boys would find a spare classroom and settle in for a game or two. However, there were times when Harry was roped into a chess match with Malfoy, with the sidekicks watching from the sidelines. When the snowstorm outside finally let up, Harry allowed himself to be persuaded into a game of 2-on-2 Quidditch until it became too dark to continue. It was surprisingly social, and frankly, it felt surreal. The only downside was his inability to sneak away to the Chamber of Secrets without attracting attention. So, he had to devise new plans. Eventually, just after 1 o'clock in the morning, a couple of days before Christmas, Harry found himself sitting behind the drawn curtains of his bed in the dormitory, waiting for Pookie to bring him the last of the tools for his plan. He sat upright, cross-legged, ensuring he didn't doze off in the stillness of the dark boys' dormitory. There were no snores or sleepy snuffles, no one else had stayed over for the break, and the silence was palpable. The heavy blanket of snow covering the grounds of Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest had driven all the animals into hibernation or deeper cover. Combined with the rush of white noise from the storms outside, Harry felt as though he was the only person left in the world. In the darkness, all he could hear was the steady rhythm of his own pulse and the soft rustle of fabric as he shifted. He waited for the familiar creak of the dormitory door and the gentle sound of Pookie's light footsteps approaching his bed. So, he was quite taken aback when Pookie suddenly appeared on his bed with a loud crack and a series of small, jolting thuds. House elves could apparate around, but he hadn't expected such an abrupt arrival. Harry's first ridiculous thought was, Hogwarts. But then his brain snapped into gear. Leaning forward, he squinted to identify the shifting silhouettes on his bed covers, and his wand shot up, ready for any surprises. The wand light illuminated the bed canopy, revealing to Harry's astonishment that a small, eager elf had landed on his bed, surrounded by 25 sleeping roosters. Feathers and dander swirled through the air, tickling the back of his nose with an irritating sensation. From the kitchens, Pookie squeaked proudly, and Harry suddenly realized that the school must buy live chickens for their meals. Tomorrow's table might be short on meat. Thanks, Harry mumbled, still caught off guard. He unfolded his legs and quickly put his wand to work. While Pookie beamed at him, he carefully ferried the roosters into the third compartment of his trunk. He thanked Pookie generously for her help, and she twisted her fists through her tea towel in pride and pleasure before leaving. Once she was gone, Harry gathered his luggage in a few economical moves. He carefully pulled his invisibility cloak over his head and body, then silently picked up his bag and sneaked down the tower stairs, slipping out through the fat lady's portrait. Though he fit easily beneath the invisibility cloak, he moved cautiously towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Argus Filch had recently taken to prowling the castle's corridors at night, radiating nervous energy and fury with unprecedented paranoia. Harry grimaced. He felt no particular fondness for the man or his cat, yet a pang of guilt twisted in his chest whenever he thought about being responsible for Mrs. Norris's gruesome death. He would feel even worse if he were also the cause of Filch's eventual descent into madness. Perhaps there was something he could do. But for now, he focused on reaching his destination and crept into the bathroom. Harry stepped quietly into the flooded bathroom, moving with barely a sound. His eyes scanned the room, and after a long moment of silence, he realized that Moaning Myrtle must be off down her U-bend again. The bathroom was empty. Still cloaked in invisibility, he positioned himself at the far end of the large mirror, by the furthest sink. Right, I'm here, so I'll just take my stuff and sneak down to the chamber, he muttered to himself, trying to suppress the nervous thrill coursing through him. Just psyching myself up, like a Quidditch game. We're all good to go. It felt strange to be on the brink of a life-threatening encounter without Ron or Hermione by his side. He fumbled around for a moment, organizing his things. He carefully tucked his wand into his moleskin pouch, ensuring it would be safe from any immediate damage. Then he removed his invisibility cloak and placed it inside his trunk for now. It wouldn't do him any good if it got covered in slime and gloop. Harry clutched his luggage tightly to his chest with both hands and gave his reflection a small nod. In the dim light, his face appeared pale and sickly. All right then, he said, shifting his focus to the snake engraved on the side of one of the taps. Open, he hissed softly. Anticipation surged within him as the tap glowed a brilliant white and began to spin rapidly. With a groan of stone and porcelain, the sink lurched and then sank immediately out of sight. Harry awkwardly positioned himself in front of the gaping hole and braced his feet against the edge of the dirty pipe. If I don't make it back, sooner or later Hermione will notice the note on my bed. Nothing can go wrong. His voice echoed slightly in the empty room, and he suddenly felt ridiculous for speaking out loud. Glancing around, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His pale reflection stared back, silent, and Harry chose not to think too deeply about the complexity of what he was about to face. Harry's expression revealed his apprehension. Drawing his arms close to his body, he grimaced slightly at the nerves and reluctance bubbling inside him before he jerked himself down into the hole. This time, he kept his eyes closed as he slid down the slimy pipe. He didn't see the offshoots or branching attachments. Instead, he clenched his teeth and hoped to land without incident. He descended rapidly, and just as doubts began to creep in, wondering if he had taken a wrong turn, if the twists had always been this sudden, or if he had bumped his elbows and knuckles quite this much before, Harry's descent leveled out. Suddenly, he shot out of the chute and landed with a bump and a skid. His bottom stung, feeling bruised, and he groaned as he sat up. Pushing through the discomfort, he rose to his feet and began to reorganize himself, his hands busy despite the painful knocks to his elbows. A couple of cleaning spells later, he opened his trunk, pulled on his dad's cloak, and tucked the diary Horcrux securely into a pocket of his robe. Satisfied with his preparations, Harry retrieved his wand from his pouch and whispered, "Lumos." The light flared bright, piercing the darkness. As he peered into the gloom, old brickwork, too dirty to reveal any discernible color, loomed in the beam of his wand, fading into gray as it slipped out of view. Silence enveloped him, and he realized he was alone. With a grim look of determination and a light from his wand illuminating the way, Harry leaned down to grab the trunk in his left hand and cautiously ventured into the unknown. He passed yellowing bones of dead animals scattered across the floor, consciously avoiding any glance toward anything that might resemble the regurgitated skeleton of a cat. The air was dry and dusty, lacking the rotting, meaty smell he had half expected, though it was far from pleasant. Remembering Ron and Lockhart's previous mishaps, Harry took note of the ceiling as he moved forward. Harry walked cautiously, pausing to stabilize himself against a dodgy-looking rock when he caught sight of something unsettling. He quickly passed a massive shed skin lying across the corridor, and each time he rounded a corner, his nerves began to twitch. He wondered if this time he had finally reached his destination. The tension mounted. The corridor, whether it was a pipe or a sewer, felt endless, and all he could hear was his own breathing and the scrape of his shoes against the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Harry slowed to a stop. Before him stood a wall of rock adorned with serpent carvings, and he anxiously licked his lips as he paused to catch his breath. The unremarkable brickwork continued behind him, but the plain archway he had been walking through paled in comparison to the sudden grandeur of the door into the chamber. The door loomed large and appeared oddly well maintained to Harry's untrained eye. Elaborate carvings framed it, and the serpentine enchantments that guarded the entrance seemed to play tricks on his vision, casting dark shadows and gleaming coils in the dim light. Taking a moment to steady himself, Harry hissed at the emerald-eyed snakes that blocked his path. Without a sound, they slithered back, allowing him passage in eerie silence. As he stepped beyond the door into the chamber itself, ancient wall sconces flickered to life, and he sensed the way behind him remained open. The prospect of an escape route eased his racing heart, and he moved forward. Harry kept his senses sharp, ready to close his eyes at the first sign of serpentine movement, not willing to gamble on the assumption that the basilisk was probably locked away. He positioned himself in the shadows, away from the center of the expansive room, and began to creep toward its far end. The chamber was larger than he remembered, he had shrunk it in his mind. All was calm, save for the sinister crackle of energy that lingered in the air. The flames flickered in the sconces, and he could almost hear the scurrying of rats fleeing from the light. Harry pressed on, finally catching sight of the massive, crude statue of Salazar Slytherin against the distant wall. He paused, taking a moment to gather himself. With a quick decision, he moved to the side and carefully concealed himself behind a nearby pillar, just the right distance away. The diary remained safely tucked in his pocket for now, but he set his trunk on the floor and retrieved 20 slumbering roosters. With a few flicks of his wand, he placed them around the bases of several distant columns. As he levitated the roosters into position, Harry thought through his simple plan. He would lure the basilisk out and strike as soon as it emerged from the statue's mouth by waking the roosters. By placing the roosters in plain sight while hiding himself, he could divert attention away from his location and keep an eye on whether the basilisk was still using its deadly gaze. Each rooster was strategically positioned, allowing him to track the basilisk's movements. After several long minutes, Harry realized he was fidgeting to delay the inevitable. He drew upon the calm of his occlumency trance. While it might not solve everything, it would help him stay composed if things went wrong. He braced his back against the stone column, turning slightly away from the statue for added safety. With a small, conjured snake in front of him to help stimulate his parcel tongue. Harry shouted, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Silence followed. The garden snake stared at him, its curiosity evident. After a moment, Harry took stock of the tension in his body and deliberately relaxed his muscles. There was no sound of scales on stone. The conjured serpent flicked its tongue, watching him intently. Cautiously, Harry edged his tiny companion closer. Harry borrowed a glass hand mirror from Lavender weeks ago for this very purpose. He carefully edged it around the column and peered around the corner. To his frustration, he saw that the statue's mouth remained closed. Determined, he tried again 3 more times before banishing the conjured snake in irritation and striding purposefully to the base of the statue. He looked up at its towering height, channeling his best impression of Tom Riddle, and firmly repeated the words, this time focusing on the face of Salazar Slytherin. The distant sound of small stones and gravel tumbling down confirmed the success of his attempt, even before he saw movement or heard the snake uncoil. He cursed the enchanted hoops he had to fly through and jogged back to his trunk behind the pillar. With a silent kick-off, Harry and his broomstick rose quietly into the air. The increased maneuverability, better vantage point, and reduced noise gave him a boost of confidence. Was he worried? Not really. He was moderately sure there would be no danger if everything went right, which it probably would, with a bit of luck. He felt due for some good fortune. He had the mirror, the broomstick, the roosters, his wand, and his memories all working in his favor. He had even left a note. Suddenly, he heard the great beast glide down the statue's body and land on the floor. With a quick jab and a silent incantation, Harry woke the closest roosters. The roosters jolted awake in their distant positions below him and rose to their feet. Harry watched with eager anticipation as they clucked, gobbled, and squawked, but strangely, none of them let out a crow. One by one, they strutted foolishly out from behind the safety of their pillars and fell dead to the floor. The immediate silence was pierced only by the sound of smooth scales gliding over rough stone below him. Despite the tension, Harry's grand plan still hadn't failed, and he noticed with a strange detachment that his heartbeat was racing. Harry felt a surge of frustration as he woke 6 more roosters with another flick of his wand. But to his dismay, half of them wandered directly into the gaze of the deadly beast, collapsing in rigid seizure. The other 3, inconveniently, strayed off in the wrong direction, disappearing into the darkness. Stupid birds, Harry thought, a flutter of panic rising in his chest as he heard their scratches and clucks fade away. Why aren't they crowing? He watched in growing frustration as the remaining birds stirred to life under his magic. Instead of crowing, they pecked aimlessly at the stone tiles. Not a single cock-a-doodle or even a full-throated squawk emerged from them. In fact, as he observed closely, he wondered if they looked a little sleepy. After all, it was night time. Suddenly, a pang of realization hit him. Roosters traditionally crowed at dawn. Despite Pookie's late arrival, the sneaking around the castle, and his careful preparations, Harry's silent temper spell confirmed it was still before 3 in the morning. Daylight was hours away. At that moment, he caught sight of the lurid green snake slithering into view below. He watched its shadow, then its back, as it paused to devour the corpses of the first few roosters. But perhaps, a calm voice in his mind suggested, he could still rouse the others. With a few urgent waves of his wand, he enlarged the flames of the torches on the walls to 3 times their previous size. The flickering light grew brighter, steadier, and warmer, casting away shadows as it illuminated the room. The cavernous silence was shattered by the sound of stone on scales, the pecking of the chickens as they wandered around, and the warm crackling of the flames snapping energetically in their sconces. Amidst it all, Harry became acutely aware of his own harsh breathing. He took a moment to steady himself. Took a deep breath. The basilisk paused for a moment, caught in suspicion or perhaps confusion, Harry couldn't tell. To his bewilderment, it then continued gliding forward, drawn to more of the dead birds scattered around. Just then, a single rooster wandered back from wherever it had been, scratching around in the dust beneath Harry, in the very spot where the basilisk had already passed. Did it have no survival instincts? Even if it lacked awareness, where was its evolutionary fight-or-flight response? But the creature had moved on, intent on devouring the remains of its latest victims. A sudden wave of horror washed over Harry as he realized that perhaps his clever plan wasn't so clever after all. How could he force the basilisk back into the statue? Would he be able to escape the chamber without being petrified, or worse, killed? Were the other students safe, sleeping soundly in their beds, or had some, like him, decided to bend the rules during the holidays? Could he prevent the massive serpent from leaving the chamber to hunt for other sentient victims? Were the house elves working late? What time did the kitchen open? A cold shiver ran down his spine, and goosebumps prickled on his arms. Harry stared in dismay, pondering whether it was time to implement his backup plan. Dumbledore is the greatest. Dumbledore is the best. You will never be stronger than Dumbledore, he chanted under his breath. But no forks, sorting hat, or sword of Gryffindor answered his call. His heart raced as he repeated the mantra, this time louder, not worrying about whether the basilisk would hear him. Yet still, no phoenix song responded to his voice. Despair settled in his chest. Hovering safely above and behind the basilisk, Harry frantically searched for what to do next. The creature had finished swallowing its rooster victims and was now moving rapidly. How did it move so fast, toward the exit of the room? Cold sweat broke out on his skin, but he had no time to dwell on that as he flicked through a myriad of useless strategies in his mind. Without a solid plan yet formed, Harry leaned into his broom and shot through the chamber like a shooting star. All he could think about was trapping the creature and buying himself a little time. The basilisk, enormous and lumbering, was nearly at the door. Ingorgio! Colloportus, he bellowed, letting his instincts take over. He threw his small glass hand mirror, which arced gracefully as it flew toward the gap in the wall where the entwined serpents had moved aside to let him pass. The enlargement charm sparked from his wand in a flash of blue, hitting the mirror directly. Harry watched in awe as it doubled, tripled, and quadrupled in size while falling toward the exit in the chamber wall. The locking charm followed immediately, striking the now enlarged mirror with a flash of white and binding it tightly against the edges of the gap. It wasn't perfect, the circular object left some gaps in the corners, but they were not large enough for the king of serpents. The basilisk, just meters from the exit, heard his desperate shout and saw the mirror fall from above. It slithered to a stop. A gleam of light flashed over the mirror's surface, and Harry felt a surge of hope as the poisonous green of the basilisk's scales reflected in a clear silver pane. The research had theorized, of course, it was perfectly possible that with its deadly eyes. Then, it caught its own gaze. Harry held his breath. Chapter 17, Baiting the Basilisk. For one wild, glorious moment, Harry thought he had outsmarted the basilisk. He watched as it reared up at the mirror, meeting its own gaze, and time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. But then, the snake's coils twisted, and its head swung toward him. Had his invisibility cloak had fallen off? Did it track him by scent? Was it his broom? There was no time to ponder. Harry shut his eyes and dove blindly to the left as the creature lunged at him. Furious hisses lashed out from behind its sharp teeth and sinister forked tongue. Kill you, let me devour, destroy you, come this way, little prey. Harry didn't have time to engage with the snake. He bent low on his broomstick, gripping the handle tightly. Thank Merlin for his skills as a seeker. He felt the steepness of his dive and the pull of his turn in his body. Cracking his eyes open, he saw the basilisk and its deadly gaze behind him, at least for the moment. He managed to skim just above the unforgiving stone floor. Of course its own reflection wouldn't kill it, a calm, analytical voice in his mind whispered, even as he made his desperate escape. It moves through water. It travels through Myrtle's bathroom. It must see its own reflection every time it wakes. But he had no time to think further. He heard the predator snap and miss. Frustrated hisses echoed from the snake, but Harry was focused on other things. A stale blast of warm, rusty breath brushed past him, too close for comfort. A metallic screen grated below, and a gust of air whooshed past his feet. Adrenaline surged through him, and without looking back, Harry shot spells in the direction of the beast, hoping some would connect. Petrificus totalis. Incarcerus. Incarcerator. Bombarder. Flashing lights erupted from his wand, bouncing harmlessly off the basilisk's hide. Harry's blood boiled, and he knew he had to find a way to survive this encounter. Felt the exhilaration of the fight surging through him. Incarcifers, he shouted, but the spell succeeded only briefly before snapping away. Sectum sempra. The sound that followed was akin to nails on a blackboard as the cutting curse bounced uselessly off the basilisk's tough hide. Harry's broomstick shot upward, soaring into a corner of the chamber, just in time to dodge another of the creature's lunges by the narrowest of margins. Vipera evanesca, he muttered a curse under his breath. Worth a try. Dinsorgio. Yes. Did it work? Oh no, bad idea, bad idea. He could almost feel the deadly fangs growing larger behind him. Finite. Impedimenta. Tarrant Allegra. Harry barely had time to wonder why he hadn't learned spells specifically designed for battling beasts. His heart raced as he hurled a handful of transfiguration spells behind him, hoping that one of them would strike true. The air whoosed past his ears as he maintained his frantic pace, the heavy sound of the basilisk's coils reminding him just how close the monster was. He needed to aim for the mouth or the eyes; those were his best chances, given how resistant the scales were to magic. He glanced down at the shadows on the floor below, but they were no help at all. There were too many torches casting too many shadows. He desperately wanted to look back and see where the giant snake was, but he couldn't afford to take that risk. Harry wished for luck to be on his side this time. He promised himself he would be better organized in the future, a blasting curse shooting from his wand as he turned a corner. More prepared. Better planning. The chamber felt like it was closing in on him. The basilisk moved so swiftly that his broom had hardly any room to maneuver. Cold air brushed against his heated cheeks like the fingers of death reaching for him. A chill rushed beneath his collar and traveled down his spine. He almost welcomed it. He was so overwhelmed with adrenaline, feeling unbearably hot with the thrill of life. Harry refocused his mind as he sped through the underground chamber, adrenaline coursing through his veins and his wand dancing in his hand. He soared through the air like a dark spectre, the flickering light of countless torches casting a multitude of shadows that rippled over the rock and stone. His rapid-fire spell work sent bursts of light sputtering and sparking throughout the chamber, illuminating the walls in vibrant reds, blues, golds, whites, and violets. With each flash, the massive columns cast heavy shadows, creating countless silhouettes that flickered wickedly on the floor. The stonework gleamed and darkened with unearthly angles, and it felt as though Hogwarts itself was holding its breath. Finally, the roosters had done their part. A lucky one, having survived the chaos, crowed cheerfully from the far end of the chamber, soon joined by another. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the whole world paused in anticipation. Unable to look behind him safely, Harry tilted his head and strained to listen, holding his breath. Would it work? Time stretched and lingered, but then the heart-stopping moment passed, and time snapped back into motion. An almighty crash echoed behind him as the pursuing basilisk landed awkwardly. Harry quickly retreated higher, hiding behind a distant column while the thunderous, rolling death throes of the monster played out. Furious hissing filled the room, and Harry needed no knowledge of Parseltongue to grasp the basilisk's fury and rage. King, it seethed, its coils surging and ebbing. Triumphant, destroy, kill. From his place of relative safety, Harry listened in awe to the sounds of the basilisk's demise. Sharp cracks and heavy thuds echoed in the dimly lit chamber. He envisioned the massive coils thrashing against the stone floor, a lone fragment skittering into view below him. He could picture the chaos unfolding, feeling the weight of the moment settle around him. The monster slammed its massive body against the ground with such force that it shattered the rock beneath it. A heart-stopping sound made Harry cringe as scales scraped harshly against the stone. It was worse than nails on a blackboard, a full-bodied horror that the scratching of his old-school blackboard had always threatened but never quite delivered. A shiver coursed through him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up instinctively. In the distance, he heard more plunking sounds, like stones breaking apart and falling to the floor. Then, a monstrous thunder reverberated through the chamber. The castle itself seemed to shudder, and centuries-old dust rained down from the ceiling like decay from the heavens. Beneath the violent tremors and the terrible noise of heavy stones shattering, Harry realized, with a hitch in his breath, that the creature had forced over one of the enormous stone pillars supporting the ceiling. Would it collapse? Everything had happened too quickly for Harry to fully process, but now time seemed to slow down. Small fragments of rock bounced and tinkled across the hard stone floor, shrapnel littering his view. He waited and waited, but the monster refused to remain still. At some point, the hissing had stopped, yet it was still alive. For long minutes, he heard it thrashing mightily while he remained anxiously hidden. He noticed that the hood of his invisibility cloak had fallen off, probably due to those Quidditch dives. Suddenly, a change in the noise caught his attention. A long pause, silence, before the seizures returned spasmodically, once, twice, 3 times. He checked the time. Knowing his perception was skewed, he was still startled to see the temper spell indicating that only 20 minutes had passed since his last check. He had left Myrtle's bathroom perhaps an hour ago. It was now 3:15 in the morning. By the time the silence stretched out, unbroken. Harry had calmed his breathing and slowed his heart rate, ready for the next challenge. "Accio luggage," he muttered, and his familiar grey dragon leather trunk came whistling toward him. From the final 5 roosters still sleeping in his third compartment, he woke them one at a time, floating them quickly over to the area where he had heard the basilisk thrashing. When one rooster returned dead, Harry waited another 10 minutes before trying again. The third rooster came back, grumpy but alive, and Harry finally dared to circle closer. With his gaze fixed firmly on the poisonous green body, he cautiously lowered his broomstick to the ground. In the dim light, he dismounted and walked on trembling legs. His footsteps clicked softly as he approached the massive creature from behind and poked it with a burst of magic. Nothing moved. He tried again, this time using a stronger thrust of magic near the end of its tail, and was finally convinced of its death. Working quickly, Harry levitated a large sheet to cover its head, where he thought its eyes would be. He couldn't see its face from behind and didn't want to risk post-mortem petrification. It was only a moment's work to fly over to the head and use his wand to sever one of its fangs. To his dismay, the Densorgio had done a magnificent job. The deadly, venomous fangs protruded menacingly from the dead basilisk's jaw, even beyond the large sheet covering its eyes. The front teeth looked like horrendous, curved mammoth tusks, while the others were the size of sabers or smaller. He landed his broom nearby and severed a smaller fang with a sharp slash of his wand. The fang clattered to the stone floor, and he summoned it carefully over. In the silence of the chamber, Harry clambered off his broomstick and retrieved the diary from his trunk. Harry carefully placed the basilisk fang on the floor, then stumbled to his knees, holding it gingerly between his fingers. He paused for a moment. "No need to slip up now and accidentally poison myself to death," he mumbled to himself, letting out a morbid, slightly hysterical giggle. After a quick breath, he returned to his trunk and pulled out his herbology gloves, crafted from fine, strong dragon hide. He slipped them on roughly, feeling the material snug against his hands. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the engorged tooth tightly, then, with one smooth motion, stabbed it straight into the heart of the diary that was slowly consuming Fred's soul. A piercing, unearthly scream shattered the silence. Ink erupted from the wound in surges, splattering over Harry's hands and running down his knees and robes. In his mind's eye, he saw the pale figure of Ginny's body lying prone on the chamber floor. He could almost hear the smooth whisper of Tom Riddle in his ear. Harry shivered and blinked. He was in the chamber, and he had come alone. Goosebumps raised on his skin, every hair on his arms standing straight and cold. He tried to block out the shrill hatred and rage that pounded against his mind, but the shriek continued, relentless, before suddenly cutting off without a whimper or gurgle. The sudden stillness left his ears ringing. With a long sigh that bordered on a groan, Harry jerked the fang back out of the book and blinked in dismay as the sudden loss of tension made the room spin. He sat back on his ankles, weary. Fred was safe. Hogwarts was safe. He had time once more. Suddenly, he tilted backward and sprawled out on the grimy, painful floor. The basilisk fang clattered away, slipping from his suddenly loose fingers. Harry lay back, arms outstretched, and stared blankly up at the ceiling. Into the shadows of the ceiling. Sharp rock fragments and gravel dug painfully into his back, but he didn't mind. Instead, he lay there for one long, peaceful moment as the tension drained away. The furious, panicked heat that had consumed him began to fade, and Harry felt the sweat cooling on his skin. Feeling returned to his arms and legs, and distantly, the sharp spikes of the rocks he lay on began to register as painful. It felt good to be alive. Finally, Harry realized that his fixed gaze could no longer see the high ceiling, and the light in the chamber had returned to a dimmer, calmer ambience. He blinked, reconnecting with himself. Painfully, he levered his shoulders up and rolled to the side. His arms shook with the effort, surprising him with their weakness. He must have pushed himself harder than he realized. His fingers were cramping, though he wasn't quite sure why. With a startled gaze, he looked around the chamber. As his hazy vision adjusted, Harry fumbled off his glasses and rubbed them roughly against the fabric of his robe. Hopefully cleaner now, he jammed them back onto his face and tried to focus. What was the damage? The torchlight from the wall fittings was slowly dying back to the dim flickering that had sputtered to life when he entered the room. Shadows were returning to drape the space in a mysterious blanket of darkness. The center of the room was dominated by the massive corpse of the deadly serpent, half shrouded in shadows, half gleaming in the light. It lay prominently across the cold grey floor, surrounded by rubble and the remnants of the column it had destroyed. Smaller chunks of stone and debris were scattered around the chamber, and a few stray rooster feathers settled as the air stilled. Harry spared a fleeting thought for their valuable sacrifice. The statue of Salazar still towered over the room, its mouth open, and Harry couldn't help but think, with an inappropriate. Harry couldn't help but snort at the sight before him, the gormless expression of the defeated serpent serving as a fitting tribute to his legacy. He suppressed the urge to giggle. It felt like a satisfying monument marking the end of his muggle-born cleansing agenda. Sitting still for a moment, he let the adrenaline work its way through his system. As he stared blankly, the sheer size of the basilisk began to register. Had he really killed that? Had he fought it on purpose? He sat there, letting the vastness of this realization settle over him like a cloak. He had fought that creature. He had chosen to face a basilisk, and he had won. But there was no time to let pride blossom from his triumph. Instead, what began to sink in was the madness of his plan and the sheer audacity he had shown. Did he really think he could handle it? Hubris kills, he recalled Hermione saying, and the weight of that truth settled deep in his bones. How had he survived the last encounter? Oh, right, a small voice in his mind noted absently. Fawkes had done most of the fighting for him. Realizing his mouth was hanging open, Harry closed it silently. Who in their right mind would try to fight a basilisk alone? He attempted to assess his condition. As the adrenaline began to fade, he felt a chill creep over him, causing him to shiver. Grasping for his cloak, he awkwardly repositioned himself. Then he frowned. A sharp stab of pain shot through his left ankle, turning into a dull throb when he stopped moving. Fumbling around to figure out the source of the pain, his fingers brushed against swollen flesh. Inhaling sharply at the sudden spike of agony, he caught an odd, metallic scent. Raising his fingers to his nose, he realized it was wet blood. He must have sprained or broken his ankle and scraped the flesh pretty badly. Groaning softly, Harry fumbled for his wand, eager to set himself right. His cloak would definitely need cleaning, and he suspected his entire body would, too. A quick episquise made his injured ankle feel intensely hot, then shockingly cold, but he felt his shoulders relax slightly as the pain began to subside. Almost immediately, though, he dropped his wand, his hand shaking from delayed shock. He cautiously pulled it away from his body. His body felt heavy and exhausted, and he gazed around the dungeon in a daze. What else was there to do? After what felt like an eternity, Harry finally regained his focus and struggled to his feet, groaning and swaying like an old man. Was this how Dumbledore felt in the mornings? He wondered idly, pausing to let the room stop spinning. His muscles felt so weary. It would be much easier, he thought, to go back and sit on the floor for a few more minutes. He swayed where he stood, then longed for his bed, now that his duties were finally done. Instead, he stumbled over to his luggage in the dim light. "There you are," he slurred, finally swaying over the leather trunk. "Gotcha!" He felt like a punch-drunk boxer as he stood there, waiting for the trunk to stop moving in his vision. "Stop that. It's better." With his wand in one hand, Harry stared thoughtfully between the luggage on the floor and the broomstick in his left hand. 3 things to hold, and he only had 2 hands. "Gotta," he mumbled, "gotta go back. Need the broom for the thing. Pikes." Then he remembered the luggage had a leash, and with a few simple instructions, it began to bob along behind him. The next challenge came when he reached the entrance, which he had locked with Lavender's enlarged mirror and a powerful spell. He blinked at the boy in the mirror, and recognition dawned. He looked terrible. A gash marked Harry's head, and dirt and sweat stained his clothes. In the silence of the chamber, his ears rang, and his head swayed slightly as he stood there. After a moment of deep thought, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, frowning in concentration. That needed thing. It wasn't right. "Repro," Harry mumbled, blinking in surprise as his clothes seemed to straighten up a bit. A simple cleaning spell helped him feel a little more presentable. He sniffed, noticing he was improving slightly. With a flicker of his eyes, he remembered to adjust his invisibility cloak over his shoulders. The enchanted fabric wrapped around him like a warm hug, making him feel safer. He took one last look at his reflection, disembodied head and all, before turning his focus to the mirror itself. Alahomora! There was an odd squelching noise that echoed in the silence of the chamber as the doorway unsealed. To his dismay, the large hand mirror began to tilt slowly toward the ground right where he stood. The weight of it falling was almost ominous, the only sound being a faint tinkle from somewhere in the chamber, making it feel even more dangerous. His reflection shifted as the mirror loomed overhead. Harry scuttled backward, his overworked muscles protesting, and hastily cast a few more spells. A Reducio shot out, followed by a Protego, but fortunately, he managed to catch the falling mirror with a gentle charm. It drifted softly to the floor, landing at his feet with the softest of clinks. For a long moment, Harry stood in silence, wand out, staring at the mirror before he bent down with a groan to pick it up and tuck it into his pocket. He idly wished Dobby could come to the chamber and help him out. Dobby would have loved to see the destruction of the snake and lend a hand with the cleanup. Harry was lost in thought, focused on the task of cleaning. A faint noise broke through the ringing in his ears, which had finally subsided. He turned slowly, noticing the dust trickling down from the ceiling. Beneath the soft hiss of the air, he could hear the pecking and poking of chickens, their clumsy steps echoing across the chamber. One of them crowed again, completely unnecessary, and an overwhelming wave of rage and frustration surged within him. He could have easily cursed them, they definitely deserved it. But Harry wasn't that kind of wizard. Instead, he lowered his wand and, with heavy shoulders, moved to gather the remaining roosters, shoving them back into his luggage compartment. His muscles felt leaden, each movement a struggle. The sleeping spell was harder to cast now, as he painstakingly traced his wand tip through the motions and finally managed to ferry the chickens into his trunk. It felt like his brain was stretched thin, almost as if it were operating from a distance. With the doorway now unlocked, he was ready to leave. Yet, he hesitated, facing the darkness of the chamber once more. The steady whisper of falling dust teased his memory, and he realized he should fix the column. He noted absently that his energy was dwindling. Ceilings collapsing were a real concern in places like this. He thought of Ron. Ceilings could hurt. A vague worry about the chamber collapsing settled in his mind, though he struggled to articulate it. If the chamber fell, Hogwarts itself could be in danger. Harry took a deep breath, his wand beginning to glow as he prepared for one last spell. The light brightened, shifting from orange to a brilliant white star. He stared blankly into the vast darkness of the chamber, oblivious to the stark shadows that danced around him. Fell around him, escaping the brilliance of his wand. His shoulders felt heavy, and his eyelids fought to stay open. Deep within his muscles, he could sense the protests of his body, longing to tremble and rest. But first, he gathered every ounce of magic that remained. It built and built, the light growing brighter and brighter at his side. Harry's willpower strained against his exhaustion. He felt thin, stretching to his limits. Something inside him felt ready to burst. He was wrestling with a torrent of magic that he wasn't equipped to handle, yet he pressed on with the determination that had made him the boy who lived. Something creaked within his mind. He was well past his limits, but he was almost there. The heavy air of the chamber seemed to weigh down on him, his knees threatened to buckle, yet that very pressure helped to define his edges. Beneath the weight of Hogwarts itself, Harry discovered the extent of his limits as power pooled just beneath his skin. The magic saturated his body more intensely than he had ever imagined, forcing itself into capillaries and between cells where it had never needed to gather before. His skin became hypersensitive, each brush of the cloak around him felt like a burn, a reminder of where his skin began and ended. His vision wavered, and for a fleeting moment, he glimpsed parts of the light spectrum that humans were never meant to see. The weight of the magic felt like it was crushing him, turning him inside out and forcing him to his knees. If this had been a complex spell, Harry realized subconsciously, it could have killed him in an instant. Fortunately, he had cast it 1,000 times before. He knew it better than he knew himself. Harry pulled everything together in a triumph of mind over matter. With an audible snap, his unwavering will forced the magic to defy his limits. Reparo! A massive spell roared from his wand, sweeping up the debris in the chamber with relentless force. Like a whirlwind in reverse, dust, gravel, chunks of wood, and stone were all drawn together. Chunks of the column, once scattered across the floor, began to rise, twisting and turning as they ascended into the air, returning to their original form. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the debris lifted itself, righted its position, and joined the swirling tempest of magic. Harry watched in awe as the column reformed from its pieces, though he barely had the energy left to appreciate the power of his charm. He observed, almost in a daze, as the column grew back up to the ceiling, reconnecting with the immense arched vault above. The faint sound of dust settling, which his subconscious had registered, finally ceased. It felt as if Hogwarts herself sighed with relief as she settled back onto her foundations. Harry let his arm drop to his side, sagging under the weight of exhaustion. He felt emptier than he could ever remember. Words to encourage himself back to bed eluded him, thoughts seemed to vanish into a void. Where he typically felt a surge of ideas, goals, and emotions, there was now only an expansive emptiness. He had never felt more hollow, not even in moments when death had seemed imminent. The sensation of loneliness wrapped around him like a heavy cloak. He couldn't even muster a sigh to ease the tension that had built up inside him. Instead, a quiet breath escaped his lips, whispering into the silence and solitude before disappearing into the darkness. He had no recollection of how he made it back to Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 18: Responsibilities. Harry woke up to the erratic sound of disgruntled owls hooting. They seemed impatient, and there were a lot of them. Something was tapping his left foot. He was done for the year, he thought, unwilling to move an inch. He had destroyed the diary and defeated the basilisk. Surely, the threat was over, and he could finally relax. Apparently, the world had other plans. With a jerk of his head and a muffled groan, Harry forced his eyes open. They were still heavy with sleep, but he managed to crack one eye open. As he took stock of his surroundings, he realized he was lying face down on the bed. The solid rims of his glasses pressed painfully into the bridge of his nose and left eye. When he groggily lifted his head and traced the pain with his fingers, he felt deep indents on his skin. The sensitive tingling on his cheek and jaw suggested a faint imprint from the blanket fabric was left on the left side of his face. He glanced around the room, noticing he was lying askew, still dressed in everything he had worn the night before, if the mysterious invisibility of his upper torso was any indication. His sore foot dangled beyond the bed hangings into the boys' dormitory, probably still in his shoes. His feet were numb with cold. Shaking his head, Harry adjusted his glasses and discovered he had been lying on his wand. His heart nearly stopped. With ice-cold fingers, he reached out and lifted it up to examine it closely. Was it injured? A haze drifted between his eyes and his wand. Irritated, he noticed how smudged his glasses were and quickly cleaned them to improve his focus. Were there cracks? A stress fracture? His sensitive fingertips traced the length of his holy wand. He needed it to face Voldemort. He couldn't afford to lose it, things were already precarious as they were. Too much was going wrong. Harry thought to himself that he needed better planning and a clearer perspective. He quickly cut off that line of thinking. The wood grain of his wand felt as smooth as pearl under his fingers. Relief washed over him, the wand was intact, nothing was broken. As his momentary panic began to fade, he felt his racing heartbeat calm down with the realization. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Harry carefully tucked the wand back into his moleskin pouch and turned to assess his surroundings. A sudden realization hit him: he stank. A waft of warm air from inside his robe carried the unmistakable sense of sweat, fear, and grime. He had spread that filth all over his bed covers, and while he slept, the heavy aroma had filled the canopy above him. His eyes were drawn to the sliver of light streaming in through a gap he had made with his leg, which was now being poked. With a groan that escaped his lips without intention, Harry gathered his protesting body and sat up. His muscles screamed in protest, and a couple of joints in his spine clicked painfully. The tapping on his foot ceased. Curious, Harry pulled back the bed hangings, letting fresh air and more light spill into the space. His mouth fell open in surprise. A multitude of owls had taken over the dormitory, perched on furniture, luggage, and the beds of his dorm mates, both high and low. Many were hooting, but the sounds of wings ruffling and beaks snapping filled the air as well. An especially impatient screech owl had settled on his sore leg. After giving him a look of ruffled indignation, it resumed pecking at his boot. He sighed and ran his hands through his surprisingly grimy hair. Despite his hopes for a more peaceful year, it was clear he was still far from getting a break. "Wow, all right," he croaked through dry lips. There had to be over 20 owls in the room. Who wants to go first then? Several owls fluttered up into the air and advanced toward him. With a flurry of feathers, the impatient owl perched on his foot began tapping madly, getting uncomfortably close to Harry's ankle. He fell back onto the bed, the curtains flapping around him. "Wow! Hold up, hold up! You first, then." As Harry acknowledged the pushy owl, it hopped further up his leg and extended a leg toward him. Its claws dug painfully into his thigh, but Harry ignored the discomfort, focusing instead on the determined look in the owl's eyes. He quickly retrieved the parchment and unrolled it cautiously. "Merlin, damn you, Potter!" The letter began. "Since you haven't told me you're ill, I've refrained from sending Madame Pomfrey after you. You owe me more than a pathetic defense in chess now. Up your game, Potter, if you still care. If there's something bothering you, act like a courteous wizard and let me know what I've done. If you've simply taken advantage of the holidays to disappear, I've informed the professors that you are sleeping due to overindulging in Bertie Bott's beans. Should your absence be discovered, I know nothing about it, it's none of my business, and you're going to miss a fabulous Christmas feast, you absolute pillock. Draco." Having delivered its message, the owl gave Harry one last peck on the knee before flying off in disgust. It could have been the weight or perhaps a lack of bacon, but Harry thought little of it. He was still processing the letter. Malfoy, or Draco, were they on first-name terms now, had sent him a letter because he was missed. He glanced up at the window and felt a sinking sensation. It wasn't the soft light of a Scottish morning he saw, but rather the look of early afternoon, despite the bad weather outside. Had he really slept longer than he thought? Harry realized he had a tendency to sleep in the infirmary longer than he planned. Hastily, he collected the letters from all the owls that now waited around him. Harry sat on his bed, surrounded by letters. There were notes from Hermione and Neville, one from each, along with correspondence from Luna and Percy. He set those aside, his eyes widening as he spotted 17 letters, all from Draco. Had Draco entered out the Hogwarts Owlery? He began to sort through the letters. The first few were polite, yet distant, expressing concern. Sorry to see you missed dinner, Potter. Just confirming that we had organized a game of exploding snap this evening. Are we still on? Then came a more pointed note. Did you forget, Potter? Should I send you your own reminder notes from now on so that you can uphold your social engagements? Are you sick, Potter? Should I send a teacher for you? Are you mad at me, Potter? What did I do? Well, recently, I mean. I thought we moved past that Quidditch fuss. It really wasn't me, you know. I don't know what you've heard, but if you'd just talked to me, I'm sure you'd find yourself relieved. I hope you're not listening to slithering gossip, Potter, although Merlin knows who'd share it with you. I may or may not have implied a few things about our Quidditch match and our subsequent relationship, but it's only to solidify my status within the house. We both know better, don't we? There's no reason to be weird about it. Are you ignoring me? Fine. I can play your game. As Harry read on, Draco's tone grew increasingly impatient. Potter, the teachers are worried about you at dinner again. Apparently, no one has seen you since Wednesday. Is everything all right? It became clear that the final letter had been the first one he opened. Draco must have been in a terrible sulk and probably instructed the elves to pester him until he responded. Swearing under his breath, Harry staggered to his feet, nearly colliding with his floating trunk. It bobbed just beyond the bed, exactly as it had when he left the chamber ages ago. He quickly set it down and dove through it, searching for something clean to wear. Harry was in desperate need of a bath, but for now, spell work would have to suffice. He needed clean clothes, a quick brush of his teeth, and something light to eat and drink. There were places to be, and he had to look normal, well, normal for him, at least, like any regular student. Had he really slept all the way until Christmas afternoon? In a rush, he dashed toward the door, only to stumble over something wrapped in gold. Christmas presents were scattered everywhere, and the pile was enormous this year. Something snapped under his foot, but there was no time to dwell on it. He left the room in a flurry. Harry had indeed slept through until Christmas afternoon. As he clattered down from Gryffindor Tower, he looked much better than he felt, with every intention of rejoining society and pretending he had never been missing. Just as he burst out of the stairwell, 2 older Gryffindors in the common room wished him a Merry Christmas. Flustered, he remembered he needed to act normal, so he screeched to a halt and made small talk on his feet for a while before dinner. Unfortunately, he never quite grasped what the conversation covered. It was one of those moments when his mouth ran ahead of his brain, adrenaline taking control. He stood chatting with the older students for quite a while. Thankfully, no Gryffindor prefects had stayed for Christmas this year, which meant the house was a bit disorganized. That was probably how he had managed to sleep through those 2.5 days. Now, here he was, caught in a conversation with 2 older students he didn't know much about. As he shifted his weight from foot to foot and the adrenaline began to settle, he wondered if they had been discussing the weather, the snowstorm, or maybe even the infamous Quidditch game again. His thoughts were skipping like a broken record, snippets of conversation made sense, then rushed garbles before he could catch up again. At some point, his companion stood up and made various noises, and he found himself following them out. As Harry strode down the long corridors of Hogwarts, he hoped he hadn't made too much of a fool of himself. Once the panic and embarrassment faded, he found the dinner to be magnificent. The turkeys were enormous, golden brown, and glistening, while the large tureens of buttered peas and platters of sliced ham looked absolutely divine. The candles floating overhead resembled fireflies in the night, and although he could feel the glares and judgment from several teachers at the table, he found them surprisingly easy to ignore. The fires in the great hall roared merrily in their hearths, filling the room with cheer and warmth, a perfect contrast to the snowstorm raging outside. Harry sat next to Draco Malfoy, who acknowledged his presence with a raised eyebrow and some hastily whispered apologies on Harry's behalf. It wasn't quite what Harry was used to, but he found the company pleasant nonetheless. It was a pity that none of the Weasleys were there, but he knew that was all his doing. His friends would have stayed if he hadn't encouraged them to leave. When only loyal Ron remained, Harry had slipped Percy some galleons and asked him to organize something for the whole family, ensuring they would be out of his hair for the duration of his plan. Now he was facing the consequences of his actions. Without the usual company, there was no one to comment on his eating habits, no one to insist he take one more slice of meat, or to worry about his weight. Instead, only Malfoy eyed him curiously throughout the first half of the meal, his pride apparently still bruised. Harry ignored him as he ate, but Malfoy's grey eyes remained fixed on him, evaluating, measuring, weighing. The blonde Slytherin opened his mouth several times as if to speak, but each time he paused, withholding his questions or comments, much to Harry's relief. "Did you like my present?" Draco finally demanded, his tone childlike. Enthusiasm for Christmas, pushing aside his earlier sulk. "What?" Draco asked, raising an eyebrow. "What I got you for Christmas?" Draco rolled his eyes. "I'm not in the business of buying people presents for no reason, Potter." "So, did you like it?" Utterly baffled, Harry tried to recall the mountain of gifts he had stumbled over in his rush to leave. You got me a present." "Obviously." "Sorry." Harry scratched the back of his neck. "I ended up with more presents than I expected this Christmas, actually. I haven't managed to get through all of them yet." Draco sniffed and took an elegant sip of butterbeer before responding. "I see. I shall expect my thank you note in due time, then." Harry swallowed his peas and nodded earnestly. "Oh, yes, of course. Will everyone be expecting thank you notes, do you think?" Draco looked startled. "Of course. Even if a return gift is not given, a simple acknowledgement of the time and effort that went into the gift is the bare minimum required." Harry groaned. "Please, Potter, don't be declass." No. You don't get it," Harry protested. He rested his wrists on the table and eyed Malfoy thoughtfully. You're not going to let this one go, are you?" "I suppose I should, I think I'd better just show you. You have time for me after dinner, don't you? We'll have to find a classroom somewhere, I guess." "Well, after the last couple of days." "Look, I said I was sorry." Draco huffed. "As opposed to our usual games?" "I suppose I'm intrigued." Harry watched Malfoy manage his curiosity throughout the rest of dinner with amusement. Crabbe and Goyle, on the other hand, seemed barely interested in him, focusing intently on the food. Their greedy eyes and reaching hands, demanding this platter or that jug, kept Harry occupied throughout the meal until they could finally escape and talk. Harry headed in the empty Charms classroom later that evening, an exasperated Draco was waiting impatiently for Harry. "What is it, Potter?" "This had better live up to all the mystery," he said. Harry paused at the door and stepped inside, holding a small present he had hastily found and rewrapped to avoid looking like it was regifted. "Look, here," he said, handing over the messily wrapped package. "Here's your Christmas present from me. Sorry I didn't get it to you earlier." "I wanted to hand it to you in person," he said, ignoring the small lie. "It's been fun hanging out with you these holidays, so I got you this as a thank you." Draco eagerly reached for the present, his eyes lighting up. "Why, Potter, I didn't think you appreciated me." He held the little package to his ear and rattled it softly. "What have you got me?" "How mysterious." Suddenly looking younger than his 12 years, he straightened up, his eyes aglow as he carefully peeled off the tape holding the wrapping together. Harry was amused to see that Draco unwrapped gifts slowly and meticulously, in stark contrast to Ron's rip-it-open and tear-it-off style. "Sorry, it's nothing more permanent," Harry said as Draco unfolded the wrap with precise fingers. "I didn't think I knew you well enough for anything distinctive yet." But then Draco exclaimed with childish delight, "Chocolate frogs! Potter, you do love me." He turned to smile at Harry with genuine satisfaction before setting the present carefully to one side. "Potter, I am very grateful to receive such a thoughtful and enjoyable Christmas gift. Thank you for your kind wishes." Harry scratched the back of his neck again. You're welcome." Is that what I'm supposed to say to you too? Honestly, Potter. Draco settled back into his seat comfortably and popped one of the chocolate frogs into his mouth. Draco opened the box that Harry had regifted him, doing so languidly. I sent you your present by Owl, so your thank you should be returned by Owl too. You gave me your present in person a bit late, but the personal touch makes up for that, so my thanks should be given in person. Has no one ever taught you common courtesy? Harry shuffled over to a seat near Draco and settled down with a sigh. No? Not really? I mean, I grew up with Muggles anyway, so the culture is probably different, but I've never really got any. No. What? Draco sat up indignantly. You grew up with Muggles? Harry was surprised. Well, yeah. Doesn't everyone know? Draco looked incredulous. What? No. But really? No. Harry Potter grew up with Muggles? Are you serious? Harry, having always shared that background, didn't quite understand the fuss. Well, yeah. My mum's family. We're not close, but why? Surely people had known in the last timeline, hadn't they? At some point, it must have all come out. Draco looked as if his world had just realigned itself. But now it all makes so much more sense. No wonder you seem so polite, but then do such odd things. No wonder you're friends with Weasley and Granger. He shot a look at Harry. I'm sure they're very fine friends of yours and whatnot, even though they're really not my type. Just really? No wonder you act like you do. Harry hadn't realized that his behavior was all that unusual and wondered if this was why Draco from the last timeline had always seemed irritated with him. Yes, I guess. Merlin's beard, Potter. You need a crash course in culture. I do. Harry thought, reflecting on his experiences across 2 timelines. He believed he had been doing quite well for himself, thank you very much. No one follows all the rules, of course, Draco protested. But, at the very least, you should know which rules you're breaking on purpose and what people think you mean by it. Harry blinked, realizing that this made an unfortunate amount of sense. Look, well, maybe we can cover this later? Draco raised a skeptical eyebrow. Oh yes, your mysterious Christmas present problem. Well, go ahead then, Potter. Astonish me. Harry stood up to grab his trusty luggage, which had once again been bobbing along behind him. He settled down on the floor at the front of the classroom, drawing a baffled gaze from Draco. This had better be good, Potter, Draco snarked, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat with a cynical expression. Absently, he unwrapped a chocolate frog and popped it into his mouth. Harry crossed his legs and made himself as comfortable as possible. Look, a few months ago, I reset my mail wards, and, well, you'd better just see. With a click, he opened his trunk lid. With a wave of his wand, a line of presents began to form. Harry guided a stream of gifts out from the compartment where he had stashed them during his brief dash to his bed after dinner, and onto the floor around him. Draco raised both eyebrows. Oh, yes. Very impressive, Potter. That's quite a lot of. He trailed off as the floating string of presents continued, and the small pile by Harry's knees began to grow. In fact, Draco said, sitting up straight, that's really quite a lot of presents, he agreed, watching open-mouthed as Harry kept ferrying gifts out. The pile grew taller, reaching Harry's shoulders and expanding further. Under Harry's steady wand, presents began to slide down the pile and pool across the entire front of the classroom. Draco pulled his feet in as a gold and blue present skittered down the mound of gifts and bumped against his right foot, where it sat wobbling slightly. I see your problem, Draco finally said as the last handful of gifts tumbled gently from Harry's compartments, joining the growing heap. That's much more than I've ever received, he added, a hint of envy creeping into his voice. Where did all these presents come from? Harry looked up at Draco, a look of despair on his face. I reset my mail wards over the last holidays, he explained. A bunch of people sent me birthday presents. Not many, he added quickly. Well, nothing like this, but Hermione made me write thank you notes, and I think they've told all their friends. Draco snorted. I think they've told half of Wizarding Britain. So what do I do? Harry asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Draco took on the air of an expert, rubbing his hands together with determination. Well, you obviously need to ensure proper courtesy is observed, of course. So that means... He faltered, overwhelmed by Harry's gaze and the sheer mass of presents at their feet. We'll have to make a list, of course. I suppose you'll need my help. Let's see, you'll need lots of parchment and a decent quill. Harry produced them immediately. And let me think, we'll get the owls later, once we've written the letters. Do you have envelopes with you? Harry shrugged. Like, 4. Of decent quality. What? Delicately, Draco stood up from his seat and waded through the pile of presents, settling down on the floor opposite Harry. Look, do you want to tell the world that you are fabulously wealthy and willing to accept offers of a suitable standard? Do you want to act poor? You do have an inheritance, don't you? So you can't be too badly off, or imply that the presents aren't really worthy of your attention. What's your angle here? Baffled, Harry stared at the pile of presents surrounding him before meeting Draco's commanding gaze. You can say all that with an... The envelope. The envelope, the ink, your handwriting, and the parchment all work together too. Draco paused. Right. We'll start with a quick tutorial on stationery before we order some supplies that are suitable for your status. It's Christmas evening, so we'll need to send the owl off tomorrow morning. If we're lucky, we should have everything you want back by tomorrow evening. He gestured impatiently at Harry, who stared at him blankly for a moment. Oh, Harry said, handing over a stack of parchment and an envelope. Draco examined them closely. This is all perfectly adequate for an average student from an average household, Potter, but you are neither. I'll help you order some appropriate stationery once we've had a proper discussion. In the meantime, let's start with opening your presents. You do that part, while I write up the registry of who sent what. He whipped out the parchment and poised his quill over it eagerly. Right, go ahead then. Speak clearly when you read out the greetings, if you please. What? Oh, let's start with this one. Draco reached over to grab a large, oblong gift from somewhere near the middle of the pile and rattled it gently by his head. Ooh, something heavy in this one, Potter, he grinned. Now, stop holding back, Anne. Hold on. What? Harry reached over to retrieve the parcel, carefully going through the arsenal of spells Arthur Weasley had taught him during the holidays. What are you doing? Checking for curses, Harry replied, his head bent low over the unwrapped gift on his lap. There's this spell I was taught to help me see magic, and then I need to, hang on, check the layers for anything dangerous. Mr. Weasley pointed out once that anything could be sent to me by mail, and I'm not sure exactly what the Hogwarts wards block. Draco looked astonished. Not much, I shouldn't think. He watched as Harry's wand silently darted through a series of spells, his tongue peeking out in concentration. Draco leaned in, his focus intense. You can cast silently? Wait. Do you have to cast these spells on every present here? Unless I want to die or something, Harry muttered, blinking as the seeing spell flickered and blurred in front of his eyes. His vision was much hazier now than it had been in July. Was it something to do with Hogwarts? Or perhaps the overuse of magic? Harry wondered absently, still waving his wand. A headache was starting to creep in. Every present? Draco asked. Yup. Can't you just cast a generic spell or something? Bad idea, Harry replied. Finite is the only thing that might work, and that's a big no-no, I hear. What? Why? Harry didn't respond. Draco looked thoughtful. Guess it's not all fun and games for the boy who lived, after all. Harry snorted. After confirming that the first present seemed safe, he turned it over in his hands to find the greeting. Dearest Harry, he read aloud, cringing at the intimacy. Thank you so much for all your sacrifices and suffering to rescue us from danger." Draco scrambled back for the quill but then spoke up. "Oi. Don't get a big head about this now, will you?" Harry snorted again. "It seems all right. They go on to say, we know you never asked for this, which isn't too bad. Oh wait, but fortune has thrust this fate upon your shoulders. Ooh." He quickly skimmed past the rest of the note. "They wish me a very Merry Christmas and hope that this small token of their appreciation might lighten my burden and bring joy unto my youth." A bit pretentious, Draco mumbled, not unironically. "Who are they and what did they get you?" "The Pollock family from Godric's Hollow." Harry's gaze lingered on the note before he flipped the package over and tore into the vibrant wrapping. "The Big Book of Broom Tricks, apparently." "Never heard of them," Draco muttered, carefully writing the name down. "But the book's not bad," Draco said. "Every wizarding kid gets one at some point. You're finally catching up on your culture, Potter. A few years too late, but good for you. Now, hurry it up, we've got a lot to get through." Harry took a moment to mentally add thank you letters and gift unwrapping to his growing to-do list. It was becoming longer and more intimidating by the minute. His breath hitched in his chest. "All right," he managed to squeak out, his voice strained. "One day at a time, right? This is fine, this is fine. Just add it to the plans." Draco seemed completely oblivious to Harry's sense of looming doom as the world spun and wobbled around him. Chapter 19, Presents and Ponderings. Harry found himself at Draco's mercy on Boxing Day, and he accepted it with resignation but no real surprise. The same scenario played out the day after and the days that followed. He couldn't quite tell if Draco genuinely believed Harry needed help opening his pile of Christmas presents or if it was merely an excuse for something else. There were countless possible motivations swirling in his mind, but Harry didn't want to overthink it. After all, he could use the assistance. Aside from a cold bottom and the occasional wavering in his vision, the situation didn't seem too bad. For reasons unknown to Harry, his former rival had taken it upon himself to educate him about social obligations. "Your earlier efforts were an improvement, I'm sure, over whatever you were doing before Granger got her claws into you," Draco remarked. "But it can't have been enough, of course, since neither of you actually knows what you're doing. I simply can't leave you so uninformed." "Is that so?" Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. "Your previous performances were probably underwhelming if your usual attitude is anything to go by. I do hope you appreciate my help. I don't assist just anyone, you know." Harry's head was bent over a present wrapped in gold and silver, adorned with little faces that sang carols at him. "If you say so," he mumbled. Draco certainly did say so. He had taken command of Harry's gift-opening process with all the authority of a drill sergeant. He didn't touch anything, absolutely not. There was, according to him, no need to be so positively gauche about such things. Each gift was opened by Harry's own hands, except for the dodgy ones, which were set aside for later. Despite Draco's questionable motivations, Harry felt relieved to have him orchestrating the entire affair. He looked nothing like Hermione, but the precise instructions and the faint hint of impatience and incredulity that Harry needed to be told these things brought back memories of studying with her back in the day. It was, curiously, rather a nostalgic and comforting feeling. While Crabbe and Goyle dozed or snacked in a corner of the room, Draco leaned back in his seat, drawling instructions. He scribbled notes and made dry, often humorous comments about the occasional letter. To Harry's surprise, he realized that Draco Malfoy wasn't quite the prick he had always imagined. It turned out that Draco simply enjoyed being in charge of everything. Harry, being a far more mature wizard than he appeared, didn't mind giving Draco that impression. As he sat cross-legged on the stone floor, surrounded by presents like a dragon's hoard, what had once seemed like an arduous task turned out to be relatively painless. He developed a routine for inspecting the gifts, reading the greetings aloud, and sorting them into piles. The room buzzed with the rustle of gift wrap, the sound of Draco's dry, officious, and often witty commentary, and the familiar cold scent of stone and dust that seemed to cling to Hogwarts floors. With his capable hands, slightly calloused and rough at the fingertips, Harry twirled his wand skillfully, quickly grasping and pulling at presents. He noticed he was getting better at manipulating the spell weave, or perhaps his eyes were simply adjusting to seeing through it. If a gift spell work seemed dodgy, and there were 1 or 2 each day, though not many, he set them aside, unwrapped. Otherwise, he read the greetings for Draco to note down, tore open the paper, and tossed the present into one of several piles, for friends, acquaintances, strangers of a particular standing, professional associates. According to Draco, each pile required a different style of response. The sheer complexity boggled Harry's mind. He never thought he would feel so grateful to Draco Malfoy, of all people. Harry shifted his posture occasionally, trying to find a spot that hadn't gone numb yet, but the overwhelming scale of the task remained his biggest complaint. It felt monotonous, leaving his mind free to wander. Harry struggled with intrusive thoughts that crept into his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the memories of what had gone wrong in the chamber. He realized he had come dangerously close to death, and as he worked through the latest present, he suppressed the tremors in his hands. He had almost died, and he'd entered the chamber with a cloud of misconceptions and a serious misunderstanding of his own abilities, misunderstandings that could have cost him his life. While his fingers busied themselves with spell work and unwrapping gift paper, he occasionally replied to Draco's quips. However, his mind remained trapped, replaying every mistake and poor decision he'd made. A beautiful blue wrapping paper adorned with swirling clouds of gold fairy dust did little to distract him from his spiraling thoughts. From Adelbert Spaulding of Peterborough, Harry announced, reading the label. The unauthorized biography of Winslow Neen, Seeker Extraordinaire. Draco let out a snort. And so it begins. Soon, an alarming number of Quidditch-related gifts emerged from the pile, much to Draco's smug satisfaction. Harry, however, found no humor in it. He was ensnared in a cycle of self-doubt that had loomed over him for days. He needed to be better next time, he told himself, truly better, not just in words. For some reason, his chest felt tight and heavy again, prompting Harry to clutch at his torso between presents. His nails dug into the fabric of his robes, scraping against his skin. The sharp pain provided a slight distraction, anchoring him back in the moment. After all, he had countless presents to sort through. Taking a deep breath, Harry returned to his introspection. He realized he had made quite a few plans, though not enough, obviously. Still, it was a significant improvement for someone who had relied on Hermione to do his thinking for 7 years. Determined to focus on the positives, he reminded himself that he had researched the basilisk. That was a solid first step. He was diving deep into his research to address its weaknesses. He had taken roosters to put that knowledge to use, 30 of them, in fact. He had thought it was a bit excessive. He even prepared the mirror, just in case its own gaze could be deadly. He had borrowed that from Lavender weeks ago specifically for this purpose. He was thinking ahead. Suddenly, Draco's voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, that one's mine. Harry jumped at the unexpected intrusion. What? Draco rolled his eyes. Don't say a what, say a pardon, Potter. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to? Harry pulled himself from his unwrapping routine and glanced at Draco's pale face, confusion washing over him. He looked down at the heavy gift in his hands, wrapped in slithering green and adorned with elegant silver ribbons. How utterly in character for a Malfoy. From his elevated seat, Draco appeared uncomfortable for the first time in a while. Potter, he enunciated clearly. Harry, I'm dreadfully sorry. I forgot your mother was thin, not that I forgot, precisely, but a Jobberknoll ran away with my tongue, Harry. How awful of me. My deepest apologies. Harry searched his memory carefully. He hadn't been paying much attention to Draco, who clearly had no idea. Oh, he had mentioned his mother. Harry wasn't quite ready to delve into his complex feelings about his parents with Draco Malfoy, even as they were becoming more friendly. But in this case, he knew Draco meant nothing by it. Harry huffed in amusement. "It's just a figure of speech, Malfoy. I'll get over it." Draco shot him a glare. "There's no need to be needlessly polite with me, Harry. I know it was uncalled for." Harry paused thoughtfully. "It was a long time ago, Draco." He hesitated, thinking about how he still loved them, how he didn't remember them much, how he had spoken to their shades, and how he had lost others more recently and painfully. "It's not your fault." To Harry's amusement, Draco seemed a bit off balance as he spoke. You don't mind that I mentioned?" Harry absently stroked the fine satin ribbon that wrapped Draco's present. "I miss them, of course," he murmured, realizing he had never really verbalized his feelings before. "But I've been alone for more than 10 years. I think I miss the idea of having parents more than I miss them." He scratched his head, trying to articulate his thoughts. "I don't remember what to miss, you know." Draco listened, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Unlike Harry, he had always been spoiled by his parents. "Alone? What about your muggles?" Harry paused, remembering where he was and who he was talking to. "Them? Never mind them. Just..." He shrugged, causing the present on his lap to tilt awkwardly, the corner digging into his thigh. He glanced down at it. "Slytherin colors, Draco?" "Really?" Draco let out a soft snort of amusement, allowing Harry to shift the topic. "I'm not surprised you lack my good taste," he teased, raising an eyebrow. "If the wrapping doesn't amuse you, perhaps you might open the gift." He picked up the quill again, poised over a new line of script on the parchment. "Go on then." Harry shuffled, the gift wrap and fabric rustling as he decided against checking for curses. He read aloud, "To Harry Potter, Merry Christmas. Blessed Yule, Draco Malfoy." "Thoughtful." Draco shot him a glance, and Harry suddenly wondered if Draco was more nervous than he let on. Short, succinct, and to the point, Harry continued, evaluating the note. "And not about to give me a big head, either. A nice balance, I think." "Stuff it." But Draco smiled. Harry tore off the wrapping and vanished it, revealing a fairly heavy textbook by William Wallace. A Wizard's Guide to Distraction, Diversion, and Defense. "You got me a defense textbook." A sudden irritation washed over Harry as he watched Draco, who looked unbearably smug and self-satisfied. With a puffed-up chest, he spoke with pride. "I was certain that after that unmentionable Quidditch game, all your other gifts would revolve around your broomstick. Personally, I believe in personal touch makes for better presents." "You remembered our conversation?" Harry exclaimed, marveling as he turned the heavy book over in his hands. He recalled discussing it with Draco in the bookshop many months ago. The book was an excellent choice, one he hadn't seen before, and it looked rather fascinating. It would definitely be useful. "You really thought about this?" To Harry's delight, Draco's face turned a delicate shade of pink, making his pale eyebrows stand out even more. "I did what I could," Draco sniffed. "Within the limits I was given. There were much better options if only you spoke French." A warm fizz of happiness spread under Harry's breastbone, and he realized that the tight, breathless feeling he had been struggling with recently had temporarily vanished. Despite everything else, he was possible enemy, future blackmail material, potential future spy. Draco was also friendly. Genuinely so. What a concept. "Thanks," Harry said wonderingly, then felt the conversation was getting a bit too mushy. "Cheers, Malfoy. But I won't go easy on you in the next Quidditch game." "Git," Draco replied, throwing his quill at Harry's face and missing. It clattered softly against the floor, and then Draco had to retrieve it with a spell. "Brat. Pillock. Twat." They settled back into their work, but as Harry's hands got busy, his mind sank once more into the same gloomy cycle, despite his best efforts. He'd even had Fawkes in the plan, he thought determinedly. Of course, Fawkes hadn't come, had he? Even though it had worked with the salamander hut. Harry wondered what had gone wrong. Had he made a mistake by asking for help? Could Fawkes simply not hear him when Dumbledore didn't instruct it? But he had played to his. Harry tried to think positively, pushing aside the pessimistic voice nagging at the back of his mind. He had brought his broom, his luggage, and his cloak. He had timed everything perfectly. He was prepared, Merlin be damned. Yet, that scornful voice whispered on, sounding uncomfortably like Snape, suggesting he hadn't thought things through enough. As he unwrapped the box of chocolates, it clattered on top of the pile, his hands trembling at the thought. What if his backup plan needed a backup plan? The voice suggested he was living in willful ignorance. Just because Fawkes had saved him in the chamber during the last timeline and rescued him from the salamander hut, did he really think he could command it? Hubris, Snape's voice echoed in his mind. Pride. Arrogance. He hadn't even considered how to stop the snake from escaping if his plan failed, had he? Harry bit his thumbnail nervously as he prepared to read the next greeting on Draco's list. He hadn't researched how to make roosters crow either. Sure, he was an urban kid, but the Weasleys kept chickens. A quick conversation with Mrs. Weasley could have easily solved that problem without anyone being the wiser. He had planned ahead to prevent the sewers from collapsing. Well, the thought had crossed his mind in time, at least. It wasn't exactly ahead of schedule, but it wasn't late either. But the very idea that the chamber itself could be damaged, he couldn't be blamed for that, could he? And he had fixed it in the end. That had to count for something. Harry pressed his hand against his chest, coughing softly. It didn't help, the strange tightness continued to constrict his breathing. At least he hadn't dropped his wand. That was a solid plan he had. Yet, he ran his hand through his hair in frustration, realizing that not dropping his wand wasn't exactly something a wizard should boast about. That was Harry was wrestling with the fundamentals of combat and survival. He should have found better spells or something to help him. Not that anyone really knew of anything effective against basilisks, there was nothing in the research to indicate otherwise. Yet, he had faced a dragon before. Just one dragon, true, but he had also heard the crowd cheer for others battling dragons. If only he had his pensieve, he could have borrowed some strategies from Diggory, Fleur, or Crumb. He was doing his best on the pensieve front, but it was hard to put pressure on master enchanters in France, even if he were the boy who lived. A cold feeling twisted in his gut as Harry pondered where else he might find powerful spells. He was proficient at practical spell work, very good, in fact. His defense skills would already earn him a high NEWT. He was confident he could also pass a chance NEWT, despite missing his 7th year of school. But beyond the basics, he hadn't had much luck teaching himself spells outside of what others had already shown him. He had excelled at everything he'd learned from teachers, but learning new magic on his own? From books? In secret? He'd have to explore that idea, he thought with a frown. He had to start somewhere. Perhaps the restricted section, if he could sneak in without drawing attention. Surely, he could plan that well enough to succeed. All he needed was a little time alone. It was well past midday when Harry finally glanced at the clock. His small collection of presents hadn't shrunk visibly, but the piles of unwrapped gifts were certainly impressive. He blinked to refocus, and his eyes made a squishy sound as he did. They were sore. Stifling a sigh, Harry looked down at his lap, feeling apathetic. The bright colors that danced behind his eyes wavered slightly due to his lack of focus and the magical aura of Hogwarts Castle. He squinted, trying to sharpen his vision. Was he pushing himself too hard? Probably, but Harry knew he had to work harder. The following Tuesday, Draco finally set down his master list with a dignified nod, having shadowed Harry practically everywhere for the last few days. "Well done, Harry," he said, as if he had known him for ages. "You've handled the first part pretty well, considering it's your first time." "Wow, thanks," Harry replied, his sarcasm slipping through. "Great encouragement there. Good job managing this complex project." Draco seemed unfazed by the sarcasm. "I know. Your thanks are enough." Goodness knows where you'd be without me, after all. But at last, you've unwrapped everything. Great work. Now all you need to do is write thank you notes to everyone who sent you something. Harry raised his eyebrows politely, trying to ignore the ache in his backside from sitting on the stone floor for hours. Naturally. Is that all? He glanced skeptically at the 12 towering piles of gifts. I only have to write how many thank you notes. Draco fiddled with his roll of parchment, which pulled on his knees before slipping to the charms room floor. The rustling sound wasn't entirely intimidating. A little over 300, I should think. A worthwhile reception for your grand re-entry into the wizarding world, really. Harry's face paled. Over 300? Didn't I don't know, re-enter the wizarding world last year when I started Hogwarts? Draco waved him down dismissively. Well, you came back last year, certainly. But this year, you've really made your mark. That Quidditch match brought you to people's attention. You've been on the front page of the Prophet countless times, and you've even been interviewed by the Quibbler, haven't you? Although that might just be my misunderstanding. No interviews. HRM, Draco raised an eyebrow. I suspect my mother would recommend you gain more control over your representation in the media if that's the case. And did you know the Potter Spotter column was thinking of shutting down when you came back to school? But thanks to you, they found enough to argue about and decided to keep it running. Harry pulled his gaze away from the incredibly long list of names and focused on Draco, a sense of dawning dismay washing over him. Hang on, what's all this then? I mean, I've heard the term Potter Spotter before, but what is it exactly? You don't even know? Draco replied, an eyebrow raised. Harry flinched, feeling guilty as he remembered he had fallen back into some bad habits. He was reading all the major articles in the Daily Prophet these days, even the boring ones. It practically covered the first 3 pages. Of course, he wasn't reading the ads or opinion pieces. Oi, Vincent! Wake up! Draco called out. Vincent Crabbe stirred from his seat in the corner, staring at Draco with a blank expression. What? Tell Potter what the Potter Spotter thing is all about, Draco demanded imperiously. It seemed he called Vincent Potter when he was in trouble. Crabbe shifted his gaze toward Harry. It's the regular column, he explained slowly. For people who spot Potter. Harry had tried to avoid thinking about this too much, pushing it to the back of his mind, but now he had to face it. He clenched his fist tightly, the knuckles turning white. More precisely, people who think they've spotted Potter write in and share, Crabbe said. It used to be filled with lots of arguing and theories. Draco used to read it. They mostly report on Hogwarts rumors about you now. Harry shot an incredulous look at Draco, who had the decency to turn red and look away. You were my fan? No, Draco shook his head. Just, I used to keep an eye on you from afar. Make sure you were okay. But you didn't even know I was raised by muggles. I didn't say it was a very accurate column, Draco replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Did I? Draco replied defensively. You were all hidden away for your own protection and inaccessible to everyday wizards to keep you safe. I was doing my best. Are you quoting the Daily Prophet at me? Harry exclaimed, feeling a deep unease settle in. He desperately tried to change the subject. Then a thought struck him. Hang on, did this column run last time too? Excuse me? Did it run through? He hesitated, wanting to ask about his 3rd year and the Triwizard Cup, but the words caught in his throat. He realized he was alone in his experiences. No one knew he had come back in time. No one was there to help him. A wave of loneliness washed over him as he clutched his chest, trying to breathe easier, before forcing the thought away. It probably hadn't run, anyway. Draco had mentioned something about it almost ending. Never mind, Harry said, flexing his fingers. So, this letter-writing business then? Draco perked up. Indeed. I've done some research for you. At your age and with this volume, a dictaquil is just the thing to help you out. Harry hadn't even considered that he might have to handwrite them himself, and he sighed with relief now that the issue had been raised. Draco patted a small leather pouch on the seat next to him. Here's the parchment and envelopes you needed, specially ordered through Scrivenshaft. They're high-quality vellum, so you can write to just about anyone without worrying about damaging your reputation. Harry hadn't realized that was something he needed to worry about until now. Draco continued, I also asked for some recommendations on ink colors. They suggested a lovely maroon shade, and they'll give it to us for free, as long as you promise to write them a letter they can display in store. Harry added that task to his ever-growing to-do list and swallowed hard. Right. At Draco's impatient gaze, Harry took his place at a desk. Harry fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands on his knees. So, what am I writing here then? Dear Mrs. So-and-so. He reached for Draco's master list, ready to begin the dictaquil charm. Hold on. Hold on. Draco spluttered, alarmed. Has no one ever talked you through the different ways to address people around here? When to use madam, lady, or mistress? Or first names? What about for men? Or groups? Harry slowly pulled his hands back, a cold lump settling in his stomach. He grasped the front of his robes, just above his breastbone. His lips felt dry, so he licked them. No? You have, like, nobles here and stuff. Like lords and ladies, then? Draco waved his hands frantically. No. Why would we need a muggle monarch to ennoble us? Our ladies and gentlemen belong to the landed gentry, and only a very rare individual deserves a courtesy title like. He paused, exasperated. Never mind. What about letter styles? Letter formats? Modes of address for strangers, friends, acquaintances, business partners? At the very least, you know the difference between formal and informal language, right? Harry licked his lips again and gazed up at the ceiling. It was a nice ceiling, he noted. Beautiful dark wood beams stretched across it. He wondered absently if the house elves polished the beams too, or if that was something done by Flitwick. They looked stunning, even on a cloudy Scottish day. He had always liked the Charn's room. Looking down, he noticed a hangnail on his little finger. How have you lived this long, Potter? Draco exclaimed. Well, that was the question, wasn't it? Although Harry's survival didn't seem to have much to do with etiquette, he thought. As he refocused his gaze on Draco, he was surprised to see the poised blonde gripping his hair tightly and pulling. Small tufts of soft, fine hair stuck up at odd angles from within Draco's fists, quivering with every movement of his head. It was the least controlled Harry had ever seen him, aside from during the Battle of Hogwarts, of course. I don't. Draco muttered. Merlin's beard, I don't even know where to start. He seemed to fixate on a spot on the wooden desk before suddenly glaring at Harry's right shoulder. My mother, he murmured, causing Harry's dismay to rise. I'll simply have to owl my mother. Adrenaline surged through Harry again as the implications of this choice began to sink in. It wasn't that he didn't trust Mrs. Malfoy, Madame Malfoy, Narcissa, whatever he was supposed to call her. It wasn't even about whether he liked her or not. In a couple of years, Lord Voldemort would be living in her house, and Harry didn't want her knowing too much about him. Not to mention, Draco was becoming a kind of friend, and Harry didn't want anyone getting into trouble. Draco continued talking. There are whole generations of information passed down by word of mouth, and without an official, established source, your chances are practically infinitesimal that. Harry accidentally hit the desk in front of him, then paused. Wait. What now? Draco snapped. Wait. A thought flickered just out of his grasp, but he could feel it almost there, something that might help him escape this situation unscathed, and perhaps calm Draco down a bit. There's almost got it, the library. Harry exclaimed triumphantly. Excuse me. Draco shot him a mildly insulting gaze, full of disbelief and skepticism. Those books in the library will help, Harry replied, grinning, undeterred. You don't. Got it. The Hogwarts library is amazing. I'll be right back. Harry turned and walked back into the Charms classroom, where his gifts still sat in piles, almost 30 minutes later. Draco trailed behind him, sulking. The weather was still terrible, and the classroom felt chilly, but Harry's mood had lifted significantly. I still don't get why we had to go on an urgent walk to the library, Draco complained. You didn't even talk to Madame Pince. You just did some spell work. Did you see her scowl at you? I thought you'd be thrown out. And you went through a bunch of shells without even explaining what you found. What was the point of that long walk, after all this? Harry shot a glare at the blonde boy who had been following him for the past 20 minutes. He sighed as Draco dramatically threw himself into the seat he had just vacated, tossing a green leather book with gold calligraphy onto the desk. It landed with a thud. It was heavier than it looked. Here you go. I knew I'd find something. Essential Etiquette for Affluent Witches and Wizards by Cornelia Crumplebottom. And this is all you got? Draco asked, reaching out curiously and flipping the book over in his hands. Its cover looks promising, at any rate. You think this will help, then, Harry? Draco was back to being his usual self again, which Harry took as a good sign. He plopped down in the seat next to Draco and lazily leaned over the desk. Take a look at the index. It starts from the basics, then has a section on titles and... He waved his hand sluggishly, letting his voice trail off. You know, all the things you mentioned. I forgot some, but I think they're in there. You think? Draco scoffed, but he began to browse the index carefully, his finger gliding down the page with meticulous attention. You know, Harry, you can be a bit dim sometimes. Harry raised his eyebrows. But this time, I think you've really outdone yourself. Here, have a read of this to start with. Harry shuffled over at the instruction of his classmate and then to the task. Right, he said a few hours later. I've read the book, taken your notes, since you insisted, and gathered all the stationery you think I'll need. Can I start now? Draco rolled his eyes. For someone who received a rather large favor, you're not very grateful, are you? Harry choked on his words. Look, I don't mean to seem ungrateful. You've taught me an awful lot that I never knew I needed to know, and I really do appreciate the time and effort you've put into helping me with. He gestured aimlessly at the looming pile of presents. Draco slapped him lightly on the shoulder. Don't take yourself too seriously, Harry. It's okay. Although we'll never mention this where other Slytherins might hear us, all right. Sure. To the uninformed masses, Draco continued, I have taken extreme actions to eradicate you as a rival on the Quidditch pitch. Now that my cunning plot has failed, I'm wrangling my way into your good graces so that I can take advantage of your future power and fame. He grinned. It's best to do it while you're young. Right. But I'm sure you knew that. Now, hurry up. Hang on a minute. What now? Draco asked warily. But he was too self-conscious this time. Instead of looking at Draco, Harry stared up at the window of the Charms room, where a large screech owl hovered majestically. I think I've got post, Harry mumbled, jumping up to let the owl in. Soon, he smiled. What? Never you mind, Harry beamed, suddenly feeling as light and joyous as a kitten in spring. He uncrushed the letter from where it had been pressed against his chest and carefully flattened it out. Then he slipped it into his breast pocket. Everything's wonderful. Harry arrived at Diagon Alley, and the anticipation surged within him. His plans were finally coming to fruition, and his future was at stake. He could hardly contain his excitement. However, to his dismay, Draco was never far from him over the following week. The Slytherin, accompanied by his two loyal yet silent sidekicks, insisted that Harry hastily complete his thank-you notes. They followed him everywhere, from just outside the fat lady's portrait to dinner and even to the loo. Give me some space, Harry exclaimed in frustration. You don't actually need to watch me pee, do you? Sorry, Draco murmured, stepping back as Harry adjusted his robe. But you might disappear again. I finally got you leaving Gryffindor Tower at a reasonable time, so we should make the most of the daylight hours. It's bad form to delay thank you notes, you know? You really should finish them before Sunday. Since disappearing was precisely on Harry's mind, he found himself at a loss for words and soon felt himself being pulled back to the parchment and ink. What time does Diagon Alley close? He wondered aloud. Well, during this time of year, it varies a bit depending on the day, but wait. Are you planning to go to Diagon? We're not allowed out of the castle until we're third years, Draco complained. Do you know how to sneak out? Are you going to the shops? Can you take me with you? How are you going to get to London? Nope, no, sorry, Harry quickly replied. I was just thinking about maybe having some free time after dinner tonight. He asked hopefully. Draco scowled at the names still unticked on his list. Not until you finish your notes, he insisted firmly, reminding Harry of Hermione's stern attitude towards studying. And don't you dare slack off. This is important, Harry. Stifling the urge to chuckle at the similarity in their tones, Harry bent his head to focus and began to plan his great escape. Chapter 20, Anticipation and Satisfaction. Amidst the flurry of letter writing on Harry's behalf, he and his new friends found time for some intriguing conversations. On New Year's Eve, Harry learned from Draco that British wizards commonly celebrate it as Hogmanay, a tradition steeped in meaning beyond merely welcoming the new year. Draco explained that it has ties to both the winter solstice and Samhain, making it a much more traditional celebration for wizards than all these modern Christian customs, which are still an important addition to wizarding culture. So it's just New Year's Eve, but with a different name? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Of course not. Draco replied, his tone filled with conviction. He had strong opinions about the proper appreciation of wizarding culture. The feasting, drinking, and gift-giving are all very nice, but unlike Christmas, Hogmanay connects us to the magic of the land. It binds the people to their place and, of course, brings luck. Of course, Harry echoed, trying to keep up. Draco rolled his eyes. It's the first footing, you muggle. The jab was more playful than harsh. Visiting begins after midnight, and you bring gifts like symbols of salt for friendship, coal for warmth, and spirits for good cheer. You receive food in return. It's all very symbolic and meaningful. And the saying is also. You know what? Find yourself another book in the library. I can't be held responsible for telling you everything. Though it took him some time, as he was preoccupied with thoughts of reaching his pensive, Harry eventually realized that Hogmanay might be his opportunity to retrieve his treasure. Once that idea took root, he made his way to the library for a quiet, solitary read. What were these traditions, after all? It took a little while, but he finally found the right section. A hefty red book slipped off the shelf and landed heavily in his lap. Dust billowed out as Harry cautiously cracked the spine, revealing a slight grey film that had settled over the years. Harry coated his fingertips with anticipation as he eagerly ran his finger down the index. He flipped through the yellowed pages with excitement. This might be it, his way out. Diagon Alley probably wouldn't be open at midnight, but the visiting hours that followed sounded like they could last for a while. The flu connections from pub to pub might be available all night too. With those, Harry could slip into London and back as the shops opened, completely unnoticed. That was, of course, assuming he could get out of Hogwarts. He pursed his lips, contemplating the challenge. Even in his invisibility cloak, Draco could find him once he opened the fat lady's portrait. He never knew how early Draco would be waiting. Harry reasoned he needed to get out and back again while making it look like he had simply slept in. Without using the fat lady's portrait, he couldn't access any of the secret passages. Harry tapped the tome thoughtfully. There had to be a way out of the tower without relying on them. After all, he was a descendant of the Marauders. Surely all it would take was some motivation. Right now, that was Harry's greatest strength. Nerves tingling and easily distracted, he felt that strange pressure in his chest as he waited for Hermione to begin. He was determined to retrieve his pensive. Harry was sure his arms were trembling, even if it didn't show. A thrumming tension traveled through his nerves. Almost. When January 1st arrived, he got up at 6:30, well before Scotland's true dawn. It felt like the perfect start to his plan. However, Harry quickly discovered that motivation alone wasn't enough to get him out of the tower. He needed creativity too. Unsurprisingly, he learned that previous generations of students, he briefly wondered if one of them had been his father, had attempted to sneak out of the dormitory windows using broomsticks, and teachers had clearly taken measures to stop them. There were spells, Harry found, that prevented such escapes. Harry peered out of the tower window, cracking the catch just enough to force the frame open. He could easily poke a finger through the gap and even get his head out, but when he tossed a small pebble at the opening, it bounced off an invisible barrier and landed with a smug rattle against his shoe. Determined, he climbed onto the window ledge, attempting to tip his whole body out. However, as he hitched his knee up onto the windowsill, his forehead pressed against something stretchy yet solid. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, he thought, as his head pushed forward only to be gently repelled back. It felt a bit like being wrapped in Aunt Petunia's plastic wrap, cool, soft, and slightly stretchy. Unfortunately, it was enough to stop him from escaping the dorm. Frustrated, Harry dropped back down from the windowsill with heavy footsteps and stepped away from the wall. He surveyed the familiar room with a critical eye. He had never attempted anything unusual in this space before, and from this new perspective, it appeared both larger and smaller, cluttered yet beloved, and somehow more magical than his everyday life suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Harry spun his wand in his hand. "Oculusio," he murmured. He had to be careful. Mr. Weasley had warned him about the ambient magic within Hogwarts. As he cast the spell, it blossomed in his eyes, slowly gaining strength as he adjusted its intensity. Then he wondered if Mr. Weasley was even supposed to teach him Oculusio. But as he gazed at Hogwarts through the lens of the spell for the first time, he saw the intricate weave of magic that enveloped the room. Light radiated everywhere. Hogwarts was awash with magic, layers and layers of delicate threads intertwining. Colors shimmered, some glowed, while others flickered with a barely there light. Harry realized that Hogwarts Castle thrummed with living magic, seeping through her very walls, delicate tracings of enchantment everywhere he looked. Colors danced across the walls, weaving through the stonework. The bare stone of the boys' dorm was the most beautiful sight Harry had ever encountered. He paused for a moment, savoring the sheer delight of it. As the moment passed, he remembered to breathe and shifted his gaze to the high Gothic windows. Unlike the stone walls, which were imbued with slow, steady magic and lasting enchantments, the wards around the windows fizzled and hissed like a living creature. Harry rationalized that it was likely the wards causing the commotion, rather than the glass itself. Magic pooled around the window ledges like spilled milk, while the glass was adorned with intricate weaves resembling spiderwebs, snowflakes, and delicate gossamer threads. Curious, Harry poked at the translucent barrier with his wand, watching the magic waver before his eyes. He figured that with a little focus, he could probably break the charm on the window and escape. Using the seeing spell had become easier for him, especially after casting it on so many gifts. But this time, he noticed a new tendril woven into the magic, a blue strand that he suspected might be an alarm. He decided to steer clear of it, just to be safe. Frustration bubbled up inside him. What was the point of marveling at the magnificence of a window charm if he couldn't break it to sneak out? Harry stepped back from the window, scowling. There had to be a secret way out of the dorm. For a fleeting moment, he wished he could access the room of requirement from here, but he knew the passageways only opened if you started from the 7th floor. He rolled his eyes. It was easy to come up with ideas, but somehow he still struggled to put his plans into action. When he glanced up, still under the influence of the seeing spell, a small, bright glow at the highest point of the wall caught his attention. Harry blinked in surprise. There, embedded in the stone, was a tiny window, barely a window at all, really. It was a small circle, not even a foot in diameter. He had never given it a second thought before, but now, as he recalled, To his surprise, Harry realized this was the owl window for delivering post in the dorm, a special little gap in the stone walls that post owls could fly through. Not entirely uncharmed, he noticed the colors still sparkled in his eyes, but it was barely protected, which might be good enough. He squinted up at the tiny window, contemplating its significance. The cold draft from the nearby window ruffled his hair, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine, snow, and dawn. He shivered, feeling his mind sharpen with alertness. Harry observed that the owl window was far too small for a student to pass through. In fact, from his vantage point a few feet away from the base of the wall, he couldn't even see the sky through the stone frame, it was that small. Owls had to retract their wings to squeeze through it. It was practically invisible to students, easily overlooked, which likely explained why it was less protected. He stepped beneath the promising little gap and craned his neck to look up. Unlike the other windows in the room, this one was way out of reach. It wasn't meant for light, but for entry. Harry pursed his lips, taking stock of his belongings. In one hand, he held the smooth, worn wood of his broomstick handle, and in the other, his holly wand. His trusty school trunk bobbed obediently behind him, but with this new plan, the sizes wouldn't work. He took a moment to reorganize himself, putting some things into the trunk to leave behind while pulling out others. Then, Harry licked his lips once and carefully raised his wand. He fixed his gaze on the little window, eyebrows scrunched in intense focus. He'd never attempted full-body transfiguration before, not even with a simple charm like this. A frisson of tension tingled down his spine. Taking a deep breath in, he slowly exhaled, allowing his shoulders to relax. "Reducio," Harry whispered. He murmured the incantation and felt his body begin to shrink. For a moment, pain fled in his shoulders and hips. Then, colors surged across his vision in waves, tilting as if the world had turned into a kaleidoscope and he was tumbling through it. Layers of reds, blues, and golds washed over his eyes. Harry was drowning in a torrent of pure magic. A riot of color danced before him, the walls of Hogwarts flared with enchantment, but Harry's gaze was drawn deeper into the vibrant hues of his own power, alive and surging through his mind. Magic roared across his vision, pooling in his thoughts, stretching and raging against his sight. Something shifted behind his eyelids, a small expansion in a place he didn't think could stretch. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, his throat tightened, and his palms turned clammy with sweat. He felt a disconnection from his body, his limbs felt shorter, the expected pain intensified, but there was something more. Dismay washed over him as he realized he had cast magic on himself while the occlumency spell was still active. Arthur Weasley's warning echoed in his mind, Mediwitches couldn't do much for blindness caused by magic itself. A chill raced down his spine, freezing him in place. Colors flared anew, revealing spots in hues and shades he couldn't recognize. A small voice inside screamed, "Stop, stop, stop!" His wand twitched, and with another surge, a maelstrom of magical color unlike anything he'd ever imagined erupted, halting the shrinking process. Gasping, Harry felt his heartbeat pounding in his ears, as urgent as it had been when he faced the giant snake. His chest heaved with short, desperate breaths, and pain stabbed through his forehead. He blinked in a daze, his vision wavering. Sometimes all he could see were the bright weaves of magic, sometimes the cold stone, and at times, nothing at all. Harry closed his eyes, waiting for the dizziness to pass. He fought to return to that still pool of occlumency, seeking silence and peace amidst the chaos. His body resisted, magical surges racing through him. Harry felt hypersensitive to them, like tiny shocks or sparks pushing against the inside of his skin. A tingling sensation appeared above his lip. Still blind, he dabbed it with the back of his hand. It tasted like salt and rust, and the smell was unmistakably blood. Dizziness washed over him, and his brain felt exhausted. There was a familiar overstretched sensation he couldn't quite place. He fought to regain his center, reaching deep within himself to quiet the chaos. Gradually, his magic calmed, settled. His panic slowed, then stilled completely. With his eyes closed, Harry waited for the overwhelming feeling of being lost at sea to fade. The drip of blood from his nose slowed and stopped, while flashes of light and darkness danced across the backs of his eyelids before fading into the familiar soft darkness of his own skin. The roaring in his head subsided, and his gasping breath softened. Harry's heartbeat returned to its normal rhythm, and the ringing in his ears became manageable. He felt the solid ground beneath his feet. Cautiously, he blinked open one eye and glanced down at his body and the wand in his hand. There was light, normal light from the Hogwarts lamps and the early morning grey. Through the remnants of his headache, Harry took stock of his situation. He could still see, which was a good sign. He had shrunk, which meant the spells had worked as he intended. With his smaller hands, the broomstick in his left felt slightly rougher than before, the grains of its handle more pronounced. He opened his other eye, paused, and took a deep breath. He was fine. After the chaos and panic, Harry stumbled backward to his bed, needing a moment to perch there and feel the rough texture of the blankets beneath his fingertips. His feet grounded him firmly on the floor. The familiar scent of his own body mingled with the dust from his bed hangings, the crisp aroma of morning snow, and his own sweat, all drifting around him as he slowly began to regain his composure. Harry began to regain faith in his own body. He took a sniff, dragging his hand under his nose, and noticed it came back streaked with rusty brown. Had his nosebleed finally stopped? He sniffed again, this time more cautiously. Nothing felt broken, at least. He dared to hope he was fine. Rolling his shoulders, he forced himself to exhale the tension and relax. Even so, it took Harry a moment longer to gather his nerves. He felt his way with his palms as he leaned over to grab a chocolate frog, patting himself down until the tremors in his hands subsided. But the pensive and the plan had to continue. When he finally pushed himself up to his feet, his muscles still soft and protesting, he took a brief moment to compare himself to the broom in his hand. It stood firm to his left, pressing against the floor like a trusty walking stick. The warmth of it would seem to stabilize him in the unpredictable world around him. Leaning his weight against the familiar shape of the broomstick, Harry noted with satisfaction that he had diminished exactly as much as he intended. He adjusted his posture, stepping away from the solidity of the broomstick to stand on his own 2 feet once more. The floor no longer felt like a rolling sea beneath him, and he was grateful, with his legs feeling as soft as they did. He couldn't handle much of a challenge. He shrugged his shoulders firmly, once, twice, thrice, before taking up a stance beneath the small window again. Time was short, and he had been called stubborn before. After one last quick glance at the owl entrance, Harry extended the shrinking charm a little further, this time with his eyes closed and no other spells active. His hypersensitive body felt the magic wash over him, and Harry fought for more control than he had ever needed before. Slower, he reminded himself, and his magic unfurled with a finesse he had never experienced, just as much as he needed and not a bit more. The surging, tingling pain within his muscles began to subside. The burning sensation of hypersensitivity diminished until it reached a manageable level. Harry held on for a long moment as his muscles contracted and his bones adjusted, each shift happening slowly, millimeter by millimeter. With a silent twist of his wrist, he ended the spell and recast the Oculusio. Climbing onto his suddenly oversized broomstick, he rose gently toward the height of the exit. Despite his racing heart, everything felt fine. It was just Harry's overactive mind that made him feel off balance. The sudden normalcy following such intense magic left him momentarily disoriented. As his feet lifted off the ground, he found his balance on the broom. Years of practice helped him regain equilibrium, aligning his mind with the movements of his body. He settled his weight into the cushioning charms and drifted upward, perfectly steady. The small window glowed invitingly above him. He reached it quickly, his body hovering just below the dormitory ceiling. A few spiders scuttled across the walls, tiny dark spots against the magic that surrounded them. Light as a feather, Harry glided forward on his broomstick until he could extend one small hand to touch the shimmering surface of the window. The Oculusio revealed the intricate charms woven in gentle hues of yellow and orange, indicating there was nothing to stop a small human from passing through. Carefully, Harry inched forward, his feet lifted behind him and curled up as he tilted his torso to duck through the small frame. With barely a whisper, his tail twigs brushed against the window's edge, and he finished the sight spell as he sat up. A quick ingorgio later, and a normal-sized Harry was gliding down toward Hogsmeade, ready to join the early morning revelers, his mind clearing rapidly amidst the bustle of bodies jostling around him. Harry navigated through the pubs and bars of Hogsmeade, where one more figure would hardly stand out. He hoped to make it back before Draco noticed his absence, but regardless, no one would know where he had gone. Harry had made the journey from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade more times than he could count, but sneaking out alone on New Year's Day before 7 o'clock in the morning was a new experience. Fortunately, the weather had calmed from the overwhelming snowstorm that had blanketed the castle in white for the past fortnight. As he soared through the crisp morning air, a serene post-storm peace enveloped the Highlands. His jitters subsided, the adrenaline of earlier moments fading away, just as it always did when he was on his broom. However, he soon became aware of his nose beginning to throb from the cold. Rubbing it with his gloved hands, he flew silently through the main gate of Hogwarts, turning down the hill toward the train station and heading in the direction of Hogsmeade. The wind was predictably chilly, and it didn't take long for the morning temperatures to strip away the warmth from his body. He briefly regretted not wearing his Quidditch gear before taking to the skies. Wizarding winter wear and heavy cloaks were fine until a blast of icy air swept down your collar, chilling you to the bone. He slowed his pace, taking a moment to regain his balance and allow his body to adjust to the cold. As dawn broke, Harry's gaze wandered. The shadow of the forest loomed over the road, and the drifts of snow were piled high under low branches. Above, the trees were dusted like a blanket with snow. The road itself lay unmarked, untouched by footsteps or carriage wheels, promising a pristine white when the sun finally rose. For now, Harry's path was dim in the early morning light. Despite the sky gradually turning grey and a few early birds calling out, the shadows near the forest remained heavy and dark as he flew through them. Like a silent shadow, Harry absorbed the peace around him, breathing in the calm. He knew the Great Lake was much longer than it was wide, with Hogwarts Castle standing tall on one side and the village below on the other. As he flew closer, he caught glimpses of the dark water peeking through the trees as they began to thin out. Snatches of dull silver glimmered on the lake's surface, where the deep waters caught the first light of dawn. Nearer to him, the water appeared darker and still, while the ice along the shoreline cracked softly as the temperature gradually rose with the coming day. Harry reveled in the surreal feeling of the cold, empty air. He soon flew past the dark train station, unnoticed, and shortly thereafter landed in the shadow of a Hogsmeade house on the edge of the village. It was a private residence belonging to someone he didn't know, and he hadn't intended to start walking just yet. But to his surprise, though he shouldn't have been surprised, many of the buildings were aglow with cheerful light, and the snowy road was already marked with numerous footprints. The early morning peace was interrupted by cheerful voices and snippets of song. The first footing, Harry recalled with a sense of wonder. And perhaps the seining too, judging by the sounds coming from a street or two over. Pulling his hood up to warm his freezing ears, Harry quickly headed toward his destination. It took only a few minutes to weave through the early morning revelers, who greeted him boisterously from their little huddles in the streets. He passed groups of people wrapped in warm robes, making their way into houses, while others gathered under the gaslights, warming themselves with drinks and laughter. Pushing through the crowd, Harry made his way to the Three Broomsticks, where he was astonished to find a group of older students celebrating in the warmth and light of the pub. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the lively atmosphere. Harry noticed a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces gathered around the warm wood fire. Outside, a few people were lingering, and he recognized at least one student, a figure smoking a pipe. But it was inside where the lively crowd truly thrived, with seniors laughing and raising their tankards in cheer. He quickly stepped into the shadow of the fireplace, pulling his hood tighter around his head. Some of these older students would definitely know he wasn't supposed to be there. That dark-haired boy with what looked like fire whiskey was unmistakably the head boy. Beside him was a Ravenclaw prefect, and as Harry scanned the crowd near the bar, he realized it seemed like half the Kettleburn Club was gathered by the dartboard, clearly having a party with far more alcohol than their professors would approve of. He couldn't help but wonder what Bill Weasley had gotten up to in school that had escaped his mother's notice. Amused, Harry heard a loud burst of laughter from deeper within the room. He swore he recognized the nasal voice of that Pritchard guy, guffawing pretentiously with friends. In no time, Harry tossed some flue powder into the fire and stepped out of the hearth at Tom's leaky cauldron. Emerging from the green flames, he nodded and smiled at Tom, who was too busy to notice him amidst the crowd of people mingling in the pub. The Hogmanay celebrations were in full swing at the leaky cauldron, although to Harry's untrained eye, it seemed more like an excuse to drink than a traditional celebration. He pushed his way through the smoky room and made his way to the brick wall beyond, heading toward Diagon Alley just as the shops were about to open at 7. The alley was surprisingly quiet, with the usual morning pedestrians and workers still recovering from all-night parties that seemed to be winding down. His footsteps crunched through the fresh snow, and he spotted one or two figures wrapped up against the cold, wandering the street. Outside the shops, people were busy sweeping away the snow and clearing the cobblestones, but Harry walked past them without stopping. He had only one thing on his mind. 10 minutes before the store opened, he found himself standing outside Wiseacre's wizarding equipment shop. To keep warm, he crossed his arms and stamped his feet while he watched a dark figure inside shuffle around, presumably preparing for the day. Harry waited impatiently, often breathing into his hands, until he heard the familiar click of the door unlocking. Fortunately, his warm winter cloak had kept most of the snow off him, and when he pulled his deep hood up, he managed to conceal his face. "Morning," the little old shopkeeper greeted, his nose a cheerful shade of red, as Harry stepped inside, shaking the snow off his shoes. "What can I do for you today, sir?" "I'm here to pick up my pensive," Harry replied. "I got your letter a while back saying it had come in." "Pensive?" The old man stared as the door swung shut with a cheerful tinkle of bells. He squinted toward Harry's hood. "Are you Mr. Potter then? You're looking a bit different from the last time I saw you. What's been happening to you, eh?" "Mr. Potter," Harry confirmed. "It's been a busy couple of years." He sniffed curiously at a strange smell drifting through the shop. The cluttered space was filled with a faint, unusual scent of juniper-scented smoke lingering in the air. Was it part of the seining, he wondered? Or perhaps some other Hogmanay ritual? "You're looking very dapper," the shopkeeper continued. "And you sure you're not related to Harry Potter? You look like the right age now that I look at you closely." "Nope," Harry replied a bit too quickly. He stepped back and tugged his hood further forward, feeling nervous. "I know I'm a bit short, but I'm 19, I promise." He wasn't lying, he reassured himself. He was mentally 19, even if his body didn't quite match up. Harry felt a surge of confidence as he smiled at the shopkeeper, relieved to avoid an early encounter with a fan of the boy who lived. The man raised an eyebrow, but then, thankfully, shifted the conversation. Harry wondered if the little old man had perhaps attended a Hogmanay gathering and returned to work a bit tipsy. "Yes, well, your little beauty arrived some time ago. I thought you'd be here earlier." "Just let me go fetch it," the shopkeeper said, pottering off into a back room. Moments later, he returned, hands full of a hefty burden. "Here we go." He gently placed the weight down on the countertop and unwrapped the brown paper with a breathy sigh of wonder. "Ah. There you are. Exquisite. Just look at that roomwork, the polish, the shine. This is a masterwork, I tell you, and no mistake." "Hey," Harry breathed, leaning over to gaze at his new purchase with eagerness. The pale stone gleamed in the shop's low light, and he reached out a trembling finger to glide it softly along the smooth, perfect curve. "It's beautiful." His eyes lingered on the bowl's perfection. It held such fascination, promise, and possibility. The shopkeeper nodded wisely. "Perfect for every cherished memory. We at Wiseacre's wizarding equipment exist to satisfy your every equipment need. Telescopes, scales, orreries." "Yes, thanks," Harry interrupted, having heard the spiel before. It didn't work on him. "And files, furniture, mirrors, sickles, knives, baskets, bookshelves, pensives, and more," the man concluded triumphantly. Harry noted how the spiel had evolved over time. "How much do I owe you?" Harry asked. "After your deposit?" 108 galleons, 14 sickles, and 3 nuts remaining, including the international delivery fee. Right. Harry began counting out the money from his moleskin pouch, placing it in neat piles on the counter. Now, how are you getting this beauty back home? The man inquired cheerfully. You know how to use it, of course. Harry tugged at a pouch enhanced with an undetectable extension charm and opened it with a flex of his muscles. In just a brief moment, while the old shopkeeper looked on curiously, he maneuvered the pensive into the enchanted space without any assistance, securing it snugly. All he needed to do now was transfer it back into his trunk, and he'd be free and clear. Harry couldn't wait. Couldn't help you at all with that myself, of course, the shopkeeper continued as Harry turned to leave. Harry's eye twitched, and his footsteps halted. Of course? Of course you do. The little old shopkeeper leaned unsteadily against the counter, absurdly tapping a finger against the side of his nose. Of course you do. Harry's eyes flickered. That's right. Of course I do. I know all about them. The Theta, the spell for memory extraction. Ooh, it's a spell, is it? Well, what do you know? It'd be bloody awful trying to find someone to tell you how to use these things if you didn't already know. Damn rare, they are. Lucky you're all sorted then, aye? Yeah, Harry nodded blankly. Right. Of course. He left the shop with a strange, solid feeling in his stomach and a tightness in his chest. As he walked back through Hogsmeade around daybreak, or so he assumed since the sun was hidden behind the clouds, it was bright enough for the locals to be out on the streets, not just for partying. The roads were busier, and shop doors chimed with customers. As he paced quickly, Harry wasn't quite sure how he felt. After all, he had been waiting for months for his pensive to arrive. Now, finally, he could compare both his timelines and make more informed decisions. He could see what lay ahead, and he hoped he could cut through the confusion. Harry reflected on the amount of revision he needed to do. If he could just review the facts he had already learned and revisit the books he had read, maybe he could make sense of everything. The anticipation was incredible, but as he stepped out of the Three Broomsticks and into the bustling street, he had to admit that perhaps the pensive wouldn't be the miracle solution he had hoped for. A familiar coldness settled in his stomach, a solid, heavy lump that hinted at bad things to come. He protectively placed his left hand over his belly as he navigated through the crowd, torn between optimism and pessimism. Was it worry he was grappling with? Foreboding? Just plain uncertainty? He wasn't quite sure. Lost in thought, Harry walked until he reached the end of the main street by the Great Lake. He noticed that a group of Hogwarts students had broken up, and now a few of them were gathered near the shoreline, throwing rocks to break the ice. He watched them fondly, feeling a pang of envy for their carefree nature. They had no worries about war, prophecy, or death. Their loud, cheerful voices carried on the wind, and suddenly, Harry felt a deep jealousy for their joyful oblivion. Hadn't their parents warned them that Voldemort might return? Didn't they know about the orphans clinging to hope? How could they indulge in such simple fun while he was stuck planning to save Britain during his holidays? When was the last time he had laughed with such innocence? He stamped his feet, trying to shake off the heavy thoughts. It wasn't their fault they were sheltered. Determined to be cheerful, Harry pulled his gloved hands out of his pockets and cupped them before his mouth, hoping a few puffs of warm air would help. Draco would be back in the castle, probably whining for him if he was awake. There would be good food and cheerful house elves waiting in the kitchens. There was no reason to linger. It was cold outside, and the sooner he got back to Hogwarts, the sooner he'd be warm. His grand plans awaited him. He stamped his legs and picked up the pace. Harry needed a hot bath, maybe even 3. All his hopes for those plans could finally come together. Chapter 21, Lies of Convenience. Even after returning to the castle and warming up, Harry's mood didn't improve. He was busy trying to organize his latest purchase, which quickly turned into a mission to sort out his trunk compartments. He had barely snuck back into the boys' dormitory when he was bombarded by owl after owl. They hooted annoyingly every time he peeked out of the trunk, calling out relentlessly and occasionally attempting to fly into whichever compartment he happened to occupy. One of them had wickedly long claws. Above all else, Harry wanted to keep his pensive safe from damage or dirt, and the constant threats to its safety left him simmering with a mix of fondness and frustration. Malfoy was at it again, sending messages to pester him, and Harry really didn't want to waste time catering to his whims. Admittedly, the weather was perfect for a midwinter Quidditch game, but he had other priorities. When the fifth owl flew straight at his face to peck at his glasses, Harry threw his arms up in exasperation. Fine then, he scowled. Young Master Malfoy must be satisfied, apparently. He took the letter from the latest messenger and told it to wait. Skimming the letter, he muttered to himself, "Hope you're not trying to avoid me, yada, 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 better not have snuck out without inviting me, blah, blah, whatever." Harry summoned a quill and scribbled a response on the back of the parchment. "No particular thanks for waking me up," he wrote messily. "I'm not feeling great and plan to sleep all day today to get over it." He felt no guilt about lying to Draco. He had learned that selective truths were part and parcel of dealing with Slytherins. He added, "Please pass on my apologies if I don't make it to dinner." With his excuses made, Harry returned to his task, finally positioning the pensive in pride of place in the center of his library space. Stepping back, he admired his work. Harry stretched his spine, feeling a soft click as his muscles eased. Not bad, he mused, surveying the room with a critical eye. The 2-foot-wide basin rested flat on the ground, resembling an elegant fire pit. A little more to the left, perhaps. Returning to his knees, he dug his toes into the floor and pushed. Straining his muscles, Harry slowly nudged the heavy stone basin a bit to the left. When it seemed too far, he pushed it back to the right. Clicking his neck, he rocked back on his heels to evaluate his work. The pensive was free of dust and looked quite dignified, positioned in the center of the uncarpeted floor. Subtle runes adorned the bowl, and shadows danced over the delicate carvings. The whole effect exuded dignity and solemnity. Filled with buoyancy and pride, Harry admired the beautiful work of art that was now his. He took the opportunity to pace around it slowly. In the dim light of his trunk compartment, the pensive was magnificent from every angle. He ran his hands through his hair. "Incredible," he whispered. He finally owned it, at last. After brushing his hair and taking a moment to polish his wand to a gleaming finish, Harry felt confident that he wasn't stressed or worried about using the pensive at all. His hands were firm and steady. If it seemed unusual that he was putting so much effort into his hair and wand maintenance, well, it was about time, wasn't it? He sat cross-legged on the floor of his compartment until his hair stopped catching on the comb and his wand no longer left brown streaks on the pure white linen he wiped it with. He was calm and collected. Then, he set his things aside and leaned forward over the pensive, rubbing his hands roughly against his knees. This was the moment of truth. Carefully, Harry picked up his gleaming wand and turned it gently in his hand. "I can give it a go now," he encouraged himself. There was no reason to wait. Positively. After all, trying it out was only natural. As he edged closer to the basin, Harry rose to his knees and gazed at the object before him, feeling a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. It looked right. The stone basin seemed functional, adorned with runes that promised to make it work. Everything about it was professional and enchanted, guaranteed quality. And here he was, wand in hand, ready for memory extraction. He recalled watching this done many times before, by Snape and Slughorn. And Dumbledore? Had they used the pensive together? The memory eluded him. But it seemed easy enough. Slowly, he unclenched his fists and raised his wand to ear height, hesitating just for a moment before pointing the tip toward his own head. He exhaled slowly, but the tension remained. Focusing intently, Harry summoned a strong memory. The horrific moment when Cedric was killed in the graveyard, that would do. It was one of his worst memories, lingering even after everything that had happened. The flashes of recollection still haunted him in the moments between sleeping and waking. He couldn't wait to rid himself of it. His wand hovered just above his ear as he concentrated. But then he hesitated. Hermione would start with something less significant, just to be safe. That was the mature approach, after all. Harry took a moment to reflect, eventually recalling a memory from Dudley's 11th birthday, when they all piled into the car. He remembered the heat, Dudley's smug expression, the sour smell of Pierre's breath, and that flailing arm that had somehow jabbed his kidney. Just thinking about it made Harry's eyebrows crinkle. In case something went wrong, he wouldn't mind losing that memory. With renewed determination, he brought his wand back to his head and concentrated on moving the memory. Harry closed his eyes, opened them again, and scrunched them shut once more. The pressure of his knees digging into the floor reminded him of the task at hand. He bit his lip, feeling the weight of the moment. Harry had never seen anyone say anything about this before. Maybe all it would take was a little intent and a magical push. He was halfway into an occlumency trance, breathing slowly as his body worked. He prodded around in his mind for a moment to get the memory moving, then began to draw his wand away from his head, focusing intently. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something silvery and bright stretching between his head and the tip of his wand, a dazzling silver thread. Then, he felt an almost audible snap. The memory surged back into his mind, bouncing around violently, and he felt as if his eyes had been bruised. A headache washed over him, and strange colors danced before his vision for a moment. On top of the mistakes from that morning, it was more than he could handle. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and a wave of pain crashed through his head, accompanied by a flash of indescribable colors. When he blinked, he realized the room wasn't exactly spinning. His ears rang, his balance was gone, and the painful pressure on his knees made him aware that he was leaning helplessly to the left. Tilting, toppling. His left arm shot out to catch himself, and with furious concentration, he righted himself. Harry took a few deep breaths, mind over matter. After all, a small setback like this couldn't stop him. He steadied himself and tried again. This time, he was careful to maintain his focus as he saw evidence of his success. Wand to temple, eyes closed, mind still. With infinite patience, he concentrated and held his breath. Slowly, he pulled a trembling silver string from his skull. It stretched and quivered in the air. Finally, with his arm fully extended, he turned his head to see a coil of silver curled loosely around the tip of his wand. He had done it. Now, what was next? Harry stared at the tip of his wand trembled with a mix of horror and determination. In a moment of distraction, Harry watched in disbelief as the shimmering coil dissipated into thin air, vanishing like a wisp of fog. He waved his wand in vain, trying to coax the little string of mist and light back, but nothing reappeared. Frantically, he leaned over to inspect the bowl before him. Empty. He wondered about the state of his mind. The memory's echo lingered there, a colorless blur of boys piling into the back seat of Vernon's car, but the essence of the memory, the emotions, the vivid details, had vanished. Ah! Harry groaned, gripping his hair in frustration. Thank goodness he had chosen something trivial. He scanned the air in front of him, hoping for a miracle, but everything looked perfectly normal. His blood boiled as he took a moment to calm himself. Inhale, exhale. Easy does it. Gradually, his concentration sharpened, and his racing thoughts began to settle. He forced himself to sink into that familiar pool of calm and stillness. On his third attempt, he selected another memory from that same day. He wouldn't regret forgetting what it was like to watch Dudley unwrap his presents. This time, he took his time. The world slowed, and with infinite patience, he managed his magic and focus. If he hadn't been so absorbed in the spell, he might have realized just how remarkable his control was. The precision of his power melded seamlessly with his mind, allowing him to perform the most delicate of actions. From this meticulous control blossomed a strange sense of resonance. It felt as if sound waves were radiating outward, causing the entire world to vibrate in harmony within his head. For a brief moment, he felt like he held the universe in his mind. Yet, through it all, Harry's stubbornness prevailed. His uniquely balanced focus remained intact, and with great care, he steadied himself. Smoothly, a little coil of magic began to form. The memory wrapped neatly at the tip of his wand, and Harry managed to hold it there long enough to tap it gently on the edge of the stone basin. With a soft slither, it slipped into the bowl. Success! He released a long, slow breath of relief, allowing the strange echoes of the previous moment to fade from his mind. After staring at the pensive for a moment, overwhelmed with relief, Harry prodded it gently with his wand. A swirling, revolving scene rose up like a ghost, circling the center of the basin. There was a boisterous Dudley, eyes bright and talking excitedly. His aunt and uncle beamed with pride. And there, in the corner, was a quiet, nervous little Harry, dressed in baggy hand-me-downs, trying to blend into the background. It felt strange to see himself so young and uncertain, looking more like 8 than nearly 11. Harry poked the memory again with his wand, transforming it back into a trickle of misty light before carefully putting it back into his head, just to see if he could. He didn't want to chalk his success up to luck, so he tried a few more times with unimportant memories before moving on to the significant ones. He had key events, strategic moments, perhaps? Events that simply had to happen, those that would impact his plan. Which moments should he choose? Suddenly, Harry realized he could streamline his research. Homework, too. An excitement bloomed within him like warmth spreading from his stomach, making him forget his slowly numbing knees. He wouldn't have to wait for instructions in class anymore. He could look ahead and anticipate the homework and class work to come. He promised himself he wouldn't just copy Hermione's essays, he would learn it all. And with an unusual thrill, he remembered he could listen to lectures at fast-forward speed. What other theories had he missed in the last timeline just by being too slow to keep up? How does it all fit together? Harry wondered, leaning eagerly over the pensive. What would happen this year? Had he already messed something up beyond repair? With his wand loyally by his side, Harry barely noticed the hours slipping by. What's keeping you so busy that you can't see me anymore? Draco asked during dinner 3 days later, making Harry choke on his jacket potato. Harry managed to say, his mouth full of food. Clumsily, he fumbled around the table for his tankard of pumpkin juice and took a deep drink. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Draco rolled his eyes. Swallow, Potter. You should always remember to act cultured in public. Granger should have mentioned that to you, if no one else. For some reason, Draco began to wave his cutlery around in a peculiar manner, fluttering his hand in front of his mouth before, very deliberately, taking a small sip from the tankard at his side. Harry blinked in baffled confusion. Apparently, he was Potter in public now. Even as Draco seemed to give him etiquette lessons in front of everyone, he was simultaneously asserting their social distance. Thoughtfully, Harry placed his fork down. This realization explained a lot about Draco Malfoy, and, surprisingly, about Narcissa too. As he reflected on his memories, it dawned on him that this might shed light on their tightly knit family dynamic despite everything. Malfoys in public were different from Malfoys in private, he realized. Intentionally. Blindsided by this sudden insight, Harry returned to swallowing his dinner in silence, completely missing the frustrated crinkles in Draco's brow. Well? Draco pressed, impatience creeping into his voice. Harry continued chewing, lost in thought. H.R.I.M. Potter, Draco demanded again, his tone sharper this time. Swallow your food properly this time and then tell me. What are you doing these days that's more important than me? Harry hurried to respond. Harry swallowed hard and turned to face his newest friend. Sorry, he blustered. The food's just too good, you know? I didn't even think. Draco shot him an unimpressed look. Naturally. Your time. Well, Harry grinned, it's, you know, the holidays and all. He wasn't surprised when Draco leaned in closer and said in a quiet, clipped voice, I'm a Slytherin, Potter. I can see your tiny mind racing for excuses. What is it you're doing without me? Harry sagged. Of course, what worked on Ron and Neville wouldn't work on a cunning Slytherin. Look, he admitted, it's just a bit hard to say, you know, around here. He gestured subtly at Crabbe and Goyle, who were focused single-mindedly on their food, and then at the wider table. You're stalling. Not exactly, Harry murmured, an excuse, or rather an idea, finally coming to mind. The table really isn't the place to discuss this. Draco sat back, skeptical. After dinner then, if you don't escape. Sure. And it had better be good. An hour later, they found themselves sitting in the same old charms room, and Draco was peering at Harry skeptically from what had become his regular seat. Cursed presents? Really? That's the best you can do. Now genuinely engaged, Harry leaned forward, balancing on the edge of his own seat. No, no. You don't get it. Enlighten me. Harry grinned. Well, who in Hogwarts do you find most deserving of, let's call it karma? He leaned forward, willing positive energy into Draco's critical form. Who do you find most irritating? Most frustrating? Most undeserving? Dumbledore, Malfoy replied immediately. Harry rolled his eyes. Besides him. Fortunately, he could see the gleam in Draco's eyes that showed he was starting to get interested, despite himself. Well, there is this one Hufflepuff prefect. Draco suggested. Not them either, Harry dismissed. Come on, this should be easy. Draco stared at Harry's face, appraisingly. His eyes flicked over Harry's features before he tentatively ventured, I'm not quite sure where you're. Come on. Harry encouraged. I have a whole lot of attention that I never wanted and a pile of presents that I can't keep. Somewhere in Hogwarts, there's a person who's desperate for attention and the kind of collectibles that would support their self-worth. Draco paused. Lockhart. Harry threw his hands up in the air. It only took you long enough. Intrigued, Draco sat up a little straighter, but the tilt of his head remained skeptical. But what does that have to do with, you prioritizing the gifts I helped you sort over me, the highly esteemed Malfoy scion? Harry lied through his teeth. Well, you know how I feel about let's call him our neutral acquaintance, and how this opportunity has, quite literally, fallen into my lap. But I'm going to have to attempt some highly illegal charm work, and I didn't want to risk your reputation. I mean, you helped me with half the job, after all. I've been looking for spells that hide magical signatures and, other magical identifiers that I don't really know about. I mean, surely some of these presents are dangerous, and if they get traced back to me, I'm really risking quite a lot. Harry took a deep breath in the face of Draco's thoughtful look and continued, because I need to send the owls so that no one can trace them back to me. But surely if that was, widespread knowledge, then the charms themselves would be highly illegal. Draco made an unimpressed sound that Harry couldn't quite identify. Harry rushed on, so I've been doing some research, usually in Gryffindor Tower since there's practically no one there at the moment, and looking for spells in books and things. I'm just not having much luck, and I didn't want the castle to know what I was researching. He took a breath. So, there you are. Harry Potter, you absolute pillock, Draco finally replied after 3 long heartbeats of judgmental silence. You complete Gryffindor GIT. I can't believe. Well, I suppose you're muggle-raised, after all. Harry bristled. Hey. But I suppose your Gryffindor tendencies are the worst of it, Draco continued. Really, after everything, I guess I'm lucky you're as functional as you are. What? Harry's confidence crumbled. Draco fixed him with a stern look and spoke slowly and clearly, as if addressing a child or someone losing their wits. You wanted to send someone cursed items in the mail, secretly, so you rummaged around Gryffindor Tower for Merlin knows how long when you could have asked your resident-friendly Slytherin ally. Yes. Harry admitted, feeling deflated. It was a clever lie, one that had convinced Draco completely, and it was precisely the sort of thing Harry would have done. Yet, somehow, Draco's scorn felt uncomfortable. Draco seemed equally displeased. And not just any Slytherin, Potter. And Draco Malfoy. My family has been sorted into Slytherin without fail since we arrived in Britain in 1066. Of course, Harry mumbled, feeling torn. Huffing and with a slightly flushed face, Draco settled back down in his seat. When had he stood up, anyway, and smoothed his robes down meticulously? "I don't even need to research this," Draco exclaimed. "I've literally inherited a book. Look, never mind the details, I've got the spell side of things all sorted. More importantly, how often are we going to do this? Once a week? Fortnightly? Do you have any idea what any of your cursed gifts do?" The plan, Harry and Draco's plan, no less, was organized rapidly from there. Harry found himself squeezing in time with his pensive during the early mornings and late nights. It proved to be incredibly helpful, especially once he established a schedule for using it, balancing schoolwork, private study, and, well, Voldemort-related matters. So, when the Hogwarts Express returned at the end of the holidays, Harry was in the common room, surrounded by a pile of parchment. He had hoped to get a head start on his homework and was frantically scribbling his research when the fat lady swung open, and crowds from the train tumbled in. He ignored them with the ease of long practice, but his concentration was disrupted by a frazzled Hermione, who marched angrily over to his table. "Harry Potter!" she demanded, drawing more attention than she had anticipated. She lowered her voice, but her intensity didn't wane. "Harry James Potter, you knew that Professor Lockhart has been lying to us." "What?" "Oh, yeah," Harry said, scratching his neck. "You've been doing more research over the holidays, then? What did you find?" If anything, Hermione looked even more furious. Ron and Neville joined her, and she grabbed Harry's elbows, pulling him out of his seat. He stumbled awkwardly, landing on one knee beside the table. They crouched there, hidden beneath the tabletop, and Hermione glared into Harry's face from just a foot away. "You've been letting me go on about how heroic he is, how brave, how strong, and ethical, and you knew this all along. I can't believe you." She turned to the boys, seeking their support. "Well? Aren't you upset too?" Neville wobbled his head, caught between a nod and a shake. Ron, however, decided to use his words. "Well, we couldn't just tell you," he blurted. "You wouldn't listen to criticism. You had to come to the conclusion yourself." Hermione flinched and froze, her eyes darting among Harry, Neville, and Ron. You all knew?" she demanded, her voice rising. "None of you told me?" Realizing the mess he had created, Ron quickly stepped back, leaving Harry to bear the brunt of her anger. "Was this funny to you?" Hermione gripped Harry's arms with a force that felt like it might bruise. "Some kind of joke?" No. While everyone else knows, you decide to keep secrets from me." Her voice grew louder. Harry subtly cast a muffliato, but it only drew her attention. "What was that spell, Harry?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. "Oh, just A.M." She rolled her eyes. "Let's keep more things secret from Hermione, shall we? Cast spells without telling her. Speak up, Harry. Don't you know it's rude to keep secrets?" A flood of everything he had kept hidden rushed through Harry's mind, and he fought to suppress the urge to flinch. Voldemort, prophesies, Horcruxes. He silently pleaded with Neville for help, but the traitor wouldn't meet his gaze. "Aren't I your friend, Harry?" Hermione's voice was pleading now. "Can't you trust me?" I thought we could talk about anything." Harry stared at her, shocked by her sudden change in tone. Wasn't she angry with him? Why were her eyes so red? His heart sank. Had he hurt her feelings? "Hermione," he began. "Hermione, What now?" "I'm sorry, Hermione," Harry blurted out, completely unsure of what to say next. I'm sorry I couldn't just tell you. You were so happy to learn from Lockhart. So excited to talk about his. What?" Hermione released his arm, allowing the blood to rush back into his forearm. She angrily rubbed one palm over her eye. To Harry's relief, she wasn't crying, but her face had turned splotchy, and her eyebrows were furrowed in frustration. Harry shrugged helplessly, his voice trembling. His references to ministry treaties, regulations, and that groundbreaking attitude towards creatures and beings that you said you liked so much. Awkwardly, he reached out to gently pat Hermione's frizzy hair. I didn't want to take that away from you. I'm sorry. To Harry's surprise, she took a long, rattling sniff. You were indulging me. Yes, he replied, uncertain. Hermione shot him a very peculiar look. That's really it. Harry raised his eyebrows. Of course. I'd never keep secrets from you, Hermione. We're best friends, aren't we? We share everything. I mean, I invited you into our little research group, didn't I? Even if I didn't quite explain what the purpose was. The small voice in his mind that reminded him he was lying was easily pushed away by the urgency of the moment. This young Hermione was so cute when she was nervous, nothing like the competent, commanding which he was used to. She needed encouragement. He continued, I didn't tell Ron and Neville either. They figured it out for themselves. She sniffled again. What's the purpose then? Oh. Harry glanced up at Neville and Ron, who approached cautiously now that the worst was over. We're trying to get him fired. He trailed off, watching Hermione raise a single, foreboding eyebrow. Carefully, he detached his other arm from where she was still holding it and settled more comfortably on the floor. Well, he explained, you know that rumor that the defense position is cursed. What about it? We're just trying to help it along. Harry smiled sheepishly. We figured if we went through his books and found which spells don't work, which timelines are contradictory, and what spells he can't actually perform, we could. He took a deep breath and spoke quickly. Link up with a reporter and expose all his lies to public condemnation? Hermione scowled, though Harry noticed a hint of thoughtfulness in her expression. You think that's enough? To Harry's relief, she seemed to be shifting her focus from her feelings to Lockhart's comeuppance. He hesitated for a moment. There's this reporter I know, someone with incredible readership and a knack for scandal, he admitted. I hope, that I can convince her to run a series of articles for us. Blow it up big so it can't be ignored. The plan had been brewing in his mind for a while, even if it felt a bit hypocritical. Hermione raised one eyebrow, then the other, and stared at Harry in thoughtful silence. You're sure that will be enough? Neville asked, hovering nearby. Yeah? Harry replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. I think I've got a good chance. Ron shrugged. Works for me. Hermione took a deep breath, standing tall and resolute, wiping her eyes one last time. If you say your plan will work, Harry, then we'll leave that part to you. I'm going to research the hell out of this bastard. Can you believe he's publishing fake facts in school books? Who does he think he is? She shot a glare at the boys. We'll need a different kind of comparative tables, and we should definitely improve our cross-referencing if it's going to stand up to scrutiny. Harry, she added, her expression fierce, I can't believe you had us wasting so much time on the wrong kind of notes. You'll need to leave that to me, I'll get us sorted. With that, she strode off, muttering furiously about educational fraud and false representation. The boys were left in startled silence, processing her fury and marveling at how they had managed to escape it. Wow, Ron said, his voice filled with wonder. I wonder what lit that fire under her? Neville and the others shared a look, still absorbing the intensity of Hermione's determination. Harry locked eyes with Ron. You wonder? Well, yeah. Neville gently grabbed Ron's arm and urged him upstairs. Come on, mate. We'd better get our notes so we can join her in the library. What, now? Ron asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yes, now. I'm not going to be the one to tell that witch no, Dot. As they moved ahead, Harry began to tidy up his things, preparing to join them. Processing his pensive gains could wait for another day. Right now, making sure Hermione was okay was the priority. Chapter 22, The Valentine Surprise. Suddenly, the year seemed to speed up, and Harry found himself running short on time. Between the homework that teachers began piling on, his own studies, and the anti-Lockhart study group that Hermione had taken over with fierce determination, Harry's more personal goals began to weigh heavily on him. His access to the pensive was squeezed in around his other commitments, usually late at night in bed behind drawn curtains while the dormitory slept. It was in those quiet moments that he prepared his homework ahead of time, revised his timeline, and ultimately realized that his occlumency needed a lot more work. Under Draco's increasingly petulant pressure, through letters, no less, and when had they become pen pals, anyway, Harry found his accidental plan for revenge on the defense teacher taking shape. He practiced spellwork and hid cursed presents around the castle in preparation for the upcoming Valentine's Day deadline. Quidditch practice resumed, and Harry escorted Luna to both the Gobstones Club and the fencing club, though neither was particularly successful. She ended up with a rather large stab wound through her left calf, but even Harry was convinced that this time it was purely accidental. He took her to the hospital wing and got her patched up quickly, while Luna seemed to think it was all just part of the experience. Amidst all this, Harry racked his brain for a safe and effective way to contact Rita Skeeter for a grand conclusion to the year. The castle buzzed with repressed energy and growing tension, as the homework for junior students piled up and senior students began preparing for exams. Juggling his own pressures, Harry found himself stealing time from sleep to manage everything he needed to do. Dark circles formed under his eyes again, and that intermittent cramp he sometimes felt in the pit of his stomach grew into a familiar companion. Sometimes during class or after dinner, he would stiffen, one hand clutching at the shooting pain in his stomach, but it always passed. Of course, he pushed through. Short-term suffering was nothing compared to his long-term goals. At their usual table in the library, Harry pored over notes, homework, and letters. While the tables around them remained quiet, his friends murmured softly, their concern palpable. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed their worried glances. Hermione and Neville exchanged notes, their frowns deepening with each passing moment. Ron, whose enthusiasm for research had been waning, suddenly redoubled his efforts, scribbling copious notes under Hermione's guidance. His hazel eyes frequently darted toward Harry, but Harry had other priorities, he had goals to focus on. Raking his hands through his dry hair, Harry gnawed on the tip of his quill. His mind was consumed with his ambitions. As exams approached, he knew he needed to excel to secure his future and keep everyone safe. He had managed to arrange a meeting with Professor McGonagall amidst everything else, and while it hadn't gone poorly, her frown and pursed lips suggested she wasn't inclined to grant him any favors. This time, Harry was determined to outperform Hermione in their exams, unlike last year when he had merely assumed he would. He hoped that would be enough to sway the professor. A week into his most effective revision, he began to wonder if using his pensive to prepare might be considered cheating. After all, he still had his morals. Besides, could the tests even catch that? What exactly did the anti-cheating charms detect? With that in mind, Harry expanded his research goals beyond just the exams. He needed to master all the second-year material to ensure he wouldn't be flagged by any charms or spells. As his workload grew heavier, the Lockhart research was progressing well under Hermione's capable hands. However, Harry knew he needed to tread carefully to position Rita Skeeter exactly where he wanted her. This was the first instance of blackmail he had planned, after all. Unlike previous years, Harry couldn't simply ask Hermione to come up with a brilliant plan. She had become much more rule-abiding, and he didn't want to tarnish her innocence if he could help it. Sitting at a table in the library, he felt the familiar rustle of his friends moving around him. Absently, he wiped his hand across his face and noticed an ink spot had somehow found its way onto his chin. Settling back down, he scrubbed the sleeve of his robe across his face, hoping to wipe away the ink, and redirected his focus to Rita Skeeter. Merlin, he really couldn't stand her. He pulled the latest piece of parchment closer, tucking it protectively beneath his arm. Glancing casually at his friends, he noted that none of them seemed curious about what he was writing. Shuffling into a more comfortable position, he tapped his quill softly against the tabletop and paused. What tone should he take in his letters to get Skeeter on his side? What could he say outright, And what should he imply? And what should he avoid entirely? Would simple manipulation work? If only the old Hermione were with him, she could solve so many of his problems. Dear Rita, he began to write carefully, then quickly scribbled it out. She wasn't a pen pal, after all. They weren't friends. To Miss Skeeter, he tried again. I don't know what you know about Gilderoy Lockhart, but I've uncovered a few of his secrets. Frustration bubbled up as he stared at the lines. Were they friends? Did Skeeter already know Lockhart's secrets and was simply hiding them, perhaps in exchange for other gossip? He scratched out that attempt too. This would need to be a campaign, a correspondence that built tension and hinted at secrets until Skeeter was hooked and desperate to reveal Lockhart's crimes. He'd have to learn to be scandalous. Still hunched over at the desk in the library, surrounded by students studying for exams, Harry diligently wrote line after line of drafts. Harry was surrounded by letters, most of which he detested. When the sheets of parchment filled up with crossed-out words, he scrunched them tightly and vanished them from sight, not wanting the other students to see. He realized that intimidating Rita Skeeter wouldn't work, threatening her would only turn them into enemies. What he needed was a partnership that would last for years. Begging her was out of the question, and blackmail would undoubtedly backfire. He had to strike the right balance. As the sunbeams filtered into the library, creeping along the floor and slowly warming into sunset hues, Harry practiced crafting mysterious and intriguing phrases. Enigmatic. Titillating. Salacious. To catch Skeeter's attention, he needed just the right tone. He crossed out yet another line, reminding himself that she needed to be curious and willing to take a risk. The wall sconces began casting longer shadows as their flickering flames burned brighter, signaling the arrival of dusk. January slipped into February, and Harry pushed himself to maintain his pace. Exhaustion weighed heavily in his bones, and his shoulders slumped with determined fatigue. Mornings were a struggle, especially with the winter chill and the warm softness of his bed beckoning him to stay. But he pressed on. By the time Valentine's Day arrived, Harry found himself facing yet another complication in his quest for a good night's rest. With the pressure, panic, and busyness swirling in his mind, it was no surprise that insomnia had returned. He had grown accustomed to lying in bed, staring at the hangings above him. The pillows and blankets felt irritatingly rough against his skin when all he wanted was to fall into a deep sleep and escape the world. That morning, he woke up early as usual, despite it being a rare day off from Quidditch practice. After rustling around behind his bed hangings for a couple of hours, following his usual routine, Harry finally emerged, tousled and ready to face the day. To his surprise, he noticed Ron was working on waking up as well. Harry woke up earlier than usual, though he couldn't quite figure out why. Sitting on the edge of his unmade bed, he laced up his shoes and pondered the situation. Somehow, returning to this time had changed more than he had anticipated. He wondered how Ron's early rising could possibly be a consequence of his own actions. Neville was also awake, looking significantly more cheerful than Ron, but his movements were less coordinated. By the time Harry finished tying his shoes and wrapped his Gryffindor scarf around his neck, Neville had managed to free his head from his woolen sweater. To Harry's mild surprise, none of that awkward process seemed to hinder Neville's ability to chat. As Harry stepped over to join them, a flutter of nerves stirred in his stomach. Ron's mouth snapped shut, and Neville quickly averted his gaze. Harry couldn't help but wonder if he had done something wrong, especially as their muffled conversation ended abruptly when he approached. He stumbled slightly, checking his footing. Was everything all right? But then Ron broke into his usual wide grin, and Neville made a rather cheeky joke about Harry's hair. The tension eased, and Harry felt his step smooth out. They seemed genuinely happy to see him. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and bounded over to them. The boys quickly made their way out of the dorm and into the common room, where Hermione was waiting with a book in hand. Together, they squeezed through the Gryffindor portrait and meandered toward the Great Hall. With thoughts of food and the day ahead, Harry and Ron led the group through the chilly corridors of Hogwarts. Ron puffed out clouds of white breath, mildly amused by the cold, while Harry teased him about it. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville lingered behind, whispering with their heads close together. Harry was sure he caught a snippet of their conversation about losing weight again, but he didn't mind their concern. It felt good to know that people were looking out for him, strange, perhaps, but nice. He hadn't been able to hide his struggles completely. The greyness of his skin and the prominence of his knuckles and joints as his weight dropped were concerning, and he found their concern touching. Harry absently ran his left hand behind his neck, massaging the tendons and working at the skin. Ron had a plan for exploding Snap later in the afternoon, if Harry had time, and his easy grin drew Harry in. He cherished this childhood innocence, he didn't want to worry them. Thankfully, he thought he had concealed the headaches well. Harry wished he could ask for help and share the burden, but he couldn't. He had too many secrets from Dumbledore, Snape, Voldemort, Pettigrew, Draco, even Hermione, Ron, and Neville. He was in this alone. As he stepped through the doors to the Great Hall, Harry forced a smile at the Weasley twins. Neville and Hermione caught up with him as they found seats near the middle of the table. Harry quickly raised his legs to step over the bench and grab a seat. Grinning at Percy, who was already at the table reading the Daily Prophet, he settled in and leaned forward to fill his plate. At least after today, there would be one less thing to worry about. The Great Hall filled up early with energetic students. Even the NEWT students seemed to have emerged from their pre-exam haze, casting glances at their crushes and hoping for chocolates. As Harry woke up to the atmosphere, he felt a similar excitement building within him. His eyes flitted around the room, his posture straightened. This was the day. It had been a while since he had planned something so harmless and fun, almost like a return to his childhood, and the target was utterly deserving. With his eyes alight, Harry found himself reaching across the table to fill his plate even more. Perhaps a second slice of toast would be a good idea today? And a few more mushrooms than usual, he thought. He needed an excuse to hang out at the table for a while, after all, and for some reason, his stomach had woken up hungry. The room began to heat up as more students arrived. Gryffindors had to begin. Students shuffled down the long benches to make room for latecomers. Cutlery clinked and plates clattered as they dragged their breakfasts down the table to accommodate their friends. Percy received a couple of sharp elbows in the ribs, prompting him to fold the newspaper and set it aside for another time. Seamus was firmly instructed to stop demonstrating the game he was describing, using pieces of toast strategically placed on the linen. Harry decided to help himself to seconds. The bacon's good this morning, don't you think, Harry? Harry nodded, cheerfully chewing. Not bad, not bad. Neville and Hermione exchanged glances, but Harry was busy scanning the room. To his annoyance, the teacher's table filled much more slowly than the student tables. One by one, teachers wandered into the Great Hall, visibly sighing at the lively energy before making their way to their seats. Feeling perky, Harry hoped Lockhart would open his presents early. It would be great if it happened before breakfast. Maybe he could walk into the hall without noticing whatever hex had been cast on him. But Harry had even higher hopes. If he could open his gifts at the breakfast table, that would be perfect. Between the heads of other students, Harry spotted Draco sitting at his usual spot on the Slytherin table, keeping himself busy. Draco looked jittery and flashed Harry a surprisingly unsubtle grin as their gazes crossed. Harry nodded back. Any moment now. Lockhart couldn't resist making a spectacle of himself. Their plan was surely flawless. Eager to eat his breakfast and witness the spectacle, Harry finished his plateful and leaned over to serve himself more eggs. Just then, the owl post arrived. As they did every morning, hundreds of owls swooped in over the student body, grey owls, white owls, eagle owls, screech owls. But this morning, they seemed to be innumerable. The Great Hall itself appeared to darken in Harry's eyes as the bodies and wings of the owls filled the space. Creatures swooped in through the windows, filling the Great Hall with a flurry of wings and excited hoots. As the first owls landed, proud and regal, students began to call out, hoping for gifts, summoning their owls, and exclaiming over what their neighbors received. Harry felt his tension rise amidst the commotion. A few seats to his left, Katie squeaked in surprise as a small, cuboid parcel dropped in front of her. A large, spotted owl extended its leg with an air of superiority. Her friends gasped and whispered, and Katie flushed pink while owls continued to arrive. At the Hufflepuff table, Cho Chang was blushing prettily, surrounded by a small pile of gifts. Some eyed Tsubaka, who was tentatively becoming friends with Harry, had even more gifts and was being teased by her giggling friends. The head girl was almost overwhelmed by a small horde of owls, some of them quite pushy in their eagerness to be accepted first. Though she appeared happy, the frown beginning to crease her forehead suggested her irritation with the chaos as the pecking and pushing got a little too close for comfort. Meanwhile, a fifth-year Ravenclaw girl was glancing eagerly at an older boy from Slytherin, who had also received a stack of gifts. Harry thought he spotted Percy pocketing something small, wearing a poker face and shifty eyes, before his attention was drawn elsewhere. Several owls landed at the teacher's table, and Harry held his breath in anticipation. Surely these were Lockhart's gifts. Surely this would be the moment. The great hall buzzed with energy, squeals, giggles, and the sound of charmed wrapping paper that rustled and sang as it was unwrapped. The noise escalated as students discovered their gifts, teasing and cooing over one another. Surprisingly, as Harry glanced around, he noticed that there were actually more boys than girls receiving presents. Most of the younger students didn't seem to get much, but many upperclassmen received at least something, even if it was just a card. The excitement was palpable as owls flocked around one end of the teacher's table, drawn to Lockhart's presence. Delightedly relieved the owls of their burdens while beaming at his colleagues. Ron, seizing the moment of distraction, slid another piece of buttered toast onto Harry's plate as he surveyed the scene. "Hey," someone called out. "Hey, Harry." "Yeah?" "Get rid of the owl, won't you?" Flustered, Harry shook his head and refocused. Oh, he had received some mail too. It didn't seem particularly thrilling, and he quickly noticed the newspaper clutched in the owl's beak. Right, Harry mumbled, stuffing the last of his food into his mouth. With his hands now free, he gestured for the bird to come forward. He instructed, his mouth full. To his surprise, the bird seemed to understand. The flurry and commotion in the middle of the Gryffindor table began to ease as, one by one, the crowd of birds was relieved of their burdens and took off into the air, Harry's included. It felt like quite some time later when he finally had a moment to breathe. He noticed Draco over in Slytherin, his attention captured by an older boy a few seats up. The older boy was animatedly gesturing, and Draco nodded enthusiastically, rolling his eyes in Harry's direction with a grin. Then, an eyebrow arched as Harry watched. He followed Draco's gaze to the teacher's table, where Lockhart was finally making his move. The great hall buzzed with hooting owls, the rich aroma of breakfast wafting through the air, mingling with the faint haze of owl dander. Harry hastily swallowed the last of his pumpkin juice as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher stood up to deliver his grand speech. Lockhart's golden hair was perfectly styled, and his lavender robes looked freshly pressed. Were those, yes, Harry caught a glimpse of color-coordinated purple leather boots that completed Lockhart's ensemble. "Students," the tall wizard exclaimed, arms wide, as he addressed the crowd. Lockhart strode to the front of the hall. "Hogwarts. Be still, for I have grand news for you." The chatter around Harry quieted as Lockhart began his Valentine's Day speech. Several students who had been standing started to find their seats again. "It is with great honor that I wish you all," he winked at a student near the front, making Harry cringe, "a marvelous, most memorable Valentine's Day." Lockhart paused, and a smattering of applause erupted from about a dozen seats in the room, but it quickly faded. "It fills my heart with great joy to see all you." Harry turned back to the table at the sound of ruffling feathers and spotted a single grey owl clicking impatiently in front of him. It was small and surprisingly fluffy, but there was an air of efficiency about it that reminded him of Hermione and Percy. He glanced up to see Lockhart still droning on. The owl hopped closer. "Hello," Harry murmured quietly. "Are you here for me?" With a haughty look and a tilt of its head, the owl edged closer and delicately extended a leg. As Lockhart continued his lengthy speech, Harry curiously untied the small parchment and opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Potter," an unfamiliar hand wrote. In light of your fame and recent exposure in the papers, we at the Diagon Alley Owl Postal Service have made changes to your owl wards for the duration of Valentine's Day. You have in our office a number of gifts and letters, currently numbering in the hundreds, and we have put them aside for your convenience. Please let us know how you would like them to be treated. We are happy to hold them for collection or to deliver them to you, both for a small extra fee. We are also happy to discuss long-term rates, considering you seem to be a premium customer. Please contact us at your discretion. Kind regards. Reginald Regis, Owl Post Office. Oh, thought Harry, mildly surprised. He supposed he had received a couple of cards for Valentine's Day. Harry took a moment to think about young Ginny, half hoping she would still send him a gift, and half wishing she wouldn't. Then something caught his attention: hundreds. He clutched the parchment tightly in both hands and reread the letter. Yes, that's what it said, hundreds. He sat back in silent shock. How was it possible? Why were things so different in this timeline? Where had all these admirers suddenly come from? The sound of Lockhart's voice was interrupted by some applause, with some clapping more enthusiastically than others. The noise startled Harry. A small claw scratched gently at his wrist, and he looked dazedly at the post owl waiting patiently in front of him. Oh, he muttered, confused. You, want some bacon? He grabbed a piece from the platter in the middle of the table and watched in bemusement as the owl gobbled it down. But it didn't leave. Did you want another one? Hermione, sitting to his right, nudged him with her elbow and whispered, Shush. That's right, the Great Hall had fallen quiet again, with everyone focused on Lockhart's speech about whatever it was. Silently, Harry offered the owl a second piece of bacon. Instead of helping itself, the small owl reached out its claw again to tap the parchment still held in his left hand. Oh, wait. Harry shuffled his hands, the parchment, and his cutlery. Are you, waiting for me? I don't have. I'll reply later. I need to think about it. SHHHH. Hermione hissed again, and finally, the owl seemed satisfied. Snatching the last piece of bacon, it spread its wings and flapped enthusiastically. Harry closed his eyes as dust swirled in the air from its flapping, and when he opened them again, the owl was gone. Still musing over the surprise of his letter, Harry was suddenly drawn back by a change in the tone of the room. Lockhart's cheerful voice had. The room fell silent, abruptly cut off from the usual chatter. No one dared to speak. The air felt heavy with anticipation. Harry looked up, confusion etched on his face. What? His gaze landed on Neville, whose expression was frozen in shock. He was staring toward the front of the hall, a fork hovering halfway to his mouth, lips parted in disbelief. Harry turned to Hermione, sensing the tension building around them. Hermione, W.H. Sure, Harry, she whispered sharply, her eyes focused intently on the front of the room. The murmurs in the hall reached a crescendo when, suddenly, an inhuman screech cut through the air. It started softly but grew louder, though it never reached a full roar. Instead, the sound was grating and forced, as if it were filled with intense pain. A chair scraped across the floor with a hair-raising squeal, toppling over and clattering loudly. Students around Harry froze in place. Some stood with their mouths agape, while others quickly rose, craning their heads to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Neville flinched violently beside Harry, his body tense and rigid. The Gryffindor table felt like a scene from a painting, everyone staring intently at the teacher's table, where Lockhart was seated. Harry glanced at Draco, trying to gauge his reaction, but Draco's face wasn't the triumphant mask he had expected. Instead, it held an expression of concern that sent a chill through Harry. His stomach sank, a familiar tightening sensation gripping him. He realized, distantly, that he had eaten too much breakfast. The nausea threatened to overwhelm him, but he fought to keep it at bay. Clutching his chest, Harry turned his attention back to the teachers, who were equally frozen in shock. Something was gurgling ominously behind their table, a low, unearthly sound that left them all staring in disbelief. Then, a voice broke through the tension. Albus, quickly! Minerva McGonagall sprang to her feet, her wand appearing in her hand as she pushed her chair back. "Poppy, here!" Professor Snape called out, rising as well. His high-backed chair toppled over with a loud bang, yet Snape didn't even seem to notice. He moved quickly to one side of the hall, heading toward a suspicious gap at the teacher's table. There, he bent over something, his black cloak billowing behind him. Nearby, several other professors, babbling, Kettleburn, Sinistra, and even Hagrid, sat at the table. Harry felt his heart sink as they all hastily set down their cutlery and shuffled away. Making space, a logical voice in Harry's mind whispered. None of them took anything with them, as if the situation just out of sight was too serious to focus on anything else. Kettleburn reached for his wand but hesitated, stepping aside to make way for Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. Sinistra clutched at her neckline, looking pale. Both Snape and the headmaster murmured incantations under their breath as McGonagall took charge. With a rapidly paling face, the Transfiguration teacher began casting spells, a stretcher, thick blankets, and the tinkle of falling ice. A bucket appeared in Harry's line of sight. Madame Pomfrey finally managed to scuttle into the small crowd of teachers and began casting spells as well. Harry couldn't hear her voice or follow her wand movements, then she ducked out of sight behind the heavy tablecloth. He shot a startled look at Draco. Had this been their fault? What had they done? Draco tore his eyes away from the front, staring back at Harry. His face was paler than ever, his lips white. In his wide eyes, Harry found no answers. As Madame Pomfrey seemed to take over, both Professor McGonagall and then Snape stepped back. Their wands dropped to their sides, and Snape's dark eyes remained fixed on whatever was happening behind the table. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment to wipe her brow. Sweat, actual sweat, trickled down her brow. In that intense moment, he absurdly tried to remember if she had sweated during the Battle of Hogwarts. Surely she must have, but the image felt strangely wrong and out of place in his mind. It was as if the professor sensed his thoughts. She looked up, her gaze meeting his, and Harry noticed her blink as she took in a wide-eyed focus of the entire student body. Clearing her throat lightly, she stepped around the table to address the students. "Prefects, please lead all students back to your common rooms immediately. I repeat, prefects, please lead your housemates back to your common rooms. Leave all food behind, more will be provided to you in due time. All classes will be cancelled for the morning." She glanced behind her at a small noise that didn't reach the students, and Harry observed the teachers shifting. Some stepped forward to help, while others backed away. "Off you go," Professor McGonagall announced wearily. "Points will be taken from any student found in the hallways while we deal with a medical emergency." Pale and shaking, Harry allowed himself to be ushered out of the Great Hall by the prefects, making their way toward Gryffindor Tower. The crowd felt hot and anxious. Harry felt stifled in the throng, barely reaching shoulder height compared to many of the older students. Looking back, he craned his neck to see Draco, hoping for reassurance that whatever was happening wasn't their fault. But the Slytherins were quickly exiting through a distant door, and Harry was jostled by the crowd, unable to spot any second years among the sea of students. Chapter 23, The Costs of Confidence. The walk back to Gryffindor Tower was eerily quiet. Students were twitchy, their nerves palpable, and every time someone dared to speak, their friends hushed them or they fell silent on their own. It reminded Harry of the tense stillness during the Battle of Hogwarts, just before he had died. The heavy weight of silence pressed down, the air was thick with unspoken thoughts, worries, and hopes, yet no one seemed willing to break the uneasy peace. This was the first real shock many of these students had faced, the first real curse. Harry desperately hoped no one had died. Jostled by larger students, all Harry could hear was the pounding of his own heartbeat and the shuffling of hundreds of feet against stone. When he finally squeezed through the fat lady's portrait, the silence shattered. A hum of chatter filled the air as he bumped his way into the common room. Unsurprisingly, the tension was high, and rumors were swirling even by Gryffindor standards. The room was packed with bodies, everyone reluctant to miss any news, needing to share their shock and offer support. Pushed forward by the crowd behind him, Harry stumbled into two younger girls who were hugging tightly. He muttered an apology, but despite his fame, they barely seemed to recognize him. Feeling increasingly unsettled, Harry scanned the room for his friends. Instead, he noticed several prefects scattered throughout the space. Percy was precariously balanced on the armrest of an armchair, Agnes Bancroft stood atop a table, and two seventh-year prefects flanked the entrance. Each of them was counting loudly, apparently conducting a head count, but with the pulsing mass of students, Harry couldn't see how they could succeed. With so many bodies crammed together, the room quickly heated up, bringing a flush of color to Harry's recently pale face. He squeezed through the crowd, desperate to find a familiar face. Harry navigated through the crowd, apologizing each time he accidentally elbowed someone a little too hard or crowded too closely into someone's personal space. "Sorry," he muttered as he ducked under the arms of a seventh year. "Excuse me." "Oh." He bumped face first into the chest of a senior girl. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to." "Excuse me." His face flushed even redder as he realized what had happened, and then he heard someone giggle. "I'm so sorry, I'm really, really sorry." "It's all right, kid." "I didn't mean to," Harry protested. "I'll just head off this, OF." He doubled over as someone turned around too quickly and knocked the wind out of him. "Sweet Merlin." No, he wheezed, trying to catch his breath. "You're fine. It was my fault. Sorry, pardon me." Harry carefully skirted a group of Quidditch players. "Oh." He reached up to pat a few shoulders. "Do you mind if—" "Thanks so much." "Excuse me, coming through." "Sorry, pardon me." It took him a while to reach the space beneath Percy, and despite his best efforts, the taller boy didn't notice him. Instead, Harry reached over to grab Oliver Wood's elbow, who had the honor of lending his shoulder for Percy to balance against. Wood, I'm over here, hi. Could you grab Percy for me for a sec?" Oliver turned and tapped Percy's shoulder. Poor Percy visibly gave up on the head count and leaned down to speak just above Harry's ear. "Harry? You all right there?" Harry attempted a grin that might have looked a bit sickly, because Percy seemed to blanch. "I'm coping, thanks." Harry shouted over the noise. "Can I borrow your owl, please?" "What's that?" Percy shouted back. "Hermes." Harry roared. "Can I borrow your owl, please?" Percy blinked in confusion. "My owl?" "Sure, he'll—" Harry lost track of Percy's voice in the noisy chaos of the crowd and tried again. "What?" Percy grimaced, rolled his eyes, and pointed upstairs to the dorms. "He'll meet you there." "Okay?" "Okay." Harry shouted back. "Thanks." Leaving Percy to manage the crowd, Harry pushed his way through the throng toward the stairs. He wasn't panicking, everything would be fine. Just a quick letter, and he was sure Draco would fill him in on whatever had happened that morning. Once inside Percy's dorm, Harry took a moment to catch his breath and then focused. He carefully scanned the room for a quill and some parchment before finding a suitable spot to settle down and write. "Draco," he began, paying close attention to the pressure on the quill tip and the shape of his letters. "I missed the beginning, so I don't know what happened." "It was Lockhart who fell off his chair, right? How did it happen? Had he started opening his presents? Was it one of ours?" As he wrote, a quiver ran from his shoulder to his fingertip, causing a single droplet of dark ink to splatter a corner of the otherwise tidy parchment. Harry licked his lips and forced himself deeper into that familiar calm mindset, his mind settling into a cool darkness with relief. Was it us? What happened to him? Harry paused, fear flickering at the edges of his thoughts. That horrible gurgling scream, was that because of our gift? What was it? The Gryffindors don't know anything. Just then, he was ready and waiting when Hermes flew in through the window. His hands were steady as he tied the letter to the owl with slow, precise movements. Hermes had barely left when a large eagle owl soared into the room, landing gracefully on the top of someone's trunk. Caligula? You brought something from Draco?" Harry exclaimed, tearing open the letter. Harry received a parchment from his Slytherin friend. Harry, the letter began, written in a hurried script that contrasted sharply with his own neat handwriting. It was one of our gifts, the one from the Fitzroys, if I remember correctly. Although now we know it probably wasn't really the Fitzroys. They wouldn't have signed their real name to that. We left through the Slytherin door, the one closest to the teachers. The prefects say they heard it was a blood-boiling curse. It's supposed to kill people painfully in less than 3 minutes. Someone out there really wants you dead, Harry. Be careful, all right? And vanish this letter. In true Slytherin fashion, there was no signature. Wait! Harry called out as the Eagle Owl prepared to leave. I have a reply, all right? He carefully scratched out another note. Draco, can we stop the other presents from being delivered? We should have just vanished them all. But with a sinking heart, Harry already knew the truth, the presents had left their hands. That had been the plan after all, to make them untraceable and to provide alibis. He hoped Lockhart would survive their delivery. By the time Harry found Ron, Hermione, and Neville, news had spread throughout the castle that all activities were cancelled for the day. This included Lockhart's Valentine's Day celebrations. Harry idly wondered if Lockhart's hired dwarfs had still been paid. Instead, a basket of love notes would be left in the common room for the prefects to hand out in the evening, presumably after they had been checked for safety. Classes resumed on Monday as normal, though the castle felt quieter than usual. Defense was being taught by a rotation of different teachers, depending on their schedules. Days passed, and the weight of guilt pressed down on Harry. No one had news of Lockhart. A strange lump formed in the back of his throat, making it difficult to breathe or swallow. Guilt, the word echoed in his mind repeatedly. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Harry stopped eating dinner just so he could get to sleep again, hoping to avoid the pressure in his stomach, the churning sensation, and the taste of bile that lingered in his throat as he lay in bed each night, staring into the darkness. Neville and Hermione exchanged worried glances, their concern evident, while Ron kept trying to sneak food onto Harry's plate where he wasn't looking. Yet, even their worry didn't ease Harry's anxiety this time. Draco found time to send Harry a stern note, and they arranged to meet in a secluded corner of the castle. They ultimately decided on the Owlery, a place that was still cold enough, and smelled bad enough, that people tended to avoid it, and if they did come, they didn't linger. As Harry climbed the stairs, he found himself puffing, his lungs burning from the chilly air he couldn't help but inhale. He briefly wondered if he had lost some of his fitness recently. After all, he should have been accustomed to climbing castle stairways by now. When he finally reached the top, he was bent over, desperately catching his breath, when Draco arrived. Draco wasted no time grilling Harry about his health. It was unusually observant behavior for a Slytherin, until Harry realized Draco wasn't talking about his weight loss or the dark circles under his eyes. He was focused on Valentine's Day. "I'm not cursed, Draco," Harry finally interrupted. "I'm aware of that, Harry, but that's probably just luck on your part," Draco replied, refusing to move on to the topic of what they had done to Lockhart. Harry had discovered that the blood-boiling curse was one of the most painful ways to die and nearly impossible to survive. Lockhart had been fortunate to open his presence in front of some of the most magically skilled wizards in Britain. Yet, due to Harry's unfortunate luck and his talent for messing things up, Lockhart had almost died anyway. Draco seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Harry eyed his Slytherin friend with suspicion as Draco waved his concerns away while they stood in the corner of the Owlery. Shivering slightly in the crisp air, Harry and Draco shared rushed whispers. "We almost became killers, Draco," Harry said, his voice laced with worry. Draco shrugged. "We didn't plan it, did we? There are other things I'm more worried about." Harry tilted his head, the pale light streaming in through the tower. The cold was enough to make his nose run and his face sting, but at least it helped clear his mind. "Excuse me." Draco's pale hands darted through the air as he gestured, the brisk air ruffling his blonde hair. "I mean, moving on from the unfortunate Lockhart situation." "Moving on?" Harry echoed, astonished. "Just like that?" Was it possible for someone to brush aside the fact that they had almost killed a teacher? Had he misread Draco? Were the prejudices true? A lack of empathy was a worrying trait, stereotypically Slytherin, almost Death Eater-like. Then Draco pressed on. Someone really hates you, Harry. Harry shrugged, used to the idea. Well, yeah. No. Draco insisted. Someone hates you, hates you. They wanted you to die, Harry. Harry furrowed his brow. Yeah? Obviously. Draco rolled his eyes. Are you dense, Potter? That present was meant for you. They wanted you to die, painfully, unstoppably. Are you okay? Oh. Draco was worried for him. What an odd thought. Harry smiled, leaving Draco utterly confused. Oh, I get what you mean, Harry nodded. I know. Frustrated beyond belief, Draco threw his hands up in the air, disturbing the owl dandruff that rained down and waking a couple of owls. They blinked and hooted, and Draco shot them an irritated look, which they probably didn't deserve. You know? You know. Draco exclaimed. Harry, you're not taking this seriously. This isn't some prank or a mildly irritating, embarrassing short-term thing that's worth a detention and a few house points. If you wouldn't have known that check spell, Oclu thingy. If you hadn't been really good at it, you would have opened that present and died, Harry. That could have been you, Harry. Dying in front of me. And I wouldn't have been able to save you. Sorry. Harry interrupted. You. What? Harry shuffled his foot in a straw on the stone floor, disturbing a couple of brown and grey feathers. I didn't realize you were going to feel like this, Draco, so I'm really sorry for worrying you and for scaring you. You're still not taking this seriously, you twat. I don't say this often, but I am not the point here. I am serious, Harry assured him. I really am, I promise. I'm used to this. There was silence in their hidden corner as Draco's mouth worked silently, shock and disbelief evident on his face. Then he said, used to it? Yeah. Harry nodded. Did you think being the boy who lived was all fun and games? Lots of money and fame, with people wanting to spend time with me? Piles of presents and sappy fan letters? Well, because that's just one side of it. Harry continued, his thoughts flashing back to the Triwizard Tournament, to Umbridge, to that year with Hermione on the run. I was hidden as a child, with my muggles, as you call them, for my safety, Draco. Draco settled down and tugged the edges of his heavy winter cloak together. In Harry's eyes, he suddenly looked very, very young. Really? Sorry. Harry could see Draco struggling to make sense of a world that had suddenly revealed itself to be less safe than it seemed. The blonde boy's mouth worked silently, and deep creases formed in his forehead, creases that Harry didn't think should exist yet. Draco's fists were clenched so tightly against his chin that his knuckles had turned a bloodless white. Harry understood what he was going through. That horrible time after Sirius had died, and the realization that life wasn't kind and death wasn't fair left Harry feeling cold and hopeless. In front of Draco, he felt old, so old. Did you know those gifts could kill, then? Draco asked, his voice filled with concern. What? No. Harry replied, dismissing the notion. I thought they'd be charmed to make me love someone, or to lure me out of the castle, or maybe just harmless things like turning me Gryffindor colors or something. But you said? Harry shrugged. People usually try to kill me a little more directly. Face to face, you know. To Harry's mild amusement, Draco was left utterly speechless by this bland explanation. He stood still, blinking as his mind struggled to catch up. Harry couldn't help but find it amusing when Draco mouthed the word usually in disbelief. I mean, Harry continued, his shoulders feeling heavy. I should have expected it, and I didn't. So, I'm sorry. I really regret not considering that. I was having too much fun being normal, I think. Normal, Draco echoed. Harry raised a weary eyebrow. His shoulders ached, his stomach felt queasy, and a muscle in his neck was tight, giving him a terrible headache. But Draco tried again. Who would hate you so much that they'd want you dead? Harry shrugged both shoulders this time, feeling a bit more secure as the conversation drifted back to familiar territory. Death Eaters, probably. Although I guess we can't rule out Voldemort's victims, blaming me for not vanquishing him sooner. Draco flinched. Can you call him you-know-who, please? Oh wait, people would do that? Harry smiled sadly. People always think you owe them something, I've discovered. Even if you do your best. Draco frowned, sniffed, and stood upright. He raised an eyebrow in a distinctive Malfoy sneer, which made Harry feel absurdly nostalgic. Well, that doesn't seem right. People. You should know better. I mean, you lost your parents, your culture, your upbringing, all sorts of things. Now that the conversation had shifted to safer topics, Harry felt the tension in his shoulders ease and the throbbing in his temples fade to a bearable level. Well, yeah, but I lived, so. Looking serious, like a child trying to act like an adult, Draco reached out and gave Harry a firm pat on the shoulder. I won't make assumptions about you from now on, Harry. I promise. And I'll help you with anything you need. Thanks, Harry said, blinking in surprise. Malfoy nodded. Even if being the boy who lived isn't all it's cracked up to be, you'll still have me. Friends. Harry tilted his head, a small smile forming. Thanks a lot, Draco. That's strangely reassuring. Of course it's reassuring, Draco smirked. I'm a Malfoy. Naturally, Harry replied, nodding. Weren't we already friends? Draco sniffed, then sneezed when some Aldander floated up his nose. Excuse me? Bless you. Thanks. Malfoy continued, you think it's that easy to make friends with not just a Slytherin, but a Malfoy? We were allies. Harry half believed it, if that's what Malfoy needed to tell himself. Oh, I see. Allies, was it? But now we're friends, Draco emphasized. Friends. To Harry's silent amusement, they shook on it. As school continued, Lockhart survived. Reports in the Daily Prophet noted that dark wizards previously defeated by him were holding a grudge, yet no one seemed to connect Harry and Draco to the steady stream of dodgy gifts that found their way to Lockhart. Auras began filtering the man's mail. Classes settled down, but homework increased. The teachers stopped worrying about the students' reactions to Lockhart's curse and began pressuring them to study. Lockhart returned to class, a little thinner and twitchier, but otherwise unchanged. Quidditch practices grew more intense once again as the season picked up. The Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match had come and gone, and with the twins back in top form and Harry's skills shining, they dominated the opposition in less than 2 hours. Once again, Harry found himself in the news, but this time it was just a small article tucked away on the 5th page. The spotlight remained on Lockhart and his so-called hidden enemies, with many of his past travels being discussed in the press. Hermione, ever the diligent researcher, decided to cross-reference those stories with their existing notes. Personally, Harry was relieved to see fewer details about himself. He dared to hope his fame was finally fading. As February slipped into March and then April, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff in Quidditch. Harry, feeling fatigued and worried that he might be losing his stamina, concentrated extra hard to end the game quickly. He caught the snitch after just 40 minutes. There were reporters in the crowd, Hermione mentioned to him later in the library, where they were catching up on homework and plotting Lockhart's downfall. And scouts, Ron added, flipping through a large encyclopedia that lay open in front of him, although his fingers were just aimlessly browsing the pages. Harry, however, wasn't too concerned about the attention this time. His mind was occupied with other thoughts. Eh? He said, finishing his Transfiguration essay with a flourish. He reached over to grab a book on blackmail, pressing his left hand to his temple, a now familiar gesture, as the headaches never seemed to fade. Ron slapped the book and shot him a mock disappointed look. They were all here for you, mate. Harry waved him off. Like, for real? Yeah. Ron insisted. Nah, Neville chimed in from his seat at the table. I think you're underestimating your own value, Harry. He scoffed. I'm just a kid. What do they care? I mean, aside from the shock value that I'm still alive and kicking after 11 years. Hermione, her face buried in a book, added, and your mysterious disappearance for a decade. Oh yeah, and that, Ron raised his eyebrows. And your incredible Quidditch skills, which you dominate Hogwarts with. Neville chimed in, and your flying in general. Hermione looked up at Harry, a single wrinkle forming on her forehead. Don't forget that you personally reply to every letter fans send you. I'm surprised the sponsors haven't found you yet. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. They have, actually. I just don't really know what to do about them, so I've asked them to wait until the end of the year. They're starting to pile up, I guess, but I'm busy. A noticeable change swept over the table as Harry watched his friends exchange concerned glances and sit a little straighter. Harry, Hermione began, folding her hands elegantly over her lap. We'd like to talk to you about that. Yeah, mate, Neville added. We're a bit worried. Ron nodded in agreement. Harry glanced around at them. Okay then? Go ahead. For some reason, Hermione looked both exasperated and fond at the same time. You can't figure it out, Harry. Figure what? We're worried about you, she said, her brown eyes wide with concern as she leaned toward him from across the table. She gently patted his hand, and Harry had to admit that next to her dainty fingers, his own joints looked a bit conspicuous. You're losing weight again, Harry. And you have dark circles. Are you okay? What? Yeah, I'm fine. Harry shrugged. A bit tired, but I mean, exams are coming up and stuff, right? There's a lot to do. Ron looked horrified. Exams, mate? Harry, it's April. Yeah? And? Ron and Neville exchanged worried glances while Hermione shuffled some parchment in front of her. Well, in that case, she muttered, I suppose you have a point. I'll have to sort out a study schedule for all of us. Hang on a minute. Ron began. Moment. Hermione looked up, suddenly frazzled. No, he's right. Exams are only weeks away. I can't believe I let this Lockhart research take over. She grabbed her favorite long needle owl quill and began scribbling notes frantically on a spare piece of parchment. I don't think I'm keeping up, Ron admitted. Neville shrugged. We just do what we're told. He leaned over to ruffle Ron's hair playfully. And if the research is getting you down, why don't you take a break? Have a nap or something while Hermione works out our study schedule. Yeah, Ron said, his wide eyes showing confusion. Yeah, I will. I'm not cut out for this stuff, I don't think. Harry bent his head back to the book. None of them were, frankly, but he was doing what he could to change that. Hermione's voice floated up from her scribbling, slightly muffled as she leaned over the table. This Lockhart stuff is starting to slow down too. We don't have access to some of the data we need. Any solutions? Oh. Harry jolted. Actually, I just solved that one. We needed more access to advanced textbooks, so I asked a professor for permission to access the entire restricted section. He turned to rummage through his pockets and finally waved a small piece of parchment triumphantly. Hermione was mostly distracted by her writing. Which books? The entire restricted section. Neville asked, his head cocked in disbelief. But Ron began, looking slightly confused. What kind of teacher would give you blanket permission to access, with a signature? His voice trailed off. Oh. You didn't. His friends quickly caught on to the logic. You tricked Professor Lockhart into providing the signature for us to bring about his own downfall. Hermione asked, her eyes wide. A mix of humor, pity, and satisfaction crossed her face. Oh, Harry. Harry scratched the back of his neck. Did you notice Lockhart's been missing a lot of meals lately? He's been a bit frazzled recently. I just caught him at a good moment. Time. Hermione raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on her face. A good time for me, I mean. You might have noticed he hasn't fully recovered from, and Harry's cheeks flushed. I've been helping him answer the fan mail that makes it past the auras. Mouths opened, but no words emerged. Harry shrugged, feeling the weight of his actions. I figured I kind of owed him one, since he's going to be losing his job soon and had almost died in my place. He almost died because of the things I posted to him, because I hadn't thought it through. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I think maybe he should really retire and just keep himself safe. His words hung in the air, heavier than he had intended, landing on the table with an almost audible thud. His friends exchanged curious glances, sensing the shift in mood. Silence enveloped them for a moment, as no one knew how to respond. Then Ron, ever honest and oblivious, broke the tension. It's practically like you're really going out of your way for his actual benefit, Harry. Harry replied, non-committally. Look, I just made use of the opportunities one had. Hermione raised both eyebrows in surprise. I guess you have. Harry Potter, you are always surprising me. Neville shot a silent look her way, but Harry was oblivious to it. Oh? I'll take that as a good thing, I guess. Unsurprisingly, and perhaps frustratingly, time stopped for no wizard. The school year began to feel like a boulder rolling downhill, uncontrolled, undirected, and gaining momentum with every passing moment. Harry reached out to the outpost service, setting deadlines to work through all the mail, again. He and Draco kept in touch by L2, closer than ever since that strange conversation in the owlery. Harry found himself appreciating Draco's advice. Why don't you get your people to screen your mail for you? Draco suggested one day, clearly fed up with Harry's complaints about time during their moderately frequent correspondence. My who? Harry had responded, and suddenly, a flurry of owls appeared in response. Hogwarts was filled with missives and instructions about lawyers, accountants, and a good personal assistant or two. Are you honestly expecting to handle all the legal work on your own, Harry? Draco asked, once the bulk of advice and admonishments had been delivered. Quill in hand, Harry felt another headache brewing as he slowly wrote, what legal work, precisely? Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, Harry began sending owls to inquire about where he could find legal and financial advice to help him navigate the sponsorship offers and more bequests that seemed to have piled up. After a Quidditch match, Hogwarts appeared to have moved past Lockhart's near miss, and students now stopped Harry in the corridors for photos. Personally, Harry blamed the coverage in the Daily Prophet. He was back on the front page again. Coincidentally, Snape scowled more fiercely at Harry than he had in recent memory. The intensity of Snape's gaze cut through the veil of familiarity and exhaustion that had enveloped Harry. As a result, he earned a string of detentions for trivial infractions, both in potions and around the school. A stray thought crossed Harry's mind, at least Dobby had stopped helping him. But then he realized he hadn't freed Dobby yet and probably wouldn't be able to this year either. Lucius Malfoy certainly wouldn't visit Harry at school while Dobby was around, and Harry had no intention of returning any remnants of the diary. All of Harry's plans began to blur together. His intentions grew vague, and the dizzying spiral of things to do, things to remember, and places to go started to overwhelm him, despite his strict schedule and newfound occlumency. He began using the pensieve more often, trying to extract every drop of knowledge available to him. In an effort to feel a sense of accomplishment, Harry snuck out one night and retrieved the lost diadem of Ravenclaw from the Room of Requirement. At the very least, he hoped this would give him a feeling of achievement, something, anything, despite the chaos swirling around him. Harry felt overwhelmed by the chaos, the busyness, and an ever-growing sense of failure. In a moment of determination, he plunged a basilisk fang into the creature before him. He grinned in satisfaction as it let out a high, horrible sound, vibrating violently before disintegrating into bits. With a mental tick on his to-do list, however, that satisfaction quickly faded, replaced by an urgent need to accomplish more. Everything began to add up. They had wrapped up the Lockhart research, well, as good as it was going to get, and Harry moved on to sending snippets to Rita Skeeter to spark her interest. But nothing big until after exams, Hermione insisted, handing over piles of parchment for Harry to keep. After exams, okay, Harry? We can let Lockhart's teaching speak for itself, but we can't disturb the students who actually tried, can we? Of course, Harry replied, though he felt a bit blank. He had never considered Hogwarts exams to be that important, they had been cancelled so often over the years. Still, respecting Hermione's wishes, he waited through the exams before sending off large stacks of data. He held off until the final exams had passed, even for the seniors, even the 7th years, and finally dispatched all the scandalous information to Skeeter. At the end of the year, as everything at Hogwarts came to a close, Harry felt a physical relief when the Daily Prophet published Lockhart's lies. It happened on the morning of the leaving feast, just when Lockhart might have believed he had safely navigated the year unscathed. Dozens of owls swooped into the Great Hall for breakfast while Harry sat with his friends, arguing with Percy about the intricacies of advanced transfiguration. The flutter of wings was nothing out of the ordinary, but the bold headlines and gasps of surprise quickly turned heads. Soon, toast, marmalade, and bacon lay abandoned on plates as curious students leaned over one another, eager to read the unfolding story. The Great Hall buzzed with excitement as students gathered around the tables, their voices rising in a mix of gossip and speculation. Harry couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed the teaching staff leaning in, eager to catch a glimpse of the article that was generating so much buzz. Although the piece was filled with sensational claims rather than facts, it tantalizingly hinted at scandals yet to be uncovered. Lockhart, much to Harry's guilty amusement, looked pale and left breakfast early, clutching his stomach. The news continued to dominate conversations during the evening meal, with students passionately debating the truth behind it all, a debate fueled significantly by Lockhart's mysterious absence from the castle. That evening, a special edition of the paper was released, brimming with Rita Skeeter's sharp commentary, all focused on Lockhart's life and the lies that had been exposed. Gryffindor was still reveling in their house victory, but surprisingly, the other houses seemed unconcerned. Even Slytherin, including Draco, appeared more engrossed in the Lockhart scandal than in any rivalry. Harry mused silently as he shoveled peas into his mouth amid the chaos surrounding him. A big part of the distraction, he thought, was the post-exam senior students. They had just worked tirelessly to prepare for their exams, efforts that, thanks to Skeeter, now seemed like they might be in vain. The following morning, as breakfast was served, more scandalous headlines filled the air, and the castle was buzzing with accusations against Lockhart. Hints of facts and quotes from interviews floated around, and while all student comments remained anonymous, Harry's friend group was frequently mentioned. The Potter name was dropped more than once, with whispers echoing across the tables about Potter's education undermined, the young orphan with no one to oversee the quality of his education, and young star shackled by a lack of professional teachers. These phrases tugged at the heartstrings of parents everywhere. It was all quite dramatic. Soon, a flurry of howlers arrived at Hogwarts, each one menacing in its own right. It seemed Lockhart had a knack for evading responsibility, as the owls appeared oblivious to his absence. Or perhaps they were meant for Dumbledore, in response to the hiring choices he had made. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, sipping his pumpkin juice and wondering who the letters were meant for. He felt surprisingly content not to care. With his emotions all tangled up, he found himself hoping that Gilderoy Lockhart had managed to escape the country, where the scandal and public outcry couldn't reach him, allowing him to retire in peace. If Lockhart focused on writing novels instead of teaching, Harry thought he might actually feel better about the man. After all, if anyone could turn bad publicity into an advantage, it would be the self-promoting Gilderoy Lockhart. Though Harry's little plan had taken a turn for the worse during that near-death incident, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having exposed a teaching fraud and facilitated a scandalous escape. Knowing what he did about the future, he was genuinely passionate about the need for competent defense against the dark arts teachers. Since he had managed to resolve it without anyone getting hurt, he considered it a win. Before the term ended, the Ministry went into damage control mode. They announced that all OWL and NEWT results for defense against the dark arts would be declared void upon request, as many families were worried about their children passing. The assembled students were trying to absorb the fact that the ensuing chaos would take Professor Dumbledore and his staff weeks to sort out over the holidays, while Harry and his friends leaned back in satisfaction. "So, what's it like to be the reason the defense teacher is gone?" Ron grinned at Harry from across the breakfast table as the other students finished eating and began to disperse. "How does it feel?" Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance, but Harry muffled a quiet laugh and relaxed in his chair. "Hey, you lot were involved too, if that's how you want to put it," Neville chimed in, chuckling. "Go on." "This was all your idea," Ron retorted. "Well," Harry started, "without Hermione, it would have never even gotten off the ground." He flashed a weary smile, though they were all tired these days. At least he was trying, and Hermione returned his smile. Harry glanced back at his friends, feeling the tension from Christmas dissolve into a sense of camaraderie. "We all put in a good effort," he said. "Damn right I did," Ron agreed. "I studied harder for this blasted business than I ever have in my life." Neville nudged him playfully. "Probably did you good, mate." Ron grinned. "The shock might still kill me yet." "You've made us make history, Harry." He rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, this little effort doesn't even count as historical." "How many times has this cursed thing happened concurrently, Hermione?" He continued before she could respond. "Besides, this isn't the first time I've..." Suddenly, Harry stopped, dropping his knife in shock. His mouth felt stuck, like a record player that had skipped. I've, he stammered, the words spilling out in a mindless echo. From a distance, he faintly heard Hermione hiss as the jam-covered blade rolled off the edge of his plate, spreading sticky red jelly across the table. She looked at his rapidly paling face. "Ack. You need to." Her tone shifted. "Harry? Is everything all right? Harry?" I. Harry made a high, keening sound, like a puppy in distress. "Mate," Neville said, eyeing him with concern. "Harry? What happened?" Harry blinked slowly, his face suddenly drained of color, looking almost gray. "Yes. I did it." "What?" Exchanging worried glances, his friends shuffled closer and lowered their voices. Hermione gently reached out to feel Harry's forehead. "You really don't look good, Harry. How do you feel?" "Yes," Harry repeated blankly, his lower lip trembling as if he couldn't quite form the words he wanted to say. He swallowed noisily, distantly aware that his friends were talking, perhaps to each other or to him. "Harry. Look at me, Harry." "Harry, breathe," someone urged. He focused hard, trying to pull himself back into the moment. Harry struggled to piece himself back together, trying to ignore the screaming panic in his head and the sudden coldness in his hands. His friends looked on in confusion as his lost eyes slowly refocused, and he turned to Hermione with a sluggish gaze. "I don't feel too good, Hermione," he said, his voice shaky. "Can you tell the professors I can't do today?" "I'm going to. I have to, things." "Right," Neville agreed cautiously, noticing that Ron and Hermione had yet to respond. "I'll walk you up to the infirmary now, Harry. Do you want to take your stuff?" Harry sat in silence for a moment, his face scrunching up in concentration before he finally stood to leave the table. He stumbled slightly, his foot catching on the edge of a chair, but he didn't seem to notice as he lurched forward blankly. "Harry! Harry, wait!" Neville called out, brushing after him as Harry made his way toward Gryffindor Tower. "I'll come with you, not that way." "Come on," Neville urged, grasping Harry's wrist to guide him along the corridors. Harry's mind was a frantic whirl, and his stomach churned. The half-eaten breakfast now felt like a terrible mistake. He had indeed gotten rid of a defense professor before. He had killed Professor Quirrell, Harry realized with a cold shock. He had murdered him. On purpose. He had planned it. A hysterical giggle escaped him as Neville kept him upright through sheer force. All that panic about Lockhart's curse almost killing him, but Harry had already done it to someone. What was the point of worrying? He let himself be led by Neville's firm grasp as they tottered toward the infirmary, hoping for a calming draught or two. The thought settled in, he was a murderer. Not like before when everything had been an accident. No, this time, he had gone into it with eyes wide open. He had known Quirrell would die at the end of first year, he had known that his touch would be fatal. And he had planned for it anyway. Harry felt the weight of his actions pressing down on him, premeditated and undeniable. The all-too-familiar ringing in his ears returned as his mind spun in turmoil. He stubbed his toe against something on the floor, a sharp reminder of his current state. Neville's warm hands, always reliable, momentarily adjusted before gripping him more firmly. The Death Eaters were the true murderers. Harry had always believed he was on the right side. But now, doubt gnawed at him. He had thought he was one of the good guys. As the heat drained from his hands and feet, a chilling numbness enveloped his body. He noticed, almost absently, that he was trembling. Long, involuntary shudders racked him as he struggled to take one unsteady step after another. Neville's grip shifted from his wrist to his wrist and elbow, providing support as the world tilted around Harry. Concern etched on Neville's face. He helped Harry move slowly upstairs, but Harry felt like he was stumbling through this entire situation. How had he not prepared for this? What else had he done, or failed to do?